Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Pittsburgh Penguins won 6-3 over the Seattle Kraken yesterday in their game. Penguins will remain on the road. They're going to play the Calgary Flames tomorrow night at 9:30. Also, the college football playoffs, they are over, and in the first year of the new format, Indiana beat Miami in the college football playoff national championship. It was a 27-21 final score. Indiana 16-0 on the entire season this year. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Callis. That's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 937 The Fan.
Hey, Chris Muller here. We're 3 weeks into the new year. All right, folks, time to face the music. Have any of you lost 20 pounds yet? You could have, and it's not too late to start. I was down 20 in my first 3 weeks with Awaken 180. Hey, Donnie, how about you?
Same story here, Malsey. We both dropped over 10 pounds in that first week, 20 in 3 weeks, and then just kept shedding 4 to 5 pounds every single week.
Pretty simple. By eating to lose weight. It sounds simple because it is. And once you know your body, once your Awaken 180 coach knows you, the rest, well, you get the point.
Both of us dropped 20 pounds in our first 3 weeks. Me, 45 overall. Chris dropped the 35 he needed to lose, and thousands of others have met their goals too.
If I could do it, if Donnie could do it, I know any of our listeners could too. Awaken 180 is a game changer. No working out, no pills, no hunger. Find out during your first call to the solution for weight loss, Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online, awaken180weightloss.com.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
It's a new year, and it's time to play on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. New casino users score up to $1,000 bonus back on their first 24 hours. Plus, get a $50 casino bonus on Triple Cash Eruption, the hot online slot game. Play real casino games for real money and bet on all your favorite sports right on your phone with the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win.
Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. New users only. TCs apply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Fellas, it's Mulsey here, and if things have been a little lackluster in the bedroom, make it a new year, new you with Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guys, that can do a lot of different things for you, all of them good. Can help you be more confident where it counts and be more confident when it counts, right? Because showing up, it matters big time, especially during life's most exciting moments. You want to feel like you did again in your prime when you told everybody you were kind of in your glory days, right? Blue Chew can actually help you feel that way again, and it can help you be ready when she is. Guys, it isn't just about performance either. Give her group chat something to talk about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Yes, it's me. Hello. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis, the Family Morning Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Got some things to tell you this morning. Got some discussions to have, and I hope that you will join the conversation because it feels lonely when you don't communicate. Communication is key. You ever heard that? In any relationship. And I like to think we have a strong one. You're here. You're listening to Sports Talk. 412-928-9370. Give me a call, 412-928-9370. You can talk to me on X by tagging me in a post at Callis_33 is the handle. That's CALLAS_33. And on YouTube, there's a live stream, so you can check out the Fan Studio live on video, but also there's a chat that accompanies that live video, and you can join that. I also check that on a regular basis to see what type comments are out there. YouTube's definitely the most exciting and arguably exotic of all of the communication forms that we have. So many people in there just passionate about sports and other things too at times. So, but 3 ways you can talk to me primarily this morning on the phone, 412-928-9370, on X at Callis_33, or the YouTube live video chat. Few things happened yesterday. Penguins won. And that's good. I mean, they're not really streaky right now. They lost 3 in a row. 3 in a row. They beat the Flyers, lost to the Blue Jackets, then they just beat the Kraken. So they're there. They're still in things. They're still in the conversation. They're still moving. It's definitely not a boring season this season. A lot of excitement to be had. Right now, they're 3rd in the Metropolitan Division at 57 points. They lead the Flyers and Capitals each by 3, both the Flyers and Capitals at 54. The Penguins are 2 behind the second-place New York Islanders, who have 59 points right now, and the Carolina Hurricanes are at 66 in first place in the division. Penguins are right there, up in the conversation. The only thing that might be working against them is that the Atlantic Division is a little bit stronger. Their top 3 teams in the division right now all have over 60 points. May play a factor later on, who knows. But right now the Penguins are among the top 3 leaders in the division, in their division, which is always a good place to be. So no complaints there. Keep doing what they're doing. This is an unexpectedly good season. And a new head coach in Dan Muse, I think, kind of headlines everything new that's going on with the Penguins, which is why I think there should be an embrace for the new coaches coming through all of the Pittsburgh sports pro teams, as a matter of fact. Don Kelly entering his first year, named as the permanent secure manager, and the Steelers will be finding a new head coach who will replace the long-tenured Mike Tomlin. How about this yesterday, too? Quick news. Remember Alex Nedeljkovic? Penguins goaltender. He was being thrust into the mix toward the end of last season. And it seemed like he had a lot of promise. Then the Penguins decided to trade him to the San Jose Sharks. And I was thinking, I saw a notification pop on my screen last night before bed. It was around 9 p.m. And I saw the name, Nedeljkovic. I'm like, oh, that name's familiar. I remember him. And then Bobrovsky. And I'm like, okay, Florida Panthers goaltender. They got in a fight. Nedeljkovic there was a scrum going on by the Sharks net. And I guess there's some unwritten rule, like the goaltenders just stay out of things unless the goaltender is in a one-on-one with somebody else. But there was a whole pile, and Nedeljkovic was in like the middle of the pile. He was trying to take swings at whoever it was on the ice. And there was this whole fight going on, and I guess Sergei Bobrovsky for the Florida Panthers didn't like it. He skated across the ice from his goal onto the Sharks side and, decked Nedeljkovic. Almost tackled him. It was crazy. He did, it was like a football hit. Just lowered his shoulder, bam. And then those two got into it. I mean, I guess that's an unwritten rule. I never thought about it because goaltenders usually don't get themselves involved unless another player is directly promoting a threat. Yeah, but I've never seen a goaltender enter a scrum, and I guess Bobrovsky took exception to that and was like, "Hey, that's not right." Just skated across the ice, skated across the whole length of the ice. Lowered his shoulder into Nedeljkovic. So that's what Nedeljkovic is up to, if you were wondering. Traded to the San Jose Sharks in the offseason on July 1st of 2025. The offseason at 25. And now he's fighting notorious goaltender in Bobrovsky. Good times. But that entertained me. I was looking at that and I'm like, how about that? Something you don't see really ever. There's a national story there that I wanted to bring up because it caught everybody's attention. National championship finishes up with Indiana winning. Indiana was the number one seed going in. They were the number one ranked team. And 16-0. They finished by beating the Miami Hurricanes in the national championship 27-21. So that has wrapped up. And as you know, Sean McDermott got fired by the Buffalo Bills. It was announced yesterday morning. One of the little times that the Fan Morning Show had gotten breaking news, and that one broke around 9:20 yesterday morning. It was released. Adam Schefter had it, and I first saw it on social media. Sean McDermott informed he's fired by the Buffalo Bills. Kind of a shame. I mean, I feel bad for the Bills in a way. I don't know. A lot of the times it seems like McDermott was whiny after the losses where he blamed the officials. And but he said his piece. Now he's gone, but he got to say his piece. It is a shame, though. I mean, I talked about this yesterday, too, before I knew he got fired, when I talked about it on this show. I feel bad because you got so close. I don't always like when dynasties form in sports, unless it's my own team, of course, but I think everybody feels that way. Sometimes it's nice just to see a fresh face win a championship, and, the Chiefs went on a strung together wins in the playoffs, strung together consecutive championships. Which to me, I'm just like, yeah, that's, it's not interesting. I'm not taking anything away from the Chiefs. They're a talented team. A lot of people were happy, didn't even contend for the playoffs this season. But I felt bad for the Bills falling short to Kansas City, it seemed, almost every season. But this was the Bills' one shot. I mean, on the other hand, it was the Bills' one shot to contend. They didn't have to worry about Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs any longer. And they had it. I mean, they got through the wild card round. They beat the Jacksonville Jaguars, barely, but good for them. They did that. And just made too many mistakes against the Denver Broncos, despite the fact that they did send the game to overtime. Just too many mistakes. And I mean, you can't play games that close and expect to come out a winner like that. I mean, I mean, I criticize the Steelers for that all the time over these last several seasons. You can't make all the mistakes that they're making in games and then expect to magically turn something on in the playoffs. I mean, your habits do stick around, I think, and they linger throughout the season. And you're either gradually getting better or you're gradually getting worse. The Bills just didn't do it. So, I mean, I feel bad. Like, I wanted them to eventually make it through and get to a Super Bowl and maybe even win one. That didn't happen. So, Sean McDermott out. Bills are going to have to reset things a little bit, I think. It is a hot coaching job, and I think that it soars its way toward the top of the most interesting jobs that exist out there, and one of the more high-profile jobs, if not, I think, the most high-profile job where you get to go in to a team that I don't think has a strong foundation. I think the Bills have to do a lot of, I think, restructuring, just getting Josh Allen more tools, having a more balanced team rather than a Josh Allen reliant team. But yeah, I mean, that is to be able to coach Josh Allen, I think, is interesting for many of the coaching candidates. So we'll see what happens. So I think now it's Bills' highest profile coaching job opening. Then the Baltimore Ravens, I think they have the next highest one. Same thing with them, except their team, I would argue, is a little more balanced. I mean, they definitely underachieved this past season, but they've got a lot of weapons and tools that I think the proper head coach and maybe a little extra talent being acquired this offseason could make for a stronger team. So I think that that's the next one. Steelers is up there, definitely top 5, I'd say, for the Steelers right now. I'm just going to name them number 3 of openings right now. The most interesting, the most high-profile, hot openings. I'll say Bills 1, Ravens 2, Steelers 3 at this point. 412-928-9370. You can give me a call. And it looks like we got somebody on the line right now that wants to chat. So we will take this caller now. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Harry. It's GP. How you doing?
Good. What's up?
Hey, on the Buffalo Bills, I mean, it's him crying like a baby, Josh Allen. I mean, come on. You had your chance. You had the opportunity of your life. I mean, you got to perform. Big quarterbacks perform in big situations. I mean, he's a great quarterback, but you got to – I mean, you hit Kincaid on that crossing pass. The game's over. Mm-hmm. He had a couple crucial mistakes, Harry, that cost him the game.
Yep.
So I was actually pulling for him too. I wanted them to win with Jim Kelly going there and losing 4 in a row. I mean, I was hoping that they would make it there, but they didn't. I mean, you just got to – you got the right team. I mean, I'll take that team any day over the Steelers. Like, even up right now, I'd take him any day over the Steelers. Mm-hmm. But he shouldn't be crying like a baby and sobbing. I mean, come on. We're all grown up here. I mean, this is like craziness, Eric.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Thanks for the call. I mean, whether you're the Steelers or the Bills, it's the same. It's the similar results every season. The Buffalo Bills have just made it one round further every season, but I mean, they've routinely been bounced out of the divisional round. So I don't know if I'd want to be any or either. So that's number one. Number two, you ever been in a point in life where you want to achieve more, where you feel like you worked hard and maybe you wanted a promotion at work, maybe you were in school and you were taking exams, right? And you studied hard, or you wrote a paper, or you did a project, you did something where you're like, yeah, like I worked hard on this and I did good, and I want to make sure that people can see what I've done, and I want to make sure that what I've done feels like it matters. I want to succeed at what I do. I want to grow. I want to move forward, right? And maybe the project doesn't go well. Maybe somebody stops your progress. Maybe something happens in what you've done and you fail. Like the thing doesn't work like you thought it would. I mean, have you ever just gone home? I mean, you're not going to do it in public because There aren't TV cameras on you at all times. But I think we've all been there. Like, we've underachieved in some way. We've had a stressful time. There's been a stressful stretch of time in our lives, whether it's work, something in our personal lives. And you just go home and you're like, grr, and you cry. I mean, I've been there. Sometimes life hits you, and you just need to cry it out because the things aren't working for you in life for whatever reason, in whatever aspect of life it is. I don't blame him for crying. The thing I was more upset about, I think, overall, was Sean McDermott giving a whole dissertation as to why there weren't fouls in overtime, or why the fouls started to get called in overtime that benefited the Broncos and really set them up to get in field goal range. That to me was like, all right, man. If you wanna start, I mean, he did a whole dissertation on the officials in his post-game press conference. That to me is like, okay, do we really need this right now? I mean, is this really necessary? Why are we complaining about the officials? The officials didn't lose you the game. So that's kind of was my take on that. I was more upset with the whining in the press conference. If he wants to cry on the field, or he's got tears in his eyes, I mean, these people are humans. This is his job. He's good enough to do it, but he hasn't played well enough to do it in these past several years, if that makes sense. But it's just like anybody. I mean, it's any situation in life. You underachieve. You don't get what you want. You feel like you could have done better, but you still came up short. Something stopped you from doing what you wanted to do in any case. I mean, sometimes we go home and we cry. I'm not really worried about him showing emotion in those games. I mean, it's upsetting. Like, it's frustrating. Like, he is underachieved. And you only get a shot at the playoffs, like, in a yearly cycle. It's not like he can just wake up next week and be like, let's do it again. Like, he's got to wait. Him and the Bills have to wait a whole nother year. They have to earn the wins throughout the regular season, then make it to the playoffs again, and then go through those games. It is a tough cycle. That's the nature of sports. But if he cries about it, I mean, I'm not gonna taunt him for showing emotion over losing. Now, whining and complaining in press conferences is a different story. But I can understand why he's showing emotion on the field. Like, that's tough. Like, it's tough. It hits you mentally. So, I get it. I do. I can understand where he's coming from. So I'm not gonna criticize them for showing emotion. Whining about officiating in a post-game press conference, though, that you can criticize. That's open season all day. 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fantasy Morning Show. I'm going to take a break. When I come back, I want to address a little bit of the Major League Baseball economy. It's been big news now for almost 2 weeks. Kyle Tucker signed with the Los Angeles Dodgers on a contract that will give him an annual value of $60 million in each of the next 4 seasons. We'll talk about it coming up next. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fantasy Morning Show. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Roadways are mainly dry around the area as we begin the Tuesday morning rush. Traffic on the parkways east and west fairly steady into their respective tunnels. We do have one accident in the East Liberty section of the city. Crews on the scene at the intersection of Negley Run and Washington Boulevards. Watch for slowdowns and possible lane closures there. If you're traveling Route 28, that is up to speed from Harmer down into the north side. And if you're traveling I-79, watch for that southbound lane restriction due to work being done on the bridge that was struck on Christmas week that runs over Tom's Run Road. That will stay closed, that right lane, for about a month. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
My Lowe's Pro Rewards members go big during Lowe's Pro Savings Days. Get member volume discounts plus an extra 5% off eligible orders with a quote of $2,000 or more. Plus, buy more and save more with up to 25% off DWV pipes when you spend $250 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Exclusions, more terms and restrictions apply. Can't be combined with any contract or special pricing. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowes.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to get stronger just around the corner, so you can give everything you've got. Whether you want to crush a few reps before class with our expanded strength equipment or sweat it out on your way home from work. With over 2,800 locations, there's a Planet Fitness close to you, and most are open 24 hours. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 30th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
New year, new ride, better value. South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding January lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive. Only $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offer excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
You've got a big day,
So you use Unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's the Fan Early Morning Show. My name is Nicholas Arigalis, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Give me a call, 412-928-9370 if you have anything you want to communicate. Kind of touched on a few different topics this morning, including the Penguins win, Indiana being the college football national champion for this season, a fight between two goalies in the San Jose Sharks-Florida Panthers game that was played yesterday. Talked about Josh Allen crying and Sean McDermott whining, and now Sean McDermott is fired, no longer the head coach of the Buffalo Bills. But now there's something I'm going to touch on that I've wanted to touch on for a little while, but football kind of very much got in the way. Usually does, which makes sense. But there's a lot of Steeler news these past couple of weeks, which kind of overshadowed this broader Major League Baseball story that I want to touch on and kind of follow as the offseason moves forward and we start getting into spring training in a little over a month of time. So Kyle Tucker signed a deal with the Los Angeles Dodgers, which is a bummer because they're already strong. They already won the World Series. They already have the biggest names in baseball, it seems, on their team. They've got most of the big names. Kyle Tucker, arguably the hottest free agent this offseason that was available to be signed. And he signs with the Dodgers, who are paying him $240 million over 4 seasons, which, if you're good at math, you notice, okay, he's making $60 million a year in average annual value. Now, deferred payments are a thing, which is an issue that I have as well with baseball. A lot of issues, a lot of complaining I'm going to do in this little section of time here. But the average annual value is $60 million. The only player that has a higher annual value than that right now in Major League Baseball is Shohei Ohtani, who was signed to a 10-year, $700 million deal, which makes his average annual value $70 million a year, which that makes sense. Shohei Ohtani should be the top. You're paying for 2 players. Makes sense. He should be at the very top. Kyle Tucker, though, not really feeling it. Not really feeling that amount. I think that's an overpayment, but also, like, how do you blame any other team for not wanting to dish out a huge contract to a player like Kyle Tucker? I don't blame any other team for that. And it's a weird dynamic, too, because I also wanted to talk about this. The Dodgers winning the World Series makes sense based on all the talent that they have. They spend money, but they also spend money on the right players, it seems. And every season, they have the right players on the roster, and these last 2 seasons, they've won the World Series. The Yankees spend money, but they're always just not good enough. They've always been bridesmaid to either the Houston Astros in the American League or the Detroit Tigers before that. And then the year they made it to the World Series, they looked like they were unprepared royally and lost to the Dodgers. The New York Mets spend all the money in the world and can't seem to make a consistent playoff run. I mean, they've struggled despite all of the talent that they've had on their team, despite their spending. So it's not like spending money necessarily guarantees wins or guarantees championships. I think the Mets are the biggest example of that. They spend and spend and spend, but their investments don't usually work out. Dodgers, on the other hand, they spend and spend and spend, and they've been perennial National League West champions forever. All but 1 year, they've won the division since 2013. They invest in the right players, but it's annoying to me that this kind of thing can happen, and deferred payments too annoy me even more because the Dodgers can sign him to that contract officially, but then have deferred payments in there so they don't have to pay out all that money within the 4 years, which it happens in sports all the time. But when you have a team that's committing to the best of the best players and they don't even have to pay those players the entire amount during the life of the contract. I mean, obviously Major League Baseball's flawed, but the Dodgers are like exposing this big time. Like this is why the rest of the league would benefit from a salary floor and a salary cap. Because they've found the best. They've found the top free agent of a couple classes in the last 4 seasons now. Freddie Freeman's the other one I'm thinking of. He was like the top free agent, and they ended up getting him off of his tenure with the Atlanta Braves right after they won the World Series in 2021. Unlike the Pirates have not spent a great deal over these last 5 years, which is its own criticism. But at the same time, like, if I wanted the Pirates to sign Kyle Tucker, am I really going to expect them to offer him a 4-year, $240 million contract? No. No way. So it's tough. It's a shame. I mean, baseball, I think, is going to have a pivotal point here when this collective bargaining agreement expires and they have to negotiate a new one. I think it's going to be interesting. The biggest name players are probably going to argue against salary cap and a salary floor because it benefits them the most to earn the most. But for the betterment of the sport in general and for the just general economy of average player earnings and competitive balance, something needs to change. Something needs to change. All right, that's it for my baseball rant, and I'm out of time. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley, and he's back. Doran Dickerson's here. They're both coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash. Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase presented by AAA Travel. January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. There's exclusive discounts and convenient one-stop shopping. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets and details at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Big problems as you're heading outbound on the Parkway East. We have a vehicle fire blocking the right part of the center lanes of the outbound Parkway East, right around the Bates Street on-ramp. Partially that on-ramp is blocked as well. so watch for slowdowns there. Also, an accident being cleared at the intersection of Negley Run and Washington Boulevards in the city's East Liberty section. Parkway West, you're up to speed into the Fort Pitt tunnels. The HOV lanes now open alongside the Parkway North, the Crosstown, and the North Shore Expressway. You can use those with 2 or more in your vehicle until 10 o'clock this morning. From the Kenny Ross Auto Group, find your best deal in Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com. I'm Greg McAtee.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber.
Indiana national champion in football.
Wow. Wow. Like, what's going on?
Crazy. But you're good.
Yes, I'm doing great.
Baby JoJo looks huge.
Yeah, she's getting big. She's getting big, and time's flying, and, that time off was good. But like I said, there's a lot that actually did go down when I was out, so I'm kind of frothing to get back into it.
Take blue balls. Harry, how you doing today?
Did you see the 2 goaltenders that fought yesterday?
I did see
One
that.
of them was Nedeljkovic. He used to play for the Penguins. I knew that.
Nothing better than an old goalie fight, which it's always bizarre because it's not like the guys have a problem with each other. Usually when there's a fight, unless it's one of those weird staged ones.
Kind of like a code, right?
Yeah, I mean, usually you're tussling with someone all game and they might hit you and you get their jersey number and then you're all pissed and eventually, okay, it all boils over. Goalies can't do nothing but stare 200 feet away from each other in each other's eyes. Like, why are we fighting? Well, it seems right. Okay, sure. Why not? Yeah. I wanted to, there's a million different things we can talk about. I mean, you can detail more about what happened while you were gone if you want. We could talk about cayenne pepper in the socks.
Oh, yeah.
Which is what the Rams did to stay warm. Have you ever done that?
No, never heard of that.
That can't be a thing.
That's a new thing. I guess, who did he say? Al Woods. I think he played for the Steelers for a while. Did he get drafted by the Steelers?
Oh, good question. I don't think so.
I played with Al Woods in the All-American Bowl in high school. Yeah, I think he got drafted by the Steelers or the Seahawks, one of them.
Saints.
Oh. Al Woods, really?
Yeah. Then he went to Seattle. He never played for the Saints. Drafted by the Saints, then wound up at Tampa, then Seattle, then the Steelers, then Tennessee, then Indianapolis, then Seattle again, and then the Jets.
Oh, wow. Played for more teams than me. Wow. He played a long time, but I guess one of the players said that they learned it from him. I'd never heard such a thing. I wonder if it worked. I guess it did.
It looks ridiculous.
I was just thinking, like, if you're dumping that in your socks, if somebody, like, falls or tackles you, if you're a running back, and
it kicks up in your eye. Yeah,
right. It can't work.
That's a new one.
Yeah.
Because we asked people on the text line, and you can text us and say hello to Doran at 412-928-9370. When I went to the game on Monday, I was like, what should I wear to stay warm? Like, give me some warm hacks. And it wasn't even that cold. Wound up being fine. The beer did its job. No one said cayenne pepper in the shoes. But now I'm curious. I kind of want to do it.
I kind of want to try it.
Yeah.
I kind of want to try it.
I'll go on a hike or something, throw some cayenne up in there.
Never heard of that, though. But I do see that there's teams now that they have hot chocolate and chicken broth and all kinds of goodies on the sidelines, which is interesting.
My wife's friend from college started a company, a bone broth company, Kettle and Fire. He went to Pitt.
Oh.
He's rich as hell.
Smart.
Yeah.
Very.
Yeah.
Went to Pitt.
Yeah. He's a smart guy, really in shape, rich.
Yeah.
Feels like I'm describing myself.
Big brain.
Yep. There's another similarity that this guy and I share, but at any rate, he's all about like eating natural. And he suggests instead of coffee, drink a cup of his bone broth in the morning.
Probably works. I'd listen to him.
It's like 20 grams of protein and like no calories. Yeah.
Probably works.
I'm sure it does.
Bone broth.
Yeah, I guess Goalie was like, well, now that the national media is talking about it, it's been happening for a long time. Goalie, do you always have to be first? I knew it first. Okay, well, who gives a rat's ass? We're talking about chicken broth on the sideline. You ever drink chicken broth on the sideline?
I do during Pitt games now.
Do you really?
Not as a player, but as a broadcaster.
In one of your in a thermos?
No, they have like little cups that they just kind of pour it in hot chocolate at like halftime.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I go and they got the cup of noodles too.
Oh
yeah, I'm down there grubbing. I'm feeling real good, real good. I'm the first one to get it too. I know exactly where it's at. I go in, I grab my stuff, sit down, eat, drink a hot chocolate, get all nice and cozy.
You should be first.
Yeah.
Because you're out there freezing like the players, but the players are moving around.
Right.
You don't get to move around.
No.
You're walking. Texter, Double D, welcome back. Boy, we missed you a lot. Would have loved to have heard your takes in live time. Well, you're going to get the takes.
Yes, you are.
We missed him too. Texter, let's go Dickie Dickerson. His penis is the second biggest player in the whole league. Good morning, Doran. Thanks for giving us a break from Dumb and Dumber over here. Okay. You know what?
I haven't even said much of anything this morning.
Have you guys got along?
We have.
Oh, good.
Well, I have a theory.
Speak for yourself, though, Harry. I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but I think we've gotten along great.
You want me to address the hammock situation with Doran?
Hammock.
Yeah, so I think Crowley enjoys being, like, with other people because then he can act like he's not, he's like with the cool kids and stuff. When it's just me and him, we get along because there's nobody to impress. But when there's a third person or more than an extra person, he needs to feel like he's cool and not the least popular person.
Yeah, he needs to pick on you.
Yeah, exactly. So he'll try to get in with the people he thinks is cool. I think that's what it is.
What's the hammock?
You want me to find it real quick?
Yeah.
We were talking about hammocks, and Crowley was like...
Because you love a hammock. Like, you have a hammock. Yeah, you're a hammock guy. Like, you have one in your backyard, you get your book, you lay there, and you flip over sometimes.
See, that's my friend right there. He knows all about my hammock.
Well, this was the exchange we had last week.
Harry, you like hammocks? You a big hammock fan?
No.
Why not? I did not intend for that.
You're a jerk.
I did not
cross the line.
No.
You literally, it's like the schoolyard bully thing, right? The bully,
he's trying to impress me.
Right. Why do you always include me in conversations that eventually lead to awkward moments? Like, why can't you just ask, what do you think about the coaching opening?
Who do you want them to hire, Harry?
I don't know. Good times.
It was unintentional. It was. I asked Boston if he likes hammocks. He said, yes, of course I like hammocks.
You didn't ask him why he liked them, though.
Because he liked them.
You asked me why I didn't like them.
Because I know why I like them.
Why don't you like them?
Well, gravity and stuff.
Oh, okay. Was there a time in your life where you did like...
Hold up. It ain't gravity, pal. I mean, we all got to deal with gravity.
Yeah.
Well, I have to deal with it more. I mean, isn't that the definition of weight?
Yeah.
See, you didn't have to do that.
I'm sure there are plus-size hammocks.
Is there?
There got to be. I'm on it. And if not, we're inventing it. We'll sell them at our candle company.
Yes.
Plus
hammock
size
hammock candle.
Hammocks.
Smells like cows. No, there's not.
Suncrete double hammock. Oh, you get a two-person. Welcome.
I don't know why you're just stepping in it. I don't understand.
I didn't. I'm trying to help you out. Get a hammock. Texter. Dickerson, so glad you're back. Adam tries to carry Harry, but Harry keeps saying dumb stuff.
Man.
What have I said that's dumb?
Texter, welcome back, Dorn. It's a good thing you're back. Listening to those two boneheads, they weren't going to get the Marconi next year.
We can't get it, right? Regardless.
Are we not allowed to win back-to-back?
I don't think so.
That's bull.
I think you have to sit out a year.
Oh, that's ass.
Yeah. So.
It's like a red shirt.
Yeah, it's a red shirt.
That's crap.
Uh-huh.
Texter, I bet Colony got tons of numbers yesterday. That had to feel like being in the Twilight Zone, Harry.
Oh, man.
What Twilight Zone are we talking about?
I would think it's just a different show. I love those guys, but...
Well, I actually didn't really speak at all, which was ironic, I thought.
Probably a different vibe, huh?
Yeah.
Did you enjoy the show?
It was soft. Like, you two are sharp. That one was, like, soft. It was, I mean, they knew what they were talking about, but it didn't have, like, the edge. It didn't have the... It didn't have, like, the oomph. Riz isn't the right word, but, like, yeah, oomph. I like that word.
Look at the oomph.
People are saying cook rice in bone broth.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Texter, someone says maybe 2 telephone poles and a fish net, Harry. I didn't say that.
Yes, you did. You just said it.
You
didn't have to read that.
That's a good point.
Do you know that I predicted something this weekend, by the way?
Go right ahead.
Do you know immediately after the Bills lost in their game, I put on X that I had a source that Sean McDermott was going to get fired, and nobody gave me credit.
That's because you were just surmising.
Yeah.
It's an educated guess.
Yeah. I said that to a few people, too.
You said it all the way back in the offseason that McDermott should go if they didn't win the Super Bowl.
100%.
Yeah. And 100%. I agree.
I agree. Seeing how this season played out, we'll get into it, but, like, I think that it should have been a package deal of him and Brandon Beane, the GM.
Brandon Beane sucks.
Like,
if I had to fire one and could only fire one, I'm firing Beane.
Right. So.
Texter, last AFC Championship game where the Patriots or Chiefs were not in it was 2010. Jets Steelers. I know. The friggin' Patriots are back, Doran.
Well, I mean, I was going to tweet this last night, knowing that the Patriots are trying to replicate what they have done in the past. You definitely know that Becker kid from Indiana is going to be drafted by the Patriots, the white receiver. So he's definitely going to be a New England Patriot.
Time is a flat circle.
Yeah.
God darn it, you're right. They're going to get a friggin' white wide receiver. Yep. They're going to run the league for the next 15 years.
Yeah.
Makes me sick.
Vrabel's he's a good coach. I mean, Drake May's good, but like Vrabel.
No, they need a white slot.
Yeah, that's what they're missing.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of white slots, did you see Bella Danger at the game?
Yes.
We're back, Doran.
We're back. Yes. Oh, man. How about she just played it up, too?
Oh, her Google search has got to be through the roof.
Man.
Hey, are you familiar with Bella Danger?
Did I miss something?
Yeah.
Texter was definitely different yesterday. We learned how New Hampshire calls off school on snow days.
Huh.
Yeah, our kids got the delay.
Yep.
Which, this doesn't make any sense. It's 7 degrees now. Bang, 2-hour delay. When the kids go to school at 10, roughly 10, it's going to be 10 degrees.
Uh-huh.
So you're telling me those 3 degrees make a big difference? I don't understand that. I don't get it at all.
What, for the schools that didn't call up? That didn't?
The schools that did, that made it a 2-hour delay, you made it a 2-hour delay because it's too cold when it's 7 degrees. Is it not still too cold when it's 10?
Like,
It's
now
3 degree difference.
Right,
like,
exactly.
Come on, it's ridiculous.
Well, I'm glad.
Oh, my goodness.
Yep.
What happened, Harry?
He looked
okay, so she was caught on camera at the game, and people recognized her from adult films.
Yes.
Okay. She has an X account, and so does this popular porn site. You can follow the
site?
Oh, that's wild. Oh, I shouldn't be looking at this on a work computer. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
And then you got Irvin out there on the blow.
You got Irvin, you have a Bella Danger, you got Joy Taylor. Like you're nailing it if you're Miami.
There any hot Indiana fans?
I'm sure.
Indiana. I can't believe it.
Crazy.
Nailing it's a good phrase there by Dord.
Yeah, nailing it. Crushing it. Absolutely thrashing it.
I never even thought to look that up. I didn't realize an adult site would have its own X account. I mean, that's
Why wouldn't
crazy.
it?
Of course, dude.
And then the explicit content's just right on the feed.
Yeah. Have you not been on Twitter lately? Like anytime you scroll
Yeah, but that's
on a
not
video,
that's not
you
like it's not an official
You
site.
can watch a video of two tigers running in the wild and chasing after gazelles, and then all of a sudden the video switches, and all of a sudden somebody's getting thrashed.
Well, you know, there's a trend now.
It's
where
crazy.
And they're like 3-hour videos.
I mean, like what? Like I'm sitting there like around people, and I'm just a harmless video could be like it could be Le'Veon Bell's highlights from 2017, and I'm like, oh man, yeah, he just he's slow pacing, he's running. Oh man, I remember that. That was awesome. And all of a sudden, just
you guys
like what?
That happened to me the other day. I was watching Ali Faroukmanesh in the NCAA tournament just drilling threes. And then it immediately cut to another video of some guy just drilling threes.
Like, what? It's insane.
Yeah.
You guys see the new trend now on social media where you got your fruits and vegetables telling you why they're healthy? It's like AI-generated videos.
No, I think that's specifically targeting you so you can get into a hammock. I actually have seen that. So the banana will be like, I've got potassium. Hey, hey, hey.
No, they just talk to you. It just makes sense. It's AI-generated video.
I am an orange, vitamin
I'm a tomato. I soothe your muscles and stuff.
Mm.
Like it sounds like that.
That's a good way to learn.
I guess. Just having your fruit talk to you.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a kid and if your kid watches that, then the next video
but it's designed for adults. It's not like song and dance. It's literally just like a stern vegetable or fruit telling you, hey.
I think if you're an adult that is above the age of 26 years old, you should know what fruit does what for you. Like, you should know that oranges have vitamin C. You should know that bananas have potassium.
Well, I do, but it's like, what does the fruit do when it's in your body? It's like, I never had a visual of like the fruit going through the
breaking down?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'm entertained. I don't know. It's entertaining, informative.
All right.
It's like, I'm trying to think of what it was called. Now I can't remember. That's good radio right there.
The fruit video?
Not the fruit video, but it would sing to you about the Constitution.
Oh.
People will know it. 412-928-9370.
Schoolhouse Rock?
That's it. Thank you, Harry. Texter, that's the algorithm. Dickerson, what's your search history? All right, now hold up. Just wait 1 second here.
Seriously.
Just wait 1 second here. Because, look, here's what happens. You're on college. I'll tell you exactly how this happens. You're on college football Twitter. You're watching Mendoza throw beautiful balls down the sideline. And then you keep scrolling and, oh, look, who's at the game? A Bella Danger. Bang.
There.
Next thing you know, you're watching a fruit video and then sex.
You said beautiful balls.
He throws beautiful ball.
That is not my algorithm. I'd admit it. Like, I don't care. But I am not looking that up on Twitter.
Now, Instagram's a different story. I mean, Instagram, it's just trash. My Instagram's trash.
Yeah, messed up.
It's just trash. It's just meat videos. Lately, guys fly fishing because I was curious. And then
they're the ones in the tents.
And then breasts. No.
Oh, no. Okay. That's
Texter.
ice fishing. Sorry.
Yeah. Maybe that'll be next.
Yeah.
Texter, I haven't had porn on my Twitter in like 6 months. Good for you, man.
Yeah, I wish I didn't.
Conjunction, junction. What's your function? Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
I heard X2 was getting rid of those AI-generated bikini pictures. That was a trend for a couple weeks.
Yeah,
they got trouble. Yeah, that's trouble.
I tried to get Callus in a bikini.
And put me in a singlet. It was close.
Texter, my wife is making chili in a crock pot. I texted her and said, you have to cook the meat first. She said, no, I was just going to throw the raw-ass meat in there. I said, you did that already, and that's why you have 2 kids. Bang. Oh, jeez.
Man.
You don't have to cook it before it goes
No,
in.
you don't.
You can, but you don't have to.
Yeah, you don't have to. Just cooks itself.
Be a good week for chili.
Yeah. It's going to be cold all week?
Oh, yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, you were having a tough one this morning. I mean, you haven't woken up this early in a long time.
Yeah, and I slept 3 hours because I watched the national championship, and I couldn't just fall asleep, just out of nowhere because I've been staying up. So, yeah, I'm tired already.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do.
No.
You're just going to have to work the next 3 weeks, and then it'll feel normal. But our normal isn't normal, and our normal sucks.
Yep.
except we have fun.
Yes.
Low of 11 tomorrow,
Nice.
low of 3 on Friday, -2 on Saturday with a high of 12, 8 on Sunday, 19 the high, 10 on Monday, 10 on Tuesday, 16 on Wednesday. We're in it, boys.
Great.
Texter, you boys do not want to know my algorithm. Yes, I do. Sports?
Sure.
Oh, Doran. Who wants to know who Doran wants to be the Steelers head coach? He's going to tell us next in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Early in the week, Mike Tomlin stepped down, telling the Pittsburgh Steelers that he has done, taking a step back, launching another coaching search, the 9th. So get used to hearing about candidates. A couple interviews set for next week. One in person, Brian Flores, set to interview with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Certainly a candidate to consider. He has been there. He has learned from Tomlin. A lot of respect inside the building. Would absolutely keep an eye on Brian Flores. And it was noted, by the way, that Kyle Van Noy talked about what an excellent head coach candidate he would be. If you look at the Steelers' past, guys, and look, I would expect them to really, really take their time on this. You look at the past, though, they've hired really sharp, bright young guys to come in and be coached for a long time. Jesse Minter, the Chargers defensive coordinator, also has significant interest from the Baltimore Ravens, is another one to keep an eye on. Rams pass game coordinator Nate Scheelhaase, who has not yet been a coordinator but still is getting very real consideration to be a head coach. Other names to consider in Pittsburgh.
Good morning, everybody. Crowley, Dickerson, Nicholas, Harry Callis, the Fan Morning Show brought to you by our great friends at Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. That was Ian Rappaport saying the Steelers are going to take their sweet time. I think we all expected that. Yesterday, Burt Loughton, Steelers head of public relations, tweeted out the interviews that the Steelers have already completed. These all virtual interviews. Ejiro Evero, defensive coordinator, British guy from the Carolina Panthers. Good morning. That was a bad British accent. That was terrible. Jeff Hafley, Green Bay Packers defensive coordinator. He's been hired now by the Miami Dolphins. Clay Kubiak, San Francisco offensive coordinator. Jesse Minter, Los Angeles Chargers DC. Nate Scheelhaase, Los Angeles Rams pass game coordinator. And Chris Shula, Los Angeles Rams defensive coordinator, plus Anthony Weaver. We also know that Brian Flores will have an in-person interview this week, and Mike McCarthy is set to interview for the job. Dickerson, I don't think you tweeted who you want.
No, I haven't.
I don't think it's out there. Do you have a favorite? A guy you'd like to see the Steelers hire? And it might be different than who they're going to hire. We can get into that too, but who do you want to be the next head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Well, I mean, I've always been, for the last how many years, you've heard me say this 1,000 times, like it's an offensive-driven league. And I feel like the trend now is to get an offensive-minded head coach and, pair that head coach with a young quarterback. And that's what I still would love to see because that's what I think gives you the best chance at getting as far as possible. Now, there's obviously examples like, Sam Darnold and McDonald, which I think he's a hell of a coach. And I think obviously the Ravens missed him a lot in the last 2 years. But there's examples where, that is not true. But I would love to see the Steelers go in that direction. But I don't think that this time around, in my opinion, somebody offers that to a level where I would be very comfortable with the Steelers and having that transition. So I would go back to the wheelhouse of what the Steelers have done in the past with obviously Noel and Cowher and Tomlin being a defensive-minded head coach, but being young, fresh, and, still involved, which would be Chris Shula, in my opinion. But I wouldn't just stop at Chris Shula. I would want the package of Shula and Scheelhaase. Like, that's what I would want. I don't think Scheelhaase is ready yet to be a head coach. I love that he's getting interviews. I think he deserves it, being the pass game coordinator, but you still need to be the offensive coordinator, in my opinion, and then be a head coach. So for me right now, it would be Shula as head coach, Scheelhaase as offensive coordinator, and maybe, Shula can bring whoever with him to be his D coordinator, but it'd be his defense. But right. I think a dark horse, in my opinion, is Mike McCarthy for real. I know people are probably going to laugh at that, but, it's obviously convenient. There's history. He's from Pittsburgh. I don't need to break it all down. Everybody knows about Mike McCarthy. If you still are in love with Aaron Rodgers, that's probably a way to lure him back if you're Art II. He's been out of football a year. He left on, I think, they had a winning record whenever he got fired.
Yeah, they went 12-5 thrice.
12-5. So I do think he's a dark horse. I think that's a legitimate opportunity for the Steelers. But nonetheless, whenever they do interview McCarthy, which they're going to do this week, right, they will learn from him and use that to figure out who they want to get.
I love Mike McCarthy, and I think at the very least he should be a sounding board and will be a sounding board for them. And he's been out of the game for a year, and so he can speak globally about what's going on. I think interviewing him is a great idea. If I'm the Bills, I'd probably hire Mike McCarthy yesterday.
Yeah.
If I'm the Ravens, I'd probably hire Mike McCarthy yesterday because you figure you are on the cusp of winning a championship because you've got a franchise quarterback. And I'd want a guy who's an offensive mind who has won a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
That's who I'd want. For the Steelers, I want to go young.
Yeah.
And I agree. I want to go offense. Chris Shula would be my number 2. He's super impressive.
Yeah.
He's charismatic. You see what he's done with the Rams defense. I've been bringing this stat up a lot. That defense is $61 million.
Yeah.
$90 million cheaper than the Steelers, and across the board performed better than the Steelers defense. That guy knows what he's doing.
Obviously, he has pedigree. I mean,
He's
Steelers
got
like that.
pedigree.
They like the name.
He's got the Shula blood flowing through his veins.
Right.
And that works out. I mean, think about all the damn Kubiaks and the Shanahans. So I like Shula. I'm going Shieldhouse.
Really?
And everything you said about him is right. He's not been an offensive coordinator. He's young. He is impressive. He's charismatic. I saw a couple of videos of him the last few weeks, what he brings to the table there with Sean McVay in terms of the playbook and the passing game. I don't think he's ready to be a head coach. But in a year or two, if you don't hire him, someone else will, and I think they'll have hired the next Sean McVay.
Yeah.
And so I don't want to miss out. And if he's not great, if he's learning on the job, so be it. I don't want to miss out on a chance to get the next Sean McVay. That being said, if we find out on Friday or next week or whenever, breaking news, the Steelers have hired Chris Shula, I ain't going to be upset about it.
I'm not going to be upset about it. And like I said, I am a fan of Shieldhouse, but okay.
Package deal would be great.
Package deal would be great, but let's think about him being a head coach. I mean, I think that me and you could be the pass game coordinator of the Rams.
Sure.
With Matthew Stafford and McVay. Let's just be honest. I'm not saying that he isn't doing a good job. I'm not saying that he isn't worthy, but that is a really, really good situation to have that title in. It's a really good situation. I mean, what are you going to tell Matt Stafford? What are you going to tell McVay? You're sitting in the room. You're drawing up plays that's given to you, to be honest. I mean, you're coming up with creative things. I'm not taking anything away from the guy.
You're taking it away.
I mean, I'm just saying, okay, if he was with, let's say, Carolina right now, and he revitalized Bryce Young and got that offense going, and Ted McMillan and all those guys. I mean, they obviously made the playoffs. But if he was with Carolina and did that with them in that pass game, in that offense, I'd be like, okay, well, that's probably a difficult task. I don't know how difficult it is for what he's doing in Los Angeles.
Totally valid. There was a Rams expert who came on the station last week, and he said the next Sean McVay is this Nate Shieldhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's just one man's opinion, and it's someone who's close to him who is saying that. I could not hear that and pass up on the guy.
Yeah.
It might be wrong. Shoot, who knows? How many times have we seen a coach gets hired, oh, this is going to be a slam dunk, doesn't work out? How many times do we see, ooh, can't believe they hired this guy? Like Nick Sirianni absolutely flubs his press conference. This guy, really? He's going to be the next head coach of the Eagles. He goes out, wins the Super Bowl. So who knows? We're throwing darts. But when I hear this guy could be the next Sean McVay, I can't get it out of my head, Doran. I want Sean McVay.
Well, didn't they say the same thing about Zach Robinson whenever he went to the Falcons?
Yeah.
I mean, former college quarterback. It's kind of the same mold.
Yep.
I mean, Shieldhouse, former college quarterback at Illinois. Obviously,
boy, was he a player too.
Yeah, he was. He was a player. But they did say the same thing about Zach Robinson, and Zach Robinson's out of a job right now, I believe.
Zach Robinson could be the next offensive coordinator of the Steelers if Shula's the head coach. That wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yes.
Because I wonder if I were Shieldhouse and I don't get an offensive coordinator, if I don't get a head coaching job, I'd probably want to be an offensive coordinator outside of the McVay tree. Like, do I want to go with Shula to Pittsburgh and be the OC? Probably not. I think there'd be opportunities where it'd be better. Like, Robert Saleh just got hired by the Tennessee Titans, and they've got, of course, Cam Ward at quarterback. Let's say Shieldhouse could either be the offensive coordinator here under Shula or the offensive coordinator there. I'd probably want to go there. Cam Ward takes off. Now you're the next up-and-coming thing. I could absolutely see Zach Robinson being the Steelers' next OC if it's Shula. You and I agree. I think Shula's the most likely guy to be hired. He's minus 200 in the Vegas odds. He's the only candidate who's a minus candidate right now. So somebody knows something about this Chris Shula. I think he's the most likely guy to be the head coach. I'd go Shieldhouse, but he would be my number 2.
Why is everybody kind of, well, maybe they're not, but why is Mike LaFleur, the offensive coordinator, not getting as much hype around him?
That's a really good question.
And why Shieldhouse?
That's a great question, in fact. I'm not sure about that.
You talk about lineage and pedigree. I mean, his brother's literally the head coach for the Green Bay Packers. Like, you would think that he would be the next hot candidate as being the offensive coordinator right now.
Yeah, and this Shieldhouse, he's been in the league for like the length of a fart.
Right.
I mean, he was at Iowa State not that long ago. That tells me that he's very bright and he's highly thought of course. And this Rams expert who was on in the afternoon last week said that if Art allows the interview to be the deciding factor, as is what happened with Tomlin, he thinks that Shieldhouse would blow them out of the water even more than a Shula. Now, that does not obviously mean you'd be that better head coach. I am wondering if it comes down to the interview. Like, if you just knock Art and Omar's socks off with a charismatic interview, are you the next head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers? Because all the guys who are being talked to, of course, have great resumes.
Right.
For the most part. I mean, the worst resume is probably my guy, the Shieldhouse.
Yes. Doesn't really have one.
No. Boy, was he good at Illinois, though. I think he ran a 4.5, but he's still running dudes over. And he was a one-man team. Not unlike Josh Allen.
Yeah, I really like Shula. Only thing is the whole offense and defensive thing, but I think that Shula, and I think the Steelers like him a lot, too.
Well, let's get into that a little bit more coming up next, because 3 of the 4 coaches who remain in the NFL playoffs are offensive guys, but I don't think that tells the full story. So we'll get into that coming up next. Are you interested in Mike McCarthy, Steelers fans? Would you be interested in Sean McDermott? 412-928-9370. We'll get to all that when we come back, but first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Penguins won their game yesterday over the Seattle Kraken. 6-3 was the final score. The Penguins at 57 points right now in the standings. They are in the top 3 of teams in the Metropolitan Division. Penguins' next game comes up tomorrow at 9:30. They play on the road against the Calgary Flames. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. Crowley here for Window Nation. Winters can be brutal in Pittsburgh. Example this morning where I took a shower and my hair got frozen and there's boogers crusted to my nose. Too much information. If your heat's running nonstop in this cold, but you're still cold, well, it's not your insulation. It's probably not your roof. It's probably not your furnace. It could be your old windows to blame, and Window Nation can help. With over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide, Pittsburgh homeowners trust Window Nation to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable while, yes, lowering utility bills. I got new windows, and the utility bills went down. And right now, you can save big with their buy 4, get 4 free Windows sale, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. That's right. Buy 4, get 4 windows free, 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. The Pens are hot, and as a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins, you could ask how you could score Pens tickets. Don't wait. Visit windownation.com today. Sale ends soon.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Indiana makes history. The Hoosiers become the first team to ever finish with a perfect 16-0 record in the modern era of college football. Kurt Signetti and Fernando Mendoza lead Indiana to a 27-21 win over Miami in the national championship game in the Orange Bowl in Miami's home arena. Indiana will now forever be known as one of the best teams of all time on Denton Day.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Got junk? Two men and a junk truck.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Clouds and sun today, the high 20.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. But I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Ring in the new year with a little magic from Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Want a lifetime warranty and complimentary maintenance? Want rewards and an easy-to-use Spitzer VIP app? Granted. Want to lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE from $165 a month? Granted. Hurry in and grant your New Year's wishes today. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 25,082. VIN 5YFB4 MDE 5TP 390565. 39 months. $4,099 due at signing through TMS with approved credit. Does not include title, tax, license, registration, accessories, and dealer fees. $477 doc fee. Zero security deposit. 10K miles per year. See dealer for details. Ends 2/2/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Not a great start to our Tuesday morning rush the day after the holiday. We did have an earlier vehicle fire cleared from the outbound Parkway East. All lanes back open approaching Beechwood Boulevard. And traffic just a little bit heavy there, but mainly steady. Inbound, though, you're getting in line at Edgewood Swissvale. And an accident being cleared in the East Liberty section of the city at the intersection of Negley Run and Washington Boulevards. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, heavy around the Banksville merge point. Route 28 is up to speed, and the HOV lanes open along the Parkway North and the Crosstown, as well as the North Shore Expressway. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. 2026 has only just begun. Why not do the heavy lifting now and cruise through the rest of the year 20, 30, or 50 plus pounds lighter? The results with Awaken 180 come fast, and you'll keep the weight off thanks to free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Breaking news overnight, Robert Saleh goes to the Tennessee Titans. Jeff Hafley, this isn't from overnight, but over the weekend, goes to the Miami Dolphins, the Green Bay Packers defensive coordinator. And we all know that John Harbaugh is a Giant. I did not want the Steelers to hire Hafley. And the other two, they had no interest in hiring.
Yeah.
So 3 candidates off the board. I'm not upset about it.
No, not at all. 2 guys that I've been around, obviously,
right
at Pitt with Hafley for a long time, and Saleh was around him whenever I was with the Texans. He was a quality control guy, but I just for Saleh, real quick, I just it's another tough situation that he's enduring.
Why does he do that to himself?
I know, like it's another tough situation. Like you're probably not going to win next year.
He is clearly one of the very best defensive coordinators in all of football. I would think you could get a job better than the Titans job.
Yeah, yep.
But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he interviewed for the other gigs and realized this was the best opportunity because you got a young quarterback. Perhaps that was the selling point. But he does seem to take very difficult jobs. Yeah. Now, because the carousel's going the way it is, I like the position the Steelers are in. And then you enter the Bills. Now the Bills' job, I think, clearly better than the Steelers' job. I would rank it Bills, Ravens, 1A, 1B.
Yes.
Ravens, Bills, 1A, 1B.
Yes.
Steelers, 3rd.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
But if I'm one of those franchises, I think I go for a McCarthy. Like, I think I would go for a coach who's been there and done it before. Like, I don't want a coach learning on the job with Lamar Jackson or with Josh Allen.
I agree. I could see McDermott being a shoo-in to be the Ravens coach. I think that they would love his mentality and what he brings to the table, and maybe they can get something, out of him with Lamar Jackson, just by the way Lamar Jackson plays, but he does get a little bit more injured. I just think that he kind of fits what the Ravens want to be.
He's definitely their MO. He's a defensive-minded guy. He's a culture guy more than anything else. He's a CEO. There's a ton of similarities between him and Harbaugh. I wonder if that might keep him from the job, though.
Right, true.
Because I look at those guys as almost the same. Like, why is McDermott no longer in Buffalo? Well, he couldn't win the big one with Allen. Why is Harbaugh no longer in Baltimore? Well, he couldn't win the big one with Lamar. I wonder if that would keep him from getting that job.
Like, if you're Shieldhouse and say, like, you are going to be the next head coach this year, like, now, it does sound crazy. Like, would you want to take the job with the Ravens or the Bills, or would you rather take the Steelers? Because that's a lot of pressure. Like, you're going to have to win immediately with Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson, and if you don't, then you're always going to be labeled that guy that was the young up-and-comer that couldn't get it done.
You'll never be a head coach again.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, that's why the Steelers may be creeping up a little bit more towards the 1 or 2 spot, in my opinion, because you're going to have stability. You don't know who your quarterback's going to be, but that's going to give you some cushion to not have to win right away, and the pressure is not going to be as much as having to win a Super Bowl immediately.
I think that's really well said. I think different things would matter for different candidates, right?
Yeah.
And if you're Shieldhouse, you probably believe you're going to be great.
Oh, for sure.
And if you have that confidence, give me Allen or give me Lamar. I don't think they would jump on the opportunity, either the Ravens or the Bills, to hire him. If I'm him, I'd want to go there. But if he could zoom out and view his career for in and out of body kind of experience, go to Pittsburgh. You're going to get to pick your quarterback. You're going to have a long leash. You're going to get to learn on the job. They're not going to fire you. They're going to be patient.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time you feel like you got your sea legs, baptism by fire, now your quarterback's ready to contend. It makes all the sense in the world. A texter writes in, I've seen a lot of this, and it would make sense. I wouldn't do it if I were the Bills, but they might. Dable. Allen loves them.
Oh.
Previous coaching experience took Daniel Jones to the playoffs. You know what that would feel like to me? When the Browns hired Freddie Kitchens because he was buddies with Baker Mayfield.
Right.
Oh, let's let Baker pick the guy. Freddie Kitchens. Boy, that didn't work out.
I bet you Josh Allen has a say-so, though.
He should.
Yeah. But if he does, it's gonna that texture's onto something.
That'd be the best case scenario. Because we had discussed with like Bostic. Bostic said he liked the Giants job better than the Steelers job because he really likes Jackson Dart. I disagreed because they fire coaches in like 10 seconds if they don't do well.
They do have a lot more younger weapons.
But they do. And their defense is stacked.
Yep.
Them hiring Harbaugh was great for the Steelers because the Steelers are never going to hire Harbaugh.
Right.
If Dable went to the Bills, that'd be great because you take that great coaching job off for a candidate the Steelers aren't even going to flirt with.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Give us a ring. Fan hotline 412-928-9370. Brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Would you be interested in a McDermott? I would not. I think he's a hell of a coach. I think he's a great culture guy. I mean, Buffalo won next to nothing, and then that guy got here. I mean, it had been since the 90s.
Yeah.
Since they were good. He made the playoffs in year one with Tyrod Taylor.
Yeah.
Josh Allen wasn't great his first couple of years, and they were pretty good, and then they took off.
I think that's just Tomlin 2.0.
I'm with you.
I mean, almost like literally. I mean, they literally went to college together.
Yeah.
Probably they think the same. And then you're going to give him not a quarterback? And he already had a quarterback?
That's right. If he couldn't get over the hump with literal Superman at the quarterback position, what is he going to do here with no one at quarterback? Doran, and we can get into this later, but I have no earthly idea who the next quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers is going to be.
No idea.
Like no clue.
And I honestly don't think, we can get in depth later, but like I don't think it's anybody in the draft.
Probably not.
I have no idea.
Now, if you hire a Shieldhouse and he falls in love with like Ty Simpson and he's sitting there at 21 and you draft him, I could probably talk myself into loving that.
I mean, you know what probably would happen. I don't know what the contract situation is right now, but I mean, it would fall in line. If you hire a Shula or a Shieldhouse and you don't love anybody in the draft, I could see Garoppolo being the quarterback because they're familiar. He has been a starter in the league.
And he'd be a stopgap.
Exactly.
Familiar with the system.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It'd probably be somebody like that.
That's really not the worst thing in the world. Malik Willis makes some sense if you have an offensive mind.
Is he on his contract here?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Jeez, that went fast.
Yeah.
McKinney and the
Yeah.
Jeez.
If you got an offensive-oriented coach and you signed him to the Justin Fields deal, I think you do a lot worse than that. And if he stinks, so be it. Who cares?
He looked decent.
He looked really good. If he's great, problem solved. If he's not, okay, then you're bad. Who cares?
Mm-hmm.
Then you draft one in 2027, and you can get out of a $20 million quarterback contract real quick. So those are some of the options. So's the old Patriots quarterback.
This is the best thing that could have happened for Will Howard. I know that. He wasn't going to get any opportunity with Tomlin. They were probably going to bring back Aaron Rodgers. He'd probably be the third string. Mason Rudolph's on his last deal of his contract. Probably wouldn't get many opportunities. Now, you're probably not going to bring Rodgers back. You're going to get a different coach in here that may love you. Best thing that happened for Will Howard. And I know people love Will Howard around here. We haven't seen anything from him, but competition-wise, this is good for Will Howard.
I think you can argue the opposite, too, that a new head coach isn't going to give a rat's ass about a sixth-round quarterback. But a next head coach might come in here. I know Art Rooney II isn't about this, but the next head coach might come in here and say, look, Art, the quarterbacks that are available aren't great, really, in free agency, via trade, or the draft. We've got a talented guy in Howard. Let's give him a year and see how it goes. And if he's great, again, problem solved. If he stinks, you should be in prime position to pick a quarterback in 2027. That might be the best option. And I'm not a Will Howard believer, but why not?
Right.
Why not?
Right.
You ain't winning the Super Bowl next year. 412-928-9370. Because Doran is back, we are just flying, baby. We are ADD. Would you consider Mike McCarthy or Sean McDermott head coach? 412-928-9370. We will get into what the Final Four tells us about head coaches and why it might be misleading in a moment. Right now, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Indiana won the college football national championship yesterday after beating Miami in the championship game 27-21. Indiana 16-0 this season as the number 1 ranked team. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Hockey fans, now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime scorer bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, place, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify against stock units only. Offers end 1/2/26.
Shift into the new year with a new Hyundai from Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe Hybrid, both available with 0.99% financing for up to 60 months or receive up to $1,500 in rebates.
MikeCamlinHyundai.com.
All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad and brother. Lester is a chartered financial analyst, and Dad and I are certified financial planners. A favorite client said to me last year, "Someday I'd love to take my girls and their husbands on a family trip together." This was a physician who'd retired after 40 years, and I said to him, "Someday is now." I shared that my parents did the same for my brother and me when we were in our 20s, and the memories we created are priceless. I was so happy when my client and I met again this year, and he showed me pictures from the trip. We want you not just to survive, but to thrive in retirement, to understand what your wealth can do for you and for the people you love. Saving is an important part of a healthy financial plan, but so is enjoying what you've worked for. In retirement, someday is now. Find out how we help you get maximum fulfillment from your money at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Hey guys, this is Pablo Schley, Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. Get your 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. Visit us at schly.company.com. That's SHLY.company.com 412-515-6575.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Hey, Pittsburgh, Bob Pompiani here. Stay warm this winter and keep your game in season at 9 Yards Golf Lounge. Play on the #1 ranked Golf Zone simulators. Join a league. Book a private bay with friends in Ross Township and in Washington, BA by the Meadows Casino. The best rounds in Pittsburgh are at 9 Yards Golf.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Sir Grout, your local grout and natural stone cleaning experts. 412-960-6310.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
We will get into Indiana winning the national championship last night with Austin Bechtold at quarterback. We'll do that in about 14 minutes. I mean, Fernando Mendoza looks like if Austin Bechtold was tall and lifted weights.
It's just so funny that they're in this universe that two people could look alike but also not be anything close alike. Like just so far apart but look exactly the same.
You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Fernando Mendoza after the game was like, these are moments like this that kids dream of, and I was like, yep, Bechtold is still dreaming about that. Yep. he's literally that kid.
Do you think when Bechtold hits a home run in wiffle ball, he pimps it running around the bases, and he just imagines himself as Hank Aaron rounding third after hitting 715?
100%. 100%.
That's our Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, trustpj.com. So you and I have both said we want an offensive guy, but you're not in love with the offensive candidates this cycle. And the Steelers are interviewing Clay Kubiak, who may well be a good head coach one day, but he's not Clint Kubiak, who calls plays in Seattle. Clay doesn't call plays with the 49ers. So you can make the argument maybe the Steelers are interviewing the wrong Kubiak. They also are talking to Shieldhouse, offensive mind, but he's never called plays. He's not even a coordinator. And you could go the Mike McCarthy route, but he's not young. I feel like hiring McCarthy would also be like hiring Tomlin, just offensive Tomlin. Their resumes are very similar. Now, he won more games of late than Tomlin did, going 12-5 in 3 consecutive seasons.
It would just be the fact that you wanted Aaron Rodgers back.
Which...
And the fact that, obviously, he's from Pittsburgh, and he's convenient.
They should definitely interview him, but I love Rodgers. If Tomlin was back, I said no matter what happens in the playoff game, I'd want Rodgers back.
Yeah.
But now Tomlin's gone. It's time for just a hard reset.
Oh, for sure.
Like, I love Rodgers. What a fun year with Rodgers.
Unless nobody blew your socks away, you blew your socks off, and you're like, all right, well, let's just stopgap it for a year and see what the candidate situation's like next year or the year after and do a Pete Carroll type situation. And hopefully, obviously Pete Carroll and the Raiders, they didn't do well at all, but hopefully it's better than that.
I think
or maybe not, because then you have a high draft pick.
I want either Will Howard or Malik Willis, one of these guys that it's high beta. Like there's variance. Like either that guy, wow, they took the next step, or they took a step, or wow, Will Howard knocked our socks off, and that's our guy. Or they just totally suck. I feel like if you bring Rodgers back with Chris Shula, you're looking at 9-10 wins again. And then next year, are you going to be in position to draft a quarterback not where you want to, and you're in a revolving door again? Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Now, 3 of the final 4 coaches are offensive-minded. You got Sean McVay, Mike McDonald, Sean Payton, Mike Vrabel. I guess 2 out of the 4. I did bad math. McVay and Payton are offensive. McDonald and Vrabel are defensive-minded. So 50-50, and it was 50-50 in the divisional round, too. 8 coaches, 4 on offense, 4 on defense. You can win with a defensive-minded head coach if that guy hires good coordinators. So if Shula is the guy, it's not like we're going to be sitting here crying in our beer because they didn't get an offensive guy. You just hope that he hires a good, young staff.
Which he probably will. I mean, he'd poach from, where he's at now. And, he's young enough to, and savvy enough to know what's going on around the league, I believe, to know that he needs a good offensive coach. Which I think, listen, he has done a great job. And I think out of all the candidates that are on the table right now, if you want a young fit and you want to restart this clock and do things different and have a fresh voice and a fresh look, if you're going to go in that direction and not the McCarthy direction, I think Shula is the guy. Like, he fits every single thing that you want as a Pittsburgh Steelers head coach.
He's also the longest. Right. And he's the longest tenured Sean McVay disciple. No one's been on McVay's staff longer than Chris Shula. And if I want the next McVay, and my God, do I, maybe he is the next McVay. I mean, I know he's a defensive guy, but here's the thing about McVay. He's not just a schemer. That guy commands a room.
Yes, he does. Yeah.
He's a dog.
And they think the same. They played together in college. Like, I mean, it's kind of like the Tomlin McDermott thing. So it's not like, you're getting the same version, but the defensive side. And it's not like the guy probably doesn't know offense. Like, we always get, and I even put myself in this category. Like, I get into this like little hole of like, oh, defensive coach, he only knows defense. No, they know offense too. They know what it takes.
Yeah, Tomlin played wide receiver.
Right.
Like, you think about Chuck Noll to go way back. Chuck Noll was a guard, but then he was a defensive coordinator. It's not like he didn't know offense. That's a good point. 412-928-9370. Should we go to T in the car?
Sure.
Hi, T.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I think we're missing the boat a little bit. Brian Flores, he's in the clubhouse, guys. He's going to have a second interview this week, and he has a pedigree. Look at his record and his situation.
T, your phone sucks because you're driving. We apologize for having to hang up on you. Yeah, Brian Flores is a big candidate.
Can I
mention him in the first segment?
I'm just not on that boat. I just don't want Flores at all. I don't. I think I told you this whenever I saw you, like last week. I do take what Ryan Fitzpatrick says, and I take it seriously. And, him not being a Flores guy, if you're rubbing that guy wrong, and I know he's not the end-all, be-all Ryan Fitzpatrick, but if you're rubbing him the wrong way and he comes out and says that about you, I don't know if it's going to be a good mix. I don't know if it would be what people think it is.
I think he's a hell of a defensive coordinator. They were 3rd this year in yards, 7th in points, 5th in points last year. First year in Minnesota, they were great. At Miami, his defenses were great after that first year. And he had 2 winning seasons in 3 years in Miami. But ask yourself this question to your point. How does a head coach of the Miami Dolphins, who has back-to-back winning seasons, get cut loose? He rubbed people the wrong way, and now he's interviewing for defensive coordinator positions because you hear that there were some problems with him and players in Minnesota, right, that he might have worn out his welcome there. He was only there for 3 years, not even as head coach, but as DC. If you hired Shieldhouse, just as an example, and Flores is your defensive coordinator, sign me the frig up.
Yeah.
But Flores is not my head coach.
Listen, if the Steelers and Art II, if they loved Flores, he still would be on the staff. Like, Terrell Austin, pick guy, love him, but, like, he's not Dick LeBeau. He's not somebody that's like, I can't hire another guy over this guy.
You easily could have bumped Terrell Austin to the side and promoted him.
Yes.
Now, people here loved him, but he was also, like you're saying, he was a linebackers coach who was only here for a year.
Right.
So in that position for that length of time, it'd be really hard to leave on bad terms unless you were for a year a mega ass. And by all accounts, he wasn't. Look, I think he's a good candidate. I'd like to see him land somewhere. I think he's really good. Here, I want someone who's going to be here for 20 years.
Exactly.
And maybe he learned, but it doesn't sound like he did, to drop the abrasiveness. If he had, he wouldn't be interviewing for other defensive coordinator jobs. He'd just stay in Minnesota. 412-928-9370. Open phones. We will talk to our sports director about all this, Jeff Hawthorne, coming up in about 15 minutes. But up next, we now live in a world where Indiana football is a national champion. We'll briefly touch on that and our thoughts on the college football format when we return. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins won over the Seattle Kraken yesterday. The final score of the game was 6-3. The Penguins top 3 in the Metropolitan Division. They have 57 points. They're behind the New York Islanders and the Carolina Hurricanes right now in the division. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
The Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More problems following you around. This report brought to you by your local Cohen site. Visit today and step into the roll zone. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station. You have an accident. Crews checking reports now at the intersection of 5th and South Aiken Avenues. That's in the Shady Side section of the city. We also have an earlier accident now cleared in East Liberty, reopening the intersection of Negley Run and Washington Boulevards. Parkway West, you are getting in line right around Parkway Center, the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacked at Edgewood Twistvale. And Route 28, that is heavy at the Route 8 on-ramp down toward Millvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Don't marry a person you can live with. Marry the person you can't live without. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off January with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive. Only $299 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
For over 40 years, Wayland Exteriors has built a legacy in Pittsburgh, not just on quality roofing, but on trust. We know inviting a crew to your home takes faith. That is why our family is dedicated to protecting yours with our Respect Your Home guarantee. Backed by hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, we ensure a safe, clean job site every single day. Experience the difference of true professionals. Learn more at waylandexteriors.com and be sure to check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to corriganmoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Leave all the 2025 dirt and celebrate the new year with our friends from Zero Res. It's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res, and don't forget about your air ducts. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Bring in the new year with this month. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119, plus a free hallway, and take 15% off all regular services. Air ducts, tile, hardwood, upholstery, area rugs, and more. Mention the 93.7 The Fan special, 412-701-1188 or ZeroResPGH.com.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here. Every fight. Bam! One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Texter writes in, Shula as head coach, Mike McDaniel as OC, Brian Flores as DC.
Oh, wow. If you can get that, then good for you. That'd be awesome. I think everybody would sign up for that.
I would agree with that. That'd be the dream right there.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
I don't think Mike McDaniel should ever get another head coaching job, but apparently he keeps blowing teams away in interviews because he's got a couple of second interviews.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's just probably scheming things up, and he's getting on the board and saying, like, this is what I could do with that. He's a great offensive mind. That's not, I mean, we know that. He's a great coordinator.
I would hire him as my OC in a second.
Heck yeah.
If you got Shula and McDaniel, I'm in.
Yep.
And forget about the defensive coordinator side of things, because does that really matter when you got Shula as your OC or as your HC? Too many C's.
Too many C's.
412-928-9370. This is Carson Beck before the national championship game.
Did you have class yesterday? If so, what class? And I know there was a pep rally on campus. Just what has it been like being you as a student this week, particularly yesterday?
No class. I graduated 2 years ago, so obviously I've been working towards other degrees now that I've gotten to Miami, but these programs take a little longer than just a year to finish, so obviously I'm not enrolling again next semester, so I will be done after this season.
It's a good system we got.
So, Malachi Toney, one of the most electrifying players in college football. Saw it last night. Seen it all season. I mean, he's fantastic. He's a freshman. Right? 17 years old whenever he got, I think when the season started. You know, Malachi Toney was 11 years old. 11 years old when Carson Beck was a freshman in college.
Oh,
11.
My God. I never thought about it like that.
Yep. 11.
He was a boy out there playing amongst men because Indiana's roster is older on average than the Green Bay Packers roster.
You're joking, right?
No, the Packers are like 23.8. It's like neck and neck, and there's like 23.9. Yeah. Not only did Indiana, the losingest program in college football history, make the playoff in year one under Cignetti, they go 16-0 in year two and win the national championship. It's one of the greatest college football seasons of all time. 16-0. They're not done. We were talking about that off air. It's the greatest coaching job in the history of American sports. And I'm not sure there's a close second. And I understand that he's got Cuban bankrolling him, but, you know, that wouldn't have happened if in year one they didn't go to the playoff.
Well, did Cuban actually spend money this year, or is he spending money next year? That's the question. Like, I don't think Cuban spent money for this roster.
He's doing it on the next one.
I think so.
Oh, okay.
That's what I assume.
Either way, they had the TV money from the Big Ten that they could use.
They have money.
They have money, but you're not getting as much money as they needed to put this year's roster together if last year he doesn't go and take the team to the playoff.
Think about how many JMU transfers he's got, too, though. It's not like he's like buying – they're not buying players from Oregon, Ohio State. Like, so a lot of those guys that contributed at a high level or even started came from JMU.
It's a roster where there's going to be guys who are drafted, and I think anyone watching Mendoza now says, yeah, he looks like a five-star quarterback, but they don't have a five-star on the roster.
No. It is, and I think that's what's so fascinating for everybody that has followed Indiana is they are just a really good, well-coached football team. Like, there's not stars across the board. Like I said, it's not Ohio State. It's not an Alabama or a Georgia. Like, they just play really good football. They play an old school style. They're very physical. They don't mess up. They don't commit penalties. They score and they create turnovers on special. They do all the things that you're taught whenever you're young that creates a good football team. That's what they do at the college level, and that's why they won every single game this season. It's really fantastic. It was really awesome to watch, and knowing that Kurt Cignetti and is from Pittsburgh, grew up in Pittsburgh, and was at IUP, and obviously his brother was my offensive coordinator, so keep in touch with him. It's just awesome for their family, and what their dad had done too at West Virginia. It was awesome, and obviously Shanahan being my teammate at Pitt.
It is really cool.
It's awesome. Just love it.
Kurt Cignetti in 2 years has won 27 games, 27-2. You have to add up the wins from the last 6 years to get to 28.
Wow.
Prior to him getting there. And there's an 8-win team in there. They had 8 wins in 2019. Before that, they hadn't finished above 500 since 2007. Before that, they hadn't finished above 500 since 1991. And then 88, 87. And then before that, not 79. It is the worst program in college football history. And he walks in there in year one and takes them to the playoff. In year two, they don't lose a game, and they kick the crap out of everyone except for Miami.
And think about who they kicked the crap out of, too. Think about who they beat to get to where they were yesterday. They beat Ohio State.
The defending national champion Ohio State Buckeyes.
Alabama.
Yep.
Oregon and Miami. 4 of the top programs in college football history. And they just boop.
I'll tell you what. I can't believe we haven't been determining the champion like this forever. You've got the 10th ranked team in the country playing for a national championship. But forever in college football, it's like, just put the top 2 teams. Right. Nobody else could possibly win it. No one else has a shot. Miami, 10th in the country. They play for a national championship. Indiana wins the national championship, and it was a great playoff. Mm-hmm. There's some blowouts along the way. There have been some blowouts along the way in the NFL playoff. I love it. Don't tinker with it. We don't need 16 yet. If it goes to 16, fine. I'm sure it will one day because cash money. Yep. But roll with 12 for a little bit because I'm intrigued. I'm liking it. Mm-hmm. Next year, by the way, the national championship will be played even later. It'll be the week before February starts. A lot of people have been bitching about that. Oh, it's too late for the college football season. Nah, make it longer. Make it as long as possible.
Why is it going to be longer? Later?
I forget. Hope that helps.
Thanks.
Yep.
Nice. Okay, thank you.
Texter, closest game Indiana had was Penn State. Just saying.
Yeah, by literally an inch.
Yep.
A literal inch.
Inch can make a big difference.
It can, yes. Bell of danger.
Coming up next, Sports Director Jeff Hawthorne with the latest on the Pittsburgh Steelers head coaching search. Does he think Cam Hayward's going to come back next year? Does TJ Watt want to play for another guy? We'll get into all that with him when we return. But first, Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll let KDKA take care of that. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. It's cold out there. Temperatures bottoming out at around 2 degrees in Pittsburgh. If you're wondering, the record low for today is 18 below. That was set in 1985. No big warm up today, even with sunny skies. I have Pittsburgh hitting a high of just 17 degrees. Noon temperatures will be near 10 degrees with winds out of the west at about 10 miles an hour. Hey, snow chances are set to return tomorrow afternoon with highs soaring to the mid-30s. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Checking reports of an accident now. This is in the Shady Side section of the city at the intersection of 5th and South Aiken Avenues. Meanwhile, the Parkway West getting in line right around Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East jams at Edgewood Swissvale. Route 28 heavy past Shaler Waterworks down toward Millvale. Then again between the 40th and 31st Street bridges toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Need a new roof? Call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing. They have 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget that's right for you. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, they're your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Callthepickle.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Bring in the new year during the Start New sale at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, and Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Get great savings on remaining 2025 models. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for 0% APR for 60 months. Or get a 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We are now joined by our sports director, host of yesterday's Fan Morning Show, wonderful man Jeff Hawthorne, for the Hawk Report. The Hawk Report. Brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Good morning, Jeff. Was Harry well behaved for you guys yesterday?
He did a great job yesterday. Yeah, he was awesome. It was good to be with Colony in the morning.
Well,
I don't know how much he enjoyed getting up that early again, but it was good to hear him on the air.
I don't think he enjoyed getting up, but it did seem like he enjoyed giving his takes because he hung out with Bob for a little while after he was on the air. Yes. He just wanted to keep hosting, Jeff.
Yeah, Bob came in and said, "Hey, you guys want to stay?" And I'm like, "Hey, good seeing you, Bob." And Jim's like, "Yeah, I got nothing else to do." So,
man, ain't that the life? All right, here's the updated NFL head coaching landscape. Overnight, breaking news, the Titans hired Robert Saleh as their head coach. The Giants got John Harbaugh. Falcons got Kevin Stefanski. Dolphins, Jeff Hafley. The Bills, now they enter the chat. They are head coachless. Then you got the Steelers, Ravens, Browns, Cardinals, and Raiders. We also know who has interviewed for the Steelers job. And of this group, Jeff, if you had to pick right now who might be the leader in the clubhouse, who do you think it is? Ejiro Evero, whose name I've butchered for Carolina. Jeff Hafley. I nailed it? Good. Jeff Hafley, whose name I butchered before. He is no longer a candidate. Clay Kubiak, Jesse Minter, Nate Scheelhaas, Chris Shula, Anthony Weaver, Brian Flores, and Mike McCarthy. Who do you think is right now the most likely candidate?
It seems like the most momentum behind a candidate is Chris Shula, given his experience being a defensive guy, but also working for an offensive guy. I think there's a thought that I think the dream pairing is Shula brings Scheelhaas for his first coordinator job. And I think that's what you're looking at. Now, there's still a ways to go. There's still some impressions to be made. But I think that's, as you look at it, might be the favorite of all of them. Different guys bring different experiences. I mean, 5 of the 7 were defensive coordinators. So it seems like the Steelers are kind of stuck to their type that they've had. Not that they've had a lot of coaches, in the last 55 years.
Jeff, how real do you think it would be if Mike McCarthy was the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers next year? I mean, obviously it would be a convenient hire. If Art II is in love with Aaron Rodgers and Rodgers wants to come back, that's probably the best situation for that to happen. But how real do you think it is that McCarthy could be the guy next year?
I don't think it's high. I mean, he could come in and wow and say, listen, I'll bring this. I mean, I'll bring Kubiak, my offensive coordinator, and I'll go out and I've got a good defensive guy already in mind. And so I don't want to completely rule it out. I think McCarthy is like a senior offensive analyst or coach, or being a part of, the guy's still a good offensive mind. They didn't have the best seasons in Dallas, but I don't question his offensive brain. And maybe if he doesn't get the job, maybe this is a talk you have with him, not in this conversation, but you have a conversation with him. And then in the back of your mind, you think, okay, we hire one of these young guys and McCarthy's the associate head coach in charge of something or another, because I think bringing him into the fold would be great. I don't know if as head coach, but at some point in the organization, I could see that.
Jeff Hawthorne joining us. He's our sports director on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Brian Flores reportedly going to get an in-person interview. What kind of impression did he leave upon people here when he left, Jeff? Was he a popular figure?
He was a figure that commanded respect. Like, you saw it from when he first came. Like, guys were listening to what he had to say. He's got that presence about him. Like, it's not like I'm Mr. Tough Guy, but he just kind of walks into the room and he has that kind of swagger, and you kind of look at him like, all right, I'm not going to mess with him. I mean, and from the player standpoint, like, the linebackers that work with him raved about him, about his knowledge, how he communicated that knowledge, the mindset that he wanted to play with. And the Steelers saw that for a year. So I do think that gives him an advantage, an opportunity. At least the guys have a feeling for what they're getting into. And I think that's what you're getting with Flores. It's a defensive mind, but it's that kind of quiet confidence that what he could bring to a team or an organization.
Jeff, with Mike Tomlin stepping down, it gives the Steelers organization and Art II and Danny Rooney an opportunity to kind of to reset, to start fresh, to try to implement something newer within the Steelers organization. Are you surprised that Omar Khan still has this job right now? No, because he's been a part of the organization for a long time. They felt like he's worked his way up. And I think they like some of the moves and some of the different things that he's brought here over since he's taken over as general manager, some of the aggressive trades.
not afraid to take some chances on guys. So no, I'm not surprised, and I do think they feel like he's a big part of this thing going forward. And listen, for Omar, this is your first shot too. Like, hey, I've had all these ideas that maybe because Tomlin was there, I couldn't implement, but I have some thoughts about what a good head coach would be and what we could do to this roster. And now I don't have anyone blocking me. Who knows what Andy Weidel's future, but I wonder if Andy kind of feels that too. Like, hey, this is our first chance to really have our roster, all the things that we talked about. And there may have been some things along the way that maybe Mike Tomlin didn't agree with.
There are a couple of GM jobs open. I haven't seen Weidel connected to them, which is surprising to me. Am I right in that?
Yeah, I have not either. I mean, you never know.
Right.
Sometimes with these things, and the Steelers are pretty good about keeping their business in-house. Eventually it's going to happen, whether it's this year or not. Maybe coming off this year, he's not the most attractive candidate, but he'll be a general manager at some point.
Jeff reports this weekend that the Steelers would be interested in Aaron Rodgers coming back. If Rodgers were interested, what % chance do you give that of happening? I mean, I know we don't know who the head coach is right now, but it just seems like the perfect time for a reset. That doesn't make much sense to me.
I think if McCarthy's on staff, then that percentage jumps dramatically. If Mike LaFleur is on staff, I think that percentage jumps. If it's a defensive guy that he doesn't have a relationship with and brings in an offense, I think that's really what it comes down to here.
Okay.
He was really strongly tied with Mike Tomlin. He talked about it often, of being the reason. While I don't think it's going to happen, I think there is a possibility, because the other thing to remember in this whole equation is what Art said last week. We don't look at wasting a year. And would starting, maybe not Mason, but people have said, hey, put Will Howard in there. In some respects, for a guy who's never played in the NFL, that could potentially be wasting a year trying to see what this guy has. So I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. I just don't think it's likely.
Jeff, did the Bills get it right, or did they get it wrong by firing McDermott?
Damn. And Doran, you guys know, Starkey knows really well. Look at some of those playoff losses. A couple of them are in overtime against Kansas City and Mahomes, against Burrow when he was rolling. I mean, there's a call or two, and McDermott's still the head coach, and he's playing for a Super Bowl. I do think, though, much like with the Steelers, you have to read the room in Buffalo. Like, if you feel like it's just not going to change, and you still have this shot with this once in a lifetime, once in a franchise quarterback, I think you have to do what you have to do. So I'm not around it day to day, but I don't think it's the worst decision ever. Like, if the Bills decide, listen, we've peaked and we need to change. He might be a good coach, but we need to get over the top. And it's been interesting that immediately Brian Daboll's name's been put into that realm, because he had a great relationship with Josh.
Which head coaching candidacy do you think is more attractive, the Bills' job or the Ravens' job?
I think they're both attractive. I don't know. I look at the Ravens. I mean, Henry's still playing at a high level. Lamar is still a great player. You got a couple of good tight ends. Zay Flowers is a good receiver. You've got Roquan and Hamilton on the defensive side. I would lean towards Baltimore, because I think you've got more defensively than you do right now in Buffalo. And look at Buffalo's receiving. I mean, I think even though the Ravens have some holes at receiver, I just think overall they've got more. And I know Cook's a good tailback, but I guess I would go slightly Baltimore, but it's close.
Jeff, it clearly was very impressive what Indiana did this year. 16-0, obviously winning the national championship last night. But are they giving like a false hope to some schools out there that they can be the next Indiana?
So funny. I was thinking about that after the game, because it brings hope to any program. I mean, Indiana was bottom of the Big Ten for decades. Like, if they got into a bowl game at 6-5, it was like parade time in Indiana. Now, for all those other coaches at programs that are struggling, the thought is, well, why can't you do this? So I think it ramps up the pressure on all these other programs, like the Boston colleges and places like that have never won. Like, hey, why, if Cignetti can do this at Indiana, why can't we do this here? So it brings hope, but I think it also brings pressure and probably in a lot of cases, unrealistic expectations that, hey, you could do this here. Yeah. I mean, I think Cignetti is one of one. Like, he's the whole deal. And it's so awesome. Like, think about him being on the field with his dad at IUP. And, you know, where Shanahan is, you know him, I mean, where Mike Shanahan has come from, with all that he dealt with in college, and then to kind of hook on with Cignetti and to win a national title. Their defensive coordinator was at IUP. I mean, it's awesome. And dude, if you looked in that stadium, if you put Mendoza in that stadium and you went around and said, all right, pick the guy who's going to be the Heisman Trophy winning, busting through the toughest defense in college football for the game-winning touchdown guy, he's like at least next to last of the guys you pick. There's no way. Right. You would look at him and say, this dude is tough as hell and will do anything and will make plays at the key moments. I mean, and some of those back shoulder and those fade passes were well executed. I mean, that dude was a walk-on. I mean, this is what makes it such a great story is you're not going to see stories like that. For all the teams that dream it, you're just not going to see it. And now they've got Cuban funding them. So Indiana's not going anywhere.
That is correct. IUP, Elon, James Madison, Indiana, 27-2 in 2 years with a national championship. Unbelievable. TJ Watt and Cam Hayward, you think both guys will be back next year, Jeff? Last thing for you.
You know, given we don't waste a year and we believe we can win and this coach needs to come in, that philosophy, I think Cam's interesting because now he's going in to a contract year again. And, you know, you could feel some bad tension. Like, I could see there be a slight possibility where he might think about other options or the team might explore other options. If they were ever going to do it, this would be the year to do it.
Jeff, you're the man. Appreciate the time. Thank you very much. We'll talk to you on Thursday.
Thanks, boys.
Thanks, Jeff.
That's Jeff Hawthorne. Check out more from Jeff on 937thefan.com. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I want to react to Jeff. What he had to say about Harbaugh. What he had to say about McCarthy. And your question about Omar Khan, I think, was a good one. We'll react when we come back. Right now, it's Nicholas Harry-Callis, Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Indiana, the college football national champion, they won the game yesterday over Miami 27-21, and the number one ranked team went 16-0 this season. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
It's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and quality customer experience. I saw for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. In dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Officer, you've got the wrong guy. Sean McDermott fired as the head coach of the Buffalo Bills despite Josh Allen being the worst quarterback in the NFL at turning the ball over since 2018. The scapegoat, McDermott, while Allen stays and Buffalo begins its search. I'm Drake Toll.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Okay, so you've waited and you waited and you waited some more. Let's not wait anymore. Time for new stuff, right? New year. Call in Dunlap for Schultz Ford, schultzford.com. Go ahead and turn a new leaf. All those cliches, right? New year, this, that, resolution. Just go get a new ride from Schultz Ford. Great selection. It's fantastic. All those great locations. You know, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin. Maybe you're in Wheeling. Well, bang, Schultz Ford right there. And, you know, you can browse or you can shop right online all the time, 24/7, 365, schultzford.com. You will not purchase a vehicle from better people. Customer service, it cannot be beaten. So, F-150, you want that in this new year? Get it. Explorer, you want that in this new year? Go and get that. Bronco or Bronco Sport, let's go. New year, new you, new vehicle. Check it out right now. schultzford.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
To...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here. Every fight. Bam! One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Trouble, which also stands for traffic, and boy, is that looking bad. This report brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Consider joining the family that is Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and shape your future today. Inbound side of Route 28, an accident at the 40th Street Bridge on-ramp causing delays back to the Route 8 at the bypass, heading down past the scene and that on-ramp. Meanwhile, earlier closure of the Fort Pitt tunnels on the outbound side still causing delays back across the Fort Pitt Bridge and onto the approaches from the Parkway East. First, you're jammed at the 2nd Avenue off-ramp all the way down past the county jail. And then again, as you head up onto the Fort Pitt Bridge's lower deck, it's also jammed across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge heading from the North Shore. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Before we react to Jeff, I just saw a video of porn star Abella Danger crying after Miami lost in the national championship game. So the season started with Avery Johnson's dad and brother fighting in a puddle in Ireland. Right. And it ends with Abella Danger crying in the stands. You gotta tell me, if there's anything better than college football, I ain't seen it.
It's the best reality show going now.
You've got this religious quarterback praying for like 10 minutes on the field before the game with his fingers so intertwined, it's like me trying to get a Super Nintendo for Christmas when I was a kid. And then there's a porn star crying in the stands.
Unbelievable.
I mean, it's just amazing. And that run by Mendoza to win the national championship, if he wasn't going 1-1 before, he going 1-1 now.
Yes, he is. He swore. See that?
Oh, boy. Did he?
Yep.
Oh, he ain't who I thought he was.
Let's
then.
bleep and go.
The Super Nintendo line I stole from a texter. I want to give them full credit at 412-928-9370. You can produce for our show as well on the text line, and you can also tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. So you asked Jeff about Omar Khan. Yes, Harry?
What did you mean by that? You said you can produce for our show on the text line?
Yeah, I stole their content and wasn't going to give them credit, and then I felt bad for it, and then I did it. Gave them credit.
Oh.
Cool. If you give us content, you're producing. Facts. You asked Jeff about Omar Khan. Do we trust Omar?
Don't know yet. I really don't know. That's why, I thought it was a valid question, because if you're, you have this opportunity where your head coach comes to you and after 19 years said he's going to step down, if that's how it went, behind closed doors, it's like, all right, well, I'm going to start fresh and I'm going to start new. And you don't get these opportunities that much if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers. So I was kind of surprised. I'm kind of surprised right now that they didn't move in a different direction with the front office.
Man.
A little bit surprised.
I'm not, because Tomlin stepped down. Like, if they had fired Tomlin.
But doesn't that give you kind of like you maneuver your way into like, okay, then now we're just going to clear house?
I think they believe in Omar Khan.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so hard to separate what Khan brought to the table from a personnel standpoint and what Tomlin was doing from a personnel standpoint. I like the last 3 drafts a lot. I mean, Joey Porter Jr. became a guy this year.
He did.
Keanu Bent was playing much better at the end of the year. Darnell Washington, Nick Herbig. Those are the guys that were drafted in the first year under Khan, and Weidl. Spencer Anderson did stuff this year. Logan Lee, Mason McCormick, Peyton Wilson, Zach Frazier, Troy Faltanu, Derek Harmon, Jack Sawyer, Y.A. Black, Carson Broomer. I think their last 3 drafts have been good. Art and Omar are going to make this hire. I don't know if they're going to do a good job. I mean, Art was part of the hiring process in 2007, but Dan was the guy.
Right.
So now you've got somebody who's never made the final call before, and you've got a general manager who's never done this before. I have no idea if they know what's best for the franchise and how to identify a great hire who's going to usher in the next great era of Steelers football. I have no idea, and that's not sexy for sports talk radio. Like, I should plant my flag in, yes, I believe in him, or no, I don't. I don't know. How does anybody know?
I have no clue, but now the more we talk through this, I'm not like super surprised, but I'm surprised that it's like, all right, like let's start fresh. But at the same time, knowing how Art operates, he needs some type of foundation, right? Like he wants to have some type of, some house to live in. He doesn't want to just not live in the house and kind of live in a hotel for a long time. He has to have something that is like foundational with how the Pittsburgh Steelers are built right now. I feel like that's kind of how he operates. He doesn't want to have a full change because that takes a lot of work to build back up.
Right.
So now that we talk through it,
he gets to keep his structure still in place. And he even said in his press conference, and I'm sure it won't be quite the power that Tomlin had, but he said in the press conference that their structure is going to remain the same. This has always been a coach-centric organization. Chuck Noll had a ton of power. Bill Cowher had a ton of power, pushed Tom Donahoe to the side. Mike Tomlin clearly had a lot of power and continued to accrue power, and this next head coach is going to have a big say in personnel decisions. Now, not to the extent Tomlin did.
No.
Because
not yet.
Not yet. But if you win, eventually, yeah, absolutely. But I think you nailed it. You're not going to start from scratch because they don't believe in starting from scratch.
I just would because I just don't know. Like, I would want my GM and coach to kind of think the same and knowing that they operate the same but still do things a little bit different, if that makes sense. You just don't know how that relationship is going to go. Like, what if Shula and Khan just
don't like each other?
Right.
Right.
They have different philosophies.
I don't think Dubas and Sullivan saw eye to eye. And you see what's happened to the Penguins since Sullivan left, and we've seen what's happened to the Rangers, and it ain't good, by the way. It's always a weird thing in sport. Like, my philosophy would always be you hire a pair.
Yeah.
Or I would bring in a GM that would hire his coach.
Right.
Or if you wanted it to be coach center, you hire a coach and he hires a GM, whatever. But that those guys are in lockstep. Now this guy's going to have to come in, whoever it is, and see things through the eye of Khan. That sounds prophetic. Sound pretty good. All right. Your calls on this. Do you trust Omar? At 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls coming up next after we find out if we're smarter than a plumber. Who wants to be smarter than a plumber when we come back with Southside Jake? But first, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins won their game yesterday over the Seattle Kraken. It was a 6-3 final score. Penguins at 57 points. Now they're third among teams in the Metropolitan Division. Penguins next play tomorrow night on the road. Another road game for the Penguins against the Calgary Flames. It's a 9:30 puck drop tomorrow. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
What do you want from your building supplier? No nonsense pricing, incredible service from contact through completion of your project. That's what you get from my guys at Reed Building Supply. I know this because I've known them for years. They choose their partners with care. We're talking fast delivery from regional centers, responsive support when things don't go as planned, and reliable service always. Experience, knowledge, integrity, service, all from your personal Reed rep. Check them out today at reedbuildingsupply.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back. The FuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's top customs, hot rods, muscle cars, trucks, tuners, and more, including the ISCA Championship finalists. Catch the Dukes of Hazzard reunion with Cars and Stars. See the J.Lo Lee, Uncle Jesse's Truck, Cooter's Tow Truck, Daisy's Jeep, and Boss Hogg's Cadillac. Saturday, meet Catherine Bach and John Schneider. Sunday, meet Lou Graham, the original voice of the rock band Foreigner. The family will love the amazing Megamorph transforming robot car. Kids under 12 are free. The FuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This weekend at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets available at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. Part of the Summer Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldOfWheels.com for more info.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spiritwear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Hey, Chris Muller here. We're 3 weeks into the new year. All right, folks, time to face the music. Have any of you lost 20 pounds yet? You could have, and it's not too late to start. I was down 20 in my first 3 weeks with Awaken 180. Hey, Donnie, how about you?
Same story here, Malsey. We both dropped over 10 pounds in that first week, 20 in 3 weeks, and then just kept shedding 4 to 5 pounds every single week.
Pretty simple. By eating to lose weight. It sounds simple because it is. And once you know your body, once your Awaken 180 coach knows you, the rest, well, you get the point.
Both of us dropped 20 pounds in our first 3 weeks. Me, 45 overall. Chris dropped the 35 he needed to lose, and thousands of others have met their goals too.
If I could do it, if Donnie could do it, I know any of our listeners could too. Awaken 180 is a game changer. No working out, no pills, no hunger. Find out during your first call to the solution for weight loss, Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online, awaken180weightloss.com.
And now it's time for Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
That's right. Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Plumber? Brought to you by Southside Plumbing and Heating with Southside Jake. Good morning to you, Jake. How we doing, brother?
Well, it's been a long time. It's been a long, long time since we've all been together. So I'm hoping you guys have had a great holiday and time off. I know, me and Adam. I think we did one show in between Doran's absence.
Happy New Year.
Yes.
Yeah, same to you guys. I know this is a sports show, but before we get into that, we got to talk about this weather. It is freezing cold out there. And obviously a little public service announcement here. This is just a preview. If you looked at the forecast, next Saturday, we got 5 to 7 days of this cold temperature.
Nice.
So, like I said, you guys got to prepare your furnaces. This is imperative. It's not only about comfort, it's about safety. It's about your property being protected. You guys got to prepare your furnaces. So you got a couple days. Call us, get an inspection done before it's too late. And like I said, always think family company. Don't go to that corporate owned, guys. because they like to sell a lot of equipment, and let's just leave it at that.
There we go.
Every night before I go to sleep, I like to pet my furnace and give it a pep talk.
That's nice.
Yeah. I say, Mr. Furnace, please keep us warm throughout the night.
That's good.
Has never failed me once. All right, Jake, would you like to engage in a battle of sports trivia?
That's what we're here for.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right. Let's see. Let's go back 30 years here. So let's say 1996. Since 1996, and this is obviously going to include a few years of the AFC Central, which was realigned to NFC North. What is the best record to come out of the division by a team, such as, let's just say, most wins and least losses? We know that sometimes the season was extended to more games, but here's your options. A, 15-1. B, 14-2. C, 13-3. Or D, 12-4. And remember, you have two lifelines, which include Harry Callis and 50-50.
Well, the Steelers went 15-1 in 2004.
Oh, okay. Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
Well, you are correct. That was pretty good.
That was maybe your worst question of all time. Feel pretty good about this. Yeah, that's good.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I tried to throw that in with the AFC Central thing.
Yeah, you try to throw us off, but you can't.
Nope.
You can't.
Nope. Won't know.
Yeah, I know. Jacksonville went 14-2 at one point.
Yeah, who cares?
So,
Steelers won 15-1.
Correct.
I got to give you an easy one every once in a while. All right, next one. Good job. In 2003, Sean McVay was voted the state of Georgia's 4A Offensive High School Player of the Year. This future NFL star finished second in voting. A, Chris Johnson. B, Calvin Johnson. C, Percy Harvin. Or D, Adrian Peterson.
Adrian Peterson was in Texas. Percy Harvin was in Virginia. I think it's Calvin Johnson. He's from Georgia.
Final answer, big dog.
You are correct.
Yes! Dickerson in the house!
Yes, sir.
My goodness.
Sean
That's
McVay,
great.
that guy was probably getting so much ass in high school, man.
Bella Danger.
Do you guys know where he went to college?
Miami, Ohio.
Yeah? Oh, my God. Jeez.
It's good to have Doran
I'm
back.
not even here.
That's right.
I'm not even here. That wasn't even the final question, but good God.
Last question
Great.
means nothing except for bragging rights. Let's go.
Man, am I going to get swept today?
Probably.
Swept.
Oh, Josh Allen holds the record for the most playoff wins without a Super Bowl appearance.
Oh.
How many playoff wins does he have in 15 games played? A, 9, B, 8, C, 7, D, 6.
I think I know the answer, but I want to go 50-50 because we have it.
Yeah.
Okay. B, 8, C, 7.
Is that one of your answers?
No. My answer was 9, so you want to go with 8?
Yeah.
You want to go with 7?
Yeah.
Me too. Let's go with 7.
Answer is B, 8.
Go to hell. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Good luck. Stay warm and be safe out there.
Thanks, Jake.
Jake, good luck.
See you guys. Have a good
Stay
day.
warm. Be safe out there.
Yes,
Goodbye.
sir.
Texter, Doran said a Bella Danger. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, we've been talking about that all morning.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Harry didn't know who a Bella Danger was.
No, he had to look her up.
Which I love. That's good. Innocence. Do you think Mendoza knows?
Wow, that's a good one. No.
That's a Twitter poll.
No, he doesn't.
He does now, I bet, but he
no,
might
I
not.
mean, he probably doesn't.
How about Signetti said, we'll take the day off. We'll be back at it on Wednesday. Hey, Sig. Take a beat. Take a beat.
Those coaches are wired differently.
I know they are. Let Mark Cuban build your roster this offseason. You sit back, drink a couple of cold ones.
He said he was going to have a beer.
He did. I like the cut of that guy's jib. All right, our question at 412-928-9370. Do you trust Omar Khan to help Art Rooney II to get this hire right? 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Indiana, the college football national champions. They beat Miami yesterday, 27-21. They're the first champion as part of the new college football playoff format. And Indiana, ranked number 1, went 16-0 this season. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Earlier accident on inbound Route 28, still causing some heavy traffic. First, approaching the Route 8 at the bypass, down past Shaler Waterworks. Second, delay past Millvale, down toward East Ohio Street. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that's jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, while the Parkway East suburban side delays are at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Then you're steady from there up to the Fort Pitt Bridge's lower deck. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Book us. 2menandajunktruck.com.
Repurposed jewelry that's been in your drawer for years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to get stronger just around the corner, so you can give everything you've got. Whether you want to crush a few reps before class with our expanded strength equipment or sweat it out on your way home from work. With over 2,800 locations, there's a Planet Fitness close to you, and most are open 24 hours. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 30th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Guys, it's Chris Muller, and if your date nights have been ending in disappointment, if the fail music plays when you head to the bedroom, if your wife or your girlfriend are looking at you with kind of that sad and disappointed look, I'm here to tell you that there is help out there for you. It's Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet, guys. It's a cheat code for the old downstairs region. You can feel like you did in your glory days, in your prime with Blue Chew. You can be more confident where and when it counts with Blue Chew. And it isn't just about performance. It's about giving her group chat, they're always talking, something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Do you think Fernando Mendoza knows who Abella Danger is? Thus far, 71% of the voters say no. Do we think Bechtold knows?
Nope.
I agree.
There's two things they have in common. They look like each other, and they don't know who Abella Danger is.
Yep. You can listen to the Fan Morning Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast.
I have a question. Real
Sure.
Quick. Is it okay to not know that information?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Well,
like, should I feel ashamed for not knowing? I mean,
no.
Yeah. Yeah. You're 27?
Am I supposed to be watching porn all the time?
No.
No.
I mean, in his defense, he didn't know what conference Penn State was in.
That is true.
Yeah.
And
why is that in my defense?
What did he look up the one
Because there's
time?
stuff that normal guys your age know that you don't. That's all. It's okay.
Who do we have him look up? Oh, Billy Bob Thornton.
Yes. And then somehow he found himself on an adult porn site.
I was looking up a sex scene he was involved in.
That's right. That was it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think if you polled young men your age, I'm pretty sure that most of them would know who she is.
Where is she on the porn star totem pole right now?
Of all time?
I mean, she's definitely...
She has she has grown in the last 24 hours.
What are we... Well, yes, no question about that. I imagine she's the most Googled human being on planet Earth right now. Her, Signetti, and Mendoza. People are like, oh, wow, geez. I didn't know that Signetti coached at Elon and IUP. All right, Abella Danger. Is that 2 L's or is that 1? We've also asked the question at 412-928-9370. Do you trust Omar Khan to make this hire? Dorn and I say, we don't know. He's never done this before. And I don't know how involved he was in coordinator hires. I'm guessing somewhat involved. I mean, he's got to have some say.
Mm-hmm.
That hadn't gone all that great. Let's go to Dave in North Huntington. Hi, Dave. You're on the air.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Hey, Doran, welcome back. Congratulations on the new addition to the family.
Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. It's hard to say, but I have faith that together with Weidel, that they'll come up with a good coach. That's all you can do, really. I mean, there's a lot to choose from out there now, that's for sure. But the one thing, in the game last night, in that national championship game, I can now understand why Joey Porter was so handsy his rookie season, especially because, my God, they didn't call anything last night as far as pass interference.
They did not.
So I just wanted to throw that.
Thank you, Dave. Meanwhile, in the Bills playoff game, they didn't know what was pass interference and what wasn't pass interference.
That was wild.
Was that a catch or not a catch? Was that a pick or not a pick?
I think that was a catch because he went to the ground. I mean, think about Aaron Rodgers' play.
I know. I didn't think Aaron Rodgers was a catch.
And then they ruled a catch.
But they ruled it a catch.
If his knee was down, then he was down there.
I feel like if the defensive back wasn't there and his knee is down, but he rolls over and he loses the ball, it's not a catch. But like I think it's gray. And so Bills fans feel like they got robbed. I don't know that it's like 100% clear cut that they got robbed. No. And if I'm Josh Allen, I'm more pissed that I overshot the tight end in the seam than I am about that play.
Yes.
But that was I say it all the time. It's kind of become a joke of the show. Like every time there's a big game, we can block out a set of time that we can talk about officiating afterwards. Text her. She's retired and has been for a while.
Oh, good for her.
I didn't know that.
Good for her.
Who's the other one that's retired and recently got married? You know, you just don't want to answer too fast.
I don't know.
You know. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 19, low of 6. Woof. Tomorrow, high of 37. Hey.
Nice.
Low at 12. 70% chance of rain, because that makes sense. What's her name? She's the little one. I'm on it.
Jenna Hayes.
No. Riley Reed. No relation to Andy. 412-928-9370. There's a joke I wanted to make there, but I'm not going to because Harry already almost dumped me this morning, and I don't want that to happen. People also saying that Harry is like Pinocchio, saying he doesn't know who Abella Danger is.
I don't think he does.
I actually buy that he doesn't.
Yeah.
And the text line exploded with texts of Riley Reed. We have hit this is just the mother load of content right here is what this is.
So who pays for subscriptions to those sites? Answer that on the text line too.
Nobody.
I don't think there's a need at all. And I don't go on these sites. I'm happily married.
Do you think you can find Abella Danger videos for free? Like if I looked them up?
Yes. I would guess you probably
how it
could.
works.
Call Ron Cook.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what he wants from me right now.
He'll tell you.
You already have me in hot water with him. He hasn't texted me since opening day for the Pirates in 2024.
I don't think he's texted anybody.
Opening day, also a movie that Jenna Jameson was in. 412-928-9370. I'm not saying Omar Khan's going to make a bad hire, but I have no reason to believe that he and Art know how to make a hire. I think you would fall back on history, given that you've never done it before. Art was there. He was part of it. He was in the room. But it was Dan. It was Colbert. That's a pretty good foundation right there.
Yeah, it's good. I just don't know. I mean, obviously, it's a very crucial time and a very crucial deal to hire the next coach to possibly win you a Super Bowl. But I don't know if it's that hard, and especially if you think that you and the Pittsburgh Steelers have – what are you laughing at?
Just some of the texts. Keep going.
Like, I mean, if you want Shula, he seems like a clear-cut guy, like the best candidate, and I think that if you offer him something, I think he would take it.
Of all the candidates, and this isn't how I would go about hiring someone, but of all the candidates, the guy that I feel is most likely not to suck is Shula.
I don't know about them hiring the head coach being a tough deal and worrying about that. I worry more about, are they going to let that coach hire their coordinators, or are they going to hire the coordinators? That's where I'm worried. Like,
Art
if they
said,
take over, and he did say that, right?
He did say that the coach can hire his guys.
But
he said that. He definitely said that.
He definitely said it.
But
are they going to meddle in with that deal? Like, that's where I worry about.
It's a good question. You hire a guy, you let him run his ship.
Yeah.
You let him run his ship. And he's going to have a say in personnel, but I think Weidl's done a good job with the draft. Like, he's intimately involved with that, and the drafts have been pretty good. But you have to allow your head coach to hire coordinators. There are two non-negotiables for me. We talked about last week while you were gone. Number one, I know Art doesn't want to rebuild. This year, you still got to play young guys. Like, I don't want stopgaps. I don't want Darius Slay. I don't want Juan Thornhill. Mm-hmm. Draft, develop, even if guys you don't think are ready to play. If you draft a safety, let's say in round 2, play his ass from day one. If you draft a left guard in the 3rd round, you let his ass play from day one. No more stopgaps. Draft, develop. And then the number 2 non-negotiable is, the coach needs to hire his coordinators. Yeah. He needs to hire his staff. 412-928-9370 if you want to weigh in on any of the subjects we're talking about. We've got Trey Essex joining us next. Who does he want to see the Steelers hire as the next head coach? But first, there's no Harry headline. First, fan weather. I already told you about fan weather. Doran's back and I'm all frazzled.
I swore.
I did. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Winter in western Pennsylvania isn't for the faint of heart. Snow, ice, slush, and those back roads you know all too well. That's why it's time to get to Bowser Subaru for a new ride with all-wheel drive. Introducing the all-new 2026 Subaru Crosstrek with Subaru's legendary symmetrical all-wheel drive. And available X-Mode for rugged traction, the Crosstrek is ready for whatever Pittsburgh winter throws at you. And right now, get 2.9% APR for 36 months at Bowser Subaru. So don't wait. Get to BowserSubaru.com or visit us in person at Bowser Subaru, Route 51 today. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends February 2nd. Well, that's the power of Bowser. BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Hey guys, this is Pablo Schley, Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. Get your 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. Visit us at schly.company.com. That's SHLY.company.com. 412-515-6575.
New year, new ride, better value. South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding January lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive. Only $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offer excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Dry January just got better. Meet Bureau, Tom Holland's premium non-alcoholic beer, brewed with the best ingredients for real satisfying flavor without the alcohol. Get Bureau delivered in 60 minutes in Pittsburgh or shipped nationwide at beverages2u.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More trouble heading through the Tuesday morning rush. This report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. Yet another problem. This one on inbound Route 28. Once again, a disabled vehicle removed from the inbound side at the 40th Street Bridge. Traffic, however, still stacking back to the Route 8 at the bypass, continuing slow to the north side. Parkway West, you are jammed as you head past the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound heavy approaching Parkway Center down toward Carnegie, while the Parkway East, that stacks at Wilkinsburg, and the Parkway North, that's fairly steady. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brain injury, debilitating pain, broken bones. Car crashes don't always heal with time.
LGKG has helped thousands in Western Pennsylvania get real compensation when the stakes are high. Be careful out there this morning.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Couple of texts, a little housekeeping here before we get to our friend Trey Essex from the Snap Count Show with Charlie Batch, two-time Super Bowl champion. Texter writes in, Harry's been very quiet ever since we asked him to look up at Bella Danger.
I told you, I found her ex and adult sites ex as well.
Texter writes in that she is actually a law student at the University of Miami.
Nice.
She's 30. And one more. Fernando Mendoza looks like he makes his animal crackers fight each other before he eats them.
I saw that.
Did you see Bechtold doing that back there too? Like making one of his animal crackers pop and the other one Joe. Wow. All right. Trey Essex joins us now. We have a list of head coaching candidates for the Steelers, and these are the guys that they've interviewed so far. Ejiro Evero from Carolina, Jeff Hafley from Green Bay, he took the Miami job. Clay Kubiak from San Francisco, Jesse Minter, Los Angeles Chargers, Nate Scheelhaus, Los Angeles Raiders. How old am I? Los Angeles Rams, Chris Shula, Los Angeles Rams, Anthony Weaver, Miami, Brian Flores, and Mike McCarthy. Trey, first of all, good morning. Secondly, of that group, who tickles your fancy the most?
Good morning, fellas. Nobody actually stands out amongst those candidates. I mean, they've been kind of unorthodox in the very few times they've had to hire coaches. So I don't know if they're going to go with that same mentality this time around and get an unknown commodity, somebody under the radar or somebody that everybody feels is at the top of that list. I guess Brian Flores, just because of his history. And I know how strong that defense can be. under his tutelage, and especially the linebacker play when he was here. And so that does kind of stand out. But other than that, nobody really jumps out at me.
Trey, how do you think Omar Khan's going to do moving forward? Like I said earlier that I was a little bit surprised that he's still around because, maybe the Steelers wanted to go in the direction of cleaning house and starting fresh. But do you have faith in Omar Khan moving forward, being a GM that can facilitate this football team to potentially win a Super Bowl and to hire the next head coach?
Yeah, I don't feel like he's been able to completely spread his wings as a GM. He came in when Tomlin had a lot of the power. And so I don't know how much of that Omar's say was actually the last say. And so I think for this time around, he'll have that opportunity. He'll get to shape this team a little bit more in how he views it and how he sees it moving forward. And I wasn't surprised that he kept them around. I think with the Steelers, they don't want to go full blow-up mode, demolition mode. I think there is some comfortability having some familiarity in there when they bring in a new coach. And I think Rooney is comfortable with that. And I know a lot of Steelers fans don't like to hear that. But I do think Omar has done some good things. And I think he at least attacked, with Andy Weidl's help, the foundations and the O-line, mainly the O-line and the D-line. And I think that's something that's going to be attractive for whatever new coach takes over.
We're joined by Trey Essex on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. So you got the Baltimore job out there still. Now the Buffalo job is open, and you've got the Steelers job. Now Tennessee, that's been filled by Robert Saleh. Atlanta by Kevin Stefanski. Miami by Jeff Hafley. How attractive is the Steelers job compared to the other openings in your mind, Trey?
Me and Charlie was talking about this on the show yesterday. You don't know what's attractive to young coaches these days. What used to be attractive, the longevity that the Steelers will give you to build a team, may not be the same thing that it used to be. I still think coaches value that, but there is a lot of pressure coming to a franchise like Pittsburgh. And from the outside looking in, it doesn't look like they had a whole lot to build with when you compare this job to a Buffalo or Baltimore job where they have a franchise quarterback in place already. Of course, those two are going to jump to the top of a lot of coaches' list. But I do think, like I mentioned before, when you have a foundation and you get the opportunity to build upon the offensive line and defensive line, and you get a chance to pick your own quarterback and kind of shape this offense how you see fit and not have to shape it around the skill set of a quarterback that's already in place, I do think that gives a creative mind some intrigue when you look at the Pittsburgh job. So I think we're up there. I do think the shiny jobs are right now out there, Baltimore and who did I say before? Buffalo, yeah, because of the quarterback situation. But I do think there are a lot of positives with taking the Pittsburgh job.
Trey, things have been moving very fast, obviously here in Pittsburgh with Mike Tomlin stepping down. And a lot of people want to just push forward and not really relive Mike Tomlin's tenure and how it all went down. And I haven't been here for a while. I've been on paternity leave, and I haven't talked to you in a while. But
congratulations.
I appreciate that. Were you surprised whenever you got the news about Tomlin? And what do you think is next for Mike Tomlin?
I was really surprised with how quick it came about. Hindsight, I guess I understand now more than I did then, but it was a shock to the system. 19 years, I've had the benefit of having him as a coach and being able to come back to Pittsburgh and have that familiar face. No matter the changing players, the changing coaches, he was a constant in my life. And that was a shock to the system, seeing that he was prepared to step away from the game. I'm sad, but I'm not surprised that it happened. But, I think it's going to be – I don't know what he has planned for himself moving forward. I know he missed a lot. When you have that routine for 19 years, it's kind of tough to just go back to quote-unquote civilian life and then try to, fill in the gaps that are gone because you don't have that schedule anymore. And so I don't think that when you have that type of routine, if you can get it back, you want it. And so I don't see him stepping away from the game too long. I do envision Coach Tomlin taking the coaching job here in the future.
Trey Essex, 2-time Super Bowl champion, host of the Snap Count Show with Charlie Batch, joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Any coaches you would bring back? Anybody on the staff, Trey?
Yeah, I saw this thing on the ticker that they're not bringing anybody back from the staff, but wouldn't have said this time last year, but Pat Meyer. When you've had so many rotating doors, when the offensive line coach has been a rotating door before he got there, and granted, his first few years here weren't great, but when you see the improvement of the offensive line from where they started to where they are this year, you would think that would be one thing that a new coach would be like, okay, that's one check I don't have to worry about as much. I know they still got to worry about the left tackle position. I know that's going to be a good battle, I think, between Dylan Cook and Broderick Jones, and then I think they should bring Isaac back. And then if you could have your starting line in place before you even bring in a quarterback, you know exactly how that's going to look and who's going to be leading them. I thought that would be an attractive move for whatever coach is going to be coming in to take over.
Trey, is Cam Hayward going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler next year?
Yeah, I think so. I think he'll give it one more go with whoever new coach is coming in, and then, he'll ride off into the sunset. But I think he'll give it one more go.
Do you think the Steelers should bring T.J. Watt back?
That's a tough one. He had a very down year coming off a very odd injury. They just paid him, though. So you want to think, for lack of a better term, you want to squeeze all the juice you can like every other NFL franchise does with their superstars. And so I don't know how attractive he'll be in a trade at his age, coming off his worst year probably in the last 10 years since his last injury-riddled year. And so, yes, I think he'll be back probably because we're not going to have a lot of trade partners, and he's getting up there in age, and he has some guaranteed money left. So I think we're kind of stuck from a contract perspective. But I do hope that he bounces back and has one of these Cam Hayward years, you know?
Trey, do you believe that a guy like Shieldhouse, who's the young pass game coordinator for the Rams, like, do you believe, like, and I'm not taking anything away from the young guy, and I love seeing guys get opportunities, but you think it's kind of like almost like a falsehood or in kind of like a gray area because of who he has in front of him and guiding him with the Rams? Yeah, I mean, you have McVay as the mastermind. You have Mike LaFleur as the offensive coordinator. You have Matthew Stafford as your quarterback. Like, is he doing a really good job, or is it, an easier job than I think people think of being the pass game coordinator for those people?
You don't know, honestly. And that's why you bring him in for an interview. He looks very attractive, very shiny. He's over there in that McVay offense, and everything from there seems to have worked out. And so you want to jump on the train early and see if you can jump on it and see if he is what everybody else before him has been. Now, he did go to Illinois, which is my hated rival, and so I don't know if I like that too much about him. But other than that, I think you do want to kick the tires and see what a young man like that can do, and if you can jump on the train before everybody else does. But you don't know, honestly. And you don't want to speculate one way or the other, but you have seen the previous success there, so I wouldn't mind taking a look.
Trey, is there any scenario that would make sense to bring Aaron Rodgers back in your mind?
No. It doesn't make any sense to me. I guess the unlikelihood that they bring in a Mike McCarthy, which I don't think they're in the business of bringing back retread head coaches at this point. But that's the absolute only scenario I could see something like that happening. But with a new coach, especially if he's younger, offensive minded, or even a defensive coordinator trying to, make it how they see. I don't see them bringing in as big of a personality as A-Rod for their first year. So
that's a good point. I hadn't considered it that way. Like, hey, first year head coach, here's a 43-year-old Rodgers who's going to have his ideas. His brain's 43, but in a good way. So, that would be a challenge for a young head coach. Trey, this was awesome. It always is. Mm-hmm. We appreciate it, and we'll continue to tell people to listen to the Snap Count Show, buddy.
I appreciate it, my guys. Have a good one.
Thanks a lot. Trey Essex, two-time Super Bowl champion. The phone lines are exploding right now, so we'll talk to Ian's coming up next at 412-928-9370. We have breaking news about the Steelers' head coaching vacancy. You're only going to hear it here, and we'll give it to you next. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Penguins winners over the Seattle Kraken yesterday. 6-3 was the final score of that one. Penguins have 57 points. They're third in the standings among teams in the Metropolitan Division. Penguins' next game is tomorrow at 9:30. They play on the road against the Calgary Flames. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Doran.
If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years here in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. That's 412-431-7455, Southside Plumbing and Heating.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Frozen pipes, call McVeigh.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Glory for the Hoosiers. 27-21 the final score. Indiana, national champions after a win over Miami with one of the most dominant college football seasons we've ever seen. Fernando Mendoza, Heisman winner, surefire #1 overall pick. Kurt Signetti, Coach of the Year. Storybook season ends with glory for IU. I'm Greg Toll.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Is it time for a new roof, but you're dreading the construction chaos? Whalen Exteriors has the solution. We combine over 40 years of expert craftsmanship with a strict promise. We treat your property with the same care as we would our own. No mess, no stress, just a beautiful, durable exterior. Get the quality you deserve from the team that respects your home. Schedule your free estimate today at whalenexteriors.com, and be sure to check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Pro Savings Days are on at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get an additional 5% off when you buy 5 or more select GE, Whirlpool, and Electrolux kitchen or laundry major appliances. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Discount valid to My Lowe's Pro Rewards members only. Exclusions and other restrictions apply. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for details. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods. Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Ring in the new year with a little magic from Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Want a lifetime warranty and complimentary maintenance? Want rewards and an easy-to-use Spitzer VIP app? Granted. Want to lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE from $165 a month? Granted. Hurry in and grant your New Year's wishes today. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 25,082. VIN 5YFB4 MDE 5TP 390565. 39 months. $4,099 do it signing through TMS with approved credit. Does not include title, tax, license, registration, accessories, and dealer fees. $477 doc fee. Zero security deposit. 10K miles per year. See dealer for details. Ends 2/2/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. 2026 has only just begun. Why not do the heavy lifting now and cruise through the rest of the year 20, 30, or 50 plus pounds lighter? The results with Awaken 180 come fast, and you'll keep the weight off thanks to free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Try to keep that on beat with our breaking news sounder, our mummy. Breaking news from Tom Pelissero. The Steelers have an interview set up on Wednesday with Mike McCarthy. Now, that is not really breaking news. We knew they were going to talk to him this week. We didn't know when, so that would be the newsy element. But more than that, Pelissero writes, McCarthy was a candidate for the Titans before withdrawing on Monday and has turned down other inquiries. He's focused on Pittsburgh, where he's considered a strong candidate. Mm-hmm. Now, is this agent speak? Maybe. Or maybe he is a strong candidate. And I love Mike McCarthy. I do. But I feel like if you go the McCarthy route, it's kind of like Tomlin. It's an older guy. He has had some underachievingness go on in his career. Now, he's been better of late than Tomlin. He had 3 consecutive 12-win seasons. But this isn't a long-haul candidate. What, he's 62 years old?
Yeah, it'd be a stopgap. It would be a situation where nobody else blew your socks off, where you don't feel that strong about any candidate. And you maybe anticipate, like you're playing the anticipation game too. It's like, okay, like if Shula, once he's done, if they win the Super Bowl, if they don't, whenever they're done, is Shula going to take, a different job? Is he going to take the Ravens job? Is he going to take the Bills job? Like, you have to play that game, right? So if that happens, we got to go to plan B or plan C. And I think that McCarthy would be a plan B or C. And if that were to fall into place, that's where it is. And I think that Aaron Rodgers is attached to that. I think he's attached to that. That's like your plan C. It's like, all right, if all else fails, we'll do the stopgap coach. We'll do the stopgap quarterback for a year. We like the draft maybe next year of quarterbacks coming out way better than this year, clearly. And maybe we like the candidates that would be available next year better.
Oh, I think if McCarthy's hired, he's here for 5 years at least. But I could see them re-racking it with Rodgers. McCarthy's back. Rodgers is back. I'd pull my hair out, man. I want to reset.
Yeah.
I want young. I want innovative. I don't want to be doing this again in a year. I don't want to be doing this again in 5 years.
He's the only offensive mind out there, really, that is established that you're like, okay, we have to change the direction. If we change the direction of going offensive-minded head coach, that's basically the only option, or you're going with a 35-year-old pass game coordinator.
Or you could go Clint Kubiak. I don't understand why they haven't interviewed this guy. Like, people make a lot of what is happening in Seattle and Mike McDonald in that defense, which is great.
Now, can't a team block coaches?
Yeah, but I don't think that they would. And I haven't read that they had. I don't know why you would interview Clay and not Clint. I know that it wasn't sexy in New Orleans, but look at that offense. Now, they got weapons, no doubt. But all these, if you're going to, hey, good defensive coordinator, you got good defensive players. You got good offensive coordinator, good offensive players. Good English by me. I don't know why. Like, I would rather have Clint Kubiak than Mike McCarthy, because this guy could be here for 20 years. And he's a young, bright, offensive mind. And they didn't have good players in New Orleans. I mean, it's not like he's working with Sam Darnold. And Sam Darnold's a talented guy, but they're a top 2 offense and defense. And yes, you've got Njigba, and they've got good players. Don't get me wrong, but their offense is prolific. Where's the Clint? Give me Clint.
Does Clint want to be a head coach?
He should. He's interviewing for other jobs.
Is he? Okay.
I don't get that. I understand why you would talk to McCarthy, don't get me wrong. And if you're not impressed by the other guys, okay, that makes sense. But if you hire him and you bring back Rodgers, I feel like we're just in the same spot, albeit a little different. And I don't want that.
Did they interview Clint Kubiak whenever they hired Arthur Smith?
Good question. I don't remember.
I think we would have remembered that, right?
Yeah.
But maybe if they did, maybe it was like a Zoom interview, a quick one, and they just were thrown off.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was around the same time. They both got hired at the same time.
Well, if they did and they didn't like him, that could explain what you're talking about. It's a good point by you. 412-928-9370. Just give me a Kubiak, give me a Shula, give me a Shieldhouse. Newman in Monongahela. Hello, Newman.
Good morning, guys. And Adam, this is getting to be a habit that I agree with you, but I think Shula should be the coach, and hopefully he can talk Shieldhouse to come in with him.
That'd be the dream team, no?
Yep, and then they can work on Howard and build him up.
The only problem...
I think he's our quarterback for the future.
So Shula would clearly be my number 2, and he's Doran's choice. I love Shieldhouse, and Trey kind of nailed it. He's the shiny new thing. Yep, it got me. Yeah. I got by the shiny thing.
Right.
Shocker. If he's what I think he can be, and what that guy who came on with the PM team said he could be, the next McVay, he's here for 2 years, he's gone, he's winning someplace else. And I want a defensive coach who can hire good coordinators, but the best thing would be an offensive coach that's just here forever. And that guy can get the most out of the quarterback. Because you think about it, like, everyone's making a big deal. Well, you need to have first-round quarterbacks to win. For the most part, yeah, you do. But you need someone to develop them.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell was Darnold before the last 2 years when he worked with great offensive coaches?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you hire Shula and he brings in Shieldhouse, that's great for now. But Shieldhouse will be gone.
But don't you think that McCarthy can develop a young quarterback in 2-3 years and then be gone, and then you find your next Shieldhouse? I mean, there's going to be a Shieldhouse every single year.
There might be Shieldhouse if it went like that. If McCarthy was here for 3 years, Shieldhouse could be the guy maybe after. I love this.
I know, it's great.
Let's go to Troy in Mount Washington. Hi, Troy. Speculation season, baby. What's up, man?
Man, glad to hear you guys both back on here together. Just 2 quick questions and then a kind of coaching landscape question. So, just you say like you want to you don't want to run it back and you kind of want to get a new start. Say we beat the Texans, which I think we do with a little better scheme and a number 2 wide receiver. Would you have taken the Steelers to beat the Patriots next week in game picks?
Maybe.
Had they beat Houston? Hell yeah, I would have picked the Steelers. You kidding me?
And would you have taken the Steelers to beat Jared Stidham in the AFC Championship?
Maybe.
I'm not taking the Patriots to win that game, but I
would you have taken the Steelers?
If they had won 2 playoff games and were going to take on a backup quarterback, I'm just putting myself in my own shoes.
I'm not going to say I wouldn't.
I probably would have picked the Steelers, yeah.
So you don't want to run it back, but you would have told me that this year the Steelers would have made it to the Super Bowl.
Okay, but hold on, Tom. I just called you Tom. Hold on now, Troy.
Dick and Harry?
It's because I'm writing a Tom Pelissero tweet right now. Hold on, Troy. They lost by 24.
Anybody that watched that game knew that in the first half, when that went to halftime, we kept that game so close, and C.J. Stroud
Okay,
played
but
so bad.
hold on, Troy. Good teams beat C.J. Stroud when he plays like ass. The Patriots beat him because he stunk. The Steelers, they saw that quarterback play as poorly as you could possibly play and still lost ultimately by 24 points. And thank you for the call. So, yeah, if the Steelers had advanced to the AFC Championship game with Aaron Rodgers and lost on a field goal, and Mike McCarthy wanted to come in here and run it back with Rodgers, okay, yeah, I'd probably be more amenable to it. But guess what didn't happen? They had their biggest home playoff defeat in the history of the franchise. So why would I want to roll it back? I mean, C.J. Stroud was terrible for 2 playoff games. The only reason the Steelers didn't lose by more is because that guy was so bad.
Well, you'd be running it back in a sense, but it'd be an offensive-minded and driven type running it back, which may allude to winning the games that, you were in the playoffs this year, or the game that you're in the playoffs this year. It may aid to winning that next year with the scheme and the offensive-minded head coach.
Yeah,
has done it before.
Maybe Rodgers will be another year older. I mean,
they're looking to win now. I mean, that's all. That's what they tell us.
I know, which is what's got me scared. And you don't necessarily need to rebuild. You don't. Much has been made of that. Bo Nix, Drake May. You stink, you get your quarterback. Well, L.A. traded for their guy. Seattle signed their guy. There's a bunch of different ways to get a quarterback. And I'm not saying the Steelers need to rebuild, but I do think it's something they should be open to. What I don't think they should do is try to tape over the bullet holes, Band-Aid over the bullet holes again this offseason. You bring McCarthy in. You bring Rodgers back, and then you go out and you sign a safety, and you sign a wide receiver too, and no. Because then...
No?
No.
You don't feel like they were wide receiver Jacoby Myers away from winning games?
No.
Or winning a playoff game?
No. They went 1-6 against playoff teams this year. When they played really, truly good teams, Rodgers didn't look great. If you bring him back and you've got McCarthy, I think the upside is maybe you win a playoff game. And that's better than what they've done, but I'm not looking for that. I'm looking towards building towards a championship while I choke on my Zin. Really award-winning Marconi stuff from me that segment.
Yep, that was great.
I called Troy Tom.
Yep.
I almost died choking on a Zin.
Yep.
It's because I'm worked. I don't want McCarthy. We'll take your calls on this, though, because now this is the story of the day. He's considered a strong candidate, according to Tom Pelissero. 412-928-9370. And I feel like Doran's warming up to it. Are you warming up to it?
Yeah.
He's warming up to it. I'm not. 412-928-9370. You can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It's 8:31. Make the call. Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. I'm all right.
All right.
I got a bell of danger on the brain. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Speaking of a bell of danger, college football championship was played yesterday, and Indiana won the game over Miami 27-21. That's the first college football championship in the history of Indiana. They went 16-0 this season. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey, Chris Muller here. We're 3 weeks into the new year. All right, folks, time to face the music. Have any of you lost 20 pounds yet? You could have, and it's not too late to start. I was down 20 in my first 3 weeks with Awaken 180. Hey, Donnie, how about you?
Same story here, Malsey. We both dropped over 10 pounds in that first week, 20 in 3 weeks, and then just kept shedding 4 to 5 pounds every single week.
Pretty simple. By eating to lose weight. It sounds simple because it is. And once you know your body, once your Awaken 180 coach knows you, the rest, well, you get the point.
Both of us dropped 20 pounds in our first 3 weeks. Me, 45 overall. Chris dropped the 35 he needed to lose, and thousands of others have met their goals too.
If I could do it, if Donnie could do it, I know any of our listeners could too. Awaken 180 is a game changer. No working out, no pills, no hunger. Find out during your first call to the solution for weight loss, Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's good to be back with Taylor Fournier from Jeep of Pittsburgh. Taylor, during your Start Something New sales event, what's the big difference?
Bob, it's pretty simple. You bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. Within minutes, no waiting, no games. It's as easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet. If you haven't tried us, stop by or give us a call.
Get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Hey, it's Crowley. Right now, Guardian Protection is cutting the price of home security in half. For a limited time, get 50% off their Essentials Home Security Package, including intrusion protection, fire protection, and water protection. That's protection for break-ins, fires, and leaks, all covered. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today to lock in this limited offer. Terms and conditions apply.
Winter wreaks havoc on your car. Salt, slush, snow, the worst. You can keep your car bright, shiny, and clean with Mr. Magic's unlimited wash plans. Plans start as low as $19.99 per month to enjoy unlimited washes at any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations. Sign up today online or at any Mr. Magic car wash.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res, and it's their biggest sale ever in celebration of the new year. Leave all the 2025 dirt behind with the new year. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, hard surfaces. Basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res. We celebrate the new year with the ball dropping, but you know that crazy Uncle Ken, he's gonna drop some of that pork and sauerkraut. You don't need that, but if you get that, call Zero Res. They have a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Go ahead, get clean. Don't miss this deal. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 plus 15% off regularly priced services, air ducts, upholstery, area rugs, tile, hardwood, and more. Call Zero Res right now for the best deal of the year, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Hey, Pittsburgh, America's greatest hot rod tradition is back. The FuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts, January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's top customs, hot rods, muscle cars, trucks, tuners, and more, including the ISCA Championship finalists. Catch the Dukes of Hazzard reunion with Cars and Stars. See the J.Lo Lee, Uncle Jesse's Truck, Cooter's Tow Truck, Daisy's Jeep, and Boss Hogg's Cadillac. Saturday, meet Catherine Bach and John Schneider. Sunday, meet Lou Graham, the original voice of the rock band Foreigner. The family will love the amazing Megamorph transforming robot car. Kids under 12 are free. The FuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This weekend at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets available at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. Part of the Summer Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldOfWheels.com for more info.
Create a luxury spa with a customized glass shower door.
Visit boulevardglassandmetal.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Breaking news, Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, says that the Steelers are interviewing Mike McCarthy on Wednesday, and that Mike McCarthy pulled his name out of contention for the Titans job because he views himself as a strong candidate for the Steelers job. Now, Doran, you want Chris Shula, yes?
Yes.
But you are amenable to Mike McCarthy being the next coach.
Absolutely, because I've always wanted an offensive-minded head coach. And that seems like the best option, in my opinion. I know Showhouse is out there, but he has never called plays. He's never been a coordinator at the NFL level, so I don't know if he's quite ready yet, in my opinion. So McCarthy would be the guy if that's the direction that the Steelers want to go in, offensive-minded.
Of all the guys that they have interviewed or are reportedly going to interview, it is not arguable. Mike McCarthy is he's got the best resume of any of the offensive minds.
Yeah.
By leaps and bounds.
What about the defensive minds?
I mean, he's got the resume out of anybody that they've talked to, no question. The thing about McCarthy for me is I've always looked at him as Tomlin. And that means one day he could be in the Hall of Fame, and Tomlin's going to be in the Hall of Fame. But winning one Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers when they were banging on the door year after year, that's not good enough.
Mm-hmm.
Like winning one Super Bowl with Ben when you're banging on the door year after year with the Killer Bees isn't good enough. Now, he went to Dallas, got out of the gate slow, but then won 12 games in 3 consecutive years, but 4 going 7-10, and then getting fired. Or I guess his contract just ran out.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather have Clint Kubiak, like if we're going on guys who have at least called plays, but they haven't even interviewed him, which makes me think that this actually does have some legs and is more than just agent speak.
Yeah. Yeah.
I hate it. Anthony in Oakland, though, has an opinion. Hi, Anthony.
Well, that would be a huge disappointment. They should have just run it back with Tomlin if they were going to pull this move. And I don't want old and stodgy anymore. I mean, he's from the.
Well, Anthony, they were going to run it back with Tomlin.
Yeah, that's another thing that gives this legs because Rooney even said that.
I didn't want that either.
I know. Me neither.
It's time to get innovating now. Why would I? He's from the Holmgren wing of the West Coast. I want someone from the McVay Shanahan wing. I don't want that anymore. I mean, that would be a. I mean, what have you proven? So I hope that's not the direction. My perception is out of courtesy they're giving an interview to a Pittsburgh guy. That's it. That's as far as it goes.
Well,
Because
and
I
think more than that, if he's not a real candidate, Anthony, you'd still want to pick his brain.
You could do all of those things. That doesn't mean you want to hire him. And I'm really shocked that this is where Doran's going.
Because I just know, I think I know how the Steelers think, the organization, and Art the Second thinks. And I think if he's looking at change and the best way in his mind to change without having to tear anything down is, we have an offensive-minded head coach. That's changing, but I still don't have to tear anything down. I have a guy that has done it before, has a foundation. The front office is the same. Art wants the probably easiest path to try to get back on track.
Look, this franchise has gotten old and stoggy. It's time to move on.
I agree.
There are too many young, innovating coaches out there to get mired in the past. That's why this franchise is teetering on not being relevant anymore.
I don't disagree with that at all, Anthony, and thank you so much for the call. A couple of things. I think this is a legitimate possibility. I do, based on everything that has just been discussed.
Yep.
They didn't want Tomlin to leave.
Nope.
So now you get offensive Tomlin in here. That makes a ton of sense.
Right down the street.
They would have brought Rodgers back if Tomlin were here.
Correct.
If Rodgers was amenable to it.
Yep.
And I think Rodgers would probably play with McCarthy again. So for all those reasons, I could actually see it happening. The other thing is, Anthony said stodgy at one point and stoddy at another point. So what's the right way to say it? I'm not sure.
Don't know.
Retreads aren't inherently bad, by the way. You know, I know that they're not interested typically in that. They've never done that since 1969. But Andy Reid was a retread. Bill Belichick was a retread. Doug Peterson. Like, you can win with guys.
It doesn't happen that much, but
it's happened because
it happens, but it's never really that successful.
It's happened because it's happened a lot because of Reid and Belichick.
Yeah.
So Belichick won 6, Reid's won 3. So 9 times in recent history has a retread won. Tony Dungy.
Yep.
Was a retread.
Gruden
retread.
Like, I'd feel better about Mike McCarthy than Matt Nagy.
Oh, 1,000%.
That's the retread where I think I even tweeted it whenever I was off. I was like, does this ever really work?
Oh, we talked about that. We were all laughing really hard whenever you're like, Matt Nagy, for God's sakes. I would rather have Stefanski than McCarthy.
Yes.
Because he's 43.
Yep.
And he comes from a more modern offensive side. And winning 2 Coach of the Years in Cleveland is very impressive.
There's nothing that he can't handle.
Right.
He can handle anything.
I think he's a really good coach. He was just in a bad situation where his general manager and owner were conspiring against him. Cassius in Toledo wants to chat. Hi, Cassius.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
How you doing?
All right, man. I don't like that idea either, Mike McCarthy. I was really excited about somebody they're gonna bring in a good offensive guy or even a defensive guy, just somebody different, just change it up. But I had Mike McCarthy. He brought my spirits all the way down. Now I'm all bummed out, man. I don't want him to be the coach.
I think there's a chance. I do.
I don't think that. I mean, I know that
Cassius.
I don't think we don't want him to be the coach either. We want to see new. We want to see young. We want to see a Shula. We want to see a Shieldhouse. But let's start thinking the way that Art thinks instead of what we think. That's where we're at. Like, yeah, we all want to see something, but let's be honest with ourselves of how the Steelers organization operates.
In his press conference, he said he doesn't want to waste a year of his life rebuilding. So that would be point McCarthy. He also said he was going to keep Tomlin around for a year. I think that would be point McCarthy. And he also said that just because the Steelers have hired young defensive whiz kids their last 3 times doesn't mean he's going to narrow his search to only young defensive whiz kids. So that's another point for McCarthy. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I do think they're interviewing him on Wednesday where they thought he could be the guy. And I don't like it. Where's Clay Kubiak? Can we interview
Why
Clay
do you
Kubiak?
want Clay Kubiak?
Because he's a Kubiak who's called plays. Clay Kubiak might be a good candidate, but he's never called plays. Paul from Pittsburgh, hi.
I'm looking for someone that's going to bring an identity. That's why I kind of want Brian Flores. Like, Tomlin never truly had in that. He wanted to be a defensive team. Later in his career, speaking to back when we played the Jaguars, it was kind of like, we never were that defense we were supposed to be. So if you bring in someone like Brian Flores, that's nice. I think he's going to bring an identity.
He'd be a retread, too.
Yeah, I mean, retread or not, I think some of these guys, that are candidates are all something of a retread. And
what's the identity that Flores is going to bring?
He's going to bring good linebacker play, good defensive play. He's going to be a blitzing scheme. I think with our defense, I think that's going to help a lot, bring a little something different. Look at what he did with Minneapolis. He was able to take what Pat Narduzzi did while his couple years here his year with the Steelers and implement it into the Minnesota defense, who was supposed to be terrible. So he's willing to adapt. Tomlin was never willing to adapt to what he had. The moves that he made this past year, bringing in Ramsey for Minka, well, you went from safety to safety for a guy that's 2 years older. You bring in Jonnu, who didn't do anything. You bring in these guys who he wanted. He wasn't able to. He adapted slightly with them, but none of the moves panned out. So now you're in a situation where you have these pieces. You need to bring someone in that's going to bring a solid defense and hopefully, with the offensive play, because you don't know your quarterback is your best chance to win.
That's a good call, Paul.
Yeah,
but
that's good points.
But I in Boston was talking about this. If you do want to win on the fly, defensive coach probably is the way to go. Like with Shula, because of the personnel that you have.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you can let your current roster construction help pick your next coach, though. I think you hire the best man for the job, and as it evolves, it evolves. I do think Shula could come in here and the defense would be better than it was under Tomlin. I think the same would probably be true with Flores. But, okay, that doesn't need to be the determining factor for me. The guys you've got already, who cares?
Do you think the offense would be better with McCarthy than it was with Arthur Smith?
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. But I think I still think the defense, the bones it's got, is a top 5 caliber talent-wise defense.
If used correctly.
Correct. 412-928-9370, talking about the breaking news. Tom Pelissero reporting that Mike McCarthy going to interview for the Steelers head coaching job on Wednesday and that he's a strong candidate. I'm sure that gets you either hot and bothered or excited. One way or the other, give us a ring at 412-928-9370. Mark Goalie going to join us to discuss at 9. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins winners yesterday over the Seattle Kraken. It was a 6-3 final score. The Penguins have 57 points. They are third among teams in the Metropolitan Division. Penguins' next game is tomorrow at 9:30. That's against the Calgary Flames on the road. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now here's Crowley.
Thank you, Harry. Nobody ever wants to buy a new roof, especially this time of year, but sometimes you gotta. So when you gotta call the Pickle. Gherkin Roofing. They answer the phone 24/7. There's no high-pressure home sales pitches, no BS, just quality, honest work at a fair price. And they've got 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget that's right for you. The Pickle's a Diamond-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles. They offer a 50-year non-prorated warranty. They did my roof. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Call thepickle.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound delays at Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound steady toward Pittsburgh International Airport. We did have an earlier accident now cleared near Parkway Center. Parkway East, you're jammed at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays past Shaler Waterworks heading down toward the north side. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
Why is NJM Insurance silent in an industry full of catchy jingles? And how do they do what's right when things go wrong? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries to find out.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Helping couples get engaged for over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime scorer bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Crown Mitsubishi kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. 7-passenger Outlander, 0% financing for 72 months or up to $7,000 off. Eclipse Cross up to $4,000 off. PHEVs gotta go. Now to $10,000 off. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. New ownership, improved process, better deals. Better deal. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Tom Pelissero reporting that the Steelers will interview Mike McCarthy for their head coaching position on Wednesday and that he's considered to be a strong candidate, so much so that he pulled himself out of the running for the Tennessee Titans job. That would not be our first choice here on the Fan Morning Show. How about you at 412-928-9370? Texter writes in, breaking news, the Steelers are not, never have been, and never will be innovative. They just aren't. Well, that's just simply not true. They were pretty damn innovative in the 1970s when they started drafting players from historically black colleges and universities, and also they were using steroids when no one else was.
I mean, that was 50 years ago.
Okay, but in the 90s, they became Blitzburg again, and then you had the zone blitz with LeBeau. Like, they've been innovative. They haven't been in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is that Art? Is that Tomlin? Is it both? Mm-hmm.
Is Art really in a position right now where he wants to tear everything down to the studs?
He's not.
No,
he's definitely not.
If what I tweeted a couple weeks ago too, if the next move was to hand over the presidency to Danny Rooney, his son, okay, that'll be a lot different. But I don't think that Art, if he's still in the chair that he's in, wants to rebuild this whole thing. He even said that he doesn't believe in the word rebuilding, basically.
No, he almost treats it as if it's profanity. Like if he utters it at a press conference, that Bert should come over and wash his mouth out with soap.
So in my right now, where at 8:54 in the morning, I think that he wants to go with the easiest choice to not have to tear anything down and rebuild it back up, and that would be
Mike McCarthy,
Mr. Greenfield.
And it wouldn't shock me at all. The more you've said, the more I agree. But the less I agree with it, like I wouldn't do it. Give me Shula.
Yep.
Give me Shielhass.
Yep.
Get me a Kubiak. Jake and Brentwood, good morning.
Hey, I wouldn't be too mad about the McCarthy. I mean, this guy got Dak Prescott paid big money. I mean, they had the number one offense in football in points and yards, and then their defense kind of wet the bed on them. He was not a bad coach. What about if you bring in Shula as the head coach and you get the offensive coordinator from Indiana? He's a Pittsburgh guy. Let him call
Shanahan.
Yeah, I'll take him.
The rare Shanahan who's not a Shanahan.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, I'll take it, though. I mean, the play calling for Indiana has been second to none. This was year one of a quarterback, and took them to won the national championship.
I mean, I wouldn't hate that at all.
I never even thought about that. I know for a fact that Kurt Cignetti is never going to be an NFL head coach. He doesn't want to do it at all. I know that for a fact, but I never really thought about
Shanahan's going to be a college head coach within the next 2 years.
Yeah, but does he want to be a college head coach or does he want to be an NFL coordinator? Knowing him, I think that he would explore those options. But I don't know if the Steelers are in a position to really take risks right now with doing that.
I wonder if McCarthy would take the coordinator job. What if you brought in...
He's not working underneath anybody.
I know,
chance.
especially not what I was just about to pitch, which is Shielhass.
No way.
And you've got McCarthy treating him as if he's his young ward. Maybe in an offensive advisor role. All right, Goalie's going to join us to talk about this news coming up next. For what it's worth, and I think a lot, Jeff Hawthorne told us at 8 o'clock that there was momentum, that he thought Chris Shula was the leader in the clubhouse. Yes, Harry.
Jeff was on at 7.
Ah, jeez. I don't know what day it is.
Tuesday.
Thank you. Doran's back, but we got Goalie on, who's usually on Mondays, but we were off yesterday.
You know why we were off?
MLK Day.
Oh, okay, just checking.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it have been something if I worked, or if you worked and I didn't?
Yep. I think that happened last year.
Yeah, it did.
It did.
I was sick.
Yeah.
Goalie joins us next on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. It's cold out there, hella cold. 19 the high, 6 the low, clear skies. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Looking to turn your firearms into cash? Keystone Shooting Center is here with top dollar offers. From a single piece to an entire collection, they make it easy. Stop by Keystone Shooting Center today for a free, no obligation appraisal and walk out with a great deal. Your unused gear is their business. Visit Keystone Shooting Center at 925 Sheridan Drive in Mars. They buy used guns and they pay top dollar. Keystone Shooting Center.
Fellas, it's Mulsey here, and if things have been a little lackluster in the bedroom, make it a new year, new you with Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guys, that can do a lot of different things for you, all of them good. Can help you be more confident where it counts and be more confident when it counts, right? Because showing up, it matters big time, especially during life's most exciting moments. You want to feel like you did again in your prime when you told everybody you were kind of in your glory days, right? Blue Chew can actually help you feel that way again, and it can help you be ready when she is. Guys, it isn't just about performance either. Give her group chat something to talk about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info.
The 65th annual World of Wheels Custom Auto Show, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts, January 23rd through 25th. Ticket Lawrence Convention Center, Pittsburgh. Discount tickets exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. See America's finest hot rods, customs, trucks, motorcycles, the cars of the stars. All weekend. World of Wheels Custom Auto Show, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts, January 23rd through 25th. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Winter is the perfect time to upgrade your home, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. This week, they're doing free installation on all projects. That's right, free. This includes bathroom remodels, new windows, doors, even full house flooring. Plus, lock in special financing and get your project started with no money down. Schedule your free, no obligation consultation right now and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More problems popping up. This report brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Consider joining the family that is Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and shape your future today. We have a vehicle fire reported. This is in Aspinwall at the intersection of Delafield Road and 4th Street. Watch for delays around that. Also, an earlier accident that is being tended to in the Brookline section of the city, 400 block of Winter Hill Street near the intersection with Dabney Way. Parkway West, you are jammed near Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 stacking between the 40th and 31st Street bridges toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's time for Mark Cabali.
Holy moly! Mark Cabali! The Fan Morning Show keeps the sports talk rolling.
Mark Cabali on a Tuesday. What a treat. He's on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Mark, good morning, buddy. How you doing?
Great. How you doing there, Adam Doran?
We are fabulous. We are reacting to the news that Tom Pelissero put out there that the Steelers are interviewing Mike McCarthy on Wednesday and that he's considered to be a strong candidate for the job and that he pulled his name out of the running for the Titans job. Mark, what is to be believed here, my friend?
Well, when you pull your name out of a job, we all know what that means, right?
They weren't going to hire you?
Get the job. They weren't going to hire you. So,
yeah.
I don't know. I haven't really looked into it of a strong candidate, but I mean, let's just use common sense for a minute here. 62-year-old guy who, of course he's a local guy. You want to give him every opportunity to get his name out there of being interested in him, but he's 62, an offensive-minded coach. And what over the 55-year history of the Pittsburgh Steelers suggests to you that they would go after a guy of that age and that type of a coach? We know what type of a coach it's going to be. I don't think there's much to this. Again, I don't think he's a strong candidate. I guess he would have to be considered, now I think about it, a strong candidate, or they wouldn't be bringing him in.
You just said two different things in the same sentence. Right?
He has to be a candidate, but maybe not a strong candidate. So I wouldn't read too much into it. We know how agents scratch each other's backs and helps out each other. And I think the Steelers are helping out Mike McCarthy. I think the agent, whoever reported it, who was a Pelissero, might be helping out McCarthy's agent. I don't see much. Put it this way, if it gets to that point, then you'd be wishing for Mike Tomlin to come back, in my opinion.
Oh, that's exactly what I was going to ask you. What would you think? If he is a strong candidate and say he did get the job, how do you think it would go?
Not well.
No?
I mean, first of all, the court of public opinion would just destroy him, right? That's number one. And if they were worried so much about that, you might as well have just hired Kevin Stefanski. So it does mean something, I think, to them. I don't think it would go over. I think it's Mike Tomlin 2.0. I think if you have the opportunity to do a hard reset, maybe not a rebuild, but at least a different point of view, you bring in somebody younger with different ideas. You don't just do a retread. And like I said, there's 56 years of experience saying they don't bring in retreads like this. So he would be way down on the list just in case. But hey, what do you have? 6 openings left, I believe, something like that. So if you find yourself in a pinch, maybe, but I would not anticipate him being the next Pittsburgh Steelers head coach.
Bills and Ravens still out there. Browns, Cardinals, Raiders, and of course the Steelers. If I'm the Bills or the Ravens, I would absolutely be interested in Mike McCarthy, a guy who has won a Super Bowl, who would be a new voice for either one of those franchise quarterbacks. If I were the Steelers, I wouldn't. And you've been saying, hey, look at the history. The history, they don't do this. Okay, you're right. But Doran's been making a lot of sense here. It's why we're very happy that Doran's back. That and the jokes we tell about bell of danger during the breaks. Art didn't want Tomlin to leave. The Steelers, according to reports, would be amenable to Rodgers coming back. Okay. It doesn't take a genius to say 1 + 1 = Mike McCarthy then.
Yeah, but come on. Are you going to bring in a coach because he brings back a 42-year-old quarterback for one season?
Me? No.
You talk about short-sighted.
No, but he brings stability, and you don't have to tear everything down. And he's an established coach, and he's an offensive-minded coach that would be different and almost a change in your mind if you're Art II.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be that much a change. I can understand Omar's going to have a lot to say in this and may push him in a different direction, but I don't think that direction goes into a guy who's 62 years old and would be, by far the oldest coach that the Steelers have ever hired. I just don't think that they're at the position right now where that would make much sense. I understand of why you're bringing him in and, maybe seeing what he has to say. Maybe 10 years ago, that's a good hire.
What if nobody blows their socks off, Mark?
Well, I think they know what they would get in him, though. Don't they already know this? I mean, there's 20 years of tape and experience that they know what type of guy, what type of coach Mike McCarthy is. What is he going to do or say in this interview that's going to blow your socks off?
I'm saying the other candidates. What if nobody else blows their What if they don't blow your socks off and you're like, look, like we were going to bring Tomlin back?
Oh, I agree with you there. I absolutely agree. That's why you have to bring him in, because what if, Chris Shula wants to go to Arizona? I mean, what if, Minter goes to Buffalo? What if McDermott goes to Baltimore? Then all of a sudden you're on the outside looking in saying, what are we going to do here? So that's why you bring him in. You do your due diligence. But if it gets to that point where he's your man, I think you're in trouble.
I agree with that, but I also think he might be their man. Here's an answer from Rooney at his press conference.
It's been a winning era. We're always in contention. So I think when you start with that, you have the opportunity to take the next step. I can't explain kind of the more recent history there. It's hard to explain given the overall track record. Frustrating for all of us, mostly for Mike. But all in all, I'll take being in contention every year and having a shot at it.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
Well, that's been his theory for 20 years now, right? There's nothing new that came out of his mouth there.
Right.
So I don't think that you add Aaron Rodgers back, you add Mike McCarthy back, and, get the old band together, maybe bring in some Don Capers, bring in some, Luke Getsy's, bring in some guys like that, Darren Perry maybe, and run it back like it was 2010. It doesn't seem like that's the direction you want to go. You have a chance here to get a couple very bright mind young coaches. I think you have to go down that
I agree.
path, and I do think they will.
We agree with it.
I agree. I just trying to think how Art's thinking right now.
Mark, what size shoe do you wear?
15. Why?
I'm guessing they're bigger than Art's, but let's pretend like you're in Art Rooney II's shoes. Which candidate
that's a smart one.
right now would you 15? Congratulations on your wife's success. What candidate would be your leader in the clubhouse right now?
First of all, you know what they say: big feet, big shoes.
That's right.
I like Chris Shula. I really, really do. He's a guy that I really. I'm not sitting there like studying his defensive mind, but I just looking at a bunch of his interviews and how he comes across and how he commands an interview and just how he speaks. And I think that's more important to the Rooneys, or at least Art Rooney, than anything else. Just how he wants a leader. He doesn't really want, that's number one on his list. So that, to me, that's Chris Shula. He's a guy that's, look what he did last week against Chicago. He has a history. He comes from the McVay tree, if you want to go to that far. And
the Shula tree.
Obviously he has a history of family members that were quite successful, or at least one of them.
One of them, yeah.
So that's which way I would go. I don't care if he's a defensive coach, Doran. I don't care. You just have to surround yourself with a good offensive guy. But I'm okay with a defensive-minded coach.
Yeah, I totally agree, Mark. Shula's my guy, absolutely, if you can get it done. But he's definitely going to do his due diligence and wait. and see which team fits him the best, whether it's the Ravens, whether it's the Bills. He's going to have his pick of the litter. What about Flores? Sorry, I have the hiccups.
Yeah, I would imagine he would be there at number 2 on my list. I mean, above McCarthy.
He's number 2. You got Flores at 2.
I mean, who else are you going to put there right now?
Shieldhouse.
I mean, those 3 I think are all right in the mix. If you get one of those 3, I don't think you go wrong, right? I don't think so. The Shieldhouse, and Flores.
What do you make of Flores interviewing for DC candidacies out there? Like, it seems like he might have worn out his welcome in Minnesota after maybe doing the same thing in Miami. Like, do you think a guy with this kind of abrasive personality could be a head coach here for the long haul?
I guess that's the question you have to figure out by the interview process. But they were here. I mean, they got a jump start on everybody else because they had a year of him in the league. So maybe Flores is just, trying to cover his own rear end. Maybe he doesn't like what he's hearing out there as well, saying, I mean, if you're Brian Flores, what do you have? One more shot, right?
Yep.
Are you taking that shot in Arizona right now?
Man.
You taking that shot in Cleveland right now?
Nope.
I think I might.
Maybe that's the case, too.
It would, for me, probably be Steelers or broke because he's not going to get hired by Baltimore, I wouldn't think. He's not going to get hired by Buffalo. So it's either Steelers or I'll take another DC job and see what the candidate pool looks like next year.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you don't want to go to Cleveland. You don't want to go to Arizona. I guess Vegas is somewhat attractive just because you have the number 1 overall pick and a bunch of money, but that roster is just void of talent. So that could probably be it, especially with a guy like him. Maybe some of the other guys, they have an opportunity to potentially fail once and get another opportunity. I think Flores realizes this is it for him.
All right, Mark. Do you want to stick around for another one?
Sure. I'm just sitting here.
Actually, I'll ask my co-host. Do we want Mark to stick around for another one?
Sure. I'm just sitting here.
I tell you one thing.
Harry, do we want Mark to stick around for another segment?
Hey, I want to tell you something real quick. Yep. Listen to this. I couldn't tell you how many times somebody's come up to me and goes, "Where's Doran? When's Doran coming back? When's Doran coming back?" I'm like, patience. He'll be back.
There you go.
So this is a big, big day in fan morning show history. The return of Doran Dickerson.
It is, and the YouTube viewer numbers are just through the roof right now, as are they on Twitter. You love it when the Steelers try to get a new head coach once every quarter century. All right, more with Goalie when we come back, including what kind of roster is this next coach going to inherit? But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
College football national championship was won by Indiana yesterday. Indiana beat Miami 27-21. Indiana went undefeated this season, ranked number 1 throughout. And that's the first national championship they've won in the school's history. It's also the first year of this modern playoff extended format. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Curt Cignetti is the best, worst thing to ever happen to college football after Indiana's 27-21 win over Miami in the national championship. He's the reason your coach will be fired. He just won the title in year number 2 at Indiana in the NIL and portal era. If your coach in the SEC can't do that, he's can't. I'm Drake Toll.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Must finance HMF low APR Tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, place, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify against stock units only. Offers end 1/2/26.
Shift into the new year with a new Hyundai from Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe Hybrid, both available with 0.99% financing for up to 60 months or receive up to $1,500 in rebates.
MikeCamlinHyundai.com.
All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel is turning on playoff mode, and all customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. So each game day during the championship round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in, take your shot on an upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. I can't wait for the NFC Championship game. NFC West battle between the Seahawks and Rams Part 3. What a classic they played in Seattle for the 1 seed a few weeks back, and I like the Seahawks again to reign supreme. The Rams have looked shaky. Now they're about to take on the most dominant team in the NFC. Give me Seattle to make it back to the big game. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now. Double profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use this directly.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews continue to deal with a vehicle fire at Aspinwall, tying up the intersection of Delafield Road and 4th Street. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, just a little heavy past the Banksville Merge Point. Parkway East jams at Edgewood Swissvale. And Route 28 just a little bit heavy past the 40th Street Bridge toward the north side. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Cold Pittsburgh winters making your home uncomfortable? Window Nation installs energy-efficient windows to keep your home warm and lower energy bills. Buy 4, get 4 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. WindowNation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Text us brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Texter writes in, Doran is back, bringing the Zin heat. Crowley can't handle his Zyn after a very brief lapse in his addiction. Everyone gets to hear Crowley nearly suffocate on air. All is right again. Agreed. Can I bum another one by any chance? Why not?
Because you already bummed some. I get back, and like you can't even buy your own can. You knew I was coming back, so you didn't buy your own Zyn. You knew I'd have it. That's ridiculous.
That's true.
What a jerk.
Harry, tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Mark, if you were a head coach, would you rather go to Baltimore or Buffalo?
Probably Baltimore. Yeah, I'd go to Baltimore probably before. I mean, that's definitely 1 and 2 in terms of who's left on the head coaching search here. I mean, you can flip it whichever way you want it when you have 2 franchise quarterbacks like that. Now I think about it, maybe Buffalo. It depends what has to be the offer, I guess. Yeah. I mean, the Buffalo does have obviously Josh Allen, but they got James Cook. They got a pretty decent offensive line. They got a new stadium coming. That might play a factor in it too, man. It's a sweet little stadium they're going to have up there as well.
Yeah, but is Brandon Beane going to give you the right tools?
Oh, speaking of that, didn't he get some kind of big promotion? That was kind of interesting.
Yeah, I can't believe that they did that. Yeah. I can't wrap my head around that. Like, if I had to fire one of the two, I'd have fired Beane and wouldn't have thought twice about it.
Yeah, I mean, it makes no sense. I mean, especially when you haven't been able to surround Josh Allen with some of the talent that he probably have needed over the past year. So, I mean, you can't totally rebuild or can't totally tear it down, I don't believe so. But you can just keep the guy in the same position. But I would imagine McDermott would be a good fit for Baltimore, wouldn't he?
I agree.
He seems like he would fit well.
I agree.
I agree with that too, but is that the kind of move you can make for your fan base? You fire a coach who couldn't win with an MVP, and you replace him with a coach who was fired because he couldn't win with an MVP.
Well, what is the reason why that they haven't been winning? It's because of defense, right?
Yeah.
I mean, in my mind, like McDonald leaves, goes to Seattle, like your defense was on fire. That's the reason why he got hired. And the aches and pains that you've been suffering is like, this defense stinks. You'd have hired Dean Pease to come in 2 years ago. This past year, Orr's clearly wasn't the guy. So now it's like, if you bring in a defensive-minded head coach to shore up that defense, you're like, okay, Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, take care of business, and our defense will be good. I wouldn't be mad about that if I was a Ravens fan.
Oh. You worry about what the fan base would say about regurgitating McDermott to Baltimore, but you're the one who wants to hire Mike McCarthy there, Crowley. What's going on here?
When have I said I want to hire McCarthy?
It just makes sense.
I said they might want to hire McCarthy. I want Shieldhouse.
You want Shieldhouse?
Yes, I do. Or Shula. Those are my top two.
Why do you want Shieldhouse?
He's the next McVay.
Could you imagine pulling off the coup of
Shieldhouse
and Shieldhouse?
I mean,
no, that's something right
there. The
there.
best dynamic duo in this town since Dickerson Crowley. Some are saying. All right, Caboli.
Pony or Muller.
So why haven't they interviewed Clint Kubiak? They've interviewed Clay. No Clint. Why no Clint?
I have no idea. You would think that he would be on the list. Maybe they maybe been mistaken Clay for Clint and Clint for Clay, and they requested the wrong one. But
it could happen.
You would thought
like Tomlin's copy and paste on the depth chart that one year. Copy and paste there.
Mason Rudolph.
Yeah.
The Mason Rudolph. Wait, what was it? Kenny Pickett was third team, and Mason was, I believe,
whatever it was. Yeah.
Yeah. So that, I think the group they have or the group they brought in, I don't think there's going to be many additions to that, if any. I think this is the list. So I don't. Wow. I mean, regardless of why Clint Kubiak is not on that list, I don't think he's going to all of a sudden appear.
So you think they're done adding to the list?
For the most part, yeah.
So that would be, just to make sure people are up to speed, that would be, and this guy has really got not a ton of talk. Ejiro Evero, maybe because I can't say his name, from Carolina.
Yeah.
Clay Kubiak, Jesse Minter, Nate Shieldhouse, Chris Shula, Anthony Weaver, Brian Flores, Mike McCarthy. You think that's the list?
I think that might be the list.
Holy cow.
I mean, the reason why the guy from Carolina probably hasn't gotten a lot of play is because I think he's only interviewed one other place, right? It's not like he's people are beating down his door, so you would imagine he's still a year or two away. But I mean, Jesse Minter probably is right in that mix too, right?
Yeah.
The top 3 or 4.
I think Baltimore they've got a second interview I want to say with him coming up. So they like him.
History with him too, right?
Mm-hmm.
He has history with the Ravens as well. So, I mean, which ones wouldn't you want? I mean, I guess Anthony Weaver is not a guy you would want off the top, right? You wouldn't want, at least I wouldn't want McCarthy. I wouldn't want the guy from Carolina that you can't pronounce his name.
Well,
but the other ones,
Weaver got hired. Didn't he get hired? No. Saleh got hired, and then Hafley's going to the Dolphins. Yeah.
Do you think Cam Hayward will be back next year?
Yeah, I think he will be. I think they'll all be back next year. Not all of them. I think Watt and Hayward will be back next year. Maybe not so much, a guy like Jalen Ramsey, a guy like Jonnu Smith, and some of those guys. I think like Metcalf. I mean, I've heard people say dump him as well. I mean, how are you going to get rid of DK Metcalf? Same way you can't get rid of TJ Watt. I mean, you bring in Chris Shula. I saw a clip of, what was that, back in May, of Chris Shula just talking up how TJ Watt was the first name out of his mouth when he says, what's the guys you like to watch defensively now? TJ Watt. So if Shula comes in, you'd imagine the TJ Watt's definitely going to stay. So I think Hayward wants to come back. I think he will come back. I think he might want a little bit of a bump in pay for the third straight year. But who's going to sit here and complain about that right now? Because the last 2 years that he wanted money, he's produced on the back end of that.
Mark Goalie joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Mark, if you had to take a stab right now at who the next quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers is going to be, who do you think it is?
Wow, that's tough. I mean, with Tomlin and the same crew running it back, you pretty much knew what was going to happen. I mean, Rodgers would come back, and Mason, Will Howard are going to fight for that 2 spot. But everything's up in the air now. I mean, obviously, Rodgers is not going to come back. Mason's now probably up in the air. You probably have to keep him regardless of who the head coach is because he has the experience and there's not much else out there. But I think right now you're going to going into the season with the Will Howard, Mason Rudolph situation of whoever has a better preseason, off-season, that he's going to get the shot. I mean, it could be Will Howard. Who knows? It could be Mason Rudolph. But you know as well as I do, the free agency market stinks. The draft stinks. You're not going to find anybody. You're not going to go trade for Kyler Murray. So they're finding themselves in a pretty tough position. Now, I don't know about how you guys feel. I'm not a Malik Willis fan. Even if he's a Justin Fields type of contract out there with him, 2 for whatever, 30 or whatever it is, I'm just not a big Malik Willis fan.
Mark, you might have answered this, but I've been gone for a while. Did you find it odd that Mike Tomlin didn't do a press conference on his way out?
Yeah, no, because he doesn't like to talk to us regardless. So if anybody was going to do it, we're not going to do it.
I mean, after 19 years, you're not going to – there's no –
yeah, because Cowher did one. Chuck Noll did one.
There's a difference whether he should have did it or if I was surprised that he didn't do it.
Good point.
Yeah, he should have did it. Yes, he should have. He probably owed it to – I mean, people are out there complaining, well, you got booed off of Heinz or Acrisure Stadium against Buffalo. You don't deserve anything. But he spent 19, 20 years here. You would like to hear his reasoning why he left rather than a Instagram post from his wife and a Chat GPT statement 20 minutes after he steps down, or some of his players speaking for him. But I'm not shocked that he didn't do it, but he should have.
Mark Goalie with us. One more segment, Mark? Doran, one more segment with Mark?
No.
All right. Look at this.
We done? We done with Mark? Or we bring it back? We'll bring it back.
It's a Tuesday with a Monday.
I got another quarterback question for you. Then there's a few more guys on the roster I'd like to throw out there before we say goodbye to you. So Mark Goalie with one more segment when we come back. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Penguins won yesterday 6-3 over the Seattle Kraken. The Penguins have 57 points. They are third among teams in the Metropolitan Division. Penguins' next game is tomorrow against the Calgary Flames on the road at 9:30. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Doran.
What? The NBA season is heating up, and so is Fanatics Sportsbook. Here's the deal. You guys have heard me talk about Fan Cash, and remember, every time you bet with Fanatics Sportsbook, you're earning up to 10% Fan Cash, win or lose. So even if your bet misses, you're still stacking Fan Cash. Fan Cash unlocks value you can't get at any other sportsbooks, like more bets, unlimited profit boosts for your favorite player props, authentic NBA gear, game tickets, and access to exclusive Fanatic events like Fanatics Fest in New York City. That's not their only play. The good times roll on with Fanatics Fair Play, a protection policy that turns losing bets into winning bets on every game day. That's right. If you love player props, your legs are protected across the entire first half of every game if any injury takes place. Make the switch to the sportsbook that gives you more to play with. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Beat the most with Westwood One Sports. In a Super Tuesday SEC showdown, this spread chaser is shouting, "Woo, Pig-Soo-Wee!" Inside Bud Walton, Arkansas should extend its season-long home undefeated streak to 12. This season, the Hogs are shooting 38.4% from three. I'm right in Arkansas, -1.5 at -110. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, it's Crowley. Right now, Guardian Protection is cutting the price of home security in half. For a limited time, get 50% off their Essentials Home Security Package, including intrusion protection, fire protection, and water protection. That's protection for break-ins, fires, and leaks, all covered. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today to lock in this limited offer. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Do you have a drain in your home that is slow to drain? Is it making strange gurgling noises or has a bad odor? These symptoms could mean there's a blockage in your main sewer line. Don't wait for a complete backup and causing more repairs and costly damage. Call the trusted team of experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and get your home flowing smoothly again. If you need your sewer line repaired, McVay offers free second opinions on any main line repair or installation. Call McVay or visit callmcveigh.com. Some restrictions may apply.
Leave all the 2025 dirt and celebrate the new year with our friends from Zero Res. It's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res, and don't forget about your air ducts. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Bring in the new year with this month. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119, plus a free hallway, and take 15% off all regular services. Air ducts, tile, hardwood, upholstery, area rugs, and more. Mention the 93.7 The Fan special for 412-701-1188 or ZeroResPGH.com.
Hey, Chris Muller here. We're 3 weeks into the new year. All right, folks, time to face the music. Have any of you lost 20 pounds yet? You could have, and it's not too late to start. I was down 20 in my first 3 weeks with Awaken 180. Hey, Donnie, how about you?
Same story here, Malsey. We both dropped over 10 pounds in that first week, 20 in 3 weeks, and then just kept shedding 4 to 5 pounds every single week.
Pretty simple. By eating to lose weight. It sounds simple because it is. And once you know your body, once your Awaken 180 coach knows you, the rest, well, you get the point.
Both of us dropped 20 pounds in our first 3 weeks. Me, 45 overall. Chris dropped the 35 he needed to lose, and thousands of others have met their goals too.
If I could do it, if Donnie could do it, I know any of our listeners could too. Awaken 180 is a game changer. No working out, no pills, no hunger. Find out during your first call to the solution for weight loss, Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off January with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive. Only $299 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Black and Gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, the Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
We got to talk to TK because we're supposed to start up with him on Tuesdays. He's brought to you by SaveYourSettlement.com, helping injured people and their families plan for the rest of their lives. That's my bad. I'll wear that. Right now,
we're not talking to him?
Not today.
Oh. You want to talk to him?
I'd love to talk to him.
Boys.
Penguins are hot.
Listen, you got Mark Goalie on camera.
Yeah. I'm going to go down to big gyms in the run, see if I could go see Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, I do think, Mark, that Mike McCarthy getting hired would be the best thing to happen to you. I feel like you guys would hit it off. You would get all the information.
You think?
Oh, yeah.
I think I talked to him once. It was 2010. I was at the NFC Championship in Chicago because they sent me there just in case the Steelers won. They played them in the Super Bowl. Too bad it was a little short-sighted that that was the early game. And the Steelers didn't win until, 6 hours later, so he wouldn't answer me.
Great job by your editor. Just wonderful.
Smitty.
All right, very good. Mark, do you think that regardless of the coach, that Kenneth Gainwell will be back?
I think he should be. This is my reason why is, see, I had a different train of thought here, but you say regardless of the coach now. He fit perfectly in what Arthur Smith wanted to do. So if you're Kenny Gainwell right now, if Arthur Smith and Tomlin, if everything was still in place, of course you come back. It's not always greener on the other side, right? You're not going to get all that playing time somewhere else. Now, if I'm Kenny Gainwell, I'm looking where Arthur Smith lands. Yep. I'm thinking, hey, Artie, you want me? That's number one call. So I put that, it was 100%, I think, or darn close to 100% about 2 weeks ago. Right now, I have to give it below 50% him coming back because he has to go where he knows he's going to be used. And obviously, he would be using the Arthur Smith offense more than the unknown right now.
Pretty good point.
Mark, if there was one coach that you could pick to come back from this past coaching staff, who would it be?
I mean, you got to love Danny Smith, right? I mean, what has he done wrong over the past 5 or 6 years to have him lose his job? I think he's done well and be a low-key one. I mean, there's a couple of them, honestly, Dorn. I think Zach Azzani's a good coach, but had some really bad talent to work with. I think Eddie Faulkner's a good coach. And there's a quarterback that all of a sudden turned into a superstar this year, and there was one reason why. Gerald Alexander just happened to come back and get the best out of Joey Porter. So if there's like 4 guys, those would be the top 4, but obviously all 4 of those guys aren't coming back. So it always normally depends on what relationships the head coach has, if his buddy's the quarterback coach, and obviously Tom Arthur's not coming back. But there is a handful of guys that I would bring back. And I mean, Azzani is a guy that not only him, but the whole coaching staff is put in a bad situation. Their contract's up, and now they just, what do we do? And they're sitting there waiting for the phone to ring. So it's a pretty bad situation for them guys right now.
Mark Goalie joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Do you trust Omar Khan in this process?
Yes.
Okay.
I absolutely do. And I think Art Rooney, more than anything else, trusts him more than anything. He's been by his side for 20, 25 years now. Now, obviously, Art's going to make the final decision on a lot of things. But all of a sudden, Omar's responsibilities and his pecking order in the organization takes a step up. And I think they're going to rely heavily more on what he has to do and what he says. Maybe not, obviously personnel-wise, but he's a great overseer. He's a great Matt Ryan type of guy. You know what I'm saying? What they hired him in Atlanta to do, oversee the organization. I think that's very, very important. And I think he will have a lot to say so in this hire, but obviously it's going to be Art's decision.
What's your understanding of how long this is going to take now, Mark? I mean, the Rams guys, you can't really have your full sit-downs until they're done. So how much longer do you think they're going to wait?
Well, it depends on who they want. If they want the Rams guys, it's going to take a couple more weeks or at least another week or so. I mean, we'll be able to figure that out by if nobody's in place here in the next couple of, within the week, then that they're waiting for the Rams guys. Which one is it going to be? But let me tell you, they better, maybe not sign him, but have a good understanding of once this season's over with the Rams, that one of those guys are coming here. So if they're out on the Rams guys, it can happen, within the week. If the Rams make it to the Super Bowl, we're not going to hear much until February or the end of February here, or not the end of February. It's February 10th or something. So it all depends. It's still unknown. Let's, I guess, root for the old Seahawks this week, I guess, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Get this thing moving.
Mark, you don't think that Tomlin would be good at TV?
No, I think it'd be terrible.
Why?
I mean, when was the last time you had an interesting press conference out of Mike Tomlin?
It's on purpose.
When he wants to be entertaining with like the national guys, he's outstanding.
Right.
He's out when he talks to Dungy, when he talks to what's his face from Fox, Jay Glazer, the guy who lives, Rich Eisen.
What's his face?
Yeah.
It's sort of like being a coach. You have to put your players in position to succeed. I think they'd have to put Tomlin in a very, very specific position to be able to succeed in television. Plus, are you going to give a guy a contract who might go coach next year? I mean,
sure.
I want some.
Happened with Sean Payton
and Matt Ryan.
Yeah.
I still want somewhat of a commitment from a guy a little bit. I mean, what is he going to get? 10 million maybe? I don't know.
Probably more.
Once a week?
Yeah.
So I would probably do it if I'm him. I'd watch it. I just don't think he'd be entertaining because he would have to sit there and somewhat be critical of people that he might want to hire the next year.
So you don't think he's done coaching for good? You think he'll be back?
I think he will. There was nothing that indicated to me over even this year, unless he's a good faker and liar, that he was wore out or beat down or done with football. It just didn't come across to me as that. Now, maybe as he's out more, that, he figures that, hey, I can have some time to my own, but he seems like a guy that would get bored very easy. Yeah. He needs football in his life.
Mark, thank you.
Adam.
We appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mark.
I was going to say, Doran, welcome back, and try to keep Crowley in line because this show's been suffering without you.
Agreed.
Wow.
Thank you, Mark. The kind words are always appreciated, too. See you later. He thought that was really funny. He was really entertained by it.
The whole screen was shaking.
He had a family member that had a health crisis this weekend. I checked on him, and I'm a great friend. And what do I get? Oh, show sucked without Doran.
It's messed up.
I think the majority of people believe that, though. I'm one of them.
You want to know why? Because when Doran's not here, there's more of you. Bang, got him. Starkey joins us in 14 minutes. We talk about hammocks coming up next. Right now, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Could be like Starkey's joining the morning show, or what? What happened yesterday? The College Football National Championship took place, and Indiana won 27-21 over Miami. That's Indiana's first national championship in the school's history. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Midday maintenance delays, the order of the day. This report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. In Pleasant Hills, crews continue work on Route 51 with restrictions in both directions at the intersection with Lewis Run and Lindsay Snyder Roads. Meanwhile, I-79, you have northbound restrictions and delays between the Warrendale interchange and the Turnpike. On the southbound side, watch for that lane restriction between Wexford and the Parkway North split. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your drive this morning on the Parkway, 79 or 28, shouldn't end in an accident.
If it does, LGKG stands with the people of Western PA, making sure medical bills, lost wages, and pain aren't ignored.
Call LGKG, lgkg.com. Your local super lawyers.
Natural or lab-grown diamonds? You make the choice. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, their experts will perform a thorough 20-plus point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured because of someone else's fault? Want to find out what your case is worth? Visit 98twins.com for a free evaluation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Winter wreaks havoc on your car. Salt, slush, snow, the worst. You can keep your car bright, shiny, and clean with Mr. Magic's unlimited wash plans. Plans start as low as $19.99 per month to enjoy unlimited washes at any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations. Sign up today online or at any Mr. Magic car wash.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
Yes. One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go.
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here. Every fight.
Bam!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Starkey coming in here in 8 minutes. His Bills were robbed. They fired the wrong man, so he's all jacked up. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high at 19. Low of 6. My gosh. Early look, Pats, Broncos, Rams, Seahawks.
Pats. Rams.
Oh. I got Broncos, Seahawks.
Really?
Yeah.
Stidham, you think he's gonna do the thing?
I have not been impressed by the Patriots offense in either of their 2 playoff games. And now they got to go on the road against that pass rush. And everyone in the world is on them. They're a better overall team with Bo Nix not there. But I could see that defensive front messing them up real bad. And it being ugly. And they're at home. And they win the game.
Yeah.
I would definitely take them plus 5.5 or whatever it is.
Yeah. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Patriots plus 5.5?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
I picked the Seahawks to win the whole kit and caboodle before the playoffs.
I tell you what, that butt whooping that they put on against the 49ers, my goodness.
They're just so good on both sides, and they're impeccably coached.
And how about that was a team we thought the Steelers would beat in the beginning of the season when we were going through the schedule. It's
Well,
like
if it
Seahawks at home, Steelers should beat them.
Dub, I was thinking that exact thing. Not about, almost that exact thing. Like, we've all picked the Steelers to beat the Seahawks week 2. And Caleb Johnson, they might have beat him if Caleb doesn't make the dumbest error in the history of humanity. And then you had Calvin Austin III turn a touchdown into a pick. They could have beat the Seahawks. They're so good. The Rams are good too. I think the winner of the NFC Championship wins the Super Bowl.
I don't know.
You like the Pats?
I do.
I would.
I do.
I think I might cry.
I do.
I think if they won the Super Bowl, I would be so bummed out. I saw a meme. You know Thanos, the guy with the ball chin from Avengers?
Yeah. Yeah, I know Thanos, yeah.
Yeah. He's inevitable.
Mm-hmm.
And he also says, look what you've done. Now you all come back to me. I've butchered the quote, but you get what I'm saying?
Yep.
Oh, good. Hey, Chiefs not in the playoffs. Oh, wait. Whoa. Now look what we've done.
Yes.
Back to these guys. Makes me sick. It makes me sick. And I have no reason to hate Vrabel or Drake May. I have no reason to really hate most of those guys except for the logo that they wear and those fans. Golly. I'd be sick.
See ya.
Sick. All right. Good show today. Happy to have you back.
Yes, happy to be back.
Tomorrow,
Awesome.
We got Doug Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10. We'll talk Deans at 5:40. Starkey is next. Goodbye.
Bye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the power of Bowser. Winter in western Pennsylvania isn't for the faint of heart. Snow, ice, slush, and those back roads you know all too well. That's why it's time to get to Bowser Subaru for a new ride with all-wheel drive. Meet the 2026 Subaru Forester Hybrid Premium, the SUV that's ready for winter and smart about fuel efficiency. With its added hybrid power, the Forester Hybrid Premium is built to handle snowy commutes, icy mornings, and long winter drives with confidence. And right now, Bowser Subaru, there's 1.9% APR available on the 26 Forester Hybrid Premium, so don't wait. Credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends February 2nd. Head to BowserSubaru.com today.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation. Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julie and Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh, Bob Pompiani here. Stay warm this winter and keep your game in season at 9 Yards Golf Lounge. Play on the #1 ranked Golf Zone simulators. Join a league. Book a private bay with friends in Ross Township and in Washington, VA by the Meadows Casino. The best rounds in Pittsburgh are at 9 Yards Golf.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is Attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
New year, new ride at Joe Ball GMC. Get a brand new GMC Sierra with up to $11,000 off or 0% or lease for just $279 a month for 24 months. That's $279 a month at Joe Ball GMC, Route 8, Crenshaw. See JoeBallGM.com for details.
Need a new roof? Call The Pickle, Gherkin Roofing. They have 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget that's right for you. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, they're your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Call thepickle.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Ring in the new year with a little magic from Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Want a lifetime warranty and complimentary maintenance? Want rewards and an easy-to-use Spitzer VIP app? Granted. Want to lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE from $165 a month? Granted. Hurry in and grant your New Year's wishes today. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 25,082. VIN 5YFB4 MDE 5TP 390565. 39 months. $4,099 due at signing through TMS with approved credit. Does not include title, tax, license, registration, accessories, and dealer fees. $477 doc fee. Zero security deposit. 10K miles per year. See dealer for details. Ends 2/2/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Some minor slowdowns on the inbound parkways east and west approaching their respective tunnels. Meanwhile, work continues on I-79. Watch for restrictions in both directions approaching the Heidelberg-Kerwin Heights interchange, where crews are working on that damaged bridge which carries the southbound side over Tom's Run Road. Meanwhile, in Pleasant Hills, watch for restrictions on Route 51 Clareton Boulevard in both directions at the intersection with Lewis Run and Lindsay Snyder Roads. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
KDKA FM HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates.
ZipRecruiter. Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Last night, Indiana completed an undefeated season, 16-0 in the national championship game. They go to Miami, play Miami, and defeat Miami at the very end. A Carson Beck interception sealed the deal for the Hurricanes to lose and Indiana to clinch its first ever national title, 27-21. Heisman Trophy winner Fernando Mendoza leads the Hoosiers with Kurt Signetti, Pittsburgh native, to a championship. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Right now to Tuesday, Pomp and Joe.
Sports. Back to Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I'm sensing sabotage in my midst. There's no Bob here, which has nothing to do with that, although, why is Bob not here? It's a Tuesday. Limits?
Maybe he's at the hypothetical Tomlin news conference today.
Yes. I thought that was the excuse on Tuesdays, is the Tomlin. Well, that was legitimate because he hosted the Tomlin news conference. He was the MC. And if you need an MC out there, well, Larry Richard or Bob Pompiani is your guy. Is there an event in Pittsburgh that's not emceed by one of those two men?
Honestly, probably not.
So I don't. So why isn't he here then? I don't know. Do we know he wasn't going to be here?
He's never been here on Tuesdays, typically.
Because of that. There is no Tomlin. Tomlin's not here anymore.
Well, in the summer, he's typically not here on Tuesdays either.
I haven't even done a summer with Bob, have I? We're both off the whole summer.
Oh, that's true.
Then in the meantime, Limits, you're extremely distracted today. Unbelievably distracted. You're playing old music for the show. I heard you last night.
The music.
I heard you last night. You had a good show on, even though you didn't show up to produce this show. You had your own show.
You weren't here either.
Yeah, I know. I'm off.
You took the day off, and I took the day off.
No, you didn't. You worked last night. Yeah. So you worked last night.
So
you had
I
a good
worked
show,
and you didn't. Yeah, you're trying to bash me for working.
No, I'm not bashing you for working. I'm saying that you're starting to rise in the ranks. You're seeing a little crack.
Oh, stop it.
A little crack in the door. And now with this show, there's sabotage in my midst, and I'll tell you why.
You're just trying to make the
lazy show opening
here.
For one with a terrible song.
Lazy show opening. With one of the songs that just appears on our rotators here in the Rolodex of songs.
Thank you for confirming that. One of the songs that just appears on the Rolodex. A lot of thought you put into that, Limits.
I try to spice it up for you.
And then I asked you for a listing so I could have it in front of me. And I don't ask you for much. I hardly ask you for anything. I ask you sometimes for a clip. I said, can you print out a list of the coaches, of the coaching openings and who's been hired? And you didn't, but you texted me one.
I did. And you didn't include Robert Saleh.
And you didn't include Robert Saleh for the Titans. You have that as a blank. So you wanted me to go on the air and start reading these and be wrong about it.
Well, that's why you're the savvy old news
in
sound.
My midst. I can feel it. I feel it all over right now. Limits.
Maybe the excuse is that your friend Limits is a little bit under the weather over the last couple of days, and that's why I didn't produce the show yesterday.
But you did your own show.
Well, yeah.
At 6, you couldn't have been that much under the weather.
If I did 2 shows, that would have been a lot. I would have been completely gassed by the evening show.
All right. Let's get started here in spite of all this. By the way, I have quiche for lunch. Is that any kind of party foul? Do you like quiche?
I've never eaten quiche.
It's bacon. It's just, I mean, it's pastry. It's cheese souffle. You've eaten cheese souffle, haven't you?
I don't know.
No, you don't know if you've eaten it?
I guess not then. I'm excited for Tim's Corner Market subs today.
Yeah, that will be fun.
That's what I'm looking forward to.
Let's talk about Steelers coaches limits. This is getting ridiculous in here. All right. What are we supposed to make of Mike McCarthy being reunited with Aaron Rodgers potentially? I heard the morning show talking about this for a little while. Is this for real? Could this actually happen? I mean, first of all, before we get to anything else, I went back to research this morning and found headlines like this one from CBSSports.com. Aaron Rodgers apparently had toxic 13-year relationship with Mike McCarthy when McCarthy was coaching, and it goes back to the day he was drafted. When McCarthy was working for the Niners, which of course is Aaron's, hometown, basically, and it says was influential in them taking Alex Smith over Rodgers. And that began their relationship. Now, it went to some very good places, and I don't know, sometimes you can't believe what you read. I get it, limits. But it didn't seem like that was a marriage made in heaven, and it seemed to end poorly. And it seemed that Rodgers was the guy who kind of wanted McCarthy out. Am I wrong about that?
I don't think you are, no. That's the way that I understood it.
So there's going to be reunion and everything's good, and we're just going to run it back like nothing happened, and like neither guy left Green Bay. It's just going to be Green Bay 2.0 here. Back to the Super Bowl days. On one hand, I reject this as ludicrous. On the other, we have Tom Pelissero saying that Mike McCarthy is a realistic candidate here, like they really like him. And we have others saying that the Steelers have definite interest in Aaron Rodgers. Most importantly, we have Art basically saying, why would you waste a year of your life not being in, quote, contention? Now, my idea and Art's idea of being, quote, in contention are very, very different. The teams that are playing this weekend are, by any reasonable definition, in contention. They're in the conference title games. The teams that lost this past weekend, they were pretty much in contention, especially if they played a competitive game, right? I mean, when you say we were in contention every year with Mike, the obvious implication from Art is in contention for championships. That's the obvious implication there. So these teams that lost, like the Bears and Bills, were legitimately in contention. They can leave this season telling their fans and telling themselves, even if they fire their coach when they should have fired their GM in Buffalo, yeah, we had a team that legitimately was contending for a Super Bowl. We were right there. They can say that. Teams that lost in the wild card round have a much tougher time saying that, but at least if you were really competitive in that round, you might be able to say it, maybe. I mean, Jacksonville can leave this season saying, man, we were this close to maybe some big things this year. We were. We lost to Josh Allen in the end, but we win that game. We're really close. Maybe they're fooling themselves, maybe they're not, but if their owner goes and tells their fan base we were, quote, in contention, I think he has probably a defensible point. If you get blown out of the wild card round, you were never in contention. Again, by any reasonable definition, you were not in contention. Which tells me that the Steelers have not been in contention, not legitimate contenders, not believable as Super Bowl threats for nearly a decade. That's just a fact. And yet, the team owner, team president, whatever you want to call Art, seems to believe they were and they are. To me, that's delusional thinking. But knowing that he thinks that way, in the context of Rodgers and McCarthy, hell yes, I can see this happening. Art doesn't want to, quote, waste a year resetting or rebuilding or just taking a step back. This is the perfect time. You have a new coach coming in. You don't have a quarterback. You have aging stars. Who knows? Maybe you could still go 9-8. You know? I mean, that's not unheard of. You could still go 9-8. And maybe get blown out of a wild card game and fool yourself into thinking you were in contention. It's not that hard, by the way, to get in and get blown out. 40% of the teams get in. And I know the Steelers are the only team, one of the only teams to get in the last 3 years, the last 4 years. I don't know. I don't know what the stat is. But to me, if you get in and you get destroyed in the first round, you're way closer to the Jets and Cardinals of the world than you are to the 4 teams playing this coming weekend. That's my opinion. I wonder if Art thinks, and excuse me for a moment, Limits, as I take a sip of hot water. My throat is a little dry.
Your hands get dry during this weather? My hands are like all red right around my knuckles.
Yes, I woke
put,
up.
Cream on it.
I woke up basically a frozen cadaver. I slept on the couch last night because I stayed up watching the Warriors till like 1, so I didn't want to wake up anybody upstairs. And the TV room is set off. It's an addition to the house, and I woke up basically frozen, like Justin Fields when Artie threw him in for that big pass in the Browns game last year. Hadn't thrown a pass in a month. Thought it was a great idea, and Tomlin gave him the go-ahead. Go ahead, Justin. Go in, even though you're frozen and haven't thrown a pass in literally a month. Let's have you throw the biggest pass of the game against the Browns. That was me this morning.
My car said 8 degrees.
Mine said 7.
And I could see my breath, and I was legitimately shivering in my car.
Yeah.
As I felt like I was a participant in the Ice Bowl.
Yeah, I've grown to hate cold weather more than I can even describe to you. And what I wouldn't give just to wake up in Florida or Arizona or Hawaii.
Great for talk radio, my man.
Should we join them?
Could I do the show remotely, do you think?
Probably.
Would they allow that?
You have a lot of pull as the savvy old news hound, so I think you could.
What if Ron and I did an old man's show from Florida from 10 to 2? That would be unbelievable, actually. That would be a great show. And you would never get in here, Limits. No. You'd have to go for the PM or AM show. You'd have to sabotage Crowley instead.
That could never happen.
No.
No.
You and Harry Callis with a palace coup?
A palace coup?
A palace callus? You guys could do. Where was I? Oh, yes, the wasted years for Art. Why would you waste a year of your life? I'm curious. Does Art think that 2003 was a wasted year for the Steelers, Limits? Do you think he thinks that? Was a wasted year of everybody's lives? Because that was the year that begat Ben, right? And the Steelers went 6-10 that year. And Ben is the person most responsible for whatever it is, a 22-year non-losing streak, which is certainly different from what's happened in the playoffs because it's a losing streak in the playoffs of 7 straight games in which the Steelers have been blown out by an average of more than 2 touchdowns per game. So I guess that was a wasted year, 2003, even though they got Ben. And I wonder if Art also thinks that let's see here. Was it 1970? What year did they draft Terry Bradshaw? I think it was 70. So 69 was a wasted year at 1-13, even though Chuck Noll walked in and completely reset the culture and they got the quarterback who would lead them to 4 Super Bowl wins.
Correct.
I guess that was a wasted year, too. Does he think New England had a couple wasted years there, like the one where they got Drake May? They're still playing. Did you notice?
Yes. Wasted.
Because
you're not good for a year.
They wasted those years. Somebody should knock on Art's door and tell him the records of his team for the last 5 years, including the playoff blowouts. 10-8, 10-8, 10-8, 9-8, 9-7-1. If that's in contention, when you are 10-8, 10-8, 10-8, 9-8, 9-7-1, and have a heavily minus point differential and get destroyed in the first round of the playoffs almost every year if you make the playoffs, if that's in contention, Limits, then I am Harry Callis. I think we're dealing here with a team president who just doesn't have a grasp on reality right now. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I feel like
football reality. He's a very nice man, but I think he's. Go ahead. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Well, I just feel like his expectations have been lowered, and he's soured on what the Steeler brand should be, because I don't think Dan would have ever accepted this, and maybe that's just Art's persona. He's a different person than Dan. We all know. I don't know what it is. But for whatever reason, the fact that he's just content with what they have right now and maybe afraid. He was afraid to further move on from Mike. Like, if it's truly led to believe, which I do believe, that Mike stepped down on his own, he wasn't pushed out by Art. Art just wants to keep going with the status quo and is afraid of a big wholesale change for the fear that they could take a huge step back and maybe that they won't be able to figure it out to get back up to the top. So he'd rather be middling right around the middle where they're in contention instead of fall all the way back down and risk not getting back to where they were.
Well, he was forced to face that fear, and you're right, he wouldn't have faced it. And I think he has been afraid for a long time to make what a lot of us thought was an obvious change, and I waited longer than most. I thought the obvious time was after last year's playoff debacle against Baltimore. And by the way, since 2017, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. In these last 9 seasons, there's been one outlier. And that was 2020, which was a very weird year, however you look at it. And that was a year in which the Steelers went 12-4. That's their one outlier record. But they crumbled down the stretch and sustained maybe the most embarrassing home playoff loss in team history. Well, if it wasn't 2 weeks ago, when the Browns came in here and put 48 on them. So I just read off the records of the last 4 years. Let's just keep going. You throw in the 12 and these are including playoff games. 10-8, 10-8, 10-8, 9-8, 9-7-1, 12-4 with a historical crumbling, 8-8, 9-6-1, missed the playoffs both those years. How is that defined by any reasonable, unbiased person as in contention? I don't get it. However, forget all that. Art doesn't want to waste a year of his life. I think that Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers could probably go 10-8 and get blown out of a wild card game. I really do. 412 928 9370. 928 9370. That's the news of the day. That and Brian Flores apparently is here for an in-person interview. I don't hate that idea. I like him. I was at a volleyball tournament this weekend near Philly where some Steelers fans were there, and they didn't particularly like the idea. I think Flores has changed a little bit since his Miami days. I don't think his Miami days were that bad. I think he probably had a quarterback he didn't want thrust upon him. I think he found out, or maybe he did want him, but found out real early into his tenure, as a defensive coordinator would, because it's their job to figure out quarterbacks. I think he found out real early, oh my God, this guy is not going to take me where I want to go in my head coaching career. This guy is not for real. He's not good enough. And yet, he had some okay records in Miami. Well, he was only there for, 3 years limits, I think?
Right.
I like his demeanor. I love his defenses. I think his ones in Minnesota have been fabulous this year. They didn't have an offense, which kind of hampers you on defense. And yet, they were still pretty respectable. I'm sure somebody can throw some numbers up, but if you look at the entire situation in Minnesota, I don't think it was bad defensively at all. And I think at times in Flores' tenure, it's been really, really good. He went into Miami, went 5-11 the first year, and then he went 19-14 the second 2 years. I don't think that's a terrible resume either. Does it feel to me like a grand slam if they were to hire Flores? No, but it feels like a pretty good hire if they were to do that. McCarthy and Rodgers running it back, on the other hand, just doesn't seem attractive to me. How about you? At 412-928-9370, let's get this conversation started. It still feels very surreal to be talking about it. I saw where Tomlin was at his daughter's gymnastics meet, I think. I forget where she goes to school. But it was a nice photo of, a dad rooting on his daughter. It was nice. And I hope for him, that he has peace and happiness in whatever this is. A step away? Is it going to be a retirement? I don't know. I feel like a lot of these guys, with Bill Cowher being the main example that I can think of, Brian Billick, another one. I think a lot of these guys, once they step out of it, realize what they were missing and that you can have a real life outside of this, and they get paid very well, so don't take this the wrong way, but it's just it's a maniacal, obsessive existence as a coach. It really is. Very few of them can achieve, I think, any real balance in their lives. It's very difficult. Once they get out and they realize there's more to it, and especially when they realize, like in Cowher's case, and Billick's probably, but more so in Cowher's, my God, I can make all this money and not have to put up with all that and still have a life with actual people in it. Maybe it's time to never go back. So once somebody steps out, I'm always curious about that. But I think the coaching addiction, and I do believe it's an addiction, just grabs a lot of them again and says, come back, come back, come back. And they can't let it go. It'll be interesting to see with Tomlin how that goes. Because, man, if he was inclined to come back, one of the greatest coaching jobs in NFL history is on the table right now. In spite of Brandon Beane, the GM in Buffalo, you walk into Buffalo, you have a guy in Josh Allen, Superman, still in his prime. I mean, it's one of the greatest coaching openings there has ever been. Right up there with when Bill Cowher resigned back in 2006 or 7, whatever it was, 6, I guess. Early 2007, if you want to be technical. Big Ben in his prime, that's what Tomlin walked into. By the way, Limits, compare the situation the new Steelers coach walks into compared to what Tomlin did. It's a little bit different, wouldn't you say? Tomlin walked into a great defensive coordinator, a great defense, like legitimately a Super Bowl defense, and most importantly, a Hall of Fame quarterback just in his prime. Great assistant coaches all over the place, franchise quarterback, still young, and a great defense. Yes, the Steelers went 8-8 the year before. I think that might have had a little something to do with Ben nearly dying in a motorcycle accident, having an appendectomy right before the opener, and then getting a concussion early in the season. Silly me, and it was the only year that he threw more interceptions than touchdowns. I know that's a reach, but I think that might have been why they went 8-8. Cowher has said it, and it's true, and it's really not a slight on Tomlin at all. But Tomlin walked into a Super Bowl situation, and he capitalized. And I would never take away one thing from what he did early in his tenure. Point being, now look at what the next guy's walking into, right? He's walking into no assistant coaches, and if you do have one, it's Artie Smith, for God's sakes, but he's not going to be here. So you're not walking into Dick LeBeau, and was it Bruce Arians then, or did Tomlin promote him? I can't remember in the moment. But you have guys like John Mitchell, Keith Butler as your linebacker. I mean, you had a staff, a serious staff back then. So now you're walking into Mason Rudolph and Will Howard, an aging, overrated, underachieving defense, and really no staff to speak of whatsoever. It's just a little different than what Tomlin walked into. Anyway, we still have several coaching openings here. I would put this one right behind, well, I'd put it behind Buffalo, Baltimore for obvious reasons. I'd put it behind the Raiders because if I can have the first pick, I'd love to have the first pick. That trumps everything. But ahead of the Titans, Browns. No, Titans hired Saleh. See, I already made a mistake based on your erroneous text limits. I put it ahead of the Browns and the Cardinals. And that's about it right now. Your thoughts on any and all of this? Unbelievably, we're doing a coaching search in Pittsburgh. This is incredible. Incrinculant, some might say. And I think McCarthy and Rodgers would be a horrible idea, but it wouldn't surprise me if that's what Art is thinking. I mean, I guess a bigger part of me still believes the Steelers want to try to outsmart everybody by taking the untested riser in the ranks. You know what I mean? I think that that's probably what they want to do. But I think Art, in fact, I know Art is on the record as saying he wants to be in contention every single year. I think McCarthy and Rodgers could get you to 10-8 in a wild card blowout loss. I do. And I think he's perfectly fine with that. What do you think? We have a bunch of candidates. Let's talk about more of them and talk about McCarthy and Rodgers as a package deal. 412-928-9370. Limits, do you have my reads here?
They're in your email.
More sabotage. 412-928-9370. It's very rarely Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, last night Indiana won the national championship 27-21. They finish off a perfect season. The Penguins were victorious against the Seattle Kraken. 6-3, their third place in the Metro. The Pens' winning streak is, they're going to try to make it 2 in a row, I should say, as they will play against the Calgary Flames on the road on Wednesday after losing in a shootout against the Columbus Blue Jackets on Saturday. But the Penguins have now taken a point in the last 4 games. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. January's Fan Beer of the Month is Penn Brewery's Penn Pilsner, a Vienna lager. And the designated charity is the National Down Syndrome Society.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
I'm a little skeptical of the Miami Dolphins hire of Jeff Hafley as their next head coach, the former Packer defensive coordinator and former head coach at Boston College. At BC, he's there for 4 years, under 500 record, 22-26. And yes, did a nice job the last couple of years with the Packers, but who knows how this is going to go now that he's leading an NFL team. I'll be watching to see who he hires as his offensive coordinator. I'm Nick Costos.
Lowe's knows how to turn big plans into real results. Whether it's new appliances or a home refresh, get started with 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more with a MyLowe's Rewards credit card, January 15th through the 30th, so you can invest in your upgrade now and pay over time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer subject to credit approval and cannot be combined. Minimum monthly payment required. See store or Lowe's.com for details.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Winter in western Pennsylvania isn't for the faint of heart. Snow, ice, slush,
and those back roads you know all too well. That's why it's time to get to Bowser Subaru for a new ride with all-wheel drive. Introducing the all-new 2026 Subaru Crosstrek with Subaru's legendary symmetrical all-wheel drive and available X-Mode for rugged traction. The Crosstrek is ready for whatever Pittsburgh winter throws at you. And right now, get 2.9% APR for 36 months at Bowser Subaru. So don't wait. Get to BowserSubaru.com or visit us in person at Bowser Subaru, Route 51 today. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends February 2nd.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, it's Crowley. Right now, Guardian Protection is cutting the price of home security in half. For a limited time, get 50% off their Essentials Home Security Package, including intrusion protection, fire protection, and water protection. That's protection for break-ins, fires, and leaks, all covered. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today to lock in this limited offer. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, Chris Muller here. We're 3 weeks into the new year. All right, folks, time to face the music. Have any of you lost 20 pounds yet? You could have, and it's not too late to start. I was down 20 in my first 3 weeks with Awaken 180. Hey, Donnie, how about you?
Same story here, Malsey. We both dropped over 10 pounds in that first week, 20 in 3 weeks, and then just kept shedding 4 to 5 pounds every single week.
Pretty simple. By eating to lose weight. It sounds simple because it is. And once you know your body, once your Awaken 180 coach knows you, the rest, well, you get the point.
Both of us dropped 20 pounds in our first 3 weeks. Me, 45 overall. Chris dropped the 35 he needed to lose, and thousands of others have met their goals too.
If I could do it, if Donnie could do it, I know any of our listeners could too. Awaken 180 is a game changer. No working out, no pills, no hunger. Find out during your first call to the solution for weight loss, Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERCross.com.
Got junk? 2 men and a junktruck.com.
Dry January just got better. Meet Bureau, Tom Holland's premium non-alcoholic beer, brewed with the best ingredients for real satisfying flavor without the alcohol. Get Bureau delivered in 60 minutes in Pittsburgh or shipped nationwide at beverages2u.com.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Black and Gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line on which you can communicate with our dear friend City Limits. Brought to you by brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. In the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Obviously, we're talking about the Steelers' coaching situation. Brian Flores to interview today in person. Mike McCarthy being interviewed. And that obviously raises questions of a McCarthy-Rogers reunion. And I went back and saw our boss during the break, Limits. The estimable Craig Riley. Is estimable a word?
Well, honestly,
esteemed?
I don't know.
Is esteemed? Yeah.
Esteemed is the word.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Okay. Estimable's not a word.
I'll have to check my Malsey Thesaurus on that one. Not 100% sure. I'll have to see if it's back here.
Is there an official Malsey Thesaurus?
We'll have to see if it publishes an update every year.
You're changing, Limits, even as I speak.
Why?
I don't know. Something's different about you these days.
Well, I told you today I feel under the weather.
No, there's something different. And I'm getting, he has a big screen in his office. And I usually don't see the YouTube comments. But today I found them quite insulting, I must say. And also flat out wrong. So I think I'll take a moment to address a couple of those Limits, the ones I pointed out to you. Is there someone called South Fayette something? And read me the two that I delineated for you.
There's a man named Match Quarters 9136 that says right. The Fan has done a great job of transitioning from Tomlin rage bait to Rooney rage bait. All because the guy wouldn't publicly admit to tanking a season. The bait is being ate up.
Well, rage bait is an interesting word. I think I try to put myself, well, I give my opinion, number one. But if I were a Steeler fan, number two, is rage the right word? Is apathy the right word? I would be so sick and tired of what I'm seeing that I could barely express it. Does this guy realize that the stadium erupted in Fire Tomlin chants? Is he aware of that? He makes it sound like it's a contrived sort of, I'm going to throw the bait out there to get people angry at Tomlin. I don't think I need to do that, number one, or angry at Rooney, number two. No, I think I've been talking, and we've been talking about the Steelers' underachieving ways for years now and couching it as, if you're mad at Tomlin and don't think he's doing a great job, first of all, you're right. And second of all, then you must be even madder at Art. I mean, I just went over all the numbers. I've got more of them for you, by the way. The 7-game playoff losing streak tied for the longest of any coach in history. The mediocre records year after year after year after year. The bad hires on the assistant coaches, everything else. Is that rage bait or is that reality bait? I don't know. I don't feel like it's been contrived. I think it's actually happening. It's actually happening that Tomlin is 8-12 all time in the playoffs. Am I tossing out bait for rage there? What's this guy's name, Limits?
His name, once again, is Match Quarters 9136.
Now, how could I forget that?
Yeah.
9 straight seasons without a playoff win. That's an NFL record for Tomlin. 7 double-digit playoff losses. That's an NFL record. I guess I'm just throwing, chum in the water here for all the Sharks to feed on? Or am I just mentioning reality that you have a football team here that never wins anything of significance anymore and nothing is expected of anymore ever? The Vegas over-under every year is about 8.5, and then Tomlin exceeds it by 1 or 2 and is hailed as a miracle worker, and then they get systematically destroyed in a playoff game, the latest of which was the worst home playoff loss in the history of the franchise. So I guess it is rage bait. And then as far as Art goes, tell that guy to call the show. What's his name? No, don't say his name again. Tell him to shorten his name and call the show.
Call the show.
And we can talk about what, I guess he thinks that criticism of Rooney is unfair. Is that what he thinks? Here's the bottom line. In one simple sentence, the Steelers have not come close to winning a playoff game in nearly a decade, in just about a decade. Just start and end there. And that guy thinks that fans, should be okay with it? Shouldn't be mad about it? We're wrong for wanting Tomlin to be fired? Are wrong for being mad at Art? I guess. Read me the next one, oh limitless wonder. Because I really resented this one. And by the way, listen to Pomp and Joe every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Bottom line to that guy is fans around here don't need any bait to be enraged. They're pretty enraged as it is, and they're very, very much justified to be so. As they watch a team that's never really in contention anymore, ever, just float along year after year after year, and Art was ready to run it back again. If I were a fan, I'd be pissed too. I would be too. Obviously, you wouldn't be, whatever your name is again. Obviously, it sounds like you're okay with it. Maybe Art can hire you, and you guys can be in contention every year and not waste a year of your lives resetting, rebuilding, or whatever you want to call it. Do you like dark chocolate, Limits?
I do.
So do I, and I'm now addicted to it, and I freeze it. I buy dark chocolate, and then I put it in the freezer, and now I can't stop eating it, and now I'm addicted to it.
I like to buy Twix bars, in a big pack, like a family-size pack, put them in my glove compartment.
Yeah.
And they just automatically freeze in the winter.
Great idea.
And then I'll just, munch on them as I go.
Great idea. What's this other guy say?
So
I was going to call him an idiot, but I won't because he's watching on YouTube, and you should too at YouTube. It don't cost nothing to subscribe, and the numbers are just phenomenal right now. You can get there through our website, 937thefan.com, or go straight to YouTube, and you can watch the show. We have Bob's Mannequin over there, and I am here alone today, and I think this is something that this man wanted to talk about. What's his name?
Yes, this person calls themselves Fayette Christ, which I don't like that name at all, but whatever. Says, love Joe, but I think he's just strapped for material and is not as prepared as usual. This is low-tier crud, which surprises me. He also says, Limits is a terrible host.
Well, let's start with the first thing. strapped for material. The Pittsburgh Steelers don't have a coach or a quarterback. They're conducting coach interviews right now. I've never been handed material manna from heaven like this. I will admit there have been days, certainly in my, how long have we been on the air? Almost 16 years, 15 years? I don't know. 16, I guess. Where I've been strapped for material. You know, maybe June 11th, I might be strapped for material because the Pirates are already out of it every year. But today I'm not strapped for material. Today I have enough material to last me from now until September, which is how long we're to be talking about all this stuff. And I forget what else he said. Oh, unprepared. No, I'm very well prepared. I'm well prepared every day. I know a lot about Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers. So do all of you out there. So let's talk about it. Malsey's opinion, and I might not be wrong, is that this is McCarthy's agent putting this out there to Pelissero that he's a strong candidate in Pittsburgh. I could buy Malsey's theory there for sure, except that I'm couching all of this in Art's comments. Art doesn't mind being 9-8 or 10-8. He'd rather be that than be bad for a year than take a step back for a year. The idea of intentionally taking a step back is really what galls him. I guess he would rather unintentionally, but again, somebody might want to remind him that every day when he walks by those 6 Lombardis, the 2 people, I would argue, most responsible for those Lombardis are Ben Roethlisberger and Terry Bradshaw, the 2 quarterbacks. Yes, Dan Rooney, of course. If you want to go up into the executive suite, yeah, he hired Noel and Chuck Noll too, and the drafting of Bradshaw, okay. But quarterbacks win for everybody. It's a quarterbacks league, in case you didn't know. How many Super Bowls would Bill Belichick have without Tom Brady? 1? None? How many, just pick a name, would Tom Landry have without Roger Staubach? How many would Bill Walsh have had without Joe Montana? How many would Chuck Noll have had without Terry Bradshaw? I think you can argue definitely 1, because Bradshaw in the first Super Bowl was all about defense before they changed the rules, before the Steelers really got sort of mature in their passing game. But after that, man, it was Bradshaw and Swan against the Cowboys. And then it was, again, it was the Rams and Cowboys, those 2 other Super Bowls where they scored a lot of points. And I've always argued that Terry Bradshaw is the best clutch deep ball passer of all time. How many for Chuck Noll without Bradshaw? 1 or 2? Half as many, I would say. How many for Cowher without Ben? None. How many for Tomlin without Ben? None. It's all about getting the quarterback, which wouldn't make for a very lively radio show, except there's a lot of ways to get them. And one way, potentially, the best way, potentially, is to stink for a year. And I'm not sure that's a terrible idea for next year, and they might stink in spite of themselves. Limits, you haven't gotten in my ear yet and said whether we have tons of phone calls, no phone calls, or maybe 3 of them.
We have plenty of phone calls. We also have Mr. Fayette chiming in on the text line.
What does Mr. Fayette say now?
He said, Joe going on a soliloquy about how I'm wrong when he and Malsey are the reason this station is awesome. LOL. I was just trying to be honest. Tell Joe to chill. He also says, no hard feelings, Limits.
He said you stink on the radio, did he not?
He says, you're tasked with a lot in the booth. It is why you're not good with Joe. Thanks, Mr. Fayette.
So in apologizing, he insults you 2 more
both
times.
Of us, yes.
So I'm an unprepared rage baiter, and you just stink.
Yeah, I guess. Okay. I guess he thinks I'm good by myself.
I mean, maybe he's right.
I don't know.
For me, I don't know. I feel very prepared today. I feel like I have a script like Artie Smith at the beginning of a game, and I think I'm executing it pretty well.
Texter, don't listen to that jerk Fayette. He's a piece of crap. Wow. How about that, Texter? Other texter says, I will fight the Fayette Christ dude.
Yeah, I mean, the whole rage bait thing is just silliness. They're plenty angry without me inciting them or anybody else from the station. In fact, some of them, I feel like we talk off the ledge, if anything. All right. Cold and a high of Will Howard today. 18, a low of Trevor Daley. What a player he was. A low of 6, and it feels like 3. Was Jeff Reed 3?
Yes.
Jeff Reed. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Lager, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. All right, Limits, let's hit the phone lines, shall we?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's start with our guy Greg in Youngstown to spice it up.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, first off, I love City Limits, man. And his mom's from Poland, Ohio. So he's an
I like
Ohio
him,
boy.
too. Yeah, I like City Limits, too.
We love you, too, Greg.
Yeah. About Flores, I listened to Dickerson today, and I agree with him. Don't take the guy. The players hate him. I mean, he hasn't changed. No one ever changes their stripes. So I think the guy's going to be a disaster. He's just Mike Tomlin, Mach 2, worse than Mike Tomlin.
Oh, wait a second. Players were said to have loved Tomlin. I don't think I'd mind a guy that Steelers players hated myself.
Yeah, you don't want that. Yeah, not in this modern culture. You can't do that. You're going to have a mutiny. On the coach, I like Shula.
You mean some players might quit? Gee, that's never happened before.
Well, they quit. This Fitzpatrick hated him, and Fitzpatrick gets along with everybody. So if he says the guy is not the right guy, I'll take his opinion. I really will. And then I don't think he's a good coach anyway. I mean, I think he's a good defensive coordinator, but he's a coordinator. He's not a head coach.
How do we know that, though? We know that from his time in Miami. Like, how can you say that with such certainty? He's had one tenure. And on a very dysfunctional Dolphins team with quarterback issues, he went 19-14 in his last 2 years there. How can you say that with such certainty?
But my problem with him was what he did after he was let go. And after he sued the NFL for no reason at all, to me, I don't want this guy. He's just trouble.
Okay, then now you're saying really why you don't, and that's fine. That's your opinion. But the coaching part, I don't see how you can draw the conclusion that this guy is just a coordinator and not a head coach. He's going to get it.
Like him.
I don't care what the players like, especially the players here.
Like it.
I don't give a crap if the players here like their coach. In fact, I'd prefer if they hated him.
I don't want to go down that road. I'd rather have Shula. I want a young guy. I want a new guy. I want Shula, and I want that offense. I want that quarterback coach. That's who I want. I want to change. I don't want anything to do with Tomlin.
Tell me more about Shula, because I'm just, like I said at the beginning, I can't even remember if I said this on the air to Dorn and Crowley on the way in. I feel like I don't know anything. I can read about these guys, but what do we know about Chris Shula? What do we know about
Shield? I didn't know anything about Bill Cowher. I didn't know anything about Chuck Noll.
I know. Let me finish, though.
Came out of the blue, too, and his defense has been good.
Okay. How good have his defenses been?
He has no money on his defense. He has one of the lowest paid defenses in the league.
Okay.
And he makes his team work.
Tell me why. I'm not criticizing you here. I'm saying that I feel like I don't know a lot about these candidates, and you're right. We didn't know a lot about Tomlin. You're right about that. Hold on. The Steelers might be right, but just tell me why. Again, this isn't an accusation. It's an honest question. Tell me why you like Shula so much.
I'm going to go in history. When Noel came in, he coached with Shula. When Cowher came in, he coached with Schottenheimer. When Shula coached with the guy from the Rams, who's probably the best head coach in the league. That means a lot. I'm telling you this. It does. He's picked up a lot from this guy, the coach from the Rams. I'll take this guy any day of the week. He knows that you need an offense. He's just not strictly a defensive coordinator. He's going to build an offense around.
Does Dave Shula count in the equation?
The one from his son?
The old Bengals coach?
I don't know. I mean,
if it's the Shula bloodlines you're looking for, I don't know. Bloodlines don't mean a whole lot to me.
No, I didn't say bloodlines. I said who he coached with. The guy for the Rams is the best head coach in the league. And he coached with him for 8, 9 years? So he's picked up something from this guy. And so did Noel pick up from Shola, and so did Cowher pick up from Schottenheimer. You pick up from these guys. I don't think the coach, Flores, picked up from anybody. I really don't. And he coached with Tomlin. I didn't think our defense was that great when he was on our team anyway as a coach. And I know he was an assistant, whatever, but our defense wasn't good. So I'm not putting him that high up.
I mean, Shula's defense last year was 17th in scoring defense, and this year they were 10th in scoring defense. That's okay, I guess. I think it's more.
So why do you want Flores? Why do you want Flores?
I didn't necessarily say I wanted him. I said he was an attractive candidate. I also said I don't consider him to be a grand slam hire because I think his last 2 seasons in Miami at 19 and 14 with no quarterback and a dysfunctional organization were kind of impressive. And I really like his defenses in Minnesota.
Didn't we beat them pretty well this year, his great defense with Rodgers? We beat them pretty good this year, didn't we? The Vikings with his great defense?
I mean, he was 5th a few years ago. And this year they were 7th, so they were better than Shula's defenses.
I saw these guys play this year, and I know you can rank defenses whatever you want, but his defense collapsed a lot of times. I know the quarterback stunk, but I thought their defense wasn't that great.
But it was still better than Shula's, which I guess the whole point for me is...
they're in a championship game, and his team isn't. So I'll take the guy who's in the championship game and the guy who's not.
Okay, and that'll decide who the Steelers coach is for you?
Yeah, I am. I'm going to pick guys who win. I want winners. I don't want losers.
Right. And I'm sure Shula would have won with J.J. McCarthy at quarterback. The bottom line is you can't really tell me anything about Shula because neither one of us know.
But did you know anything about Cowher? Were you there in 91?
That's not the point. Why do you like Shula?
Because I think he's a guy that coached with a head coach that knew what he was doing. I think you pick up on guys. You learn from guys.
But Charlie Weiss coached with Belichick.
Charlie Weiss was a clown.
Okay. All right, thanks.
He was a
Next.
All right, let's move along to AJ. He's in Natrona Heights.
Here's the bottom line, Limits, is...
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. I love Natrona Heights. Let me just mention something before you talk. The whole point is, yes, I don't feel like I know a lot about these candidates. That's not necessarily a good thing or a bad thing because he's right. What everybody knows is we didn't know a ton about Tomlin when he came in, or maybe even Cowher, even though he was a Pittsburgh guy. That's the whole point. It's very difficult to rate these coaching candidates other than I don't want Mike McCarthy to be the next coach. Go ahead.
I, too, share an addiction to frozen chocolate candies of any kind. So I just want to let you know that it has to be frozen for its utmost potential to be reached. But
I know, isn't it? I'll tell you exactly what I do. What's your name again?
AJ.
I'll tell you exactly what I do, AJ. I freeze. First of all, I spend more money on chocolate than other groceries, which my wife doesn't like. Then I put it in the freezer. And then I get a craving right after dinner or after lunch for that matter, or in this case today before lunch, where I eat the chocolate with walnuts, grapes, and for a while marshmallows until they destroyed my intestines. So I've cut them, but with walnuts and grapes. You like that idea?
Some nutritional value there.
Some, yeah.
I want to preface what I have to say by saying I had the chance and the honor to meet Art Rooney on more than one occasion. In particular, he was very nice to my nephew at camp a couple years ago.
You're talking Art the Second. He is a nice man, yes.
Oh, I every bit as nice as he appears, just so mellow, you know. But I have to say I'm nervous about this process, and I'll say why. I just feel like he's closer, obviously, to the end and the beginning in terms of his tenure. I feel like he possibly could be looking to step down himself in the near future. And he just seems a little bit checked out to me. When he addresses the media, I just don't know how aware he is of the qualities of the candidates in this coaching search. And I'm worried about the McCarthy thing. I think there could be some sentimentality factor there, and there's no room for that in my opinion.
Yeah, man, that's going to be that interview, the name came for me truly out of nowhere there. I did not expect to see that one at all because it doesn't fit sort of the prototype. Now, Ray Fittipaldo thinks this could be one step toward McCarthy maybe becoming the offensive coordinator, which would interest me a little bit more, I guess, and a quarterback developer. I think that would interest me more. Limits, did you see where Ben DiNucci signed with the Broncos?
Yeah.
Is he third string, or how does their...
Yeah, he's either second. I think he's...
Well, second would be a story. Who are their two quarterbacks for this game?
So it's Jared Stidham.
Yeah.
And who is their backup? That's a great question.
I'm going to go to ourlads.com while you entertain the masses.
I'm going to go to the Broncos depth chart.
It's Sam Ellinger. That's just going to be...
Nice timing. And it'll be Ben DiNucci as the third string. So
all of us who were saying all year that the AFC is wide open, man, the AFC is wide open.
And of course, it's New England who walks right through the door. Here they are again. After 20 years of Tom Brady, you get about 6 years off, and then here they go again with another franchise quarterback and good head coach.
Yep.
Ugh.
And a really good offensive coordinator. And a good offensive coordinator is probably not going anywhere because Josh McDaniels has failed as a head coach in multiple cities. I mean, he's just going to be him and Vrabel. It's the best of all worlds for Vrabel.
No doubt.
Like when we have this discussion, and I got this at my Trib mailbag today, of do the Steelers need to hire an offensive-minded head coach? My initial thought is no, because again, I go with the presence, the CEO type, and then you just hire an offensive guy, obviously, as your coordinator, your quarterback developer, your good offensive coordinator. But the problem there is that coordinators leave. They leave. Ben Johnson, a perfect example. So then you're stuck trying to get the new guy in, and you don't know if he's going to be as good as the old guy. So don't you solve that problem if your head coach, is steeped in quarterback development and is a good offensive guy. Andy Reid, Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan. You know what I mean? So I really, the more I think about it, wonder about that. And maybe on that front, Flores isn't the best guy. But who is? Kubiak? Shieldhouse?
For that purpose, Shieldhouse would be the guy. The thing about Shieldhouse for me, look, he's never called plays.
I can't say yet that he's the guy. He's barely older than you.
Yeah, but would you rather not hire Shieldhouse where he's ready in a year and then he turns out to be a really solid candidate? Where would you rather grab him a year early and then you grow and develop with him this next year before you get a quarterback in 27?
But this whole idea that he's the next Sean McVay, I don't know that I'm buying it. And I'm certainly not buying what you're intimating, what that last caller was, 2 callers ago, that just because you spend time around a guy that you become him. Belichick's the greatest example of all. His coaching tree has a lot of rotten branches, Limits. Branches that have just fallen down and they're in the yard, like one in my yard right now, that I don't know how and don't feel like getting rid of, and my wife is mad at that too.
Oh, I thought you had more to pontificate on.
No, that's all. She has many reasons to be mad, and one that the giant branch fell in our yard. It's been there for a month. I don't know.
Why haven't you picked it up?
Because it's too heavy.
You don't have a saw?
What am I, John Bunyan? You think I'm going to go up and pick up a giant log that's fallen?
You said it's in your yard. Like, how big is it?
Yeah, it's not.
When you say a branch, like, how big is this branch?
It's bigger than Dion Branch or Brian Branch. It's bigger than a human being. It's not a stick that fell, Limits. It's a giant. Is branch the right word?
How thick is the log?
It's a thick log. It's something that only someone very strong could pick up, and they would risk injuring their back.
I think you need a chainsaw. I have a chainsaw.
I don't have it, and I'm not operating a chainsaw. Eventually, I'll pay somebody to come over and remove it.
Pay somebody? Just ask a friend, and then they'll take the wood, and then the problem's off your hands.
Hello, friend. Could you come to my house and pick up a giant log in my yard
and
move it somewhere?
You don't pick it up. You cut it up, and then you transport it.
All right. You're a friend. Can you bring over your chainsaw?
When it's not 8 degrees outside, yes.
There you go. That's another reason I haven't moved it. I get blamed for everything at the house. Kind of like by the YouTubers here.
Yeah. We have to go, Joe.
I'm an unprepared, incompetent, materialless jackass, I guess. And they think you're even worse.
Apparently, yes.
Who's up next?
Nick Faribaugh. And then back to
I should have been prepared. I should have known that.
We've received the Belfont snorkel from a guest that I reached out to from Miami at 1 o'clock, and I'm trying to effort them for tomorrow.
Reach out for another guest from Miami. I want to know the true story of Flores and Tua. What happened there?
Okay.
Hold on. There's a guy from South Hills Country Club. Maybe I can get a golf invite.
Right by me.
I already did weather. So, yes, we'll get to Faribault next. Who does he think the next coach should be? Let's pick his brain for a while. And then we can all rip him on YouTube. What if I get into the YouTube comments and rip him as a guest?
Could you tell us about the baseball card castle?
Is he on the line?
No.
Then why did you say that?
Listen to Pump and Joe every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry.
See how unprepared I am? From the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry with General Patton, Jeff Patton. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Robert Saleh has agreed to be the new head coach of the Tennessee Titans and will coach Cam Ward, Joe. How about that? So another head coaching opening has been filled.
By a defensive guy, no less.
Defensive
How
coach.
about that, oh limitless wonder? And, of course, I meant Paul Bunyan and not John Bunyan. Who is John Bunyan?
I don't know.
What was I thinking of?
Bring Paul Bunyan's axe. He'll take care of your branch, your large branch.
It's Paul Bunyan's underappreciated brother, John.
Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today's 93 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
LGKG, your home team. Western PA injury attorneys, born and raised in business over 90 years. Hi, I'm Dan Zangrilli with Larry Kelly and Joe George. So what exactly is the home team advantage, Larry?
You got to know Western Pennsylvania people. You have to know what makes them tick. I like to believe we have credibility with the judges. I've been doing this 40 years. Joe's been doing this 25, 30 years. And you got to earn your bones. It doesn't happen overnight. We have the benefit of our past reputation, our past credibility with the court staff, and the people of Western Pennsylvania.
Let's be honest. There's a lot of other firms. This is not where they lay their head at night. So how could they be as effective in a place that they otherwise don't know?
When you have that reputation, as we do in this area, in Western Pennsylvania, that's a competitive advantage. To have that advantage on your side, it's huge. And being from Western PA, knowing the players in Western PA, believe me, it is an advantage to having folks that are right here in Western PA.
Accidents Med-Mal Workers' Comp is at lgkg.com today.
Guys, it's Chris Muller, and if your date nights have been ending in disappointment, if the fail music plays when you head to the bedroom, if your wife or your girlfriend are looking at you with kind of that sad and disappointed look, I'm here to tell you that there is help out there for you. It's Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet, guys. It's a cheat code for the old downstairs region. You can feel like you did in your glory days, in your prime with Blue Chew. You can be more confident where and when it counts with Blue Chew. And it isn't just about performance. It's about giving her group chat, they're always talking, something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime scorer bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spirit Wear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
Pittsburgh, stop playing defense with your home. When you need expert exterior work, you call Whalen Exteriors, the pros with 5-star reviews. Whalen believes an educated customer is a confident customer. We provide transparent, detailed estimates with a project manager on site from start to finish. You get open communication, efficient work, and a thorough final cleanup. We offer flexible financing options too. For roofing, siding, and gutters, call the pros today. Whalen Exteriors, your home team for total exterior care. Check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bring in the new year with a little magic from Spitzer Acura in McMurray. Our Genie Pandas making car buying wishes come true. Want an exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty and complimentary maintenance at no extra charge? Granted. Want to enjoy complimentary service loaners and rewards in our easy-to-use Spitzer VIP app? Granted. Spitzer Acura delivers more power, more precision, more luxury. Luxury should come with New Year perks, and at Spitzer Acura, it does. Spitzer Acura in McMurray or online at SpitzerAcura.com. Not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight
Bam!
one subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, the Steelers today are going to interview Brian Flores for their open head coaching spot. The defensive coordinator of the Minnesota Vikings, former defensive assistant and linebackers coach for the Steelers. They are also expected to talk to Mike McCarthy this week for an in-person interview. Tom Pelissero says McCarthy is a strong candidate for the job. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Nick Faribault joins the show next.
Good talk radio.
Great! All right, thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Nick, it's a pleasure to have you. I don't believe we've ever spoken before. You're a recent graduate of Slippery Rock. Am I right about that?
No.
What a moment in time that was. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Nick Faribault from PennLive.com. Nick, we had a YouTube commenter say that I was short of material today, and I told him that there's never been such obvious material in all my time on the air. The Steelers need a coach. I don't have to search for material today. It's sitting right in front of me. Of the known candidates, who is your preferred choice?
My favorite would be Chris Shula. That's who I'd hire if I were the Pittsburgh Steelers. He fits the profile that they've gone to the last 3 times. That's not the only reason. I think he is the type of coach right now in the NFL that is on vogue in some respects. We're seeing a lot of really good defensive coaches start to rise up against the offensive wave. You know, there's the McVays, there's the Cohens, there's the Shanahans, but there's also the Mike McDonalds. There's those types now. And Shula, I think, fits into that branch really well. He has access to the McVay tree. And he's not just a guy that has been in the NFL for 4 years. You know, he's been on that staff since 2017. You look at the profile he has put together as a position coach. He's coached outside linebackers, inside linebackers, secondary. He's coached defensive line. He's coached every single level of the defense. And every single year he coached a position group, a guy had a career year. An outside linebacker, it was Dante Fowler. An inside linebacker, Ernest Jones, became what he is now in Seattle. He has coached up guys that have become really good players. The secondary, Quentin Lake, has now become one of the best nickels in the NFL. He coached him up there. That's all him. And so that's what he does. He has a tried and true resume of development, and then he gets more than he has in terms of talent on the football field. The last 2 years, the Rams were 32nd in defensive spending, and yet success rate, EPA per play, different stats like that, they were generally a top 10 defense. They get a lot of sacks. They force turnovers. There's a lot there with him. I think that is really promising as a coach. And then as a defensive coach, he has access to a lot of good assistants. I think the Shula Shieldhouse kind of branch, that sounds like a really good idea to me. You know, hiring Chris Shula as your head coach, Nathan Shieldhouse comes in as your OC. I think that's really smart. And then maybe you can bring in, a guy like Raheem Morris as the defensive coordinator. That's a really strong start to his staff.
Do you think that's what the Steelers want to do? Shula seems to be the Vegas favorite right now. And do you think that Shieldhouse this would be his best opportunity? Or do you think somebody may offer him a head coaching job?
I don't think Shieldhouse is going to get a head coaching job this year. I think he's a year or two away from that. I think teams are still hesitant to give it to a guy that's never called plays at this level. I think that is fair. He has been an offensive coordinator, but it was at Iowa State. I think they want to see it happen at the NFL level. And so he could have a great year next year at the Steelers and be gone. But I do think the Steelers would love that Shula Shieldhouse pairing. I think that is something that is really appealing to them, given the buzz Shieldhouse is getting and given where Shula is in terms of the development and the tree that he can bring. I think that is very appealing to them, yes.
So let me think about this for a moment. It would be a defensive guy. We don't know if Shieldhouse would come in with Shula, so let's just focus on Shula. We just talked about this topic. Because if you have a defensive guy, then you have to have the right offensive coordinator, presumably to develop a younger quarterback. And then there's always the risk of that guy leaving. So the constant question, the question looming over all of this is this the time the Steelers should choose an offensive head coach who knows how to develop quarterbacks? And that way you're coordinator proof, if you know what I mean. You don't have to worry about guys leaving, whatever, because your head coach, has the background on that. What do you make of that?
I'm just not sure there's a candidate that I can describe in that manner on the offensive market this year. I just don't see that. If there was a Ben Johnson, if there was a Liam Cohen, I'd be all for it. There's not. I think that is kind of my when I talk with people about offensive coaches, I understand that. If there was a really good, great offensive coach candidate on the market, I think that it would be a lot more appealing to do that. I just think right now you don't have that on the market. I mean, Shieldhouse has never called plays at this level. Udinsky has never called plays if you wanted to go to Jacksonville. Cohen calls the plays there. Clay Kubiak, who they interviewed, again, doesn't call plays. Shanahan calls plays. The one guy that is maybe most in that vein would be Clint Kubiak. The Steelers can't interview him yet because of there's a wrinkle in the CBA that means they can't interview him until, if they wanted to, I believe, after the Super Bowl. I think it's like February 8th or something. They would have to wait a while there. He'd be the one guy I think you could look at, but I have questions about him from his previous stops in places like New Orleans. That I get some Arthur Smith 2020 vibes from him, to be quite honest with you. I'm not sold on Clint Kubiak. So to me, if there was an obvious coach, an offensive coach, I'd be all for it. I'm just not sure there is. I think the defensive coaches this cycle are much stronger. It's not the best cycle for the Steelers to be in on this market. If they had been in here a year ago, we would have been talking about Ben Johnson and Liam Cohen and all these other guys. But this cycle is very defensive slanted, and I think that's their best opportunity to get a really good coach.
Limits, the mere thought of leaving you out of this conversation has Nick Farabaugh brimming with tears.
I see Anthony Weaver is getting a second interview, Nick. Is he considered a real candidate in this? Like, it would be a surprise for me if he's hired. Would it be for you?
It would be. For reference, they do have to do in-person interviews for the Rooney Rule to count. So Flores plus him will make them Rooney Rule compliant. But the interesting thing about Anthony Weaver is a lot of people around the league still really like him. And he's more in the Dan Campbell vein from what I know, from what I hear. He's a guy that's heavily into analytics. He's a real kind of CEO tone setter type. I'm not sure he would call defensive plays at his next stop. He feels like a guy that maybe wants to be that CEO kind of manager type. So he's an interesting kind of brand, because I think there's a guy like him that they're interviewing in that regard. Flores is different. McCarthy's different. Shula's different. No one really quite like Anthony Weaver on the market. And there's a lot of thought around the league that he's kind of been smitten, by what he did in Baltimore. I think he did a great job there. And more importantly, that he has been dragged down by the talent around him. But he has not had a great group in Miami. The stats aren't there. The results haven't been great. The scheme is nothing too crazy. But when you look at Weaver, he is a different type of candidate that would kind of be an off-the-wall shoot, more in a Dan Campbell vein than anything. But I'm not expecting him to get the job.
I mean, that actually makes him interesting, at least when I'm looking at my crystal ball here. I think in the end, Nick, it's the guy, we can talk about resumes and player development. It's the guy who walks into that interview room and blows them away. And I will frankly admit, I don't know enough about these guys. I've never seen an interview with Shieldhouse in my life. Is Shula that type of personality? What do we know about these personalities? We know that Flores has a pretty strong, commanding personality. That doesn't mean I think he should necessarily get the job, but when I think about what they're interested in, or really what any smart boss would be interested in, is who walks into this room and commands it from the second they walk in. From what you know of these candidates, who would be that guy?
Well, I just mentioned him. I think Weaver is the type of guy that would do that.
That's what makes him interesting to me.
Right, and he's interesting. I do think Shula is very appealing in that way, too. He's a guy that when you watch him talk defensive football and you watch him talk about culture setting, he also has a way of talking about football that I think is going to command a room. He has his own little quips and sayings. If there's enough video out there of Chris Shula, not just at a press conference. If you just hear coaching clinic, he talks about, relentless pursuit of football, violence. He talks about, getting turnovers. It's very Steelersy in the way he talks about football, and he does command the room in that way. But if you're asking me of the candidates they've interviewed right now, of the guys that I know about, the one guy that I think is going to command a room more than anyone else as a leader, CEO type, it would be Anthony Weaver.
Interesting. Man, I know Marcus Freeman would do that. I know he would do that, Limits.
Did you find it ironic last night that Marcus Freeman was up there on the desk for the national championship after he took his ball and went home? And he was up there breaking down the pregame and the halftime. I found it hilarious. Miami was the team that got in over them. And here's Marcus Freeman, the Notre Dame head coach.
Are you sure he's the guy that took their ball and went home, or was he ordered from those above, I wonder?
Oh, he was definitely complicit in that. I don't think they're doing that without Marcus Freeman's approval.
He has bosses too, Limits.
Well, yeah. You know how much power Marcus Freeman has as a $15 million a year head coach? He probably makes more than the AD does.
I don't know if that was his idea or theirs. I don't know. He would be a compelling candidate. I know that much.
I do agree with that.
Who else would be at this point? Who haven't we thought of, Nick? Who else is out there that they might interview? Anybody you can think of?
Well, I mentioned him earlier. I think Udinsky from Jacksonville is a name that I would bring in at least.
What about Sean McDermott?
I could see Sean McDermott being a guy that you would bring in. I'm just not sure he's perfect for the Steelers job right now. We're kind of talking about a guy that failed to get over the hump where he was at with Josh Allen. And so you're kind of just speed running back the Tomlin stuff there. You need a culture builder. I think McDermott's a great hire. I don't think the Steelers need a culture builder, though. I think they need someone that has a fresh take on schematic football while also maintaining that CEO type that Tomlin was. I'm not sure McDermott brings that totally to the table.
I wanted Stefanski. Would you have brought him in?
I would have brought him in for an interview. Yeah. I would have brought Saleh in for an interview too. I would have brought both of them in. But they obviously now are filled. I think Stefanski would have been, if you're talking about like an offensive coach, would have been an interesting candidate because of what he has experience working with young quarterbacks. His system is quarterback friendly. Like there's a lot there. I think that works with Stefanski. I think he was an interesting candidate, but obviously Atlanta just scooped him up. Udinsky feels like one to me. I guess the question is, do you wait for Seattle? Clint Kubiak would be the other one I think you could mention. And then Denver, their defensive coordinator, Vance Joseph, I think is the other one that I think stands out to me as someone. Then there's kind of this off-the-wall candidate that I've thought of that maybe, I don't know if people have put him on radars yet. I don't think they have put him on radars enough. Declan Doyle, he's the offensive coordinator for the Chicago Bears. And I think he'd be an interesting name to bring in under the Ben Johnson tree, see what's going on there. Just to see it, right? Just to see what goes in his mind. Maybe you find him a year early. He doesn't have any interviews yet. So there are a few names out there that you could be interested in, but a lot of them feel, just a little undercooked. They feel a year or two away from truly getting that head coaching job.
Wonder Twin?
Yeah, somebody pointed out Declan Doyle I saw yesterday on Twitter and really had not heard much about him, but do you think that coaches who, whether they coach under McVay and they're an offensive coach, or they are Doyle coaching under Ben Johnson, there should be a little bit of hesitation in terms of the offensive production that team has put together because, hey, maybe it's Johnson's offense or it's Kyle Shanahan's offense. How do you think that teams decipher how a coach could blossom away from that type of system?
It's all about that guy's specific makeup. But really the key to having a guy that's really good in really early on in their careers, usually even though they're sometimes 33, 34, they're way more well-traveled than you would ever think. I think of Sean McVay. Yeah, he followed Kyle Shanahan everywhere, but he had been around the league. He had different voices in his ear. And then when he got hired, he hired guys like Wade Phillips and a bunch of vet coaches to build out a staff. I mean, I I don't know what his average age of assistants were probably on his first staff there in LA. It had to be over 50 years old. He had a bunch of tenure on that staff. And so you have to have a guy that's self-aware. You have to have a guy that is really kind of mentally made up like that, has a clear plan on what they want to do, what they've learned from each stop, and how they're going to mold everything together. That's why I'm always a little bit concerned about the Udinski types, the Doyle types, because those guys are really fresh. Clay Kubiak even more so. That's my holdup with Clay Kubiak is while he's worked under Shanahan, I think there's a lot there to be really impressed by. He's only worked under Shanahan. This guy was a high school football coach 5 years ago. That to me, little concerning, little inexperienced, especially with a young quarterback. If you're bringing in a young quarterback and you want to build around that quarterback, I'm always like, that guy needs to have some experience, some legit tenure, some legit influences from multiple areas, usually to fix that in. And so to me, inexperience can be a little bit intriguing, sure, because of the new shiny thing, but it can also be terrifying. You don't want to just hire a guy because he's the new young up-and-comer. So you got to make sure in that interview that they have a clear vision, that they understand their limitations, and they understand how they want to learn underneath their own staff, even though they're the head guy. There's a lot of self-awareness that goes into that if you're going to hire a really young head coach.
Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Nick Farabaugh from Penn Live. He's on YouTube. He's also on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. What about the other, arguably more important opening at quarterback? Nick, I'm almost inclined just to have Rudolph and Will Howard trade Watt, get rid of Ramsey, try my best to get rid of Metcalf, although it's probably impossible, and just sort of have a reset, or maybe go 9-8 and get blown out of the first round again. But I'm not so sure that's the worst idea. What about quarterback, and what about a franchise reset?
Yeah, well, here's the thing about quarterback. The Steelers, as Bart Rooney said, are not going to lose. They're going to try and sign someone. So I just do not see them going in with Rudolph and Howard.
Would you?
I think they're going to draft somebody. No, I wouldn't either. What's there to learn about Rudolph, I guess, is my question. I would rather sign Malik Willis.
Nothing, but there's a lot to learn about Howard.
Sure. But, if I'm going to sign a young guy, give me Malik Willis. Like, that's a guy that could legitimately turn into the long-term answer.
Did you know, did both you guys know that Bob Pompiani was on the air yesterday and said that he doesn't know that there's a big difference between Mendoza and Will Howard? Do you guys agree with? He said it. Go look at 130, 133. I'm not saying,
Bob,
some people may agree. I don't know.
I don't
agree, Nick?
Do not agree with that. No, I don't.
Find that.
We got to stop acting like Will Howard was selected early at all. He's a sixth-round pick.
But why not give him a shot, Nick?
You could, but here's the thing. He is a sixth-round pick. Sixth-round picks aren't entitled to anything in the NFL. That's the thing. He's going to have things break his way to get a shot. And it's just the reality of it. That's just the reality of it. Brock Purdy only got a shot because Trey Lance's ankle snapped in two in his second start. It took him a long time. And so here's the thing. I'm not against going young and having an ability where Howard can climb that ladder. But give me Malik Willis, because I want to see a young quarterback that can maybe turn into something like that.
Yeah.
I'm fine. I'm fine, honestly, with trading Mason Rudolph and just going Malik Willis, Will Howard. That's fine. Like, I'm fine with that.
I'd be curious about Malik, too, myself. Yes.
Right. I want youth, though. I want guys that have the shot of being the long-term answer. And so that, to me, is what you would bring in. I'd take probably another shot in the draft. You have 12 draft picks right now. You take someone like, I don't know, Trinidad Chambliss, something like that. Get him in here.
Yes, I would take him in a second. I love that guy.
I do too. I like Trinidad Chambliss. He's small and he's got some limitations physically, but I want to see what he's at. He's a gamer. If he doesn't get his waiver, I'd sign up for that. That's the type they need to go youth at quarterback but what they're probably going to do is they're probably going to try and get blood out of a stone and bring in, Kirk Cousins or Tua or Kyler Murray.
Well, what don't you like about Will Howard? Like, why don't you think he should get a chance? Because if we can find Bob's clip from yesterday, I know it's going to take some doing. But I think a lot of people think along the lines of Bob, like the Steelers may have gotten a steal, and are they ever going to find out about him? And I do kind of hear that line of thinking, like, how would you ever find out about a guy if you don't give him a shot? You know what I mean? So what is it? Give me your scouting report on Will Howard.
Right. So I think Will Howard has a few things that work in his favor. He's tough as heck. He's got a good arm. He's got a really nice deep ball. I think he's better than a 6th-round pick. I've long said that. I thought he was a really good pick there. I think he's got really smart above the neck game. Like, I think he's really able to dissect blitzes. Here's my thing with him. One, I think that his mechanics are kind of a mess. That's been an issue for him throughout his career. Now, Ohio State kind of locked him into something there in that postseason run they had last year, and that really helped them. Can he continue that? I think that would be a nice step towards him. He doesn't use his eyes well enough post-snap. When teams change the picture, things really fall apart, and he can run into some real trouble. I don't think he has elite tools. I think that's something he's got prototypical size. I think the arm's good, but not elite. I don't think he has elite athleticism, but it's functional. But really, the big thing is I don't know how he handles the mental side of football paired with the mechanics. Those two things are the reason he fell. And plus, without elite tools, you get where he is at. Now, I think he can be really good, but here's the matter of the fact. If he ends up equaling the career Mason Rudolph has, that's a great outcome for Will Howard. He's a 6th-round pick. For every Brock Purdy, there's a Ryan Lindley, a Jake Luton, someone like that just flames out of the league in 2 years. I don't think Will Howard's going to do that. I think Will Howard will be in the NFL for a good while. I'm just not sure if he's a starting level player.
All right.
So there's plenty of limitations to why you don't go into the season with him as the starter. But let's say, they get into where the Browns are, like they have a Browns year like the Browns had this year, where they're 2-10 and the guys at the quarterback are clearly not good. Throw Will Howard out there. I'm fine with that. But he is a 6th-round pick, and 6th-round picks just naturally are not entitled to much in the NFL.
I hear you.
But I think he's going to outlast that. I think he's going to outlast that draft billing regardless. But I think a long-term backup outcome for him is great. Look at how many 6th-round pick quarterbacks are out in the league in 2 years.
I hear you. It would be interesting, though, if they just said, listen, go play. And if it doesn't work, then we'll be bad. And that'll be actually good. Or we may have a diamond in the rough. But I'm formulating still my opinion on Malik Willis, whether that would be a good idea. How does that square with a franchise reset, which is what I want them to do? There's still plenty of young talent around here, but I think it's time to trade T.J. Watt. Anyway, thank you, Nick.
Thanks, Joe, for having me on, as always.
Everybody has young talent. That's the thing, Nick. Now Nick's gone. And like the Steelers aren't unique in having good young players. Every team in the NFL has good young players. Anywho, let's talk quarterback next. What do you want? We've talked a lot about the coach. Formulate a plan for me. Well, what if I were to whittle it down to this? Would you rather just have Rudolph versus Howard in camp? Or would you like to bring in Malik Willis for a shot at this? You'd have Rudolph, Howard, and then some vet you bring in to fill out the room, right? Or do you hand the reins to Malik Willis, make him the so-called front runner headed into camp? Would you make an effort to go get him? 412-928-9370. We have the Limitless Express coming up later. We're going to talk to Brian Batko. We've got treats left and right. If you're ready to make a move, you want to make sure that you're working with an experienced agent that can get you great results. David recently worked with my friend Gina to sell his home in Edgewood. In his 5-star review, he said Gina knows how to make deals happen. He's right about that. Was great to work with, and he wouldn't hesitate to recommend her and her team to anyone thinking about selling a home or buying one. With Gina's expertise, David was able to sell his home for over $300,000. When you want to work with the best, be sure to call my friend Gina. She'll sit down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes, home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. So if you're in the Pittsburgh area, you're ready to sell your home or buy, call Gina of RE/MAX Select Realty, 724-602-9752. That's 724-602-9752. Google Gian Petro of Remax Select Realty and look up GinoWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinoWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, the Penguins were victorious last night as they beat the Seattle Kraken 6-3. As Parker Wotherspoon scored for the Pens. Connor Dewar with 2 goals. He now has 11 on the season. Justin Brazeau, his 14th. First for Brett Kulak since he was traded over to the Penguins. Rickard Rakell scored his 8th. Penguins up next will play in Calgary on Wednesday at 9:30. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today's 93 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
I get why the Tennessee Titans named Robert Saleh their next head coach. Saleh did an unbelievable job as the Niners defensive coordinator this year, and you can argue that the reason why he failed with the Jets is because the Jets never had a great quarterback situation. But I don't love the thought of pairing a defense-first head coach with a young quarterback in Cam Ward. Maybe he proves me wrong. We'll see who the offensive coordinator hire is, but I don't love this hire on the surface. I'm Nick Costos.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Crown Mitsubishi kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. 7-passenger Outlander, 0% financing for 72 months, or up to $7,000 off. Eclipse Cross, up to $4,000 off. PHEVs, gotta go. Now to $10,000 off. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. New ownership, improved process, better deals. Better deal. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See the for details on all offers.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime scorer bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 21+ to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
If you don't know jewelry, you better know your jeweler. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
New year, new ride, better value. South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding January lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive. Only $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offer excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
The 65th Annual World of Wheels Custom Auto Show. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 23rd through 25th. Ticket Lawrence Convention Center, Pittsburgh. Discount tickets exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. See America's finest hot rods, customs, trucks, motorcycles, the cars of the stars. All weekend. World of Wheels Custom Auto Show. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 23rd through 25th. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items. Subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowes.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Chick-fil-A's new frosted sodas and floats, it's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Cold with clouds and sun this afternoon, the high 18.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Yes, man, I know.
Heard your dad is out of town.
I was just about to do a Penguin rant, but I'll save that for noon. I got a very
wonder what that's about.
Interesting question in my Trib mailbag today. My first mailbag limits. Did you see it yet?
Are we going to dive into the mailbag? I saw you were soliciting questions last night.
You're darn right. We're diving into the mailbag, and we're doing that at noon, followed by a Limitless Express. Is it time to trade TJ Watt is the headline for the mailbag, and I got a record number of questions, and it's like a 2,800-word mailbag. I don't know if that's too long or too short. One of them was from Goalie, who figured he would weigh in and try to be a crap disturber, that he is, right? He says, do you have to wear a sweater vest now? I don't know what that means. Why would I wear a sweater vest at the Trib? Does somebody there wear one?
Did Jerry DiPaolo make that famous?
Maybe. And I said, I already had one, big boy. Do you have to wear a sweatshirt with the name Art Rooney II on the back? You like that response? You like that response?
It was a joke.
It was a joke.
I hope he takes it that way. So we'll talk about that at noon. But in the meantime, let's talk quarterbacks. This is the bigger issue than coach. Quarterbacks carry the coach, not the other way around. That's the case in NFL history. So at 412-928-9370, I get the feeling that a lot of people would just prefer that the Steelers go with Will Howard, crazy as that might sound. And I don't think it's so crazy, Limits. Don't answer that. I have to talk to you for a second. Here's why I don't think it's crazy. Because if you play him and he stinks and he's not up to the task, that might be a good thing. That would be a good thing. Just play him. Give him a shot. Part of me thinks that. Then you could have Mason, and the problem there is I think you could go 9-8 or 8-9 with Mason. Maybe sneak in and get hammered in a playoff game. Isn't that the cycle we're trying to get out of? And then the third choice is, do you want to go out and get somebody who might actually be good? And the only guy on the free agent market that I see that could actually is enticing to me, a younger guy who we don't already know what he is, that's Malik Willis. I'll tell you another guy I like. The only two people who like him in all of America are myself and Beaver basketball coach Jason Bumbliss. I like Sam Howell. I do. He threw for 4,000 yards and 21 touchdowns. Granted, also 21 interceptions in Washington the year before Jaden Daniels and Dan Quinn got there. Or was Dan Quinn already there? I can't remember. But I like him. I do. I think he's a gunslinger with a really good arm. I think he'd be a fun watch. And again, either you have something there or he stinks and you go 5-12. Great. That's the franchise reset. But I don't think they're going to go out and get Thurston B. Howell. But who knows? Would they give Will Howard a legit shot to quarterback this team? I think it would be fascinating. I'm not totally against it. I am totally against Rudolph for the reasons mentioned. I could be enticed into Malik Willis. I think he's done some really good things the last 3-4 times we've seen him. He could be good. I have no idea, though. Neither do you. Neither does he, probably, at this point. Other options out there, the free agent class is downright tragic. I mean, you have Russell Wilson, Mariota, Zach Wilson, who had the greatest game of his career by engineering 2 long touchdown drives against Tomlin's defense in Kenny Pickett's debut game. We'll never forget that one. Joe Flacco, if Tomlin was here, that would be a cinch. He'd be your starter. Kenny Pickett is out there. Limits. Any interest there?
No, thanks.
Jimmy Garoppolo, Mitch Trubisky. What if you ran it back with Pickett and Trubisky?
I'd do that. And you probably would win. You'd win like, I don't know, 6 games, right?
Case Keenum, Trey Lance,
Carson Wentz,
Brandon Allen, Kyle Allen. No relation. Maybe Kevin Allen, the old hockey writer for USA Today.
Maybe Tim Allen will appear. The Santa Claus.
Brett Rippon, Gardner Minshew, who might be the best of the bunch. Skylar Thompson.
Whatever happened to Skylar Thompson, by the way?
I don't know. Danny DeVito, who had his 15 minutes of fame with the Giants, and Jake Browning, who I bet you didn't know was still out there. Oh, and Teddy Bridgewater at age 33. And by the way, his Progressive, I think, is the company insurance. Is it insurance? I don't even know.
He's the designated listener.
Oh, is that great? Those guys, whoever had that idea to have the backups is brilliant. And his one where, yes, he's the designated listener. Someone just broke up with their boyfriend or something, and the dad isn't getting it done. So in walks Teddy Bridgewater to sit down and talk about it. Sheer brilliance.
What about the commercial when DeVito goes in to be the replacement for the family picture? Did you see that
That's
one?
Good too, yes.
And he tells everybody to smile and look at the camera.
Such a great idea. And, well, I'm sure they're getting a pretty penny for it, but good humility on those guys' parts to swallow their pride and take the cash. I would too.
A texter suggests that we should mention Will Levis, who I don't think is any good.
That is an interesting suggestion. Is he a free agent? I don't see him listed here.
I think they would have to trade for him.
And then the other one's Daniel Jones, but I think the Colts are still going to sign him, are they not?
Well, I mean, coming off an Achilles injury, they might not. They might just decide it's best to go in another direction.
How come you say Achilles and not Achilles, I wonder? And are you right by doing that?
No, I think it probably is Achilles.
I don't know.
I just pronounced it wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just curious. I thought I read something where they were going to sign him, that they're committed to Daniel Jones. I don't know. Then there's Aaron Rodgers. You ever heard of him? And then, well, that's it. I would bring in Bridgewater for that commercial and have him behind Rudolph and Will Howard. And I would start Howard. I would give him a legitimate shot and see what they have. Although I might bring in Malik Willis. That might be my other option if I was actually trying to move forward and win. He's just such a high risk, don't you think? They're never going to find out about Will Howard, are they?
Well, it depends on what they do. If they just want to decide to go with Mason.
Well, of course it depends on what they do, Limits.
And then they're one hit away from Will Howard actually seeing the field.
If they go with Rudolph?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I see a possibility where they do go Rudolph, Howard, and then maybe they draft somebody in like the 4th or 5th round. Just take a flyer on somebody with all the picks that they have.
Seriously. Maybe Drew Aller as a 5th-round flyer, a 4th-round flyer.
As long as they stay away from Carson Beck and Cade Klubnik.
Well, there's also people you could trade for. Oh, limitless wonder.
Like Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray?
No thanks.
Geno Smith?
No thanks.
Who are the other ones out there to trade for? Why can't I remember
Those
them?
are basically the big two that are going to be the most logical pieces to go.
Is Kirk Cousins tradable for?
Probably not because, well, I mean, he's tradable for, yeah. But does Atlanta want to do that with Penix up in the air with his injury? He's going to miss at least the first couple of weeks of the year. And with Stefanski, are they going to try to win immediately? I would think so. So they might keep Cousins to be a veteran presence over the first couple of weeks.
Well, now I can't find the tradable quarterbacks. I just had this up, Limits. Can you find that, please? No interest in Kyler Murray?
No.
Are people calling, and why don't you ever update me on whether people are calling?
Yeah, here's our guy Harry in Westview to chime in.
Hi, Harry.
Hey, guys, let me shut my radio off. There we go. Hey, Joe, what do you think about bringing back quarterbacks like these guys that were the best? Try to draft a quarterback that was highly rated coming into the season and might have just had a crappy team.
Well, that's interesting.
coach.
I was thinking about this last night, listening to a radio show that was starring a man named Austin Bechtold.
Get out of time.
Yeah. And
I know the guy is really good.
He's really good. You were good last night, Limits. I will say that.
Thank you, Joe.
Your
I
show was
saved up
excellent.
all my energy and got a lot of sleep for last night's show.
Seriously, though, that's an interesting question because maybe we've overcorrected the other way on this draft class. It was supposed to be great. Then it was highly disappointing to the point where is everybody just written off? Or are there some guys out there who are victims of circumstances, as you're suggesting? Maybe
Yes,
there
sir.
is.
Thank you.
Maybe Drew Aller is a guy like that. I don't know. Limits,
Hey,
do
you
you
know
think
what?
he's draftable right now?
Yeah, I think he's
asked Pomp
draftable
the
now.
Same
Yeah.
question. I asked Pomp while you were off the same question. So this is like Pomp versus Joe. Pomp's response was, it's based upon their results, Harry, and what they do out there in their performance. So you're taking a different stance against the Pomp.
Oh, wait a second. What did Pomp
Yeah.
say? Of course.
He said it's based upon performance during their college years. And he said that if they weren't good during their last year, then that kind of makes it less likely of them. But then he also said that I wouldn't be surprised to see these guys picked in early like they were going to be originally. So I like when I put Pomp versus Joe. I never did it before.
All right. I was just talking to Limits. Nah, listen,
You know what I mean,
don't
man?
know that I'm disagreeing with Bob. I appreciate
Part-time
it.
Pomp, baby. You know me.
What? I don't know that I am disagreeing with Pomp. He's saying that it's I don't know what he said. I wasn't listening. Was it all results based? I don't know. I didn't hear Bob's show except when I called in at the beginning yesterday. All I'm saying is there could be a quarterback or two out there that's still really talented and might have a really good pro career, but was a victim of his circumstances in his last. Drake May had a disappointing last year at North Carolina. How does he look now? You know what I mean, Limits? There could be a guy out there that may still be a very good pro that just had a crappy team this year.
Drew Aller with his offensive coordinator that ended up going back to Kansas because he couldn't get any other job.
Drew Aller with his offensive coordinator that ended up going back to Kansas because he couldn't get any other job.
Or Garrett Nussmeier, who his coach was fired in the middle of the season at LSU.
I actually liked Garrett Nussmeier.
Me
That's
too.
a great example. Where do you think he'll get drafted? Where are these guys going to go?
I could see third round, maybe fourth. It's always tough, Joe, because we value quarterbacks so highly, so we automatically try to push them up the board. But there always seems to be a point where it plateaus. And if you're not taken within like the first or third rounds, you don't go until like the late fifth or early sixth round. I feel like that's kind of a trend that we see with a lot of quarterbacks.
Field Yates in a mock draft, I think that was fairly recent, had Garrett Nussmeier going to the Steelers with whatever. What are they? Where are they right now? At 16?
21.
21. He has Garrett Nussmeier going to them. How about that?
Wow. That's higher than I would expect.
Well, there's one. So there could be other guys like that, and I really liked him, but he was in a situation where it was very difficult to thrive, I would say. And there have been others like that who have come out and had really good careers. Do we have other calls, Limits? Where do we want to go?
Yeah, we have a couple more. Your choice. Dealer's choice, Mr. Starkey.
Let's do that. Let's dive into a mailbag, including the prospect of trading T.J. Watt. My first Trib mailbag came out today. It's a very exciting day. The longest mailbag in history, and tons of questions about the coaching carousel, about the Bills situation, about what's the best coaching job out there. Let's get to it. Cold and a high of Will Howard, 18. A low of Trevor Daly, 6. Feels like Jeff Reed, 3. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Lager, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Man, JP Roofing and Siding's been around just about that long, too. And they are the best roofing siding company I've ever dealt with in my life. I can tell you that. Owens Corning Preferred, which isn't an easy designation to get. You can't buy that. You have to earn it. Joe Potocznik, JP, they call him. He's earned it. He's earned it. So was his mustache over these 40-some years, and I'll vouch for them every time. Great people, and they do great work. $500 off your first roofing or siding project. Give them a call. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Yesterday, the Steelers announced the list of candidates that they have completed a virtual interview with, including Clay Kubiak, the offensive coordinator of the 49ers, Jesse Minter, the defensive coordinator of the Chargers, also Nate Scheelhaus, pass game coordinator of the Rams, and Chris Shula, the defensive coordinator of the Rams as well. So the Steelers will not be able to talk to any of the coaches that are still in the playoffs. in person, but candidates like Brian Flores and Mike McCarthy are expected to interview in person this week. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines there are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Off the Top was presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Nobody ever wants to buy a new roof, but sometimes you just have to. Call the Pickle Gherkin Roofing. They answer the phone 24/7. There's no high-pressure home sales pitches, no BS, just quality, honest work at a fair price. They have 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget that's right for you. The Pickle is a Diamond-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles and offers a 50-year non-prorated warranty. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They are your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Call thepickle.com.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Your holiday decor is down and suddenly your house looks very January. Kohl's can help you bring the spark back. No twinkle lights needed. Save on bedding that feels like a snow day. Decor that'll boost the mood. And Shark vacuums because, yes, you're still finding pine needles. Get an extra 15% off some of your faves store-wide. And beat those winter blahs at Kohl's. Select styles. Offer ends January 25th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons do not apply to Shark. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Hey, Chris Muller here. We're 3 weeks into the new year. All right, folks, time to face the music. Have any of you lost 20 pounds yet? You could have, and it's not too late to start. I was down 20 in my first 3 weeks with Awaken 180. Hey, Donnie, how about you?
Same story here, Malsey. We both dropped over 10 pounds in that first week, 20 in 3 weeks, and then just kept shedding 4 to 5 pounds every single week.
Pretty simple. By eating to lose weight. It sounds simple because it is. And once you know your body, once your Awaken 180 coach knows you, the rest, well, you get the point.
Both of us dropped 20 pounds in our first 3 weeks. Me, 45 overall. Chris dropped the 35 he needed to lose. And thousands of others have met their goals too.
If I could do it, if Donnie could do it, I know any of our listeners could too. Awaken 180 is a game changer. No working out, no pills, no hunger. Find out during your first call to the solution for weight loss, Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair.
Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Sir Grout, your local grout and natural stone cleaning experts. 412-960-6310.
Hey, it's Crowley. Winters can be brutal in Pittsburgh, and if your heat's running nonstop but you're still cold, your old windows could be to blame. Window Nation can help. With over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide, Pittsburgh homeowners trust us to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable while lowering utility bills. And right now, save big with our Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. As a proud partner of the Penguins, ask how you could score Pens tickets. Don't wait. Visit windownation.com today. Sale ends soon.
New year, new rewards on DraftKings Casino. Start the year with boosted rewards. For a limited time, all players get a free chance at 50,000 in credits every day with daily rewards rocket on DraftKings Casino. Take your free chance at an out-of-this-world reward. Download the app now and sign up with code THEFAN. And then launch 3 rockets for a chance at 50,000 in credits. Come back to launch rockets daily for more rewards. The crown is yours. In partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Limited time offer.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters. Love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free. Let's go.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Indiana wins its first ever national championship last night as they beat Miami. The Hurricanes were driving with a chance to win it at home in the Natty, but Indiana got an interception to seal it and win it 27-21. Hello, Pony, who is now in the building. Penguins and Kraken last night. Pens win it 6-3. As the Penguins are now third place in the Metro. They're 23-14-11 overall. Stuart Skinner gets the victory as the Pens will play at Calgary tomorrow, 9:30. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's time to take a trip inside the savvy old Newshounds mailbag.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Limits, why are people panicking and summoning me in the hallways?
Well, Joe, you have a tendency to roam off randomly and I can't find you. You're like a lost child, and me as the parent, as the producer running the show, gets very worried and concerned about you. So sometimes I ask for people's assistance in the hallway in trying to locate you.
I know, but I have an internal clock that tells me when to be back, and this time I was back in plenty of time, but Marianne...
That's because you were summoned by Marianne to drag you back.
I know, and she scolded me and everything, and I was having a nice conversation with Donnie and Pony about Bills-Steelers playoff games from a long time ago, and questions that you couldn't answer, could you?
Which means that you would not have been back in time for the start of the show.
No, I was already strolling back with Pony.
Oh.
Plenty of time. Who came in at quarterback? Okay, the Steelers ended the Bills' reign, right, as four-time AFC champs. They pounded the Bills at Three Rivers Stadium. Jim Kelly got hurt. Who came in and threw a touchdown pass for the Bills? Wrong.
I have no idea. Doug Flutie.
Good guess. Alex Van Pelt.
Really?
Yes.
The offensive coordinator that Aditi gave Coach of the Year vote for?
I'm not going to talk about that. Then, who did the Bills beat in their last AFC title game when they won 4 in a row?
Who did they beat in that last AFC title game?
Wrong. The Kansas
Denver?
City Chiefs with Joe Montana and Marcus Allen. And the Bills beat the living crap out of them. And Thurman Thomas, I believe, scored 5 touchdowns, AFC championship record in that game, unless I'm lying.
Congratulations to them.
On all their success, right? Because they were watching some sort of documentary on Jeff Hostetler back there.
Kind of a random poll.
I thought it was. Shall we dive into the mailbag?
I'd love to.
It was my first mailbag for the Trib. A record amount of questions, which I was quite proud of, limits. And it was probably a 2,800-word mailbag. And one of the questions early on was about the Penguins. And it's just sort of a study or a treatise on how fans can never really be happy. And I understand there's this idea out there that the Penguins aren't following the plot, like they're going to be stuck in the middle here. Like you still need to trade Raquel and maybe Rust and Carlson, and you got to keep the future foremost in your thoughts. But Fred Yu tweets me a question that I included. How worried are you that the Pens are in the mushy middle where we will miss out on the playoffs and a lottery ball for first overall, looking scary? I said, scary? My God, Dr. Ulmer. They're having a fun, successful season. Why can't people just enjoy that, Limits? The Penguins are having a really shocking year when you think about it. And to me, it's been a really enjoyable watch. It's been a mixture of the young and old and unexpected contributors, like last night was a great example of that. Why can't you just enjoy it? And here's the thing. They're not doing it at the expense of their future. In fact, there's young guys right now who are flourishing. There's prospects. The prospect pool is increasing. And they have tons of draft picks. So this is not happening at the expense of their future. Why can't people enjoy it? It's not like they're the Pirates, right? I mean, you have a team that's gone below the line and is now back to winning, but still has a future, in my opinion. People are just never happy.
I think what people are pointing at there is what's been built up over the last year plus, that Gavin McKenna was supposed to be the next Connor McDavid, McKinnon, Crosby-like player as a generational talent to be a franchise changer.
Yes,
now,
and my life would be better if I won the lottery.
Correct.
But the chances of that are not good. Even if you tank, the chances of that are not good.
That is correct. I do think that some people have been, and I was one of them early on in the season, very stuck on that because I think stars are what wins in every sport. And the more that you can be able to put together the better it is for your franchise.
I agree.
Think Crosby, Malkin, Lemieux.
I remember you having. We all get it. Yes, stars win in pro sports.
So I think that's
why.
Have
you changed your mind on this team? You were actively rooting for them to lose.
Not actively. I wasn't cheering every time the opponent scored a goal.
Yes, you were. You sent out a photo one night. You had a Flyers jersey on during a Flyers-Penguins game.
Now you're just pulling stuff out of your you-know-where.
You were actively rooting against the Penguins.
At the early beginning of the season, yeah. Because I didn't think this team was capable of what they're doing now. And when they went on that 5-game losing streak, I thought, okay, this is the Penguins coming back to reality. And now they continue to prove me wrong. I'm okay to admit it.
Listen, I get it. And I was a proponent of, I wish they would tear it all the way down. And I may again be a proponent of that. I don't know. But I'm alive right now. The past is gone. The future doesn't yet exist. It's not here. I'm alive in the present with no guarantees of anything, and I'm enjoying Penguins games.
Yeah.
Can you just let me do that, please? Not you. I mean, everybody. Can the people enjoying the Penguins just enjoy them? And more to the point, why can't people who aren't enjoying them enjoy them? It's been a fun watch. What are we doing here? This is why you play sports, to win and get in the playoffs.
I didn't think
but then
could
there's the Steelers. Okay, so 9 years from now, if the Penguins make a wild card and get swept every single year, then we can revisit that theory. For now, they're having a resurgent, fun season. Do you agree?
Yes.
Are you enjoying their games?
Talking over you.
I don't care. I'm talking over you, too. It's sports talk. We're in a bar talking sports.
Yeah, I am enjoying it. I didn't expect Connor Dewar to score 2 goals last night and have 11 on the year.
Did you enjoy the game?
Yeah.
So did I.
For Anthony Mantha to be
who cares about anything else?
20-goal scorer, or Justin Brazeau to come out of nowhere and be as good as he's been.
How about Sidney Crosby? You enjoying his season?
I'm always enjoying how Sidney Crosby
How about
plays.
Evgeny Malkin? You enjoying his season?
Back from injury, yes.
How about Chris Letang over the past week or so with Carlson out?
Yeah, he's always up and down.
He's up right now.
He's up right now. Carlson should be back soon, about a week or so, maybe.
I can't tell anybody how to feel. God bless me. I wouldn't even want to try. But can I just give you a nudge in the Penguins' direction to enjoy it? Not you. Well, yes, you too. I was doing that earlier in the year. This is fun, man. This is good. People are chanting stew at games. Let's enjoy the stew while we still have it. Limits, okay? Maybe he'll turn into Stuart Skinner again. I don't know. I don't care. It's a reprieve from everything else happening. You can just watch a nice Penguins game and really enjoy it. I'll tell you another thing about this Penguins team.
Please.
They have guts.
What were you going to say?
I don't know. Something else. That's what they have. That's what previous Penguins teams didn't have the last 5 years. This team has guts. They stand up for each other. They fight. They hit people. They tick people off. They're highly competitive, and they are what Mike Sullivan endlessly and annoyingly said his team needed to be. Everybody all together now, we need to be hard to play against. Remember all that? Remember he would say that 45 times a year? That we need to be hard to play against? Well, guess what? The Penguins are finally hard to play against again. Okay? You might take a shot to the face. You might take a huge hit. You might take an illegal hit. You might take a stick to the back. You go after one of their stars, somebody might come after you. Somebody might drop the glove. Somebody might protect their goaltender. This team has guts. This team will fight you. This team is hard to play against. This team has banded together. And for all of Sully's blather in his last 5 years, his teams were soft and easy to play against. Nobody was more polite than Sully's late-stage Penguins. This team ain't polite. I say watch them. I say root for them. I say enjoy it.
I love you. I love you.
I love you too, Dan. I just talked to him in the back. What do you think, Limits? Are they starting to grow on you?
Yeah, they are. Especially the later that we get into the season. What are we, halfway at this point? So they are. I'm giving them more optimism to make the playoffs, especially because right now they're in a playoff position.
Yeah.
And I don't really feel good about a lot of the other teams that are in the Metro. So I give them a fighting shot. Yeah, I still want to see Sergei Miroshov up. If they trade Skinner at the deadline, who's playing well, I'm okay with it because I think just like with the Jari trade, you're replacing him with somebody who can help now. And he's obviously great for the future.
Listen, I wanted to see Miroshov from the beginning, but you know what? They're getting pretty good goaltending right now. They're 8-2-2 in their last 12, and Stewie is becoming a folk hero. So, again, I'm just enjoying it, and it's okay to be wrong. I don't care right now. I just want to watch their next game. Just let me enjoy one thing in Pittsburgh sports, please. And right now, the most enjoyable thing going is the Penguins. I mean, that doesn't even feel like an opinion. Isn't that just a fact?
Yeah, I think that's a fact. The Pirates aren't playing. The Steelers need a coach. And Pitt basketball, oh my.
Oh my is right. Brett Kulak, for God's sakes. By the way, did you know 26 different Penguins have scored a goal this season? Leads the NHL limits?
Did not.
Wrong. You didn't. Let's go back to the other questions. And I'll give you, I'll tell you how I answered it, and then I'll give you a quick crack. You ready for this?
Please.
A limitless wonder? Nolan in New Ken, my old stomping grounds. Dr. Starkey, congratulations and best wishes upon joining the Trib. Was it in poor taste for fans such as myself to repeatedly express fire Tomlin? I said, thank you, Dr. New Ken. And while I wouldn't have chanted it, I did write it and say it on the radio, so who am I to talk? This is where you come in, Limits.
Nolan is a frequent texter and caller. Thank you for your support of the Starkey mailbag. No. I think you are completely okay to have done that and to have said that. I understand it. I don't fault any fans that did. It was 19 years, 9 without a playoff victory. It was time.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel, January 23rd through the 25th at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. Exclusive discounts, convenient one-stop shopping. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets and details at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at South Hills Kia. And the fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Taylor. Joe, love reading your columns. Enjoy listening to your show. Thank you, Taylor. Although it's really Bob's show, even though Bob's not here. Has Josh Allen become this generation's John Elway? If so, which coaching candidate do you feel is best in Buffalo? Also, Mulsey has a giant head. Nice of him to throw that in there, wasn't it? I said, your last point, Taylor, is indisputable with Mulsey. As to the Elway comparison, Limits, I think that would be apt, and some of it is, except that Elway actually went to Super Bowls, and he went there with crappy teams.
Went to 3.
Which just enhances his legacy. And he lost those ones, and then when they got a coach and a defense and a running game, he won them. Josh has a running game. He doesn't have, well, at the moment, he literally doesn't have a coach, and he doesn't have a defense. So the Super Bowl still feels like a long ways off for Josh Allen, which is very sad. And I think this would have been the perfect situation for Kevin Stefanski. And I bet you Kevin Stefanski is sitting right now, like Ron, at noon somewhere, cracking a beer, saying, God, I wish I had waited 2 weeks.
Great for talk radio, my man.
I wish I had waited a week and a half. I could have coached Josh freaking Allen. Oh, my God. And I think he would have gotten that job or had a good shot at it. Thoughts, Limits?
Yeah, I agree with that. And maybe John Harbaugh also would have taken that job. So Dan Reeves was fired from the Broncos after losing out on all those Super Bowls, and they brought in Shanahan.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's the play here, as in a similar light with a great quarterback that just needs to break through in Buffalo. You bring in an offensive mind, who it is right now? Brian Daboll, I guess, makes sense.
Oh, no.
He made a lot of sense with Josh Allen and the way that they were able to construct the offense when he was there as a coordinator. He got the best out of Josh early on.
He's just not a believable general. He's just not.
Why not?
I'm not following that guy. I don't know. There's something about him. You know, you either have it or you don't as a head coach. You
don't think he does?
I don't think so.
Won a playoff game with Daniel Jones.
Yeah, he also went 1-90 in his last couple of years. I don't like him. That's all. Maybe I'm wrong. You could be right. Maybe I'm wrong. The next one, Limits. There's the Penguins one. Boy, that was not good. A Pirate one. Dr. Starkey. This is from Burke O'Toole. What a wonderful man. I met him at our holiday celebration over at Mike's Beer Bar.
Yes, Burke is also a very frequent man on the text line and in your chats.
Dr. Starkey, do you believe the Pirates will make another move for a bat this offseason? Who would you like to see them add? I said a third baseman. That's what I'd like to see them add. I'm not picky. I'll take any bat. But then I said, you know what? If I'm a fan, I'm still kind of pleased with this offseason. That's sort of the problem. Like Homer Simpson said, alcohol, the cause of and solution to all of life's problems. This is sort of like where the Pirates have you. Like you're sort of happy. This is the solution and the problem. They've gone out and gotten some bats. Great. But have they really done everything they could? Have they actually raised payroll? Have they brought in enough? I'm somewhat satisfied, but I still want more, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, this is like them pulling your head out of the toilet after it was flushed with that offense last year. It was so bad. Like, I don't think our expectations for the offense were so low where they added Lau and they added O'Hearn. Yes, those are great moves, but I want one more.
So do I.
One more bat to make them a proven contender. I think right now they're probably an 80, 81 win team right in that range.
Yeah.
You add Eugenio Suarez or you make a trade for like a legitimate third baseman, that could push you over the top to win 85 games. 83 made the wild card last year for the Reds.
Listen to this guy. John Shergi, Chergi, Limits. Is that his name?
Hello, John.
John Shergi. Is that okay?
Yeah.
This guy had a veritable quiz for me. Say Indiana defeats Miami. This was before the game, obviously. Is Indiana the greatest football team of all time? That's one. Two, do you think the 1972 Dolphins' undefeated season is safe considering expanded season and playoffs? Three, is Chris Letang a Hall of Famer? Four, who are your top 5 Buffalo Bills players? Limits, that's a hell of a question.
Multi-layered.
So shall we take them one at a time with quick answers?
Please, because I've already lost.
Indiana has the greatest record, I guess, since the 1894 somebody's that Ron Cook covered. I don't know.
Yale.
But the greatest modern-day record, so they have a legit claim, but I happen to think there are teams that I've seen that would have beaten them. No disrespect, including the Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson LSU team. So I don't think they're the greatest football team of all time, but you could say they had the greatest season of all time. How's that?
I would agree with that. The LSU team just had so much firepower with Chase and Burrow, and Justin Jefferson was on that team, and their defense had good pieces too. Clyde Edwards-Helaire went in the first round.
I know. It's just
not as much talent as Indiana has.
What?
That team had more talent than Indiana.
Oh, I thought you said not as much. Yeah. Okay, we agree. 2, the 72 Dolphins. Is that safe? I said absolutely not. I think I see teams going 14-3. Did the Chiefs go 15-2 last year?
Yeah.
I think a team will go undefeated in the NFL. I don't think that record is safe for all time. Do you?
I do think that it's safe, especially because they're likely going to add an 18th game. So the more games that they continue to add, 14 for the 72 Dolphins?
Yeah.
It just increases the odds of it not happening ever again.
I agree with
plus
that. That's an obvious mathematical conclusion, Limits.
Yeah, plus the parity in the NFL that continues to grow year by year, it seems.
I know, but I think one team will do it. I mean, the Patriots basically just did it. Not just, but within the last, how long ago was that? Seinfeld says when you get to this age, everything happened, quote, about 5 years ago.
Well, that was about 19 years ago.
19 years ago?
07.
Oh, my God.
2026 minus 2007.
It feels like 10. I was going to say 10. That was about 5 years ago. That's unbelievable that happened that long ago. But they did it. They went 17-0. and then they lost. All right, is Chris Letang a Hall of Famer? I said borderline. Wouldn't be in my Hall of Fame. Mine is only reserved for the greatest of the greats in every sport. But the way things go in the Hall of Fame, you got to put a TV show on every year, so you're going to get to become the Hall of Very Good. Leo Boivin. No disrespect to the late, great Leo Boivin, but he's in the Hall of Fame as a defenseman, and he had years, multiple years, with no goals, and he was a career minus .212. Go look at Letang's numbers compared to Sergei Zubov, who was inducted in 2019. So based on who's in, yes. This is where you talk limits.
Yes, I do think that Chris Letang is a borderline Hall of Famer, but I do think he gets in. Championships help to push him across, even though he only played in 2 out of the 3. But I think he's done enough.
That was an unnecessary shot at Letang.
No, I was just stating that he was injured for one of them.
Yeah, you're right. So we say yes?
I say yes.
And then very quickly, my all-time 5 favorite Bills, Bruce Smith, Thurman Thomas, Shane Conlon with the neck roll from Penn State, Josh Allen, and Reggie McKenzie. Lastly, Dr. Starkenstein, says JP, calls himself Joey Pixit. I don't know what that means on Twitter. Is Jack Sawinski a first ballot Hall of Famer? I said yes, compare his numbers to Leo Boivin. Is he a AAA Hall of Famer, Limits?
I think he's eligible for the Hall of Very Good.
Wait, I got one more. I got 3 Hall of Fame questions in a row. Gooseheimer, 2023, says, Mazel tov, Dr. Starkey. Of all 3 recently fired resigned coaches, Tomlin, Harbaugh, McDermott, do any of them make the Hall of Fame? Which one makes it first? I said none would be in my Hall of Fame with their current resumes. Again, mine is reserved for the greatest of the greats, a very exclusive club. But based on who's already in, Harbaugh and Tomlin are locks for the Hall of Fame. McDermott, not so much. What say you, Wonder Twin?
McDermott should not be in. I agree with that, not even making it to a Super Bowl.
The question is, will they be in?
I do think that Tomlin and Harbaugh will get in, and McDermott will not.
So we agree.
We do.
I mean, you win a Super Bowl, you're in. That's basically the deal these days. Even if you don't win one, you're in. George Allen, Bud Grant, Marv Levy. So Tomlin and Harbaugh are getting in. Plus, they have pretty good career winning percentages, things like that. They're in. McDermott. Listen, I don't think McDermott should have been fired right now. At least I don't think he was the problem in Buffalo. He should have been fired after 13 seconds. He should have been fired last year after the Kansas City playoff loss because of the short yardage coaching mismatch with Andy Reid and Spagnuolo against him. But this year, he redeemed himself. The problem there is the GM. But this isn't Buffalo sports talk, although it might be in a hurry if the Steelers interview Sean McDermott, which I don't think they will. Do you?
No, I don't think they will. Should they, though?
No. I think he's pretty much viewed as a guy who rode Josh Allen's coattails to wherever he got, including a loss the other day, but mostly good stuff.
I would bring him in for an interview. Why not? Can't hurt.
Waste of time. What are you going to get from him? What are you going to glean from him?
You're going to glean what it's like working with a franchise quarterback and maybe convince Art that that's the route they have to take to get one.
I'll tell you that. Good point. And I'll concede the point to you. Not necessarily what you said, but a twist on it. I would ask him about the Josh Allen development. Because Josh Allen, when he got to Buffalo, was a very raw prospect. And his low completion percentage indicated that. And even early on in Buffalo, the dude was all over the place, inaccurate. And something happened there. A combination of the right coaches and an analytics computer-based approach. If you saw the Netflix, I think it was Netflix, was it, or HBO? AFC East. Did you watch that this year?
I think it was HBO.
He was talking to his guru, his analytics guru, and man, they broke things down to the, every movement of every muscle fiber. Something happened there where they took a quarterback who was highly inaccurate and made him highly accurate. And if I was Art, I'd bring him in I'd pretend I wanted him for the job, and I would say, tell me everything about how that happened. And I would steal it all.
Just to pick his brain.
Yeah. And then I would say goodbye. Would you like a Primanti sandwich on the way out? That would be it. But I think you make a good point there, Limits, and I commend you for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Would you like to do a Limitless Express next?
I'd love to.
What do you got? NFL news?
Yeah, there is one national TV analyst, we'll call him, radio host, that made a point that I think is outlandish about the Steelers coaching search. We'll also dive into a little bit of college football talk. And what did Ken Rosenthal have to say about the Pirates potentially making a trade for a bat?
Oh, I want to hear that. Time to check out 9 Yards Golf Lounge. It's 1240. Now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township. And I would like to talk about a man and his mustache. His name is Joe Potocznik. Sometimes I think the mustache came along before the man. The mustache was just conceived a long time ago, Limits, and the man came along later. He said he's had it basically since the day he was born, which was over 50 years ago. His company, the one he formed with said mustache, has been around for almost 45 years. It's the best roofing and siding company around. What a story it is. They've been out to my house a number of times. They did exactly what they said they would do. Has Dan Orlovsky lost weight? Look at that, Limits.
Yeah, it actually does look like he has.
Do you like him?
Yeah, I think he's fine.
I don't. And the number there is 412-829-7711. 829-7711. $500 off your first roofing or siding project. Good people, and man, do they know what they're doing. Owens Corning Preferred. Only 1% of the dealers in the region have that. JP has it. So does his mustache.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Steelers are meeting with Brian Flores for an in-person interview today. They're also going to meet with Mike McCarthy this week, the former head coach of the Green Bay Packers and a Greenfield native. Steelers are going to host Anthony Weaver as well. They're going to have to wait on having Chris Shula, Nate Shieldhouse in for an in-person visit as both coaches with the Rams moved on to the NFC Championship game and not eligible for in-person meetings until after their team is eliminated. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Indiana Hoosiers are national champions, and not in college basketball. In college football, this downtrodden program hadn't won a bowl game since 1991. Prior to this year, is now the national champions. Kurt Cignetti, this is the greatest coaching job in the history of sports. This is like what you would do in the NCAA video game. Take a terrible program, lead them to a title. Unbelievable job by Indiana. I'm Nick Costos.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience. or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off January with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive. Only $299 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to corriganmoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Crown Mitsubishi kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. 7-passenger Outlander, 0% financing for 72 months or up to $7,000 off. Eclipse Cross up to $4,000 off. PHEVs gotta go. Now to $10,000 off. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. New ownership, improved process, better deal. Better deal. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at crownmitsubishipa.com. See the for details on all offers.
Hey guys, this is Pablo with Schley Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. Get your 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. Visit us at schly.company.com. That's SHLY.company.com. 412-515-6575.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group specializes in helping clients traverse the complex divorce process. Their experienced family law attorneys bring in-depth knowledge, experience, and expertise to each case, whether child custody, adoption, or prenup creation. Call Myers Law Group today at 724-778-8800 or visit jpmyerslaw.com. Call Myers Law Group for affordable legal solutions.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, scheduled, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
Dry January just got better. Meet Bureau, Tom Holland's premium non-alcoholic beer, brewed with the best ingredients for real satisfying flavor without the alcohol. Get Bureau delivered in 60 minutes in Pittsburgh or shipped nationwide at beverages2u.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. But I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I love you. I love you.
They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on. Let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same thing.
Now you're insulting my intelligence.
No, I'm insulting your integrity. That's incrinculant. Here we are again. Although we haven't been here in a while, it's time for the Limitless Express, which means it's your show, big boy. Go ahead.
Thank you, Joe. Joe, I want your thoughts on there was something in the air that night. The stars were bright. Fernando Mendoza, 10th quarterback to win the Heisman Trophy and the national championship in the same season. How good of an NFL quarterback do you think Mendoza will be? Because we know he's going to the Raiders unless somebody makes a Herschel Walker-type trade to go up and get him.
What a great question. I didn't think he played great last night, but would anybody have played great last night? He got sacked or he was under pressure on every single play. At one point, they flashed a graphic. It was in the fourth quarter, and they said this dude has dropped back 3 times in the second half, and he's been sacked all 3 times. I mean, I don't know that anybody would have looked great with the mismatch up front, and that's what it was on that side of the ball. At least in pass blocking, it sure was. And yet, he made one of the iconic plays, really, in college football history. He really did. That designed quarterback run where it looked like he got his back broken as he dived into the end zone. First, it looked like he was tackled. He almost goes down. And then with one last dramatic lunge, as a friend of mine said, it's time to carve that statue out right now of that lunge. I mean, It was legendary. Is he going to be a star in the NFL? My prediction would be no, honestly, but I would take the chance. It's so hard to tell, Limits. I hate to hedge on the answer. Nobody knows if he's going to be a star. I think he can be a good to really good quarterback. I don't think he's going to be Joe Burrow. I don't think he's going to be Josh Allen. Could he be Kirk Cousins and put up some fancy numbers? Absolutely.
And win one career playoff game?
I didn't say his resume would exactly copy Kirk Cousins' resume. You ever see Kirk Cousins?
Yeah, he's a good quarterback.
Yeah, right. So if I tell you right now that Mendoza will play, I don't know, over a decade, right? Over a decade and put up, let's see here, in those even 13 years, throw for 45,000 yards and 300 touchdowns against only 130 interceptions with a passer rating of 97. I mean, those are borderline Hall of Fame numbers, and yet you're insulting Kirk Cousins.
I'm not trying to insult Kirk Cousins. I was just, trying to point to playoff success. But I think Kirk Cousins is a really solid NFL quarterback in terms of his full body of work in his career.
I mean, I don't know that Mendoza will even get to that level. I just think he'll be I think he'll be a good starter. But he does have some special attributes. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he's going to be a good player. He's going to be, especially if they could put some pieces around him with the Raiders and hire a good offensive-minded head coach to be able to help further develop him. He has the right mindset. He's a leader, and I think stuff like that matters at quarterback. But it's going to come down to the roster construction with the Raiders. I could see him potentially winning a Super Bowl in his future. It's not going to be in the near future, but at some point I feel like he's the type of quarterback, size, ability to move around in the pocket, good passer in the pocket.
Yeah.
Can run. He has the traits.
I mean, he might be a star. I'd rather be drafting him than be the Steelers right now.
I think I'd still rather be the Steelers than be the Raiders because there's so many other components that you can't overlook.
No, I meant I'd rather be drafting him than being the Steelers quarterback predicament right now.
No doubt.
Thank you, Limits. Next.
Jason McIntyre is on the
I thought you were going to say Jason Mackey right there.
No, not Jason Mackey. Jason McIntyre was on the Herd. Well, he is on the Herd. But he has a Fox Sports radio show as well. And he tweeted, Robert Saleh took the Titans over the Steelers. Kevin Stefanski took the Falcons over the Steelers. Jeff Hafley took the Dolphins over the Steelers, to which he has been ridiculed and a lot of fingers pointed at and ratioed by Steeler fans and other people saying this is ridiculous and outright outlandish. Maybe that's just my opinion as well, because from what we know, Saleh and Stefanski were not even interviewed for the Steelers job. And Jeff Hafley, he has a connection with the GM who came from Green Bay. So I think this point is kind of stupid from Mr. McIntyre, who I actually enjoy his work. But, man, I don't like this opinion at all.
Is there a question there?
Your thoughts on the matter?
I agree with you. I mean, how can you say these guys took teams over the Steelers if they never got offers from the Steelers? That doesn't make any sense.
Makes no sense.
Can we move on, please? Guess who weighed in?
Who?
Folsey.
Oh.
Our old friend Matt Cole with a beautiful comparison. And this is why we paid him the big bucks. Mendoza will be Derek Carr 2.0, good and bad. What a great comparison. And you're going to disagree, aren't you?
I'm thinking about it.
I mean, isn't that what we just said?
He's Derek Carr also had 1 year where he was an MVP candidate.
Yeah, I wouldn't rule that out with Mendoza.
No, I wouldn't.
He ain't going to the Hall of Fame, though, is he?
No, probably not.
He was a good quarterback.
We just got to see what he does in the pros. Did anybody think Josh Allen was going to be a Hall of Famer when he was playing at Wyoming?
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
Next.
Ken Rosenthal in the New York Times says the Pirates are willing to move additional young talent to upgrade their roster, but they prefer to stay away from potential 2026 contributors.
What?
So I think what Rosenthal is saying there.
Termar Johnson, are we talking?
Termar Johnson, maybe Seth Hernandez, their first-round pick, the highly regarded right-hander that throws 100 miles an hour, the
to get
right-hander
what?
from California.
To get what?
To get a bat.
A real bat or a prospect bat?
I think a bat.
Okay. What's your question?
What would you think of this?
I'd like it.
Okay. Would you rather do that rather than sign a free agent?
I mean, no, because signing a free agent doesn't cost you anything. The problem is you got to spend money. It doesn't look to me like they're spending much more than they spent last year. Looked to me like they paired payroll and then got it back up with the guys that they brought in. Now let's take that next step and spend some more. Of course, I'd rather get a free agent bat because that doesn't cost you anything in terms of prospects.
Well, let me play this for you. Rosenthal said this on his Foul Territory podcast about the idea of the Pirates signing Eugenio Suarez.
Pirates and Eugenio Suarez, there a connection there? Is there a connection there? I would expect, I certainly expect and actually know that the Pirates are interested in Eugenio Suarez. And the problem they're going to face is the problem they faced with other free agents as well. If Eugenio Suarez has a choice to play for a better team, a more competitive team, in his opinion, he's going to choose that team. I don't know that the Pirates, in the minds of free agents, are quite there yet. They're better. They're fully capable with one more hitter, in my opinion, of competing for a wild card spot because their starting pitching is so good. But if Eugenio Suarez can go to Boston, if he can return to one of his former teams, Seattle or Arizona, that might be his preference.
He's going to go where the money is. He could have boiled that down to one sentence. But I guess if the money's roughly equal, then what he says is pertinent. Some people around here, Dan Zangrilli notably, our Pirates pre- and post-game host, doesn't think that this is a good fit. He thinks that Suarez wouldn't thrive at PNC Park. Well, he may have a point. I don't know. I think he'd thrive more than Key Brian Hayes and Jared Triolo. He'd thrive more than Peggy Tree. What did that guy say, Charrington? Peggy Tree, somebody in Z?
Izzy, Z, Peggy, and Tree. Remember that?
Do you have that? Yeah, all those guys got a shot at third base.
Izzy, Z, Peggy, Tree. Izzy, Z, Peggy, Tree.
I'd take him over them.
Izzy, Z, Peggy, Tree.
Maybe he doesn't hit 49. Maybe he goes all the way down to 29. Guess what? That's more than their whole infield hit last year. I'll take him.
I would take it. I would entirely do that. And I value Dan's opinion, but I think in this case he's wrong.
Limits, did you know John Mayer sang an emotional rendition of Ripple at Bob Weir's public memorial the other day? Were you a Grateful Dead guy at all?
I am not a Grateful Dead guy, and I did not see that, unfortunately.
Do you know who John Mayer is?
No.
Oh, boy. We have a problem.
At least I was honest and not Malsey derangement syndrome.
Exactly. You didn't even. Now, that's how I know you're recovering from Malsey disease. Is you didn't even give any thought to, okay, I need to impress people with my intellect. You just went right to no. Never heard of John Mayer.
No.
And I give you credit for that. He's one of the greatest guitarists, I think, who's ever lived. And if I could have picked who had the strangest career turn in the history of music, it might be him. He basically replaced Jerry Garcia with the Grateful Dead and toured for a decade with Bob Weir and what was essentially the Dead, and did an unbelievable job. And then at Bob Weir's memorial the other day, broke out an unbelievable version of Ripple, which in my opinion is one of their 5 greatest songs. I don't know if you're interested in that. Sounds like probably not, but I thought I would mention it. And he's got a great show on Sirius XM, I might add.
I think that's awesome.
So do I. He also has a brother named Carl. Imagine being poor Carl Mayer.
Okay, Carl.
All these brothers of famous people. It's got to be hard, doesn't it? What was the movie? I think it was Anger Management, where there was a support group of brothers of famous people. I think who was Bill Clinton's brother? Roger. Roger Clinton was one. Maybe DiMaggio's brother. Somebody else was in that movie. It's got to be tough to be Carl Mayer, don't you think? When John Mayer is your brother?
Yeah, I mean, you're out of the spotlight. You have no chance to even be in the spotlight.
Plus, your name is just Carl. You're just Carl Mayer walking around. Anybody could be Carl Mayer.
Do we think it's time for Pony to change his profile picture away from Mike Tomlin at William & Mary?
Might be. Should change it to Sean McDermott at William & Mary.
He tweeted, "I have big news" at 937 The Fan earlier today.
What does he have?
I don't know. Do you think this is a Pony exaggeration, or do you think he has big news?
Well, why doesn't he share it with the station?
He never does. He doesn't even share it with his own show.
What's the big news?
Donnie and Malsey don't find out what the big news is until Pony actually goes on the air and says it.
Well, I guess we'll find out at 2 o'clock. In the meantime, do we have the Batconian Mongoose on hold?
He will be.
We'll talk to Brian Batko coming up next about all things Steelers. Cold and a high of Will Howard today, 18. A low of 6, Trevor Daly. feels like 3. Jeff Reed. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. And it's 1:04. Time to check out 9 Yards Golf Lounge, now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins were 6-3 winners yesterday against the Seattle Kraken as Connor Dewar scored 2 goals in the victory. Brett Kulak scored his first with the Penguins since coming over from the trade from Edmonton with Stuart Skinner, who made 20 saves on 23 shots. Penguins will continue on the West Coast. They'll play against Calgary at 9:30. More headlines. That's tomorrow. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today's 93 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERCross.com.
The 65th Annual World of Wheels Custom Auto Show. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 23rd through 25th. Ticket Lawrence Convention Center, Pittsburgh. Discount tickets exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. See America's finest hot rods, customs, trucks, motorcycles. The cars on the stars. All weekend. World of Wheels Custom Auto Show. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 23rd through 25th. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores.
NFL playoffs? Let's go. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, makes every moment feel bigger. In the postseason, the game shifts fast. And with DraftKings live betting options, you can stay right in the moment. Plus, DraftKings has your back with early exit protection. If the player in your eligible NFL prop bet goes down at any point in the first half, you still get paid in cash. With DraftKings, you're covered through the entire half. Why bet player props anywhere else? New customers, here's your shot. Bet just $5, and if your bet wins, you get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN to turn $5 into $300 bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have Nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson. Tired of unreliable supply chains holding up your construction projects? Delays cost money. You need building materials you can count on right when you need them. That's where Reed Building Supply comes in. I've known them for more than half my life. Quality lumber and everything else for your residential or commercial build. On time and with a smile from your personal Reed rep. Don't build with uncertainty. Build with Reed. Visit us today at reedbuildingsupply.com. Reed Building Supply, building Western PA one project at a time.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the power of Bowser. Winter in Western Pennsylvania isn't for the faint of heart. Snow, ice, slush, and those back roads you know all too well. That's why it's time to get to Bowser Subaru for a new ride with all-wheel drive. Meet the 2026 Subaru Forester Hybrid Premium, the SUV that's ready for winter and smart about fuel efficiency. With its added hybrid power, the Forester Hybrid Premium is built to handle snowy commutes, icy mornings, and long winter drives with confidence. And right now, Bowser Subaru, there's 1.9% APR available on the 26 Forester Hybrid Premium, so don't wait. Credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends February 2nd. Head to BowserSubaru.com today.
Well, that's the power of
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Are you ignoring repeated notices that you owe PA Turnpike tolls? Think it will just go away? Wrong. Unpaid tolls don't vanish. They stack up fast. And so do the penalties. Suspended registration, mounting fines, court action. You can't dodge it, you can't outrun it. It's time to pay your fair share. Call 877-736-6727 to set up a payment plan. The PA Turnpike. Pay now. It's the law.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Anniversary? Time for her to upgrade. No, not you. Her ring. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Shenderovich and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS. Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Steelers are talking to Brian Flores today, the defensive coordinator of the Minnesota Vikings, former defensive assistant linebackers coach with the Steelers in 2022 after he was the head coach with the Miami Dolphins. They're also going to talk to Mike McCarthy, former head coach of the Packers and of the Cowboys. So Joe seems caught off guard by that. And they're also expected to talk to Anthony Weaver for a second interview.
Who's talking to Mike McDaniel?
Mike McCarthy.
Mike McCarthy's talking to Mike McDaniel?
No, Mike McCarthy's talking to the Steelers. He has lost his mind. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Chevrolet, and Brian Beck goes next.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
You're micromaned on, so everybody heard you yawn in the background.
I don't care.
Maybe you should. I don't think people want to hear yawning as they're driving to work or driving from work.
Who are you?
They're at work.
Who are you to speak for them? Listen to this, Limits.
So I am to speak for them.
Listen to this. You know I'm writing for the Trib now, right?
Yeah.
They have a nice man named Brian in their human resources department.
Did you pass your drug test?
I don't know yet. But I'm having a back and forth emails with him because he's getting me set up. And in our email exchange, there's an AI overview. Why is AI involved in a personal email exchange? Here's what it says. I don't feel bad saying it since AI's obviously watching it. Here's the AI overview of my week with Brian at the Trib. 1. Brian requested a 30-minute meeting to explain available benefits to Joe. 2. Joe expressed confusion.
What a surprise.
2. Joe expressed confusion about paycheck approval and suggested connecting on Monday, which Brian declined. Brian and Joe tentatively agreed to meet on Tuesday, but Brian later reduced the requested time to 15 minutes. What is happening here, Limits? Is anything private anymore? How is AI in there monitoring my email exchange with a private employer?
Well, what type of email is it?
It's Gmail. Yeah.
Well, because there's a Gemini Google Gmail
That's
feature.
who did it. It says by Gemini.
That will automatically do that.
I don't want that to do that.
I don't either.
Want to fire that.
Turn it off.
Get Gemini out of here.
Turn Gemini off.
Who turned it on? Me or Brian? I don't know why it's on or when it's on.
Gmail turned it on.
Then how do I turn it off?
I don't know. Go look
I'm sick of this crap. I look down at my phone and sometimes it's recording me and I don't know how to not record me.
What do you mean it's recording you?
It'll do a transcription. All of a sudden there'll be a ghost mysterious text with what I just said in a text.
Well, that means that you probably bumped the microphone button.
Yeah, I don't want to bump microphone buttons. What if I say something horrible about one of my bosses and it gets on there?
Take Siri off. Turn Siri off. That's what I did.
Show me that in a minute here. Let's go to the Mongoose.
Look up Siri and just turn it off.
All right. But you make it sound so easy.
Well, just look it up. That's the key to a lot of things.
Hello, Mongoose.
Joe, you make it sound like there's a minion monitoring your account.
Isn't there?
And summarize. Capping these things. No, it's just a computer program that's embedded in your Gmail. I have it doing with my emails too now.
Who has access to that computer program, Brian?
I guess whatever email software you use, Gmail in your case and mine.
Somebody's somebody's administering that. Somebody invented that, and somebody's reading my emails. Is my conclusion.
I love these occasional dives into AI, and because I heard you guys talk about this before Limits put me on, I went to ChatGPT and I typed in, "What can you tell me about Austin Bechtold?"
What do you got? Yeah.
Austin Bechtold is a sports media professional and journalist based in Pittsburgh. He's built a career in sports broadcasting, radio production, and print/digital journalism.
Wow.
Shall I continue?
Please.
Could I ask about his persona?
And his personal life. Yes, both.
I think I'm going to say, what about his persona? Because, it's got more facts in here about pursuing a master's degree in strategic communication at Penn State.
That's true.
Wow. That's
dugout north. Oh, here we go. Here's a sense of his persona. I don't know if I should have put persona or personality. What do you project on the air, Joe? Your persona or your personality in players? His drive to pursue sports media from a young age conveys that zeal.
Wow.
Zeal.
Or Zell. Zell?
Yeah, Zeal.
Zeal, yeah.
Zell is like the money payment method.
That is downright frightening.
Yeah, that is. That's very accurate.
Can you type in Mulsey, Mullsy, persona, fan, and maybe something about his bald head, if you want to add that in? See, this
All right,
is
I'm going to
this
say,
is
what about Mulsey?
yeah. What about
From the fans'
Mulsey?
persona?
Yeah, this is frightening
Let's see
stuff.
if they
It really is limits, and they can write our
Mulsey is.
stories. What?
Off the bat. It also says Limits is serious about his craft, but he also comes across as friendly, accessible, and approachable.
I'd say that's true.
All right.
Yeah.
Joe? Longtime sports radio personality and co-host on 93.7 The Fan. Brings a deep enthusiasm for Pittsburgh sports. All right. Oh, personable and off the wall. He tends to be fun and conversational on air with a style that mixes thoughtful analysis with humor. I think that's accurate.
Yeah, I'll buy that. Anything about his head?
No. It says he also Life Beyond the Mic is a section here. Talk about writing the articles for us. Mulsey also participates in local community and leisure activities like playing competitive golf, which adds dimensions to how listeners connect with him outside of pure sports talk.
Leisure activities. I like that. Very well phrased. Are you flying a helicopter right now? Does he not look like he's in the cockpit of a helicopter?
I told him that he looks freezing.
Where are you right now?
I'm in my car.
Okay.
That's similar, I suppose.
Yeah. Where are you going?
I'm going to lunch with Chill.
You're breaking up on us. Now he's frozen.
I'm going to lunch.
Maybe literally. Limits, we have to fix this.
He's going to lunch with a friend, he said.
I know he said that, but the thing is breaking up. Can you fix it or call him back?
We'll have to call him over the phone if you would rather it be over the phone
We
than the
might
video.
have to. Yes. Do something.
I have to leave the cockpit.
All right. Goodbye. Yeah, frightening stuff. I think we talked about this a couple weeks ago, and I think sports writing has already been affected by this and will be. I had my wife type in a bunch of things, like I made up a mock game, like, Jimmy Smith scored 25 points, an upset, whatever, Avonworth over Butler, blah, 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 blah. And the thing typed out a story that was, no offense to anybody, but better than a lot of the students I used to have, the sports writing. I mean, honest to God, it was. And I was just jarred by it. Like, wow. She said, all right, now write that story with humor. And it was legitimate. Like, it wasn't stupid. You know what I mean? It was well written. And then write it as if it's a sad story, an end to a great season. It did it. It did all of that. And it did it in a way that's better than a lot of the humans whose stories I read and graded. Limits. That's the frightening part.
Very frightening. I'm going to make sure it doesn't take our jobs, Joe. Good thing it can't talk for 4 hours.
No. In some ways, it probably already has. All right, Brian. Let's get to the Steelers. Your best guess. Your best guess. Who's the next coach?
I think I would put my shekels on Chris Shula from the Rams, defensive coordinator.
In your opinion, is that the best choice of the candidates that are known?
Yeah, it's right up there with the other Rams guy, Nate Scheelhaus. I would want to pick from the McVay tree if it were me. I wrote extensively about that on the PG site today if people want to check it out. I think there's just a reason why those guys are churning out candidates year after year. It's a really good operation that they have there. And, with Shula, he also has the tradition. Who your grandfather is shouldn't matter, but I think it's human nature to know the name. It rings more of a bell than Scheelhaus, quite frankly. The defense, I made this point with Limits on his show last night, young and energetic and passionate as he is, as a driven sports professional in the media landscape, that, I thought his unit acquitted itself pretty well against the Bears. That the points that they gave up were superhuman plays by Caleb Williams. What do you really draw up to stop that? So I think he's got really good momentum. He doesn't turn 40 until February. I can just imagine a Steelers presser in which Art Rooney II or Omar Khan sort of, subtly hint at the trend of them hiring head coaches on the defensive side in their 30s and say, well, we just made the cutoff here with Chris. Let me introduce everybody to Coach Shula.
All right. What do you make of the prospect of Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers going 10-8 and getting blown out of a wild card game?
Yeah, that doesn't really move the meter for me, honestly, Joe. I mean, I think McCarthy is sort of the poster boy for the retreads in this cycle. I mean, John Harbaugh is bouncing from one job to another. Brian Flores and Robert Saleh, and even Kevin Stefanski, I would say, left rather dysfunctional organizations the way it ended for them. So you can really stare hard at their tenures and their background and talk yourself into them having more success elsewhere. But McCarthy's ended almost similarly to Tomlin's time with the Steelers in Green Bay. His time in Dallas didn't end all that well either. I think when it comes to any former head coach being in the mix for this job, it was always going to be hard to fill Tomlin's shoes, not necessarily in terms of winning, but in terms of his presence and gravitas and just outsized impact on the organization. So I think that would be even more difficult in a way for his coaching contemporaries versus someone who's young and a breath of fresh air and is, really has a world of potential in front of him and no drawbacks in terms of a head coaching record, if that makes sense.
Is McCarthy a serious candidate, and is Brian Flores a serious candidate?
According to Tom Pelissero, Mike McCarthy is a serious candidate, but I also can't overlook the fact that he overlapped with Omar Khan and Andy Weidel on the Saints staff in the early 2000s. So I think that there's some personal connection there that might have him in the mix, but I don't necessarily say that he's the leader in the clubhouse or anything like that.
Limits, the mere thought of leaving you out of this conversation has Brian Batko on the verge of a breakdown.
Brian, do you think that Nate Shieldhouse, would it be too early to hire him?
Limits, I didn't answer Joe about Brian Flores.
Oh, yeah, Brian
yes,
Flores, right.
Limits, do you have any audio on Brian Flores?
Well, Brian sent me a clip, and it's in the process of being recorded.
Oh.
So, Brian, if you give me about 1 minute to the point where I can pontificate my question, I will.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say they obviously know Flores well, and I think the interesting thing about that is I think the players liked him and respected him in his role that he had in 2022 under Tomlin, but I'd have to look. I don't even know how many players from that defense are left on the Steelers. I mean, Cam and TJ, obviously, but I'm sure Minka was pretty heavily involved with him, and the inside linebackers have changed over about 73 times since 2022, so I don't even know that that's even really a pro in favor of Flores, but I do think it's a pro that they've had him in the building. They kind of know how he operates. He knows how they operate, which is probably worth mentioning in this whole circumstance as well.
Brian Batko, the Batconian mongoose, they call him. Limits, do we have the clip that Brian has requested, or should I continue to talk to him?
Over the course of the season, in terms of Brian's contributions, man, it was significant throughout.
Very significant. Brian requested.
I think he was talking about me.
He was.
Or maybe it was Brian Flores.
That's it?
Who's to say?
That was the clip.
I thought we were going to hear from Brian himself. Yeah, I think Tomlin was talking about you, actually. Tomlin was, for the first time, spotted in public. Did you see that at his daughter's gymnastics meet? I thought that was a nice family outing there. Did you see that, Brian?
Yeah, and then the next day, I think it was Georgia men's basketball against Arkansas or something. Like, he's one of the sickos in my fantasy college basketball dynasty league that's been going on for 12 years now. I applaud Mike T for just going to take in some random SEC hoops on a Saturday night or whatever it was.
When do you think he coaches again? Do you think he does?
I don't know. I could see that going either way, but for the sake of not waffling on a widely listened to and intergalactically popular radio show, I'll say yes. I'll say yes, he does. I still think he has that fire in him. So if I was, mildly surprised that he stepped down when he did, then it stands to reason that I would think he'll get back into it. But I don't think it's this year. I believe all the reporting on that, and certainly Art Rooney II himself putting that out there last week. My prediction, and I said this on a PG show with Noah Hiles, the constrictor, right after the news of him stepping down last week, which, aside, Joe, I can tell you with certainty, you and I have done our last Mike Tomlin post-news conference radio show.
Yes,
we didn't
we
even
have.
know it.
I know. It's very sad. How about
Wistful
McDermott?
even.
Does he get an interview?
Oh, but to finish my thought, my prediction was Tomlin coaches the Tampa Bay Bucks in 2027. Replaces
okay.
Todd Bowles.
All right. How about McDermott?
That's where he got his NFL start.
Yeah.
McDermott. I don't know what to make of McDermott either, because he's getting such a late start on this market, and vice versa, teams with him. Like, I was looking at the Titans. They supposedly narrowed it down to 3 finalists. Jeff Hafley, who it seemed like as soon as he found out he was a finalist in Nashville, he decided to go to Miami. And then the other 2 were Robert Saleh and Matt Nagy. And I'm like, can whoever's calling the shots in the Music City say, wait, hold on, let's get a 4th finalist in here now that Sean McDermott is unemployed? So it might just be moving too fast for him, the carousel, but I don't think it'd be the worst thing for him either. I mean, not that I can get inside these guys' brains and say what they should want for their personal and professional lives, but he's been in the pressure cooker like Tomlin has for the last however many years. Take a season away and regroup and figure out what's available to you this time a year from now.
I'll tell you this, Limits. What a kick in the you-know-whats it would be if Sean McDermott, after whatever it's been, 9 years, 8 years with Josh Allen, never gets to a Super Bowl, and Vrabel gets there in year 1 with Drake May. It's going to be like that meme or GIF, whatever it is, where the sumo wrestler gets kicked in the groin 1,000 times in a row.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Big kick in the cojones.
Go ahead.
Brian, I have a 2-parter. First, a lot of people are trying to call for John Gruden. Can we put that to rest? And also, would it be better to hire Nate Scheelhaus a year early than not hire him at all and have the opportunity to have who some people believe might be the next Sean McVay?
Yeah, I think so. And I think when Sean the John Gruden stuff, I'm not really seeing enough like smoke around him to any of these job openings linking him that I think that an organization as sort of buttoned up and conservative as the Steelers would bark up that tree. But, I suppose if one of these McVay or Shanahan disciples gets the job here or elsewhere, would they call Gruden and see, hey, senior assistant, QB coach, something along those lines? I don't know. I enjoy Gruden's shtick now, but it seems like he's pretty far off the reservation in terms of the media that he's doing. But it's amusing. So I don't know what that means for his coaching future. But Scheelhaus, you're kind of in the same mindset as me, Limits. I mean, I think when McVay handpicks you randomly, basically out of Iowa State, because he hears good things about you or likes what he's seen from you, that's almost even more impressive than believing in his college teammate and longtime friend, Chris Shula. So, yeah, it's almost folly maybe to predict that there will be another McVay, but if you have the chance to get the closest thing to it, and yeah, maybe he's not quite ready, but can learn on the job, especially if you put a good, experienced staff around him, then I'm very intrigued by that idea.
Thank you, Brian. You're one of the nicest men we've ever met. Have a nice lunch with Sean Gentili. We'll talk soon.
Tell Sean I said hello. He's waiting for you.
All right. I will. Bye, guys.
See you, buddy. Let's wrap this up next, Limits, with some predictions, how we think the Flores interview is going. What would be your first question if you were asking Art the questions, if you were an interview candidate? Fun stuff like that, shall we? Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. It's 1:33, time to check out 9 Yards Golf Lounge, now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township. And Limits, I need social media's biggest loser. Who is it today? It's brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. You got somebody in mind?
I think Carson Beck, in his 6th year of playing college football, throwing a game-clinching interception for Miami, is today's social media's biggest loser.
Man, that's rough. Yeah. I thought he played well up to that point. Pretty well.
Yeah, but he threw a game-clinching interception, like how Drew Aller did last year.
That feels mean, Limits, to make him social media's biggest loser. Let's make Drew Aller it.
I feel like that's even worse.
All right.
What did Drew Aller do today to deserve that? Or in the last 24 hours?
Same thing as he did all year.
That's just an intended
Nothing.
target by you. You claim that I hate Will Howard, which is not factually correct. I think you hate Drew Aller.
I've never met him, and he seems like a nice man from a nice family.
But the way that you talk about Drew Aller, I feel like you, Joe Starkey, who was at one point high on Drew Aller, hates Drew Aller.
I think the next quarterback, and Limits, this will make you very happy, of the Pittsburgh Steelers, the next franchise quarterback is going to be Drew Aller.
That will continue to be played.
That's a take that's
over
colder
and
than the
over.
weather outside today. Thank you, Limits.
Thank
you got me.
At 2 degrees.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, so where do we want to go from here? The Steelers coaching search.
I don't know.
That's the
Where should we
That's
go?
the great question. Anthony Weaver is being interviewed for a second time. They're going to talk to Brian Flores in
He's
person.
interesting to me, Limits.
Who,
Anthony Weaver. There's something about him. And when I had Farabah on, he said he's got that presence about him. And he's the one that nobody's thinking of. That just stands out. Go ahead, and I apologize.
Well, they can't talk to Chris Shula and Nate Scheelhaus in person because they're still coaching their teams in the NFL playoffs. So that is significant to note. And they were also talking to Jeff Hadley, the defensive coordinator of the Green Bay Packers. He took the job in Miami. Late last night, well, breaking news overnight, Robert Saleh becomes the new head coach in Tennessee. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1 yard line? One.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Indiana Hoosiers won the College Football National Championship last night. Indiana had the second most losses in college football history. The turnaround in the success story at IU is one of the best sports stories of all time. In a new world of college football, anyone from anywhere can win at the highest level. The Hoosiers just proved that. I'm Chris Black.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Mike Rowe here with a fun fact. Did you know that 50% of the air that you breathe inside your home comes from your crawl space? Yeah. Whether your crawl space is wet, musty, or your floors are bouncy, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to repair your crawl space. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Ring in the new year with a little magic from Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Want a lifetime warranty and complimentary maintenance? Want rewards and an easy-to-use Spitzer VIP app? Granted. Want to lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE from $165 a month? Granted. Hurry in and grant your New Year's wishes today. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 25,082. VIN 5YFB4 MDE 5TP 390565. 39 months. 4,099 due at signing through TMS with approved credit. Does not include title tax, license, registration, accessories, and dealer fees. $477 doc fee. Zero security deposit. 10K miles per year. See dealer for details. Ends 2/2/2026.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roof roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Bob Pompiani here for DraftKings Casino. You are heading into Conference Championship weekend. A lot of great matchups, a lot of good prop bets. You can do it all at DraftKings. Start the year with boosted rewards. For a limited time, all players get a free chance at $50,000 in credits every day with daily rewards rocket on DraftKings Casino. Take your free chance at an out-of-this-world reward. Download the app now and sign up with code THEFAN. Then launch 3 rockets for a chance at $50,000 in credits. Come back to launch Rockets Daily for more rewards. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Limited time offer.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back. The FuelRequired.com World of Wheels. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's top customs, hot rods, muscle cars, trucks, tuners, and more, including the ISCA Championship finalists. Catch the Dukes of Hazzard reunion with Cars and Stars. See the J.Lo Lee, Uncle Jesse's Truck, Cooters Tow Truck, Daisy's Jeep, and Boss Hogg's Cadillac. Saturday, meet Catherine Bach and John Schneider. Sunday, meet Lou Graham, the original voice of the rock band Foreigner. The family will love the amazing Megamorph transforming robot car. Kids under 12 are free. The FuelRequired.com World of Wheels. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This weekend at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets available at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. Part of the Summer Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See worldofwheels.com for more info.
When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, their experts will perform a thorough 20-plus point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
And I was thinking today, we've seen a lot of great football recently, haven't we? Some of the college football playoff games. The game last night was a great game. The NFL games have been ridiculous. I don't know if there's ever been a better first 2 rounds of the playoffs than we've seen. I mean, you had a couple blowouts. Other than that, they've been like all-time games.
Yeah, nobody misses the Kansas City Chiefs, I'd like to point out. People are saying before the playoffs, oh, it'll be so different without Patrick Mahomes. Now we're good. I think it's been solid.
Yeah, we're good. Greatest college teams of all time limits. I'm looking at this list from CBSSports.com. They have IU. Now, I think it's indisputable that IU has had the best season. Do you agree with that? At 16-0.
Yes, because of the amount of games that they played.
Yeah, and it wasn't, I mean, they beat Oregon twice, which was a pretty good team. The playoff games they won. Everything else they did. And they were blowing teams out. The best single-season point differential of the college football playoff era at plus 473. How about that? That beats 2018 Clemson and 2019 LSU. But they have the best team of all time. Did you steal my glasses, Limits?
No.
Then where are they? Are they on the top of my head? I can't find them.
Are they by your laptop?
No, I lost them again.
Great.
They're gone. No, here they are. Hold on a second.
In your pocket?
Yeah. The LSU team with Burrow, Jefferson, and Chase. Come on. And Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I mean, he was a great college player who was taken in the first round by Andy Reid. They had in their secondary Derek Stingley Jr. and Jim Thorpe Award winner Grant Delpit at safety. That was the greatest college team I've ever seen. And I think they would have beaten this team. They averaged 49 points a game. Come on. Burrow had 7 touchdown passes in the semifinal win, in the first half of the semifinal win against Oklahoma. That, in my lifetime, is the greatest college team I've seen. How about you?
I fully agree with that. The way that they dominated that SEC gauntlet, the way that Joe Burrow just looked, the way that he was not really skipping many beats at all from college to the NFL is something that you rarely see. He was a star in college to immediately a star in the NFL, other than that injury that he suffered in his first year, and then has moved on to be one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Plus, Jefferson and Chase might be the 2 best receivers in the NFL outside of Jackson Smith and Jigba, and they were all on the same team.
I'll tell you what. There's another team that's not mentioned on here that has a claim to be the greatest college football team of all time. And it ain't the 76 Pitt team. It's the 80 Pitt team. Did you know that, Limits? You know what Dan Marino once said?
No, I thought you would have said the 76 team that won the national championship.
I mean, they were a great team. The 80 team, I think most people would agree, was a more talented team. Dan Marino at his Hall of Fame induction speech, I still say the 1980 team could have beaten Georgia at 1 o'clock, Notre Dame at 4 o'clock, and been the national champs if we were only given the chance. They didn't have that chance. They lost at number 11 Florida State in a game that will be regretted till the end of time. But that was a great team. I'm trying to look up how many NFL draft picks. It was ridiculous. Hugh Green was on that team. Dan Marino was on that team. Carlton Williamson was on that team.
Was Jimbo Covert on that team?
That's a good question. I think he was on that team. Mark May was on. It was ridiculous what they did, Limits. That might be the greatest college football team of all time. Did you know that?
No, I would have guessed 76 just because they got it done. They have the hardware to prove it. It's kind of like the argument with the 76 Steelers. How great that defense was. Was the 76 Steeler defense the best in team history? Well, they have like 6 shutouts.
Well, some people think
5 shutouts.
Yeah, some people think that you have to win it to be considered the greatest team. I'm not sure I agree with that. Jack Lambert didn't agree with that. He told NFL Films the 76 team was the greatest Steelers team, and he said the Chief felt the same way in an interview.
If it wasn't for Franco and Rocky getting hurt, they probably would have won it again.
And a lot of people feel the 92-93 Penguins were the greatest Penguins team of all time.
Just couldn't complete the three-peat.
That's right. And I'm trying to look up more about this, and I can't find it. I can't find it. I did a great story once on the greatest Pittsburgh sports teams that didn't win a title. And now I can't find it.
2015 Pirates?
No, but the 1972 92 Pirates, I think it was. They were a great team that lost to the Cincinnati Reds on a wild pitch.
What about the 92 Pirates?
No, I'm talking like the greatest. The 76 Steelers, the 72 Pirates, the 1992-93 Penguins, and 1980 Pitt football. And now I can't find it. So you need to talk because now I'm determined to find it before the end of the show and I'm late to my next thing.
Yes, because we have to go.
Start talking.
We actually do have to go.
No, I'm not going till I find this.
How do you feel about the...
I don't feel anything about it.
What about the 94 Steelers?
That was a really good team. 95, you mean?
The lost to... No,
94,
about the one that
right.
lost to the Chargers.
Great team. All right, forget it.
Were they 2 touchdown favorites in that championship game?
They had something like 20 players that were drafted into the NFL. I might lead my show with this tomorrow. Good night, Limits.
Good night.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser
Limits.
Chevrolet.
Tell us.
We never did What's Cooking, brought to you by our local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Cold and a high of 18, Will Howard, a low of Trevor Daly, 6. It feels like 3, Jeff Reed at Sheets. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
All right, on that note, the Steelers are talking to Brian Flores. They're also going to talk to Mike McCarthy in the next couple of days. And the Penguins won last night 6-3 against Seattle. They'll play in Calgary tomorrow. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet and the PM team's next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today's 93 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books in Westwood One Sports. Rockets host the Spurs, and San Antonio is playing a back-to-back after beating the Jazz at home. It's also the 3rd game in 4 nights for the Spurs, and the way the Rockets have been playing defense lately, I think they put a dent into San Antonio's special season. And Alperen Şengün has been a beast in his last 5 games since coming back from a small ankle injury. He's averaging 20, 10, and 5 on 50% shooting in those games. I'll lay the points with the Rockets. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Winter is the perfect time to knock out some of those home projects, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. West Shore Home makes home remodeling easy. From your first consultation to your final installation, their team handles everything so you can upgrade your home without any stress. And right now, you can get started without paying anything out of pocket until the job is complete. That's right. With our winter savings event, you can get free installation on your next project and get started with no money down. That includes bathroom remodels, window and door replacements, even full house flooring. When you schedule now at westshorehome.com/fan, you can take advantage of special financing that makes it easier to get started now. Your project will be completed by one of our team of highly trained employee installers. Schedule a free no-obligation consultation today and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan for winter savings from West Shore Home. See the website for details.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson. Tired of unreliable supply chains holding up your construction projects? Delays cost money. You need building materials you can count on right when you need them. That's where Reed Building Supply comes in. I've known them for more than half my life. Quality lumber and everything else for your residential or commercial build. On time and with a smile from your personal Reed rep. Don't build with uncertainty. Build with Reed. Visit us today at reedbuildingsupply.com. Reed Building Supply, building Western PA one project at a time.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management. One of my favorite clients, I'll call her Sue, has a work ethic that blows me away. She continues to love what she does, and she's been incredibly successful at earning and saving. Recently, Sue shared with me how proud she is of her daughter, who is doing a beautiful job raising 2 young children, but how she worries about them because it's so tough for young people to afford to buy a home. Her daughter's growing family could use more space, but moving up just isn't in their budget. I asked Sue if she'd like to explore the impact of gifting her daughter money now to get the bigger house that she needed. Could I really do that, she asked? We determined that taking a withdrawal now for a substantial down payment on a new house would likely have no impact on her income strategy in retirement. Sue decided to do it, and the last time I saw her, she was glowing with happiness. Financial planning isn't a game to see who can die with the most. It's about getting maximum fulfillment from your money during your life. Find out more at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 1/2/26.
Shift into the new year with a new Hyundai from Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe Hybrid. Both available with 0.99% financing for up to 60 months. Or receive up to $1,500 in rebates.
MikeCamlinHyundai.com.
All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
what? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Ring in the new year during the Start New sale at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, and Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Get great savings on remaining 2025 models. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for 0% APR for 60 months. Or get a 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com. SportsTalkRadio.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh, Bob Pompiani here. Winter's here too, but the golf season is in full swing at 9 Yards Golf Lounge. Stay warm and tee it up on the #1 ranked Golf Zone simulators with moving swing platforms and auto tee technology. The most realistic indoor golf you'll find. Join a winter league, book a private bay with friends, or come out for great food, drinks, and good times. 9 Yards is now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township and in Washington, PA by the Meadows Casino. This winter, the best rounds in Pittsburgh are at 9 Yards Golf.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including international and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
Looking for an unforgettable Valentine's Day experience? This year, trade chocolates for casings at Keystone Shooting Center. Start together in the classroom, learning safety and fundamentals. Then move to the range with Keystone Shooting Center's expert instructors for hands-on guidance. Your firearm and ammo are all provided. One fee covers you and your partner. Limited spots are available for sessions on February 13th and 14th at 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. Give the gift of a new adventure. Sign up today at KeystoneShootingCenter.com.
Buying her ring online can be risky. See it, touch it, trust us. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, breaking Steelers news. One of Mike Tomlin's assistants has landed on his feet somewhere else. Bubblegum chewing Danny Smith will become the Tampa Bay Buccaneers special teams coach. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tuesday edition of the PM Team.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I think they might do it differently this time because of where the organization is. I'll go with Mike McCarthy. He has Pittsburgh ties. He's a Western PA individual. He has a significant love for the organization. He understands the tradition and the prestige within the organization. He's a Super Bowl winning coach. Unfortunately, he beat us in that Super Bowl victory. And he understands offensive structure and the quarterback position. They go with an older coach who has an offensive background, and a coach, but most importantly, understands and he knows the steal away. You know, he just took a year off. What happened in Dallas, it was a bad situation. It just, things wasn't going accordingly. But I still believe Mike McCarthy is a heck of a coach. I wouldn't be surprised, and I'm just throwing out my personal opinion. I haven't heard anything yet. I would say, before I hear anything, I would say maybe Mike McCarthy could be the direction to go.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Adrian Filipponi. My co-host is one of the longest tenured afternoon drive hosts in America. His name's Christopher Muller. And the man who is behind the glass is an up-and-coming talent in sports talk radio, Donnie Football. And we make up the PM team, and let's rock and roll. That is our guy, B-Mac, saying Mike McCarthy is the right guy for the job. I've loved Mulsey's tweets on this, and Mulsey's tweets spawned big news because they were sent to me by someone who liked them but offered up a cautionary tale on this.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh,
and that's where most of my morning was spent.
Oh, no.
Because my calls ranged from this is a token interview for a Pittsburgh guy to he is the favorite to get the job. And I think after talking to people, we need to put it somewhere in the middle as the third bowl of porridge. I do think he's an actual candidate to be the Steelers' next head coach. And here is the most compelling argument, not that I agree with it, but that I heard for why we shouldn't laugh at or scoff at Mike McCarthy. If the Steelers did not have a blueprint coach in his 30s who was on the defensive side of the ball, who went on to win Super Bowls here and coach for a decade plus. Mike McCarthy's got what Art Rooney wants. They speak the same language. Yinzer.
RG Chet.
He is a guy that has a winning resume, and he has success with quarterbacks. They also, all of them, who are in the front office of the Steelers, have a working relationship with McCarthy. They all work together. I didn't know that. I forgot that, I guess. Before he became the Packers head coach, going back probably 25 years ago.
The Saints, when Omar was there.
Omar was there, and Weidl was there too. So Weidl and Omar Khan have both worked with Mike McCarthy. And the other thing that was pointed out to me, and this I think is interesting, this being an opportunity for Omar to take more power within the organization. Omar and Art are leading this search. Art said as much. Omar has taken a backseat to Mike. Well, now Mike's gone. So Omar has a chance, I think, to become more of the decision maker of the Pittsburgh Steelers. If he really has say in who they hire, he can hire someone who is going to possibly defer to him on a lot of football decision making. Is Mike McCarthy going to go to the Senior Bowl and go out there and coach? Is he going to he might go to these places to eat at the dive bars and eat the wings and stuff on the college tour, but does he strike you as somebody that in his 60s wants to grind? When he got the Cowboys job, he said that he watched every single one of their plays from the season before. And then after he got the job, he said at the press conference that was a lie. It was something he just said.
Just sounded good.
Because he thought it would help him get the job. I think I'm not saying he's going to get hired, but I think we need to at least consider it a possibility. I don't think it's like I went into today after I saw that story come out this morning and I saw your tweets and I thought they were funny and I thought they were accurate. Like, here is the agent doing some very, very heavy lifting for Mike McCarthy. And I was laughing at that too. Like, here's a guy that is just trying to pump tires.
He's benching at least one Mike McCarthy. He's doing so much heavy lifting.
No, I guess this is it's the second wave of interviews.
Well, I have a lot of this. First of all, what a rude story to wake up to. I'm having my morning, my oatmeal or my overnight oats pony. I've become one of those guys now.
Like TJ Watt.
Like I dump milk in oats and protein powder in, and that's my breakfast. So very rude way to start the day. I've had a ton of thoughts about this, though. There were my jokes about
It sounds like you're very anti-McCarthy.
I just am anti the idea of, this is why we have 4 hours, because I cannot wait to explain to you why it doesn't appeal to me, even though he won about 61% of his games. He's got a better playoff record than Mike.
Yep.
I do think there are a list of caveats that are significant. Do I think Mike McCarthy is, like, in balance, a pretty good head coach, all things considered? Yeah. He went 12-5 3 straight years with Dallas, which is like a trash fire of an organization some of the time.
Mike has 2 12-win seasons, period, since Super Bowl 45.
But
that's it.
Like, I got my tweets off about how it's his agent just doing some hilarious heavy lifting with these tweets. Then I'm getting reminded by other people who were texting me like, hey, don't forget, he and Pelissero specifically are just friends with each other. Mike is.
Well, Pelissero's also good friends with Omar Khan.
I know that.
Very good friends with Omar Khan.
That's what you have to do, by the way, in this job now, is know who talks to who.
Extremely good friends with Omar Khan.
Pony, I know.
I'm waiting for the Cavalli text about that. They could not be closer.
No,
the GM of the Steelers
good buddies.
And this reporter.
When Tom runs with something, if you think who might have told him in the Steelers organization, good bet it's Omar. Now, he also is friends with Mike. I think I am going to take, like, that there is a 30% chance, let's say, that 25% chance. I don't think it's that good of a chance based on just my own read of the situation. I think there's a couple things at work here. The part of me that thinks that it's not going to happen thinks they just want him in there because he is a good offensive mind, because he knows offense, he knows people around the league. They want to talk to people if they might be thinking about shifting their paradigm and maybe hiring an offensive coach, a younger guy, Shieldhouse, somebody else that's in that, one of the Kubiak. Yeah, Clay Kubiak, whatever. They want to get Mike's opinion and pick his brain too in the course of an actual job interview about like what matters in modern NFL offense. And so I think that's got to be a consideration. I do think there's a whole thing on Art's part where it's turn over every stone. I do think on Omar's part, hey, I know this guy, right? We worked together years and years ago, 25 years ago. The thing about Omar, though, wanting to put more of his stamp on the franchise and wanting to say, I can hire somebody who maybe I can dictate terms to. And that is the way, by the way, things are going in the NFL. Powerful GM model, the Howie Roseman. Brandon Beane somehow survives in Buffalo, Andrew Berry, etc.
Omar's background is very similar to Roseman's.
No, I know. Well, I mean, Howie's the good version of that. Brandon Beane somehow having a job is the bad version of that. I don't look at McCarthy, even though they go way back, as somebody necessarily that Omar would feel like he could dictate to, because Mike's not like a babe in the woods as far as never been a head coach. He's been there, done that, has a ring. Like, if he comes in here, they might know each other. Omar's not going to just start, like, pointing a finger at him, this goes here, this goes there.
No, but I think he knows the personality.
But if you hire a younger coach who's never been a coach, who doesn't have 170-plus wins in a Super Bowl ring, I think it's a lot easier to say, you are the coach, I am the GM. There is a power structure here.
True. I think it could start that way, but I think it could change if the coach gets success, gets older, gets more experience with the job. The Steelers have always empowered head coaches. Mike McCarthy's in his 60s. He'd be happy to just have a head coaching job. He'd be ecstatic for it to be here. I'm not going to completely rule this out. I also think that Art might view this is just my opinion, as, okay, yes, I am breaking from my dad, and we're hiring a guy in his 60s. It's not someone who's going to grow into the job and be here for the next 20 plus, or the next 10 plus years. But Art probably doesn't look like he's going to be here for the next 10 plus years. As far as running the Steelers, he might view this as his last hire. And then his son, when he gets full control of the team, hires the guy that's in his 30s. What did Art say? He's not interested in taking a year off or taking a step back. He wants to win right now.
Well, that's my bigger
McCarthy's
problem with this.
resume is a lot like it's the offensive version of Mike. If he wants a guy that can win 9 or 10 games and get you to the playoffs every year, here's a guy that has an established record of doing that, and he's from here. You know, like, he checks that box. Cowher was from here. Tomlin was not, but Tomlin came recommended from Tony Dungy, who was a Steeler. So, like, they have a tendency, look at their assistants and people they've hired, of looking for people that are inside that circle. McCarthy is. So, like, I don't think it will. I'm with you. I don't think it will happen. If you made me choose who was going to be the next head coach of the Steelers, I would not pick Mike McCarthy. But I don't think he's just here on some, like, exploratory mission where they want to use him for ulterior motives.
I think they probably like him too much to have it be like a sham interview, like where it's obvious that they're just pumping him for info.
One of the other things that was brought up to me was Fittipaldo apparently said this morning, or maybe it was yesterday, that they interview him with the idea of making him the offensive coordinator. In the history of the NFL, do you know how many head coaches who have won Super Bowls went on to become assistant coaches? None.
Right.
They don't do that.
He would rightfully say, I've won a Super Bowl. I'm not going to take a coordinator job.
And he thinks he did well in Dallas.
I mean, he went 12-5 3 straight years, and they just kept hitting their heads on the ceiling. The worry I have, I still don't think it's going to happen. I think it, based on what you're saying. I love that people see my tweets and then say, well, Pony, we've got to talk to you about this.
Well, they thought they were entertaining. They were fun tweets.
They got to hit me up. Hit old Mosley up. Tell me what you think. No. Here is what would make me nervous about it. More so than even Mike just being, I think it's like, just don't hire a guy who's coached for a long time. This would be his last stop. I just don't like that. I like their model of trying to hire a guy who will be here for 15, you would hope, very good years. It would give so much credence to what Art said about win now. It would give credence to some of these, like, truly horrifying Rodgers. They want Rodgers back. He is much more non-committal and probably doesn't want to be back.
Yeah.
That would bug me. It would tell me that even though Mike, the guy who I think needed to go more than a couple of years ago, is gone of his own volition, nothing at the very tip top of this organization has actually changed about, like, delusional expectations, about where they actually stand in the NFL right now, about the shape of this roster.
So for the record, if this happened on Friday, let's say,
hire, I would say
you would flip out.
I would
disaster hire.
I would give it an F.
Donnie, do you agree with that? You give McCarthy an F?
A man that had the nerve of staying at Jerry Jones's house to treat himself to a late-night snack and go downstairs and make himself a ham sandwich
Donnie gives
at
his
2
grade,
o'clock in the morning?
I would give it an F. Is McCarthy himself an F-level head coach? Obviously not. It would be an F primarily for what it would stand for the organization and where it would say their heads are at or Art's heads at.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of that. I think it's a disaster more than just what his resume reads. It's a disaster because it's just them. Well, let's just get the offensive version of the coach we just had. And there's just there's not a real future with him. Maybe 5 years, but that's, since when has that been the way that you go into a coaching search, especially this team that takes so much pride in finding guys that stick around for almost 2 decades? Like, it just doesn't feel like, unless he would find some hot shot to be his OC and that guy becomes the future head coach, it just feels like there's nothing there more than what we've already had. Like, okay, here comes 9 or 10
We replaced Mike Tomlin with offensive Mike Tomlin. Bonus,
I know, but
he hangs out at big gyms in Greenfield.
Well, don't forget about Archie's. You're missing one thing, though, in saying that. Like, the offensive point, he's the offensive Mike Tomlin. That offensive thing, though, does go a long way. It does.
I'd rather have the offensive Mike Tomlin than the defensive one because it's still an offensive league. But
they need to find a quarterback. That's their biggest problem. They need to develop one, or they need to bring one in here and find a way to make him better than where he was before, like with a Malik Willis or maybe some other guy. I hate to say this because McCarthy has had some all-time blunders in the playoffs, and he's generally looked like as a guy that rode guys like Aaron Rodgers' coattails. I will admit, though, among the guys that we know are known candidates for the job right now, none of them have a better record with quarterbacks than he does. And I think those are just facts, because most of the people up for this job are defensive coaches, and the offensive guys, like Shieldhouse is so young, and who knows really how much input he really has into Matthew Stafford, for example. And then Kubiak, I think, might be a sharp guy, but he seems like he's like a few rungs away from the real people that power the 49ers
yes,
offense.
If you want proven commodity, you go with McCarthy because he has proven it, though he got fired in Green Bay, and he had a bad first year with Dak, and then obviously things got better for the Cowboys quickly for those 3 regular seasons. I'd rather have Shieldhouse, just all things being equal, knowing McCarthy's been there and done that, because everything you read about the guy is that he is a big part behind the scenes of why they have freshened up that offense. I know they weren't very good against Chicago. That was whatever. I'd rather have that. I'd rather have the box of mystery. I know what Mike McCarthy essentially gets you. I do. Especially if he doesn't have a quarterback. I really know what he gets you. You're going to bring 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers back to bring the band back together?
Maybe for a year as a Band-Aid until next year's draft.
I don't want to hear that encore. I don't want to hear that band play. They're all out of tune.
I really don't either.
I'd give it an F, and it wouldn't be with like animus to McCarthy personally. I don't really know anything like about him personally except that he's from here. I would give the hire an F because of everything it would say about where Art's head is at.
All right. Mike McCarthy reported as a strong candidate for the Steelers job. I think that's right. Mulsey is saying it would be an F hire. Mike McCarthy, 412-928-9370. He's from here, so you have to have an opinion on him. He checks both boxes. He's a candidate to be the Steelers' next head coach and replace Noel, Cower, and Tomlin, and he's from here. And both of you guys are saying disaster hire. Here's Sean on the Fan. Hello, Sean.
Hey, Tony. Good afternoon, guys. I think there's some validity to what you're saying, and hear me out on this.
So you think it's a disaster hire like Mulsey and Donnie?
No. I mean, I'm not for it, but this is why I say I think there's some validity to it. Because, you tell Mike, you bring him in, you say, we're going to give you a 2-year contract, potentially longer. The guy can develop quarterbacks, okay, which is our biggest need. And then what do you think about bringing Shieldhouse in saying, hey, young man, you're his apparent, you're his heir apparent, and give it a couple years, and he learns under this guy. I mean, I don't think it's out of the possibility of the way the Rooney's do business.
If that was their actual plan, Sean, I will give you credit. To start the show, you have talked me 1.5 steps back from the ledge. If the plan was bring in McCarthy, Shieldhouse is his OC, McCarthy only wants to coach for like one contract cycle, like 3 or 4 years, Shieldhouse basically is guaranteed he gets the job. Unless their offense sucked and it looked like Shieldhouse suddenly didn't know what he was doing, I would tolerate that. But I would say cut out the middleman now and just let Shieldhouse learn on the job for a couple of years. The roster is just not built to contend right now.
Right. I get it, Malsey, but, I mean, I could, I don't want it to happen, guys, but I could see it happening. I mean, we need everything. We need a D coordinator, an O coordinator. We need a head coach. Let this young man say, hey, you're the heir apparent, Nate. Come on, come in, and 2 or 3 years down the road, he gets the job.
If Art doesn't want to take a step back, he's worried about that. He's nervous about that. He doesn't want to waste a year. Here is a Super Bowl winning coach who's available, who has a history developing quarterbacks, and he's from here.
That last part shouldn't. I know you're saying it from Art's.
That.
I know you're saying this from Art's perspective, but the fact that you are just bringing up Art's perspective and have to include he is from here is like a testimony of all that could be wrong in some of the thinking that goes on.
412-928-9370. 2 out of the 3 people here working on this show think it would be a disaster, an F hire, if the Steelers went with Mike McCarthy, who is going to interview tomorrow. And I agree. I think he actually has a chance to get this job. I'm not saying he will, but I think he's got a legit shot. And I want to know what you think at 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner & Associates fan text line, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's get to Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins with a 6-3 win against the Kraken yesterday in Seattle. Connor Dewar with a pair of goals. The Pens continue out west. They go up to Canada to take on the Flames tomorrow night. Puck drop set for 9:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk right now about Mike's Beer Bar. 80 rotating taps of the best local craft beer in Pittsburgh waiting for you at Mike's Beer Bar. Mike's is a great place to watch big games. We've got a red-hot hockey team right now. They're playing games out west. Get over to Mike's. They'll have the games on. College basketball heating up, although our team's right now on some hard times. They've got the games over at Mike's. Wash it down with that great beer. Take 6-packs, mix them and match them to go from Mike's and take them home with you. Great food options, too, like steak on a stone and their wings. So meet me at Mike's today, Mike's Beer Bar.
Pony and Muller here. Mike at Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month.
January's Fan Beer of the Month is Penn Brewery's Penn Pilsner, a Vienna lager. And the designated charity is the National Down Syndrome Society.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. Kirk Cignetti, in 2 years at Indiana, has completed the greatest turnaround in college football history. Indiana won the national championship in college football. Heading into this year, Indiana won 3 bowl games in program history. Since January 1st, the Hoosiers have won 3 playoff games. What an incredible story. I'm Chris Black.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Crown Mitsubishi kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. 7-passenger Outlander, 0% financing for 72 months, or up to $7,000 off. Eclipse Cross, up to $4,000 off. PHEVs gotta go. Now to $10,000 off. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. New ownership, improved process, better deal. Better deal. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at crownmitsubishipa.com. See below for details on all offers.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, schly.company.com, SHLY.company.com.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime scorer bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Tired of the shower curtain sticking to you? Time to contact BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Mike's Pittsburgh toughness and grit on the outside and big soft teddy bear on the inside. And I think that's a great combination to have. But there were definitely some tears over the years, both in team settings and also some one-on-one settings. Him and I definitely shed some tears over the years together in conversations. Usually happy tears, I would say. Yeah, Mike's a big-hearted guy. I'd like to see him let the emotions come out.
Aaron Rodgers cried with Mike McCarthy, cried with Mike Tomlin. He's an emotional dude. Wears his feelings on his sleeve, evidently.
Steelers fans cried watching him get rid of the ball in 1.9 seconds.
And it sounds like Steelers fans like Mulsey and Donnie will not actually cry, but will cry on the inside if Mike McCarthy gets this job.
If the YouTube comments are any indication, and I like to think they're a fun barometer, a lot of F grades have been given out. 1 or 2 random people who I think their entire thing is I would like a coach from Pittsburgh have given it an A. But most people would be extremely annoyed with this.
I think he'd win people back over at the press conference. He'd start talking about Huffs. Huffs
is closed, man.
Well, he'd talk nostalgically about it. He'd start talking about his glory days, walking around Pittsburgh with a mullet and a jean jacket.
Would he,
and
they have
he'd win people back over.
They have a drink usually on the podium for those things.
It's a Turner's iced tea.
It's a Turner's iced tea because it can't be an Iron City. He's just got a sandwich up there for no apparent reason.
He absolutely strikes me as a guy who thinks he can cheat the system by drinking diet and would come here and crush 15 Turner's diet iced teas.
Just for the record, if you're going to drink an iced tea that's got a lot of sugar in it, just drink the real deal. What are you doing? Just have one.
Well, let's see how people feel about this. Maybe they don't have an opinion on a guy who grew up here, coached college ball here. It used to be a toll taker on the Pennsylvania Turnpike.
God, that used to be apparently the ultimate sweetheart job. If you knew someone back in the day when $20 an hour meant something, that was $20 an hour.
Still has family here, a product of the greater Pittsburgh parochial school system.
Saint?
Yep.
Do you know which one?
Does it begin with an I?
I thought it was St. Rosalia's.
I think you're right. 412-928-9370. That's right in your wheelhouse, though.
That and Buffalo Bills early 90s trivia.
Here is Ron on the fan. Hello, Ron.
What's up, guys?
Hey, man.
Hey, I think this would be a good hire, good transition, especially if you get a young OC.
So you think Mulsey and Donnie are out of their minds?
Well, yeah. I mean, look at it this way. Look at the options right now at quarterback. Are we still going to try to see what Will Howard has? If we do, keeping Rodgers for one more year to try to, take that next step with Howard would be the ideal thing to do, especially with McCarthy as coach, because there's history there. But you got to get a young OC, and that's the case.
Ron, let me pose something to you, okay? Because obviously Rodgers and McCarthy made some very nice music together. They won a title together. They won a lot of football games together. I think there is plenty of evidence to suggest that no matter who his offensive coordinator is anymore, Aaron Rodgers simply from a mobility and willingness to take hits perspective is no longer the guy that he once was. And therefore, any success McCarthy had with him back then, you can't just automatically apply to a situation like that now.
I'm just talking chemistry. Mahler, chemistry, coach, player, chemistry. They got history together, right? It's the same way you guys work well on the radio together.
I know, and Ron, I don't disagree with that he wouldn't have to learn the offense because he already knows it. But again, how far would that actually get the Steelers? Would they win? Would they win 11 games? Would they? What do you mean?
Well, we didn't have a wide receiver 2 the whole year. We gave him a half off. We gave him a guy who retired.
Well, last I checked, McCarthy coaches. He doesn't play wide receiver.
I'm talking Aaron Rodgers. I'm talking for Rodgers.
Well, I know, but if you bring McCarthy in, how do you get that wide receiver that you're talking about?
Well, that's up to Khan, of course. You got to go get a wide receiver. But, do we expect them to do that? Absolutely. I'm just saying from a standpoint.
I mean, we've expected that for 2 years. Thanks for the call.
There's a problem here with the Rodgers part of this discourse. I mean, I've already made my feelings clear on how I would feel about McCarthy. People got to get this through their heads, maybe because they only think about the arm talent with Rodgers. So much of what made him great when he was capital G, upper room Hall of Fame great.
He can't move.
He was an excellent athlete for the position, mobility-wise.
Yes.
He made a ton of big plays because he could move, and he can't move. It's a different way of playing the position. It is not that dissimilar to the end days of Ben.
So both callers we've had so far are not opposed to Mike McCarthy. And the second guy says he's in favor of it because he wants to see Aaron Rodgers back here with Mike.
What is going on here?
928-9370. Here's Dante. Maybe he's in the inferno. Hello, Dante.
Help me, Dante. Please say something rational here.
All right. Don't get your hopes up when you're talking about something rational here. But I am good with McCarthy because I think.
Wow, we're 3 for 3.
But let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. I think he could bring a much higher level of NFL professionalism where you just don't screw things up with stupid bonehead time management and stupid play calling and stupid things like that. But in reality, what I'd really like to see, and it's not because he's from Pittsburgh. I don't care about where somebody's from. But I would love for somebody like Cignetti to come here. And I don't want somebody to say he's too old. He's the same age as McCarthy. But he wins no matter what.
I know, but he doesn't want to coach pros. He said that before the game this last night. He said, "I'm a college guy. I don't want to go to the NFL." I agree with you. I think he could win anywhere. Clearly, he just completed the greatest turnaround in the history of maybe collegiate and professional sports.
It's the greatest college football turnaround ever.
He doesn't want to do it, it sounds like.
And he's also making a boatload of money there and will continue to, so you can't just tempt him with NFL riches.
Now, there's two ways of looking at this. He said, you bring in Mike McCarthy, you don't have to worry about blowing it game management. They lost the NFC Championship game in Green Bay to Seattle because McCarthy butchered the clock. It was one of the worst time management big moments in NFL history. The other side of that, though, is that he was in an NFC Championship game, and we haven't seen a lot of those. We've not seen any playoff success, so to even get to that point would be an upgrade.
I just want to point out that in his last 7 seasons as a head coach, he won 1 playoff game, which would be an improvement over the last 7 seasons.
Not by much, Mulsey.
But not by a lot.
412-928-9370. So every caller we've had so far not only disagrees with Mulsey and Donnie saying this would be a disaster hire, but think this would be a good idea, hiring Mike McCarthy, who interviews for the job tomorrow. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We'll take more of your calls. Coming up next, we have the PM Team Sports Court with our buddies from Edgar Steiner & Associates as we break down a very dicey situation with Brian Flores, who's here interviewing for the Steelers job today. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt Hoops at Boston College tomorrow night. Tip set for 7 o'clock. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pregame coverage at 6:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Don. All right, fellas, I'm actually going to paint a bleak picture for a second. It starts out good. Go out with your wife or your girlfriend. Everything is going great. Get back home, take things up to the bedroom, and then it's like there's a mysterious invisible trumpeter playing the fail music. Wah, wah. Because it's just not like it was in your prime. You can get back to that point, though, with Blue Chew, because Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Blue Chew can help you guys out. It's a small chew for a big difference. Your date nights will get longer and better for everybody. And Blue Chew, most of all, can help you be ready when she is. And guys, it is not just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal as well for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris, BlueChew.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. Temperatures are taking a chilly turn and dropping fast. If you turn on your heating system and find your system isn't kicking on or just not keeping up, you need to call the heating professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The McVeigh team of experts are here to help. We can provide a complete precision tune-up or a repair to keep your heat running safely and efficiently. Call us now before winter really hits. McVeigh, your local heating experts. Don't overpay. Call McVeigh today or visit McVeigh.com to schedule online.
Hey, Chris Muller here. We're 3 weeks into the new year. All right, folks, time to face the music. Have any of you lost 20 pounds yet? You could have, and it's not too late to start. I was down 20 in my first 3 weeks with Awaken 180. Hey, Donnie, how about you?
Same story here, Mulsey. We both dropped over 10 pounds in that first week, 20 in 3 weeks, and then just kept shedding 4 to 5 pounds every single week.
Pretty simple. By eating to lose weight. It sounds simple because it is. And once you know your body, once your Awaken 180 coach knows you, the rest, well, you get the point.
Both of us dropped 20 pounds in our first 3 weeks. Me, 45 overall. Chris dropped the 35 he needed to lose, and thousands of others have met their goals too.
If I could do it, if Donnie could do it, I know any of our listeners could too. Awaken 180 is a game changer. No working out, no pills, no hunger. Find out during your first call to the solution for weight loss, Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Want to treat yourself to something safe, gorgeous, and affordable? Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it installs in just 1 day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
Book us.
MedandAJunkTruck.com. That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Winter in western Pennsylvania isn't for the faint of heart. Snow, ice, slush, and those back roads you know all too well. That's why it's time to get to Bowser Subaru for a new ride with all-wheel drive. Introducing the all-new 2026 Subaru Crosstrek with Subaru's legendary symmetrical all-wheel drive. And available X-Mode for rugged traction, the Crosstrek is ready for whatever Pittsburgh winter throws at you. And right now, get 2.9% APR for 36 months at Bowser Subaru. So don't wait. Get to BowserSubaru.com or visit us in person at Bowser Subaru, Route 51 today. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends February 2nd. Oh, that's the power of BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, it's Crowley. Right now, Guardian Protection is cutting the price of home security in half. For a limited time, get 50% off their Essentials Home Security Package, including intrusion protection, fire protection, and water protection. That's protection for break-ins, fires, and leaks, all covered. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today to lock in this limited offer. Terms and conditions apply.
And Doug.
Oh, what a horrible call. Hey, ref, open your eyes. Ref, you're really not going to call that? Come on.
Hey, ref, why don't you customize your car insurance with Liberty Mutual and save money?
I don't think you get what we're doing.
Sure I do. We're all just giving him advice. You guys on sports, me on saving money.
Nope, that's not it.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
And now it's time for the PM Team Sports Corner with our friends from Edgar Snyder and Associates.
Yes, it sure is. At 2:43, make the smart call to Beal Insurance, 724-443-5610. Rob Fisher and Nick Katko back with us.
Question for you there, Pony.
Yes.
Was that an attempt to sound like the guy at the start of the show that has the music that we're talking about here, that probably for copyright reasons?
You have to ask our voice guy.
Oh, who's our voice guy? And
Steve Wilson.
That sounded more like somebody who got the last remaining Quaaludes in the world and then decided to record some stuff.
Yeah, we'll have to
if Andrew Filipponi was handed a heavy dose of Wolf of Wall Street level stuff.
Great movie.
Last time, yes it is.
Oh, yes it
There's
is.
some memorable scenes. The last time you guys were here, it was the biggest news breaking afternoon in station history. Mike Tomlin resigning.
You guys got to be like the show that happens right after the Super Bowl. You got the single greatest lead-in history.
Now we are a week later, and the Steelers are already into their second wave of interviews, in-person interviews. Brian Flores is at the Steelers facility right now. Brian Flores is suing the NFL. So you guys are good people to talk to about this. How do you think a pending lawsuit of that magnitude affects his interview prospects with the Steelers and other teams?
So it's interesting. Once you guys mentioned this is the route we were going, I had to go back and read through all the details, the remaining lawsuit that's still out there, the fact that it's going to a jury trial, I think this year at some point. I think in general, the Steelers would be the safest bet of any team in the NFL since they're the inventors of the Rooney Rule. And I think it gives them the best opportunity to show, wait a minute, in defense of the NFL, no, we do take this seriously. On the other side, and Nick can comment on this, there's the mitigating risk of a lawyer owner that will tell me that they would never hire him.
I think that there is virtually zero chance of backlash if he gets hired, really by anybody. There's probably nothing worse from an optics standpoint from the NFL to not hire a guy that is suing owners and the NFL generally for, violations in hiring and whatever. Like, in my opinion, they want to stay so far away from that I don't think there's going to be any backlash. You might hear from the media, but I don't think, the owners are going to take that into account. I really don't.
So my question is, he's suing, and part or the entirety of the suit is racial discrimination in hiring.
Yes, that's what survived.
That's what survived. Probably a stupid question, but if he got hired, wouldn't that sort of...
Would the lawsuit just go away?
Yeah, that would be like, hey, look, here's the remedy. Here's why he loses the lawsuit. Somebody just hired him to coach their team as the head coach. He loses.
So in theory, the lawsuit survives because it's based upon past occurrences, not future hiring opportunities. So no, but however, if and you can't walk into a courtroom as attorneys for the NFL and be like, well, he got hired, that mitigates his suit. But everybody on planet Earth will know he's the head coach of this Pittsburgh Steelers. So it certainly doesn't help his case, I would say.
Would he have had it survived the racial discrimination hiring practices against the entire league? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't the strategy you go after the entire entity, and then if they want to turn on each other and say, no, that was Stephen Ross, the Dolphins owner, who did this to you, fired you and all that,
three teams. It was what, the Dolphins, the Cowboys, and...
No, it was Dolphins, Giants, and Texans.
Yeah. And then plus the NFL.
Right.
Yeah, the only thing that didn't survive the lawsuit was the claims about the tanking from the Dolphins.
Right, getting paid.
So if you were, I don't know, an owner in Cleveland, for example, would you want a team to hire Brian Flores because that would weaken his cause and they would potentially keep money in your pocket? I'm trying to look at it from that perspective.
So I read it the other way. I think the pressure on the other side is if you hire him, are all the owners going to hate you because you hired the guy that's suing all of them, and now you're going against your own, clique of owners.
32 individual business owners, but they all work in the same pond.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's the fear.
Yeah, and I think it's just interesting to think about with Flores generally. It's going to be a closed period of time.
We're getting Rob on camera, by the way, here.
Welcome, Rob. Welcome back.
Rob, welcome to the big chair right there.
Thank you.
Welcome to the big chair. Yeah, I feel very low over here suddenly.
Do you guys, as a corollary to what we were talking about regarding Mike McCarthy, and one thing you hear all the time is, well, the Steelers have a type. They want to hire a coach that's in his 30s. How difficult would it be to prove that there's age discrimination in the Steelers' coach hiring process?
Tony, what's the age range in the NFL? It's up to 75 and down to, I think, 40 maybe?
In terms of what?
Where you can actually say age is not eligible to be used. They have an age range, I'm pretty sure, within the league where if somebody tried to hire a 78-year-old guy, and they said, you know what, he's a little too old, he's 78, I'm pretty sure the NFL has actually a range of ages where if you're outside that range. I think
Florio said it's from 41 to something.
41 to, I think, 75. If you tried to hire 90, how old's Marv Levy right now?
101, I think.
Somebody said, I'd love to hire, Marv Levy said, I'd love to be the Steelers coach. They could reasonably say to him, Marv, you are a centenarian.
Yeah.
You're not getting this job because we don't know if you're going to live 5 more weeks. Anyway, that was a little crass, but.
So the age discrimination thing, what do you make of that whole angle?
I mean, how old is McCarthy?
61, I think, or 62.
And what is I know.
Rob said you said great argument?
By you, that's, I mean, that Go ahead.
Well, so with Flores, I think it's a little bit of a different discrimination analysis, right?
Obviously,
with Flores. I don't know. How many coaches in the NFL are over 60? Probably
They could look at Andy Reid.
John Harbaugh just got hired. He's in his 60s.
Right, for a 5-year deal. I mean, I don't, in theory, I think it could be an issue, but I don't know, especially if the owner, if Art is serious about trying to contend now, he probably thinks that McCarthy gives him a good chance to do so.
But to prove age-related sort of discrimination, wouldn't there have to be a smoking gun? If McCarthy...
Because you can't just say, he hired Bill Cowher, Chuck Noll, Mike Tomlin. They were all young. Right?
Yeah, if McCarthy felt like he lost the job because they wanted a younger candidate more than anything else, it would be almost impossible to prove, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because he's not a current employee. Because he's not a current employee, you get more grace bringing people in. But again, the NFL, the Steelers create the Rooney Rule, which is to help alleviate some of the things Flores is talking about. In theory, what you say is very accurate. Is couldn't McCarthy be like, wait a minute, I never had a chance because I was 60. Under the NFL guidelines, how am I not discriminating against? That's a fair argument.
Wow.
I think that's
How about that, Mosey?
I think that's a fair argument.
Edgar Snyder's newest employee pen?
Yeah.
I did take my LSATs back in the day.
He doesn't like to tell.
I don't bring it up.
You know why though, right?
No, stop. Shut up.
Is it too high?
It was not
way
good.
too high.
It was not good.
I'm convinced he's over 1550 on the SATs and he gets embarrassed.
It was not good.
I think he thinks it makes him have no jock cred or anything like that because
no more
he's too
street cred,
smart.
right.
Yeah, exactly.
One thing I find interesting about the Flores thing, Rob mentioned that it's a jury trial, which is normally not the remedy under the NFL. It's literally called the NFL Constitution. It's an arbitration provision. And an arbitration, for anyone that doesn't know, contrast it with a jury trial. It's like a quasi jury trial without a jury, and it's in private. Guess who the only arbitrator is under the NFL Constitution?
Roger Goodell.
Roger Goodell. So that's
some constitution they've drawn up there.
Correct. So the NFL's argument was, hey, no, they have to arbitrate this case with our guy as the judge, jury, and executioner. And so that's what's currently being litigated right now. Partially being what's litigated right now is, should this be an arbitration? And the United States Supreme Court is literally waiting to see if they can overrule that provision of their agreement.
So generally speaking, if it's like one person suing a company, in this case the NFL, that's this large conglomerate, the conglomerate wants arbitration, the person suing, the plaintiff, wants the jury trial in almost any one of these situations, right?
Absolutely.
They want it out there. They want regular people to hear what the
All
case
right,
is.
so bottom line here, in your extremely educated opinions, do you think Brian Flores ends up a head coach at the end of this hiring cycle, yes or no?
Yes.
Wow.
I'd say no unless it's the Steelers.
6 jobs left or 5? 6 jobs left. Six jobs.
I'd say no unless it's the Steelers. I think they'd be the only one with the guts to do it and go against the other owners.
I think he ends up as a head coach, and I think whatever pending litigation he has will have little to no impact on that decision.
Welcome to Arizona, Brian Flores.
And welcome to another episode of the PM Team Sports Court with Edgar Snyder and Associates, Rob Fisher and Nick Katko. Thank you so much, guys. We'll be back with more fan weather brought to you by, this music is still playing, let me turn it down, brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Low of 9 degrees. We'll be right back.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Don't marry a person you can live with. Marry the person you can't live without. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hey, it's good to be back with Taylor Fournier from Jeep of Pittsburgh. Taylor, during your Start Something New sales event, what's the big difference?
Bob, it's pretty simple. You bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. Within minutes, no waiting, no games. It's as easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet. If you haven't tried us, stop by or give us a call.
Get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
All right, you guys know how much I love Mr. Magic Car Wash, and I encourage you to go unlimited today like me and get an unlimited pass, which start at just $19.99 per month. Mr. Magic has also teamed up with the Pittsburgh Penguins, and they're going to bring one lucky winner an amazing prize pack that includes 2 tickets. See these Red Hot Pens take on the Blackhawks January 29th at PPG Paints Arena. This is what you get, a $100 Mr. Magic Car Wash gift card, those 2 tickets, or Ryan Shea autographed puck, Pittsburgh Penguins zip-up jacket. Giveaway entries are exclusive to Instagram, so you must follow Mr. Magic Car Wash on Instagram. Check the official giveaway post to enter. Giveaway runs January 17th to the 23rd, so hurry up. You can only have a few days left. Winner picked and announced on the 23rd with Mr. Magic Car Wash.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
New year, new ride, better value. South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding January lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive. Only $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offer excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad and brother. Lester is a chartered financial analyst, and Dad and I are certified financial planners. A favorite client said to me last year, "Someday I'd love to take my girls and their husbands on a family trip together." This was a physician who'd retired after 40 years, and I said to him, "Someday is now." I shared that my parents did the same for my brother and me when we were in our 20s, and the memories we created are priceless. I was so happy when my client and I met again this year, and he showed me pictures from the trip. We want you not just to survive, but to thrive in retirement, to understand what your wealth can do for you and for the people you love. Saving is an important part of a healthy financial plan, but so is enjoying what you've worked for. In retirement, someday is now. Find out how we help you get maximum fulfillment from your money at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Winters can be brutal in Pittsburgh, and if your heat's running nonstop but you're still cold, your old windows could be to blame. Window Nation can help. With over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide, Pittsburgh homeowners trust us to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable while lowering utility bills. And right now, save big with our Buy 4, Get 4 windows free sale, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. As a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins, ask how you could score Pens tickets. Don't wait. Visit windownation.com today. Sale ends soon.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the Buy 2, Get 2 free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Danny Smith is taking his Bazooka Joe down to Tampa, joining the Bucs as special teams coach. For more, go to 937thevan.com. Right now, it's a Tuesday edition of the PM Team.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller, Pony and Muller, on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There's been a lot of talk about, my personal situation. And next year, I've said this many times, I've loved my time here in Minnesota. My family loves it. The state of Minnesota has been tremendous to me. I know K.O. mentioned there's been great dialogue, and there has. Now we'll just kind of let the club and my representation, handle the rest. That's kind of where I'm at on that. You guys know I don't like talking about myself. I think our players are doing a lot of great things on the field, and I don't want to take away from them in any way. I think, if anything, they deserve all of the recognition. I certainly don't play, as you guys know.
That man is sitting down right now with Art Rooney, Omar Khan. I would think Danny Rooney might be in the room too, or eventually they'll talk. Brian Flores back at the Steelers facility. Got to skip the pleasantries of the Zoom or phone call interview because he was just there a couple years ago, and he should have never been allowed to leave. Goes to Minnesota. Vikings defense was ranked 28th in the NFL before he got there. Went from 28th to 13th his first year. This year they were 5th. And they did not have an offense to help put them in advantageous situations whatsoever.
They had
of the quarterbacks there.
They weren't just good. They started the season actually on defense, and then from the Packers game on, Pony, the game that they actually lost because they couldn't play offense, they allowed more than 300 yards in a game one time the last, 7 weeks of the year. They were on a ridiculous defensive heater to end the season.
So Brian Flores would not be my dream hire. We had a dream hire conversation last week. He's not somebody that I would say, I believe if the Steelers hire him, they're set up for the next 15 years and they just brought in another Hall of Fame coach. But I would like it. And I would like it for a couple of reasons. I like that he has this kind of no-nonsense, no BS identity as a coach. And I feel like for a long time, one of my biggest pet peeves with the Steelers under Tomlin has been they've gotten a little loosey-goosey with the details. They've not always been a very buttoned-up team. I think that would change with Flores. I also think he would take what's left over from this defense with these players, and they would instantly go from an underachieving, below-average unit to one of the best in the NFL. And that's with or without T.J. Watt here next year. That's with or without Cam Hayward here next year. I think if he runs the defense and is allowed to put his own fingerprints on it, they are overnight going to go from an okay unit to a great one.
Is that even something that would be a good thing in the immediate term because of what it might yield for a record?
That's a good point. Yeah, that's why I didn't say it would be a home run hire for me. Because the thing that we don't know if it's look, the Miami thing obviously
I think he's mostly right about that whole situation. He thought Tua stunk and he was right. But it was apparent that they were trying to tank in some way, shape, or form.
I agree with that. But here's the tanking thing I think is a separate topic. Like no coach, because it's going to go on your record and resume, even though well, now I'm actually talking myself out of that too. I mean, if the idea is let's kind of suck for a year because it's going to be good for us in the long run, I get why I get why a coach can't stand for that or doesn't want to stomach that, because he's got to answer to the players who have a finite window to win, and he doesn't even know if it's guaranteed if he does that if he's going to stick around. You know, like that's a tough thing to ask of any coach.
They were trying to be bad to tank for Tua. That was actually, that draft year was supposed to be tank for Tua, which is very funny.
Ended up being blow for Joe.
Right. I will never, and I cannot reconcile this, I will never forget how good of a defensive mind he is.
Yeah.
The defense they called against the Steelers right before halftime, they ran an all-out blitz with no safeties.
Yep.
Cover zero. Yeah. And essentially did the closest thing you'll ever see in an NFL game to letting a team score a touchdown.
So what I was going to say about the Tua thing, so is he ultimately proven right about Tua? Yes. But I do think it's a huge mark against him that he was so apparently, in the way he coached him, so defiant about not wanting him.
He never made any attempt. By all accounts, he never made any attempt to like make the best of it with Tua.
Your organization drafts a guy in the first round, and you're going to go out of your way to make it hostile and to create like a untenable situation where the quarterback knows he's unwanted and the head coach doesn't think he's any good.
To be fair, separate from that, I think Tua's kind of a doof as far as like being a teammate and everything. Like, I don't think he's a good teammate. He threw his teammates under the bus like earlier this year.
He did.
I also don't think the words of Ryan Fitzpatrick, a career journeyman who always has like a finite expiration date. He's like a carton of milk every time he played.
Yeah.
You must get all the good games out of Ryan Fitzpatrick by this date.
Right.
I don't think that carries a lot of water. I have one major question about Brian Flores.
And it is?
Well, first of all, I don't think it would be a bad hire. Like, if I were letter grading it right now, my head, like, B sounds about right.
So Flores is a B and McCarthy's disaster hire F for you. There's that big of a gap between the two.
Yes.
That's interesting.
And it's all about because of what McCarthy as a hire would signify. Like, that they are still desperately trying to win now, and they're hiring a coach that they think can help them do it. I just already said McCarthy's not an actual F coach.
Yeah.
He's probably actually like a B-ish guy, whatever. Right. I want to know about Brian Flores and he can say it all he wants, but he would have to get a chance to prove it. How different is he? He can say he's learned a ton from those 3 years in Miami.
Yep.
He can say that he is a different guy who has like looked in the mirror and done some introspection and figured out I need to handle people and my relationships differently. I can't just be a Marine Corps taskmaster, drill sergeant hard ass. And he can say all that. Will he actually do it? Is another thing. Will he surround himself with, for example, because I do think the guy's a phenomenal defensive mind. I do. Will he actually make a good effort to hire like an up-and-coming offensive coordinator? Will he tell that offensive coordinator, you call aggressive game plans, we're going to be an aggressive team, partly because I believe in my defense, regardless of who's on it? Like, is he going to do all that stuff? Or did he say a lot of the right things because he really wants to get another head coaching job, but a lot of the DNA that makes Brian Flores just who he is as a head coach is really unchangeable? That is one of my open questions about him. I think in Pittsburgh, I don't think he has gotten that like initial bump. I think Shula and Shieldhouse are the two people that most Steelers fans want to see get this job if I had to like rate it from afar. I think he would, though, be popular very much initially, because he is a tough guy operator.
Which is what I said.
People would love it. They'd basically see Bill Cowher again spitting in referees' faces by accident, stuffing, photos into shirt pockets, screaming on the sidelines. They'd say, I want the coach to be like a hard-ass teacher in a school.
Can I also give you another part of this, which I don't want to lump him in, but the facts are the facts? Tomlin has no coaching tree whatsoever, which is a mark against him because it shows that his assistants were never highly regarded enough to get head coaching opportunities. Bill Belichick has a huge coaching tree. The problem is all those guys left New England and sucked.
Crennel, Weiss,
McDaniels, Joe Judge. I mean, all these guys were terrible.
Don't forget Matt Patricia.
And Flores is from that family, man. He's cut from that cloth. Is he going to be the outlier to it? He's gone and worked for other people. He's not always kept himself around Belichick cronies, but I'd be lying to you if I didn't at least think about that. Like, all these people who go on and try to, like, have that rough Bill Belichick exterior, who try to emulate Belichick, when they become head coaches, they almost always fail.
And look at where some of those guys are actually, like Patricia incredibly had success, at Ohio State this year? The DC, not the head guy. Joe Judge, bizarrely enough, was on Mississippi's offensive staff.
Quarterbacks
coach. And
McDaniels is a great offensive coordinator.
But
fantastic.
It took people a while with McDaniels, and McDaniels also just shooting himself in the foot to realize that man can scheme up a game plan. Do not ever let him near a head coaching job again. Flores cuts the profile, at the very least, of the most normal of those guys. But does Brian Flores, it's just the bottom line for me, has the Tiger changed some of the stripes that were detrimental to him?
Donnie, is Brian Flores what the Steelers need? No nonsense. Cut out the BS. We're not going to have DK Metcalf going after guys. We're not going to have people late for things anymore. You're going to walk the straight and narrow here.
I do like his attitude. I know that it might be a little bit too strong for people. Too
old school.
But I also don't always want the coach to be everybody's buddy and be everybody's best friend. I feel like the best coaches are ones that have a little bit of an intimidation factor, and that goes for really any level. And I feel like he has that. Like in a sport that has alpha males all over the place, I don't think that the Brian Flores attitude is the worst thing.
One of the things about Mike's early career, just to make this comp about like hard ass versus players coach, is I do think, oddly enough, Mike's greatest success as Steelers head coach might have laid the groundwork for what became his biggest problem. He was an ultimate hard ass, winning. I've got to prove to these dudes as a mid-30s guy who's barely older than them.
Yep.
I am going to work them to the bone. Guys after they got bounced in the playoffs came to him privately and said, "Hey man, we're a bunch of veterans, like we get what it takes."
Great point, Malzy.
You've got to go easier on us. Well, he goes easier on them. They win the Super Bowl the next year. How is that not going to inform how he decides to coach the rest of his career?
So would you give Flores thumbs up or thumbs down, Don? Ultimately.
He's not like my first, second, or third choice, but I think I would go thumbs up.
Here's Mr. Old School with his 2 cents. He's an old school guy, so that means he must love Brian Flores, right?
Hey, guys, I do love Brian Flores, but I also have to agree that I could see them hiring McCartney because he speaks the language. And the truth is, everybody's talking about this McVay tree, and McCartney's offenses outscored McVay's offenses the last 4 years he coached. As a matter of fact, in 2023, he owned the league in offense. So it was his defense that held him back. Yeah, not his offense.
So you are a proponent. You are pro Mike McCarthy. If you found out on Friday he was coming back home to coach the Steelers, Mr. Old School would be all for it?
You know what, guys? I would. He speaks our language, right? And he can coach. All he needs to do is get a good defensive coordinator. He can coach, and he speaks our language. And
Mr. Old School, you think he's
a language to itself?
It is. God, if Signetti was putting a great Yinzer accent on display. You think Mike McCarthy still has his advantage card from Giant Eagle, Mr. Old School? You think he still got it on the key ring?
Yeah. He does with pierogies in his cart.
How about Signetti last night, by the way? They interviewed him. That might have been the greatest moment of like Yinzer accent we've seen in a long time.
The halftime one?
Both. The halftime one especially, they miss these calls. They're beating our guy up. Those are penalties. It was beautiful.
Chris, we've been on the air now for an hour and almost 15 minutes. Every single human being who was called into the show has had a positive opinion on Mike McCarthy. I don't think in the history of doing the show, and you've had several anti-Big Ben opinions, I don't think your opinion has differed from our callers any more than on this topic. You have said if they hire Mike McCarthy, it is a disaster hire.
Yeah.
An F.
Yeah.
With no hesitation, with no equivocation whatsoever in your voice. And we are being overwhelmed by people who are like, no, this would be a very good thing for the Steelers to hire a man in his 60s who was run off by Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys for not getting over that hump down there.
Yeah, I mean, that is.
I did not expect this today, or maybe I should have because he's one of us.
It is seemingly the most at odds with the public sentiment that among callers that I've ever been, but it doesn't really bother me because I know I'm right. And I also know that my logic is sound. I can say B-ish head coach, the offensive version of Mike Tomlin, a guy with a lot of the same flaws, and that the biggest problem would be they would be doing a very close thing of the Spider-Man meme. All right, Mike has walked away. Let's hire another guy named Mike who's good on the other side of the ball but can't manage a game or a clock.
Here's Lou on the fan. Oh, Lou's on the wrong line here. Hold on, Lou. Don't go anywhere. Hello, Lou. You're on the fan.
Hi, guys. How's everything going?
We're all right. Lou, are you a guy that wants Mike McCarthy or Brian Flores as the next head coach?
I absolutely do not want Paul McCartney as the next head coach. I mean, Mike McCarthy as the next head coach, but it's for reasons other than what Malsey said. I just want somebody that's a bit younger, offensive-minded guy like Kubiak in Seattle. Malsey doesn't want the competition for his Blue Chew and Awaken 180 commercials. So that's the difference that we have.
Interesting theory, I will say. I think Mike could be a candidate for at least one of those.
So Mike would be getting hired at how many ever $1 million a year, and he'd be like, I need to scrape up some extra funds though. I gotta have a.
Why?
Slush
Mike
fund.
did $1 million advertisements when he was Bears coach. Nick Saban's on TV all the time as a pitch man.
I know.
Andy Reid does commercials with Patrick Mahomes.
No, I know. So that was really just a call to just get a dig in on me.
I think so.
Well, that means everything I'm doing for my fine clients, Blue Chew and Awaken and MHI Roofing, you're going to hear about shortly. They're remembering it.
Here is Daryl in Houston. Hello, Daryl.
Hey, guys. Let me say this. The Steelers need a reset, not a repeat. That Mike McCarthy is a terrible hire. There's no creativity. There's no innovation. There's no transformation. It's wash, rinse, repeat. We might as well you want to go back to VHS, Beta? Let's get the Walkman. They still work.
All right, somebody brought up an interesting point on the text line.
Daryl, I just knew I could count on you for some sanity. Thank you, man.
I want to just run this one by you and see if you feel the same way about this. Someone on the text line said, I mean, if you're going to hire an old offensive coach, why not reach out to Bruce Arians and try to lure him out of retirement? Would you have the same feeling about him?
Yeah, I would, because you don't need that. You need to recreate. You need to reinvent yourself. You cannot keep working with this is a digital world. It's not analog. You got to get newer. You got to get fresher. You got to transform your organization. This hire tells me you're lazy, you're not creative, and you're boring. And so I'm with Chris, I'm not talking about McCarthy's, ability to coach. I'm talking about the organization's mindset. And if this happens, we need to stop talking about Cleveland and the Jets, because we're going to become them.
I think he's right. I think we become the Browns or Jets if we hire a Mike McCarthy. Now, devil's advocate would be, look at the two coaches in the AFC Championship game, Daryl. They're both retreads. Sean Payton's not a spring chicken. He's on his second team. And Mike Vrabel got fired by the Tennessee Titans.
Well, okay, so I'll put it this way. Vrabel has gone back to where they are going to do what they need to do to win. Payton was never just a retread bad coach. Payton was very creative. Payton understands the new wave of offense and the new way of doing things. He's never been that person.
But how do you respond to what the previous caller said? If he's so out of date, how did 2 years ago McCarthy have the highest scoring offense in the entire NFL? If it's so old-fashioned.
Well, yeah, but you got look. That's a nice stat line. That's a really nice stat line. But you got to look a little deeper than just the core numbers. You got to look at the environment that you're in, the creativity of the players that you have.
Daryl, you can explain Pony's question away very simply. Most people here probably don't thinking about this guy. He had Dak Prescott 2 years ago, who was awesome and is a very good quarterback, and he had CeeDee Lamb. He had other targets on that team. They usually field a good offense in Dallas. Like, he'd be taking over here with, at best, and I'm laughing saying this, 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers or Will Howard. Mike McCarthy ain't making beautiful music. Like, he's not making a delicious meal with stuff that's already rotted.
Right. But, Daryl, let me just give you this one then. If you've got to bring a young quarterback along and your two options are Brian Flores and Mike McCarthy, you would trust Brian Flores more?
No, I wouldn't trust either one of them.
Okay.
That's not even. I mean, the thing. No, I just don't. That's not appealing at all.
By the way, Daryl, your top. If you had to give me a top,
Go ahead.
Forget it.
What were you going to say? Maybe
I was
I'll
going to
answer
ask
the
who
question.
his top two were. If somebody says hard no to Flores, hard no to McCarthy, I do want to know where their heads at.
Well, answering the question the way that he did there does spark a good question for you. You called Flores an okay hire and McCarthy is a disaster. I mean, Daryl doesn't trust either guy to develop a quarterback. So with Flores being that far ahead of McCarthy, in your mind, you must have more trust in Flores to do it, even though there's no proof that he can.
The no proof that he can is actually, or the lack of a body of work is why I would be much more on board with Flores. He ended up in one of the most toxic situations in the NFL. He was part of it. I mean, he clearly needs to be a little bit different, specifically with how he handles his coaching staff, I think, and probably any quarterback he would draft. McCarthy has coached almost 300 games. You know exactly what you're getting if you hire Mike McCarthy. There is, I think, still...
Maybe that's what Art likes about him.
Art's the problem here if they hire him. Art is the biggest problem. The guy who said, I don't believe in wasting a year just completely belies any understanding of what you need to do to turn things around.
Do we have an owner that's a problem in this process?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Behind the times.
And if Omar Khan...
Well, then Mark's perfect. He said, Daryl said, you don't hire a coach that is from the analog age. I think Art is from the analog age. Art wants to bring back old newspapers and VCRs.
To bring back the quill and ink.
This hire will also go a long way in what Art's legacy is.
Well, he knows it's his legacy.
Since he's been the man at the top, they haven't won anything, even a playoff game. And now... he is making the most important decision he has ever had to make as the man at the top of the Steelers totem pole.
How would you feel about Mike McCarthy? He interviews tomorrow. How about Brian Flores? I remember when Flores was here, Steelers fans would say things like, push Mike out to hire Brian Flores. Well, do you still feel that way? 412-928-9370. He's at the facility right now, talking to Art Rooney and Omar Khan. Is that what you want? 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Person you love from where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's get to Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Indiana 27, Miami 21. The Hoosiers cap one of the great seasons in college football history, finishing 16-0. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Comer and Cross. I got a nice garage floor thanks to Comer and Cross. I had a crap one before them, and I just kind of had it on my to-do list of things. Eventually, maybe one day I would improve in my home, until I was approached by Comer and Cross, and they said, look, this is what we can do for you. You can one day leave your house, come home from work, and in that span, in that time, from late morning to evening, your garage floor will be transformed in one day, and it was. They came, they saw, they conquered. Now I've got a garage floor that looks like a new car showroom. They did it in one day, and the best part is right now with their preseason sale, you lock in your garage floor price, and they will install it when you want it. You pick the date and time. So call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in that price now. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com. And oh, by the way, if you've got a lot of stuff in your garage, guess what? They'll take it out for you, too, free of charge. So go with Comer and Cross today. Comer and Cross.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Indiana won the national championship in college football. Fernando Mendoza led the Hoosiers last night and scored the winning touchdown, a 12-yard run on a quarterback keeper. Mendoza will likely be the #1 pick in the NFL draft. He'll get another chance at a major turnaround with the Raiders, who have the #1 pick overall. I'm Chris Black.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The 65th Annual World of Wheels Custom Auto Show. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 23rd through 25th. Ticket Lawrence Convention Center, Pittsburgh. Discount tickets exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. See America's finest hot rods, customs, trucks, motorcycles. The cars of the stars. All weekend. World of Wheels Custom Auto Show. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 23rd through 25th. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores.
For over 40 years, Wayland Exteriors has built a legacy in Pittsburgh, not just on quality roofing, but on trust. We know inviting a crew to your home takes faith. That is why our family is dedicated to protecting yours with our Respect Your Home guarantee. Backed by hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, we ensure a safe, clean job site every single day. Experience the difference of true professionals. Learn more at waylandexteriors.com and be sure to check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Bring in the new year with a little magic from Spitzer Acura in McMurray. Our Genie Pandas making car buying wishes come true. Want an exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty and complimentary maintenance at no extra charge? Granted. Want to enjoy complimentary service loaners and rewards in our easy-to-use Spitzer VIP app? Granted. Spitzer Acura delivers more power, more precision, more luxury. Luxury should come with New Year perks, and at Spitzer Acura, it does. Spitzer Acura in McMurray or online at spitzeracura.com. Not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Hey, Pittsburgh, Bob Pompiani here. Winter's here too, but the golf season is in full swing at 9 Yards Golf Lounge. Stay warm and tee it up on the #1 ranked Golf Zone simulators with moving swing platforms and auto tee technology. The most realistic indoor golf you'll find. Join a winter league, book a private bay with friends, or come out for great food, drinks, and good times. 9 Yards is now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township and in Washington, PA by the Meadows Casino. This winter, the best rounds in Pittsburgh are at 9 Yards Golf.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. aquickdrain.com.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Getting a report for a disabled vehicle on the Parkway East inbound causing a ramp restriction at exit 74 towards Squirrel Hill and Homestead. On the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. 2026 has only just begun. Why not do the heavy lifting now and cruise through the rest of the year 20, 30, or 50 plus pounds lighter? The results with Awaken 180 come fast, and you'll keep the weight off thanks to free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Early stages of our interaction, I wouldn't even have thought of broaching the subject because I just thought that would have been disrespectful to his talents, because I thought this dude is head coach capable and there were head jobs available. And so I won't having conversations with this dude about being anything other than that. When the opportunities started to dry up is when the conversation changed. I think that was my general attitude. No, I'm not gonna let this dude sit out. No.
Segment brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar. The fan beer of the month is Penn Brewery's Penn Pilsner. Proceeds benefit the National Down Syndrome Society. Mike Tomlin on the hiring of Brian Flores to come here as an assistant. I give Mike a lot of credit for that. He stepped up, got Flores back into coaching. He was way overqualified to be the linebackers coach. Now, Mike should have done a better job of moving things around to keep Flores, but whatever, he didn't. Flores moved on to greener pastures. More say in the Minnesota defense, has done a great job. Now he is back in this hiring cycle, and as of just a few minutes ago, he was over at the Steelers facility trying to convince them that he is the right man to fill Mike Tomlin's shoes. And we've been debating and discussing that. There's also Mike McCarthy, who is here right now and maybe is staying at his parents' old house, going to some of his favorite greenfield spots.
I mean,
he is going to interview tomorrow.
Don't we assume McCarthy just probably maintains a reasonably nice house in the area? He's made a lot of money as a coach. Like, I'm not saying he has to have like a mansion in Sewickley.
So he has
like just a
condo that sits vacant other than maybe the 3 or 4 times he comes back to Pittsburgh.
Rent it out. Airbnb.
But then he's got other people taking a dump on his crapper and using his shower
I got bad
and stuff.
news for you, man. If you've ever had guests at your house, somebody's taking a dump on your crapper.
True. Yeah, good rebuttal.
You don't think these through sometimes.
No, you're right. Yeah, maybe he does. But the image of him going back to like his parents' spot is better for me.
Well, yes, the image of him like going on some narrow street in Greenfield, he can't find a parking spot, he's getting ticked off. Yes, that's all very funny.
He's back in his childhood bedroom. There's old trophies. His varsity Letterman jacket is still there. Things like that.
His varsity Letterman jacket.
Do we know if he was a good high school football player? Did he play in college?
He went to Baker College.
Donnie, guess what state that's in. If you're right, I will give you $1,000.
Ohio.
Hold on. We're going to find it. Drum roll, please. Baker College in? Where the hell is it? It doesn't even say.
All right. Null and void.
Well, no.
Sorry.
I mean, we're going to find it here. Baker College. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Oh, Pony, you did not. You lucked the hell out. Royal Oak, Michigan. You were one state off, big man.
Why did I say 1,000? That was really dumb. I would have had a hard time. Although Amanda doesn't see my finances, so I guess I could have gotten away with it unless somehow this got back to her.
She, as we know, she never listens to the show, so stuff you say on here absolutely doesn't come back to her.
Here is John in Johnstown on the Fan. Hello, John.
How we doing today, guys?
Hey, man.
Yeah, I'm completely out on both McCarthy and Flores. It's just my personal opinion. I think hiring McCarthy kind of sends a wrong message to the guys that are on the roster already. It's going to be hard to get them to go along with that.
In what way?
And I think Flores.
I mean,
what's that?
In what way would that be sending the wrong message to them?
I think just for your vision of the franchise, you have an opportunity out there where there's 2, younger guys who come from a very good coaching tree. I think if you bring in someone like that, it's easier to buy in. And to be honest, I don't even think the Steelers really like McCarthy. I really believe that Chris Shula is their guy. I think they're just waiting until the season's over.
Well, they can't interview Shula or Shieldhouse in a second interview in-person capacity until at least what the
I got to be honest with you. I am someone that is an advocate of Shula too, but that would be awfully short-sighted off of like one phone interview with him to put him that far ahead of everybody else.
I just think that there's been so much time throughout this whole process. I think, we heard rumblings of it earlier in the year, even before Tomlin stepped down, that, the Steelers were potentially interested in Chris Shula. I think Nate Shieldhouse is also a guy that's really interesting, too. I think any one of those guys really just sets a new precedent for your franchise.
Sound, but you're basing things off of, like, rumblings. Did Art sound like a guy that wanted to go in a completely different direction when you heard him talk last week?
Absolutely not. I think he was ready to completely run it back, which is really alarming when you're a fan of a team to realize that he wanted to keep going in that direction. But I think, kind of reality must have, hit him in the face a little bit. So I think with the options available, I'm convinced that they're going to get it right.
John, do you think there's any chance? John, do you think there's any chance that Art was trying to be cagey in front of the press and knows that they actually need a reset and just didn't want to be the guy saying, "Oh yeah, we probably have to suck for a year or two for this to be really well executed"?
I could see that too. I don't know, man. I don't know how much I trust Art Rooney. He just seems like he's kind of just.
That's why that statement right there is why I don't think you can just say Chris Shula is a slam dunk to be their next head coach, and some of these guys, one who's from here and the other who worked for Art, I don't think we can just rule these people out.
I think people want to rule them out, at least in the case of McCarthy. I know I do. Just because of
most of our callers, this is the first guy that's really called in today and had a very adamantly against.
Tony, the entire
McCarthy
neighborhood of Greenfield is
we have not
ready.
Daryl was down in Houston, Texas.
He wasn't bullish. He was the first guy who actually said something smart.
Okay. You're right about that.
I shouldn't say said something smart. He was the first guy who
agreed with you.
The
Therefore,
local
it must be smart.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's usually a good lane to be in. I knew this would happen. If Mike McCarthy, by the way, Baker University he went to was in Kansas, my bad. If Mike McCarthy was from Poughkeepsie, New York, okay, had zero connections to here, he wouldn't even be getting an interview, much less being a guy people said,
probably
he
right.
was in Dallas. So
you're probably right
if
about
I'm
that.
right about that,
yes.
What about being from here makes him a viable candidate?
I also don't agree with what John said about how if they hired Mike McCarthy, they would lose the support of the locker room. Number one,
most of those guys would actually like it because they all probably think that they're close.
And he's won a Super Bowl. Exactly.
No, there are people on that team who I'm sure say, run it back, we can do better. Those are the guys you trade. I'm sure TJ Watt thinks I'll have more than 7 sacks or whatever next year. We're going to be a great defense. Trade him.
Here is Chad on the fan. Hello, Chad.
Hey, Pony, how you doing?
Hey, man, Mulsey's here too. So is Donnie.
Yes, sir. I hope I have a lot to talk about here, but I'm on the McCarthy train myself, and I don't see why not. I'm not sure what the district. We have a roster to win now. Our defense is
the roster's not that good, and it's getting pretty old. And who's playing quarterback?
You pay all that money for our defense, and then you give DK $150 million. You got a new guy, young guy here. You're almost resetting this whole roster.
Okay, so do you actually agree with me after one sentence of disagreement with you that it's not that good of a roster? Because you started off by saying we've got a roster ready to win now.
Yeah, I apologize. Our defense. We have a lot of money invested in that defense.
The defense wasn't that good either. Like, they need a reset.
But it's a lot of money.
Okay,
who's
that's
taking on all these
called. You
contracts?
are falling victim to something called the sunk cost fallacy,
But
where because you put a lot of mononey into something, you keep trying to make it work.
He did just make a good point, though. Who is going to take on all these contracts? Who takes Watt's contract? Who takes Hayward's contract? Hayward's
in
only
the
got
case
1
of
year.
Watt, don't
Who
you think
takes Queen's
Chicago might
contract?
want a pass rusher?
Maybe, but does the owner have he has called him a one-helmet guy.
Okay, that's a different question, though, than who takes on the contract versus is the owner willing to move on from the player.
I also think we are talking cross purposes in some respect. Like, there is what we want them to do and what we think they're going to do and how they're looking at their team and how we view their team. And I agree with you. I do think that among fans, there's a disconnect on how close this team actually is to winning. And also, like, what their goal is. Art reemphasized it last week when he said, like, I'm never going to blanch at being in contention. Mike's had us in contention. Now, I think he's wrong about that. I don't think they've actually been in contention, but he looks at just making the playoffs as being in contention. And he might look at Brian Flores or Mike McCarthy as sure bets that keep them in that conversation.
I understand.
Which would be a
Pony.
big, would that be a stark contrast from his dad?
Pony, I understand that. I can acknowledge that all of that might be true, but I feel like my job is to come on here and say why that is a terrible way to run this search, a terrible lens through which to view this team, and the kind of behavior that if he follows up on it, the owner that is, with like a hire that reflects that belief, is going to doom this franchise for the next 5 to 10 years. Doom. Unless all those guys get hurt one year, they go 5-12, draft a good quarterback, and then everyone can pretend that that was their process all along.
Here's Nico in Massachusetts. Hello, Nico.
How you guys doing?
Hey, man.
Couple things I wanted to throw out there. First of all, I'm out on McCarthy. Reason being is we have kept saying, "Oh, fire Tomlin," all this, the chant at the stadium, and all this stuff, because we are so used to. We keep saying the standard is the standard, and it's the Super Bowls and this and that. When's the last time, or when's the farthest that Mike McCarthy has went? So we're going to hire a retread that did the same thing that Tomlin's been doing. So then why do we even chant fire Tomlin in the first place? Get somebody new, somebody imaginative. Because if they just keep doing the same thing over and over, then it truly just points that ownership is the true problem.
I agree. I think that McCarthy's tenure in Dallas looks a lot like Tomlin's tenure here over the last 9 years. He had good regular season teams in Dallas, better than the Steelers.
They were 36-15 over 3 years.
His last playoff game there, Green Bay went in and went up like 35-7 on them. It was an embarrassing blowout
That's
loss.
correct. They got humiliated in their own building.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia. You can watch us there, too. Visit them at southhillskia.net. More of your calls on the guys that are in the building or in Pittsburgh to interview Brian Flores, Mike McCarthy. We seem to have a big disagreement here on this show among our callers, whether or not Mike McCarthy should get the job and whether or not it's a good idea to hire him at 412-928-9370. We will take a look at another Pittsburgh guy who should be a candidate but isn't next in a college football minute. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Championship round in the NFL is Sunday, 3 p.m. kickoff in the AFC Championship game, New England at Denver. 6:30 kickoff in Seattle, NFC Championship game between the Seahawks and the Rams. Both of those games can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan, courtesy of the NFL on Westwood One. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Thank you, Don. I love working with my friends over at MHI Roofing because I know that they care and I know that their commitment to being the absolute best when it comes to roofing is unmatched. I saw that firsthand this summer when Xavier from MHI came to take a look at my roof. I thought there might be some hail damage. He did the free 21-point roof inspection that you get with MHI Roofing. Unbelievably thorough, by the way. It starts in your attic, little known fact. He gave me a full report. He said, hey, you don't need a new roof. Here are just a couple little things to keep an eye on. Let us know if you have anything else happen. That is what I'm talking about when I say professionalism, courtesy. They will explain everything to you at MHI, and then they'll just shoot it to you straight. And by the way, this is a time of year. You feel how cold it is outside? If you got roofing problems in the winter, you are in big trouble. So if you see uneven snow melt on your roof, brown stains on the ceiling, call my friends at MHI Roofing. They are open 52 weeks a year. They can be at your house within 24 hours. They can do that 21-point roof inspection, and they can get you some peace of mind. Don't wait on this one, especially if you're seeing some of those roofing problem trouble signs, okay? 412-998-8864 or go online, mhiroof.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today's 93 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. Temperatures are taking a chilly turn and dropping fast. If you turn on your heating system and find your system isn't kicking on or just not keeping up, you need to call the heating professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The McVeigh team of experts are here to help. We can provide a complete precision tune-up or a repair to keep your heat running safely and efficiently. Call us now before winter really hits. McVeigh, your local heating experts. Don't overpay. Call McVeigh today or visit McVeigh.com to schedule online. Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Thursday, January 22nd, come celebrate Richie and Kevin's birthday bash. 9 to 10, 1-hour top shelf open bar and buffet, only at Cheerleaders.
Hey guys, this is Pablo Schley, Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. Get your 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. Visit us at schly.company.com. That's SHLY.company.com. 412-515-6575.
Crown Mitsubishi kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. 7-passenger Outlander, 0% financing for 72 months, or up to $7,000 off. Eclipse Cross, up to $4,000 off. PHEVs, gotta go. Now to $10,000 off. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. New ownership, improved process, better deals. Better deal. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof,
Call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the power of Bowser. Winter in western Pennsylvania isn't for the faint of heart. Snow, ice, slush, and those back roads you know all too well. That's why it's time to get to Bowser Subaru for a new ride with all-wheel drive. Meet the 2026 Subaru Forester Hybrid Premium, the SUV that's ready for winter and smart about fuel efficiency. With its added hybrid power, the Forester Hybrid Premium is built to handle snowy commutes, icy mornings, and long winter drives with confidence. And right now at Bowser Subaru, there's 1.9% APR available on the 26 Forester Hybrid Premium, so don't wait. Credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends February 2nd. Head to BowserSubaru.com today.
Well, that's the power of
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BLING to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BLING for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BLING for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Got junk? Two men and a junk truck.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
It's got to be one of the greatest stories we've ever seen in college football. One of the losingest teams in college football history. It's a started year to now the national champions.
A century of futility is forgotten. The Indiana Hoosiers are the kings of college football.
Listen to the PM Team On Demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Kurt Cignetti, who was at IUP, 10 years ago? 12 years ago? As a 50-year-old head coach?
I think it was a little longer.
2011 to 2016.
2011, yeah. It was like when he was 50.
He got hired
there. He said he wanted
And a few years
jump.
before that, Nick Sirianni was the wide receiver coach.
Really?
So IUP in the last 20 years has produced a Super Bowl winning head coach and a national champion.
Tremendous stat.
I think that Sig has to take on a new challenge. He should go coach at Cal Berkeley, where he got Mendoza, and then finish his career at Cal PA. He's coached at IUP and at IU. It's time to do another one of those double dips. I couldn't believe...
What a legend.
Did you guys, they were supposed to win last night. They actually didn't even cover because Miami, I thought, played a very strong game and easily could have beaten them.
Couldn't protect Mendoza last night.
I actually thought they lost both lines of scrimmage for the most part and still won the game because I think they're very well coached. I still was having that, amused, surreal, am I actually watching Indiana win a national title in football? Even though they should have won. They were the best team all year. It was obvious. It was just wild to actually see that happen. I was just chuckling, sitting on the couch, watching what ended up being, by the way, a very good game.
Do you think if something had happened to Pat Narduzzi, or when West Virginia fired Neil Brown, if either one of those schools had hired Cignetti, would that have happened at those places? Could he have taken Pitt to the national championship in 2 years? Could he have taken West Virginia to the national championship? That's his alma mater. That's where his dad coached. He went to high school there.
I don't think, because
the
huge part of the story at Indiana is the immense amount of money very suddenly and very distinctly funneled into the program.
Agreed, but here's the thing with that.
He coached the crap out of a bunch of JMU guys that jumped with him, which is why I would at least give him maybe a chance.
So, did they have that influx of money his first year? I think he had to prove it in his first year that he was a cut above as a coach.
I think they
and then all that money poured in.
I think they pumped up the money significantly the first year, and then I think they really went ham on it this past. I have a question about
But don't you think with like billionaires, for example, that support the West Virginia program, like the Diamondbacks owner,
part of it is
a West Virginia guy. Don't you think he could have had a big year there?
Well,
and then one of those guys stepped up like Cuban did at Indiana, and then West Virginia is a great program?
But it's not just Cuban. Indiana's got the biggest alumni association in the country, and they got a lot of rich people there. It didn't just Mark Cuban.
Well, they took over that stadium last night in Miami.
They've just got a ton of wealthy donors that I think what happened is last year they got a taste, and as many people have pointed out, you get a taste of being a really good football school. It's pretty intoxicating, and so they went all in. The thing that he deserves just an immense amount of credit for is making all the moving parts work and having like significant numbers of people, including Kamara, who blocked that punt yesterday, as JMU guys who are playing. These are players who would have been on JMU if he was still there, whooping ass all season.
Is Cignetti now the greatest coach from Pittsburgh? Did he pass Cowher last night?
I think what he did, I think what he did is a more impressive coaching job than I think I could say I've seen in any sport. I think it might be the greatest coach. It's definitely better than anything Bob Knight did at like Indiana, who was a great coach, because he had access to like the best players. Think of it this way.
Basketball-rich state, for sure.
But also, like, you only need a couple maybe out of like,
Yeah, you get Isaiah Thomas, you win a national championship.
If you have an 8-man rotation and you've got 4 pretty damn good players, you're going to win.
I agree with you.
He's in the NIL era, which has, yes, made this possible for Indiana, but also spread the talent out because of the house settlement and all that.
Isn't this good for college football?
Yes. People who are saying it's bad probably cheer for teams that are traditional powerhouses. Like, Saban left Bama for a variety of reasons, but I think chief among them, he didn't want to play in this water.
He couldn't get all the best players anymore.
And so he got pissed. Cignetti, in an era where there is supposed to be by design now more parity than ever, where it is harder to stack talent, is also the first dude since they were wearing leather helmets to go 16-0.
I know.
And he did not beat Little Sisters of the Poor, number 1 Ohio State, and then didn't just beat, thoroughly humiliated the most storied program of this century in Alabama.
In the Rose Bowl, no less.
They always say it's tough to beat a team twice. He beat Oregon the second time by 34 points. And then, honestly, Miami, I give them a lot of credit. They gave them a legit game. It's unfathomable what he did. I think it's the best college football turnaround I've ever seen. It's the best coaching job I've ever seen. I also think, like, modern era pony. I put 4 teams right now on the Mount Rushmore of individual college football. Like in our lifetimes, okay? So going back to the mid-'80s, one, it's 95 Nebraska for me.
How about Miami?
Miami 01, Burrow's LSU team in 2019, and I think this Indiana team with the I want to swear here, the absolute you-know-what kickings they kept on delivering.
Yeah.
I think they belong.
Donnie, I emailed them to try to get Cignetti on today. Would you like me to read the email back to you to see if it would have passed your test?
Did it just say LOL?
It said,
like their reply to you.
No, they didn't get back to me.
Oh.
I said, this is their SID who's in charge of their football interviews. His name's Jeff. I said, Jeff, this is a total Hail Mary, but I figured I'd shoot my shot. I host afternoons at 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh. I don't know if you've heard, but that's Curt Cignetti's hometown.
Touch of humor.
And wanted to see if Coach wanted to come on for a few minutes today. We've got people here who've covered him at IUP, Hawthorne, because he covers literally everybody.
Everything.
And we know
30% of the earth is covered by water. The other 70% is covered by Jeff
And we know
Hawthorne.
Mike Shanahan and Kurt's brother Frank well. We're also really proud of him here. We're on from 2 to 6. Thanks, Jeff, and congratulations on all your success.
I think we're also really proud of him here, actually, is the part where you might have lost him. Sounds too much like a fan.
Doesn't he want to do a fan interview today?
Congratulations on all your success. Interesting choice there.
Why? It is like the greatest success story
ever.
ever.
It's the one time you can actually hit him with that legitimately.
I have always been one of the I have always been somebody, as you guys know, because I even think I do this in emails to you guys when I really shouldn't.
Sincerely, Donnie Chedrick?
Well, no, not even the sincerely part. But like
you do that, though.
I do. The nice little act of goodwill at the beginning.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I'd like to think he's doing pretty well, but I'm going to hope he's done well. I'm going to hope he had a nice weekend. Hey, Jeff, I hope you're doing well. I would think so. Your team just won the national championship in football.
I think if you put that second part in, it makes it a lot better. God, I'm looking up Miami now. I'm looking up those 4 teams, Pony. So Miami goes 12-0 that year.
I think that team would have crushed Indiana with all due respect.
For the record here, you have to just rate them based on what they did, I think. This is partly best teams and not so much who would beat who, because you'll never talk me. I think 2019 LSU might beat all of them. Okay,
yeah,
just because
it was a really
it's an
good
insane
team.
passing attack. Just listen to some of these numbers if you'll humor me for 5 seconds.
Go ahead.
That Miami team under Larry Coker went 12-0, scored 475 points, gave up in 12 games 103 points. The 95 Nebraska team, 12-0, 576 points for.
Jesus.
They only gave up $150.
Yeah.
2019, this is crazy. Now 2019 LSU plays 15 games. Gave up 328. Can I interest you in a team that scored 726?
Coached by Coach O.
Finally.
He can't get a gig.
This year's Indiana team, 16-0. The defense is very impressive here. They're playing 4 more games than Nebraska, Miami. They only gave up 187. They scored the mark of the beast, Donnie. 6. Those are the 4 best teams of the last 40 years.
Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Low of 9. Coming up, we'll take more of your calls on the Steelers coaching search. Jay Glazer has just chimed in on the Steelers coaching search and what's going on with Mike Tomlin, Tomlin's BFF. You will hear that coming up next. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to him every day. Now you can watch him too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan host live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mostly clear and frigid overnight with lows near the single digits and feeling below 0. Snow returns on Wednesday with highs in the upper 30s. Rain and snow mixing in Wednesday evening, then overnight lows around 30 degrees and partly sunny Thursday with highs in the low to mid 30s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Sir Grout, your local grout and natural stone cleaning experts. 412-960-6310.
What's up, everybody? Leah Costos here to help you beat books with Westwood One Sports. Denver and New England coming up on Saturday for the conference championship, and Denver has to start its backup quarterback, and New England a 5.5-point road favorite total in the game, 41.5. Denver was slated to be a very small home favorite with its starting quarterback, and it seems like this is a little bit too big of an adjustment the other way. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify against stock units only. Offers end 1/2/26.
Shift into the new year with a new Hyundai from Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe Hybrid, both available with 0.99% financing for up to 60 months, or receive up to $1,500 in rebates.
MikeCamlinHyundai.com.
All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. This year's college football season in the books. Let's take a look at the odds to win next year's national championship. And yes, this is very early. Ohio State and Notre Dame are your co-favorites, followed by Indiana, this year's champion, Texas, Oregon, and Georgia, LSU, Texas A&M, and Texas Tech from there. And if I had to look at one school right now, I would look at Texas. Texas returns its star quarterback. Got a star wide receiver in the portal, 2 awesome running backs in the portal. I think Texas is going to have a great offense this year, so Texas would be the team I'd look at early to win next year in college football. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich, and just like you, I love dogs, all breeds of dogs. Unfortunately, sometimes dogs attack people, causing serious injuries. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've represented many, many victims of dog attacks. And, as in all our cases that we handle, our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. If you've been injured by a dog, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back. The FuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's top customs, hot rods, muscle cars, trucks, tuners, and more, including the ISCA Championship finalists. Catch the Dukes of Hazzard reunion with Cars and Stars. See the J.Lo Lee, Uncle Jesse's Truck, Cooter's Joe Truck, Daisy's Jeep, and Boss Hogg's Cadillac. Saturday, meet Catherine Bach and John Schneider. Sunday, meet Lou Graham, the original voice of the rock band Foreigner. The family will love the amazing Megamorph transforming robot car. Kids under 12 are free. The FuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This weekend at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets available at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. Part of the Summer Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldOfWheels.com for more info.
Time to get your home zero-resified with our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $119 plus a free hallway, and take 15% off all regular services. Mention the 93.7 The Fan special. ZeroResPGH.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer.
Cold Pittsburgh winters making your home uncomfortable? Window Nation installs energy-efficient windows to keep your home warm and lower energy bills. Buy 4, get 4 windows free. Plus, 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. WindowNation.com.
Texas on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Danny Smith has moved on, the Steelers special teams coach, leaving for a job with the Bucs. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin. No, it's not a Tomlin Tuesday. Those are over on the PM team.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Steelers at all. Let's back that up. Everybody thinks it's the greatest because, well, they don't fire head coaches. We don't fire head coaches because they've been successful all those years. But the Steelers, man, they have no quarterback. They have an aging defense where you're going to have to move on from some guys who are stars. I think you got to kind of change things that are done in the organization. I think Mike T really covered up a lot of things that are done over there. They don't spend like other teams at all. And I think the Steelers, they just assume, well, they just don't fire guys. Yeah, they don't fire you because they've just been successful for so many years. But I think there's going to be a little bit of a rough patch ahead here. And I know people also said, well, now Could Mike Tomlin come out? No, that's not happening. Mike T's done.
Okay.
He's done. He's been done.
A lot there to digest from Jay Glazer, Mike Tomlin's best friend in the media, the guy that had unfettered access at Steelers training camp, could go on the field, act as a coach, then would go out to one of the wing spots in Latrobe and pal around with Tomlin, have some beers and wings, and would get all his juicy details on the Steelers organization from Mike.
You think they ever got liquored up and Mike said, "Can you put the mitts on and I can hit the gloves like I'm training MMA"? Like,
No,
if
but
Jay,
I'd love to do that.
If Jay was on the field, pretending like he was a coach, you think Mike ever said, "Come on, let's get to the octagon"?
So we're in the Steelers coaching search now, the next stage of it, where guys are interviewing in person. Brian Flores wrapping up his interview right now over at the Steelers headquarters. Mike McCarthy is on the in the on-deck circle, back in his hometown, getting ready to interview tomorrow, hoping that he can convince some of his old friends, Omar Khan, Andy Weidel, who he worked with too in New Orleans, plus Art Rooney. I don't know how well he knows Art, but obviously Art loves Pittsburgh and Mike loves Pittsburgh. And Art wants to keep winning, and McCarthy has a resume of winning, so we'll see where that leads us. But this Glazer thing is interesting for a number of reasons. The first one is, to give people context, this was on FS1 today on the new Barstool show there, and Big Cat brings up how the Steelers' job should be right up there with the Bills and Ravens' job, and Glazer interrupts him to say, no, it's not. It's not even close to those jobs, and pushes back on this narrative that because the Steelers give coaches a chance, it's a good job. And then, probably based on conversations he's had with Mike, outlines the things that are not so stellar about the Steelers organization. The big one being Art's actually cheap, is what he said.
Odd thing for Mike to have fed to Glazer, because how much was on his contract reportedly?
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. Yeah, maybe they had to pinch pennies in some places, because I can tell you the one place they weren't cheap, head coach salary. They were right at the top of the league with that. So if it did come from Mike, you're right. That would be awfully hypocritical for the coach who was taking all that money to complain about a lack of money.
Also, is Glazer in saying, like, hey, he's right, don't have a quarterback, roster's not that great, etc. Mike has something to do with all that, Jay.
Yep. Also true.
Also, if Mike is, I don't feel like doing the thing where I consistently relitigate all the things we used to talk about with Tomlin, like he's no longer their head coach. But if Jay is putting this out there, these narratives out there, Mike could have tried to affect some of those changes from the inside. Like, Jay, what I hate here, and I'm not surprised, it's Glazer, because it's Mike's best friend in the media, is acting like Mike somehow was distinct from all of the problems that Jay himself is saying permeate the organization, and not, an active participant in creating them, which has been the ridiculous sort of okey-doke that certain national media members have tried to play with Mike.
That's
Rich
right.
Eisen does the same thing.
He gave him, that answer was the victimization of Mike Tomlin in a nutshell. Man, if you remove Mike Tomlin, he's like that one piece in the Jenga puzzle that keeps it from collapsing. Now that he's gone, man, they've got no quarterback. The defense is aging. They need to move on from guys. The way they do things there as an organization is actually pretty screwed up.
But it was all fine when Mike
cheap.
was there, by the way. So if Mike was still the coach, would Jay say, hey, listen, this team is still ready to compete?
Those things actually weren't fine, Chris. It was the greatness of Mike Tomlin that was able to take what would have been a bad football team and make it even competitive.
To be very clear here, I do think that it's relevant to say that I think when you're calling an owner cheap, or when you're implying they don't spend enough money, generally speaking in this league, it means on coaches, on facilities. They spend $170 million on their defense alone. Like, I think when people say that, at least, because I've seen people put this in the YouTube chat, well, hey, the defense was so highly compensated. I honestly think that Glazer's referring to all the things that aren't technically player salaries that go on the field.
He is. I agree with you.
Like that's like when people say the Bengals have terrible locker rooms, et cetera.
Yeah.
All that's that kind of stuff.
Or they had pop machines where you actually had to
like pay.
Buy it yourself.
Yeah, vending machines where you had to put coins in, which is very funny.
I mean, the second part of that is, I think, also disappointing. Tomlin he made it sound like Tomlin's done with coaching.
Wait, why is that disappointing to you?
Well, because I was hoping to get something for his return to coaching. That's why.
Oh, okay. was going to say, I would imagine you would not care otherwise about him ever coaching again.
I really, other than to like strengthen the argument that he was not. Actually, I don't care about that.
Really. I think you do.
No, I don't. If he goes and win and he ends up being able to prove that he, if he becomes the only coach to win Super Bowls with 2 organizations, well, then that would be a gigantic feather in his cap. But I care more about how his departure exit helps the Steelers, both in opening up that job and giving us somebody new here to be the head coach. And also
getting him a draft pick in the process.
Yeah.
No, I think that's a reasonable concern. That's a reasonable way to look at it.
And Jay made it sound in that answer as the guy that knows Mike Tomlin better than anybody in the media. I mean, that sounded like the Rondé Barber answer. Yeah, he's just not going to coach again.
I mean, I don't think he is either.
I don't either. And guess what? I agree with you. I agree with him, and I agree with Rondé.
I think he's done.
I'm starting to think that way, too.
I think he's done.
Which is nuts because I did not have that feeling around, I don't know, let's pick a random holiday during the football season. Around Halloween.
How about Thanksgiving?
Didn't think that then either.
Christmas?
Maybe thought, no, I still wouldn't have thought that his coaching career was going to be done with.
Well, the story here is that on Christmas you thought there was a chance he'd be done.
Maybe move on to another organization. Yeah, I mean, maybe like go somewhere else.
Like I'm seeing some other insiders try to connect him to the Buffalo job and say Mike should take it.
And Glazer said no. He said that that's like implied that a call might have even been made and it was immediately shot down.
Now, I'll tell you what, you want to talk about doing the Spider-Man meme would be if Brandon Beane gets Sean McDermott fired only to try to hire Mike Tomlin. Hey, Brandon, if you are trying to consolidate power within the organization, that ain't the guy to bring in.
Good point.
Also, he and McDermott are the same coach.
But if you're Mike Tomlin and you have aim or design on designs on coaching
job.
Again, yes,
that's the job because you have Superman playing quarterback.
And you change your mind, like, you know what? I was planning on taking a year off and doing TV, but this job is not going to come open again.
I am a big fan of beef on weck.
And if he's the uber competitive guy that he makes himself out to be, you go and win. Unless, I mean, my buddy Nick Wright brought this up. Does he sit out until Andy Reid retires and then tries to latch on in Kansas City and try to...
Going to sit for 3 or 4 more years at least? I doubt it. I think Reid might go for a while still.
Yeah, because other than, as you've pointed out multiple times today, other than cheeseburgers and football, I don't know what else he really has that interests him in life. So
I think this is pretty much it. Mike might be sitting for a while. I think he's never going to coach again. I think we watched him coach his last game in the NFL.
Man, that's crazy.
I mean, it happened to Cowher, though, too.
Right. History is repeating itself, potentially. Here is Cody on the Fan. Hello, Cody.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey, man.
You know, I've been listening. I'm actually kind of surprised how many people are okay with the Steelers bringing in Mike McCarthy because, and this is just my tinfoil hat conspiracy theory, is that McCarthy's even in this conversation as head coach in an attempt to bring back Rodgers for another year, which in my opinion, and in no disrespect to Rodgers, is extremely short-sighted. I mean, if we wanted to bring him in as offensive coordinator, I'd say, sure, why not? But I'd rather not have him running the ship.
So I don't think that's that tinfoily at all. The one thing I have heard a lot since the Steelers season ended, and immediately it seemed like fans in just droves shifted from, hey, I would be fine with Rodgers coming back an extra year or two. Absolutely not. Over my dead body, do I want to see Aaron Rodgers play at 43 years old? One thing I have heard consistently about the Steelers, and it wasn't just that report over the weekend about how the players wanted him back, is just like how much the higher-ups in that organization loved him. Art, Omar, the front office, Mike. In a year, he won over everybody, man. Like, there's none of that Russell Wilson. Yeah, like he puts on the fake, phony appearance that he's this great guy. But behind closed doors, we were actually very tired of him and got sick of him very, very quickly. There's none of that.
No, I mean, I think he did do a job of
unanimously won them over.
Yeah, I think he was an authentic guy behind the scenes, an authentic teammate. We have heard that from a lot of people, that his rep as this terrible teammate was undeserved.
So the idea that they can hire someone that continue the relationship, that's not the reason why they would do it, but that's not a bad, in their minds, wouldn't be a half bad benefit that would come with it.
The problem is it would be their liking or the shine they took to Rodgers behind the scenes. Good guy, good teammate, etc. We liked having him around here, truly. He yelled a lot on the field and he got frustrated, but he acted in such a way that no one ever held that against him. In fact, they wanted more of that. Masks the overall problem with Aaron Rodgers. He's just not that good anymore.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan. Text on Edgar Snyder, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming up in 3 minutes, the biggest Brian Flores expert there is in media. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
6-3 win for the Penguins last night in Seattle. Yesterday in Seattle, Connor Dewar with a pair of goals. The Pens continue their trip out west. They go up to Canada to play the Calgary Flames tomorrow night. Puck drop set for 9:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. And I'm here to tell you guys about playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the championship round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. That's more boosts, which means more ways to level up your playoff bet. So pick the matchups you believe in, take your shot on an upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. So we got 2 games going on this weekend between the NFC West combatants, Seahawks, Rams, and then on the AFC side, the Broncos and Patriots with a backup quarterback playing for Denver. My pick of the week is New England to go into Denver and beat Denver and get back to the big game. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. 21 plus in Breslin, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now. Drawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation.
Repurposed jewelry that's been in your drawer for years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucko's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The greatest story in sports is complete as the Indiana Hoosiers won the national championship last night. Curt Cignetti completed the single greatest turnaround in sports and the greatest single coaching season in college football. And if you think the Hoosiers are going anywhere, they're the betting favorite to win it all next season, which is even more impressive. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Turning cloudy overnight, the low 12.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting to see lanes on the inbound side of the Liberty Tunnel start to build, and the Parkway East outbound will slow you down around the bend at Bates. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, we are going to get some intel on the man that was in Art Rooney's office today trying to convince him, cajole him into hiring him as Mike Tomlin's replacement. I'm talking about Brian Flores. And we have a Brian Flores expert who's ready to go here. But first, I need to tell you guys that vacations begin here. Pittsburgh Travel Showcase presented by AAA Travel. Starting this week, January 23rd to the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Exclusive discounts and convenient one-stop shopping. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience tickets and details. PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your vacation is waiting for you. All right, Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Well, Brian Flores had 2, I would say, excellent years in Minnesota as Vikings defensive coordinator. And this has him back in the running to be a head coach, despite that ongoing lawsuit that our friends from Edgar Snyder and Associates told us back in the 2 o'clock hour is now, what do they say? The jury is being picked for that?
It's a jury trial. It's going to be heard by a jury, which they would say is something Flores would obviously want here.
Yeah.
Because the NFL's sole arbitrator is just Roger Goodell.
Yep.
Which is terrific. Very NFL of them.
Well, that was the thing people were worried about with the DK Metcalf suspension.
Who wrote the NFL Constitution if Goodell's the sole arbitrator? And it wasn't exactly Robert Morris and the gang getting together over a couple bottles of Madeira.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. Matthew Collar is known as the Purple Insider. He has a ton to say about the Vikings. He has been around Brian Flores for the last 2 years after he left Pittsburgh. Matthew, if the Steelers hire Flores to be their head coach, I want to know who he brings here to help him find a quarterback, develop a quarterback, and use that quarterback to win playoff games again. What's your best guess on that? Like, what kind of plan is he laying out for Art Rooney and the Steelers right now on that front?
Oh, man, that's a really good question to start with, because when you look back at the history in Miami, there were multiple offensive coordinators, and if you take Ryan Fitzpatrick's word for it, then I guess Brian Flores was all the coordinators when he was down there. Fitzpatrick, I'm sure you guys have talked about, used the word dictator when talking about Brian Flores, which in Minnesota as the defensive coordinator, he has been able to be that guy and run the entire defense and have autonomy to do so. It's been a really good situation for him, but he hasn't had to work too much outside of his own staff. So when you look at is there anybody from the Vikings staff that he could try to take? And I'm not so sure about that. I mean, Wes Phillips is the offensive coordinator. Josh McCown is the quarterback coach. He was hired by KOC and I would assume would be loyal to him. So I think that would be a huge question. It really goes back to the biggest Brian Flores question that you're going to face, because there's no doubt about his acumen as a defensive mind. There's no doubt about his intensity. There's no doubt about how he can maximize players, especially veterans. The big question is, can he develop a quarterback? Does he need a veteran quarterback in there? How is he going to manage the offensive side? And just trying to think. I mean, he has all the connections to the Patriot way, which if you go into his background, like that's where it started. He was hired by Scott Pioli, Bill Belichick as a scout and worked his way up through that organization, which is what ultimately earned him the head coaching job in Miami. So I would assume that there's connections through that tree, which is kind of like the Patriot mafia of, card carrying New England Patriot way guys. But I don't know who that would be. And I think that in terms of how attractive it is to come there and work for him, if you don't have any answer at quarterback whatsoever, I don't know if you're getting prime candidates.
Is Charlie Fry somebody he would bring with him, who I know is a defensive assistant right now, but otherwise his entire career has been as an offensive coach and a former quarterback at Akron and for the Cleveland Browns and whatnot? Wouldn't he be a guy that maybe Flores would try to poach and bring with him then, Matthew?
That's an interesting name. And Charlie has been kind of quietly working his way up the ladder. And I did think it was interesting when they hired him that he ended up going on the defensive side of the ball. But that's something that Kevin O'Connell really believes in, is if you can understand the other side of the ball. If you're a defense that understands offense's answers to your problems that you present, or the other way around, that you can have a lot of success there. But I mean, in Charlie Fry's background, it is hard to find anywhere where he's qualified to be an NFL offensive coordinator. I mean, just because he hasn't done it before doesn't mean that it's impossible.
Right.
And, I played with Madden back in the day with Charlie Fry, trying to make him into an elite quarterback. So it's pretty cool to have him around. But I mean, I think what you're looking for here is, because where the Vikings and the Steelers are very similar, is neither ownership is the type to say, you know what, let's go 2-15 one year. Let's drop back. Let's get, a bunch of draft picks. Let's tear it all apart. That's not the Vikings way. And that's certainly not how the Pittsburgh Steelers do things. So aren't you looking for a more seasoned, more experienced offensive mind to try to take over if you're Brian Flores? Because he would not, if he gets hired there, he's not coming there for a long rebuild. He's coming there as a win right now type of candidate.
Matthew, is Brian Flores any different from the guy he was labeled when he left here? We had one of our big Steelers insiders, Mark Caballi, on our show Friday, and he said that he was so willing to correct guys on their mistakes that they were afraid of him. That he was almost that, yes, he was like that adversarial at times when it came to like not putting up with faults or mistakes of players. Like, has he smoothed out around the edges? Is there a softer version of Brian Flores that he's had to adapt and evolve into in Minnesota over the last couple of years?
So I would say the answer is probably yes and no. I mean, because I'll go back to something that Stephon Gilmore said when he came here. Stephon Gilmore said playing for Brian Flores was kind of like when I first came into the league. And he used the word accountability, which I think connects to what you're saying.
Yes.
So there's a lot of accountability. And he said from his standpoint that he liked it that way. And if you talk to Harrison Smith, he was somebody that came back to continue playing this year, could have retired, borderline Hall of Fame career, and said, you know what, I want to play one more year because I love playing for Brian Flores. 31-year-old Andrew Van Ginkel will tell you, who is an all-pro, will tell you, dude, my career is owed to Brian Flores. Jonathan Grenard has bought Foley in. So a lot of these veteran leaders who have been around and had a lot of different types of coaches, I think that they like that style. Like, they want to continue to raise the bar. They've seen it all. They've been yelled at by every coach, and they've been corrected in lots of ways to be here. And they're not so much bothered by that. When if you remember, Tua called him a bad person, the next day, his veteran players came to the podium with him to like have his back and show solidarity. And even I've talked to some former players that have no reason to tell me otherwise, who said, yeah, dude, I loved playing for Flores. The dialogue is great. He's such a brilliant guy. And everyone feels like he gets the most out of me, except for anybody under the age of about 25. And now I will say, Dallas Turner took an enormous step from last year to this year under Brian Flores, and that's a first-round draft pick. But when you look at the rest of the roster and try to find anyone who's really developed under Brian Flores, I mean, you'd be stretching to fourth-round draft pick Jay Ward, who got in a couple games at the end of the year. I mean, if you're going to have Brian Flores as your coach, you need to have players who understand the complexity of what he's asking for and don't mind the intensity of what he's asking for as well. So I think that he kind of fits for me in Pittsburgh because of that, because it's not a youth movement. He's not dealing with a bunch of, 20-year-old type of players. But I think that, if you are in a position where you're trying to get younger and you're trying to develop those guys that we even saw this year, and this one really took us all by surprise. They had drafted a guy, Mekhi Blackmon, in the third round, who ended up starting all this year for the Indianapolis Colts as an outside corner. And they decided they would rather have Jeff Okudah as their number 3 cornerback, which I know maybe to your audience is like, okay, what's the point here? Well, they drafted and developed Mekhi Blackmon and chose a guy who had been a huge bust at every location because I think he understood the defense better and they preferred to have him out there. Now, it ended up being a bad decision by them, but still the point is, like, they have not chosen the younger types of players over veterans very often.
Matthew, I wonder this about Flores, the potential head coach. We've seen Mike McDonald, for example, a guy who's a defensive coach, go to Seattle, have huge success. And, yeah, they've got a great defense. They also have a great offense. And he seems like a coach, when I watch them, I don't know about you, who understands that it's still an offensive league and you have to coach to a lot of those tendencies. Be aggressive, go for it on fourth down, game management stuff. He seems very up on. Do you feel like Brian Flores would be a guy who knows, hey, as good as I am as a schemer on that side, you still have to have a very good offense to win? Or is he somebody that'll think, hey, I'm the head coach again. We can win this thing my way. We can win it on my side of the ball.
Yeah, so that's interesting. I mean, he comes from the land of Tom Brady, so I think he knows the value of a quarterback. The other thing is that I have, and I'll say this, it is speculation on my part, but when we put together the pieces and wonder, why did Brian Flores, coming off a 14-win season, decide not to sign a contract extension with the Minnesota Vikings? Certainly money comes into play, but what I wondered about is he actually became pretty close with Sam Darnold, and they interacted a lot. They worked with each other a lot, and I think it was part of making Sam Darnold better was as close as he was with Brian Flores. And when they decided to move on from Sam Darnold, there's been reports, and I've heard this as well, of dissenting voices inside of the building, which made me think, maybe. And look, I'm trying not to say, hey, I'm reporting this, but I've wondered about this.
Gotcha.
If Flores felt like, man, you're moving on from the meal ticket quarterback who just won 14 games for us, taking a huge risk with J.J. McCarthy. And then when they played Seattle, Flores went out of his way to tell us how much he missed Sam Darnold and how much he loved him and all that. But I think that I really think when we think about, the defensive minds, it's often old school, it's this certain type of tough, which he is like that in a lot of ways, but he also is leading the charge in innovation when it comes to defense. When you see a lot of these defenses that are mixing up their coverages, showing cover 2, switching to cover 3, switching to cover 1 after the snap, when you see 0 blitz looks and then everybody drops out, like he started doing that to an extreme. It always existed, but he started doing it to an extreme and pushing the needle on that stuff that now you see a lot of copycats around the NFL, which makes me think that this is not a guy that anything ever gets by in terms of analytics, in terms of, what is the modern type of theory about how to handle certain situations and things like that. I think that he is as up to date as any coach and is obsessive about studying what worked yesterday might not be what works today. And we've really seen him apply that to the Vikings to turn them into an elite defense over multiple years.
Matthew Collar, Brian Flores expert. Before we let you run, 2 quick questions on him. Do you think then he'll call plays if he's a head coach? Like he cares so much, the dictator thing, he'll be a defensive play caller as the head coach then? You'd think so?
I would assume so, but there's a really interesting dynamic that he's created here where he does call the plays, but then he has created a scheme that his players can change on the fly. Now, this may be in part because of Harrison Smith, and he's been around for 13, 14 years. He's seen every single thing in the world. But if he has a player, especially at the safety position, that he can really, truly trust, he will put it in their hands. Like, here's the call, but you have the autonomy out there on the field to see a formation, to see a tendency, to see a motion and something like that, and then make a change. And this is why the Vikings defense is so nasty, other than, they have a lot of good players. But I think this is why they're so nasty to face, is that the defensive call, you don't just send it in and then that's the call and then they do whatever and maybe it works or maybe it doesn't. They have their players making constant adjustments to every single thing that they see. So yes, I'm sure that he would be the one that was sending the play in, but if he can create the same environment somewhere else, I think it could be effective pretty much anywhere because of the way he teaches it.
And is Brian Flores still like a finalist or a real candidate for any other head coaching job, Matthew, or is this really all or nothing for him from what you know?
So I know that you guys both probably applied for the Ravens job and maybe interviewed. It seems like they've interviewed half of the United States of America, but he was involved in that as well. And it does make some sense for them. I mean, Lamar Jackson's connection with John Harbaugh seemed to be frayed, but if we're really looking at the Ravens last year, their mediocre defense had just as much to do with their failure as anything else. So it makes sense to me. But the other wrinkle to this situation is also that he's having defensive coordinator interviews as well, because he is a free agent. And that's what makes this, very unique. And also it does raise some questions. And I'm sure inside those interviews with the Steelers, he's having to give explanations of why he didn't decide to extend his contract with the Minnesota Vikings. So that's created a lot of intrigue here as well.
Matthew Collar, the Purple Insider, and Brian Flores expert. Thank you, Matthew.
Anytime. Thank you.
We got a text, and that's why I asked that question at the end. I'm happy he brought up the defensive coordinator thing. McCarthy head coach, Flores DC.
No.
Still no.
No.
Still a hard no for you. Still a hard pass.
And also, it's Matthew in there, like, pointing out how many veteran, older players on the Vikings wanted to play for him. Just this continued idea that, no, the Steelers are going to win now. That looms over all this like a dark cloud. Art Rooney saying, why would you give up a year of your life, basically, to try to position yourself to draft a quarterback or anything?
Yeah.
Those words
his
hang
actions
over
are
it
going
all
to
like a
speak
dark
louder
cloud.
than words. If he hires Mike McCarthy, it's going to feel like he's doing it to try to keep the train on the tracks.
Well, the real
right?
actions are going to be if he hires a younger coach, regardless of who it is, then you're halfway there because that would be a smart move. And then if he allows Omar Khan to gut the roster from high-priced defensive players who are in their 30s, TJ Watt, or even Metcalf, if you want to just completely start from scratch in that wide receiver room, then you'll know that it was lip service publicly. But I don't know if Art strikes me as the kind of guy that's going to just pay lip service to an idea and then do something completely different.
Here's TJ in Oakmont, where Mulsey scored in the 80s recently. Hello, TJ.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're good.
I wanted to touch base on this coaching situation. Obviously, there's a lot of different options here. We're talking about Flores. We're talking about McCarthy and some of the other assistants that are out there. And obviously, they're all going to bring different skill sets to the table, right, whether it's offense or defense. But the one thing that I think that we're not talking about is when you look at guys like McVay and Shanahan, they have an amazing ability to identify and develop coaches. And to me, that is just as important a quality in a head coach as it is his ability to lead his players and develop them. That's not something we've ever really seen in Pittsburgh. Is you look at Tomlin's coaching tree, and it's non-existent.
Well, Cowher did that.
True. Yeah. I would agree with that. Yes, but when we're talking about McCarthy, when we're talking about McVay, Shanahan, you look at those guys, and they're constantly finding innovative young coaches to replace ones that have just left.
On both sides of the ball, too. Not just look at Saleh just got the Titans head coaching job again.
Correct. Yes. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
I agree with that.
I agree it's appointment.
I think that's a great point. But the problem is, how do you know that in the hiring process?
It's something you only find out in real time as it's happening.
It is going to be fascinating to see what happens after this first wave of in-person interviews. They're going to talk to Flores, or they just talked to him today. They've got McCarthy tomorrow. You've got Anthony Weaver, who has made it this far, and I've literally not heard a peep about the guy.
I saw somebody post highlights of him having 2 sacks against the Steelers in a game the Ravens won in overtime.
So Mike Tomlin would have wanted to hire him because he always liked bringing in guys that did well against his teams. Yeah. And who's the betting favorite, Donnie? Do we know?
I still feel like it's Shula.
It is Shula, but it is different than what it was yesterday.
All right.
Shula was minus 200 as of yesterday. Today he's plus 125 with McCarthy right behind him.
McCarthy gaining steam. Your disaster hire is picking up steam.
Would just be a lazy, brain-dead decision by the owner and the GM.
Follow us on Twitter. You can watch us there, too. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Donnie has a headline. Then he has his biggest topic of the day in the debrief, his biggest football topic. Right now, here's his headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt Hoops at Boston College tomorrow night, 7 o'clock start. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pregame coverage at 6:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk right now about Comer and Cross. Yeah, let's give it up for Comer and Cross. Me specifically, because now I have extra space in my house that I adore, thanks to the job they did in my garage. My garage floor was nasty, really gross. My steps weren't good either, and I have failed to mention this. Steps got finished too, thanks to Comer and Cross. Right now, they are setting it up for you to lock in your price, your preseason price for a new garage floor, and you get to pick the installation date. Don't have to wait around. Not at the mercy of a contractor. You are going to pick the date right now with Comer and Cross and do what I did. Get the garage of your dreams with Comer and Cross, and you don't have to wait forever because they get it done in one day. That's right. They came over in the morning. They were done by late afternoon. That is Comer and Cross for you. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR is the number to get that price now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com. Comer and Cross Garage Floor.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2.
I enjoyed life on the road. I was young and foolish then, Bob. Young and single. It's great.
Oh, there's a story or two there. He brought that up.
No.
He brought that up. Got some money in my pocket. He's a dangerous man because he's got some money in his pocket, Joe Starkey. On the road, single boy. I see where you're going.
No, that wasn't where I was going.
No, it was. Your mind took you there. I want to know. I want to see that Starkey book.
The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Book us. TwoMenAndAJunkTruck.com.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
NFL playoffs? Let's go. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, makes every moment feel bigger. In the postseason, the game shifts fast. And with DraftKings live betting options, you can stay right in the moment. Plus, DraftKings has your back with early exit protection. If the player in your eligible NFL prop bet goes down at any point in the first half, you still get paid in cash. With DraftKings, you're covered through the entire half. Why bet player props anywhere else? New customers, here's your shot. Bet just $5, and if your bet wins, you get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN to turn $5 into $300 bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
That's the power of Bowser.
Winter in western Pennsylvania isn't for the faint of heart. Snow, ice, slush, and those back roads you know all too well. That's why it's time to get to Bowser Subaru for a new ride with all-wheel drive. Introducing the all-new 2026 Subaru Crosstrek with Subaru's legendary symmetrical all-wheel drive. And available X-Mode for rugged traction, the Crosstrek is ready for whatever Pittsburgh winter throws at you. And right now, get 2.9% APR for 36 months at Bowser Subaru. So don't wait. Get to BowserSubaru.com or visit us in person at Bowser Subaru, Route 51 today. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends February 2nd.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Winter wreaks havoc on your car. Salt, slush, snow, the worst. You can keep your car bright, shiny, and clean with Mr. Magic's unlimited wash plans. Plans start as low as $19.99 per month to enjoy unlimited washes at any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations. Sign up today online or at any Mr. Magic car wash.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
The 65th Annual World of Wheels Custom Auto Show. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 23rd through 25th. Ticket Lawrence Convention Center, Pittsburgh. Discount tickets exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. See America's finest top rods, customs, trucks, motorcycles, the cars on the stars. All weekend. World of Wheels Custom Auto Show. presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 23rd through 25th. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores.
Hey, it's Crowley. Winters can be brutal in Pittsburgh, and if your heat's running nonstop but you're still cold, your old windows could be to blame. Window Nation can help. With over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide, Pittsburgh homeowners trust us to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable while lowering utility bills. And right now, save big with our Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. As a proud partner of the Penguins, ask how you could score Pens tickets. Don't wait. Visit windownation.com today. Sale ends soon.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
That music means it is time for Donnie's biggest football topic of the day. It's the Donnie Football Debrief. Hey, listen to Pop and Joe every Wednesday. That's tomorrow to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at 937thefan.com's contesting page. Who are they going to pick tomorrow for that?
Pittsburgh connection, obviously.
Yeah.
Does Curt Cignetti have a card?
Fernando
Mike Shanahan
Mendoza.
pit card.
Ooh, that's a good call. You like that horse?
I don't think those exist, though.
I mean, if one did, wouldn't it become like the Hannes Wagner? That was like the
Norwin Knights Mike Shanahan card.
How about him calling up a 4th and 5 quarterback draw? You want to talk about walking around with big brassy ones?
Cignetti actually took credit for that call post game and said that was him. But whatever, same thing. Who cares?
Cignetti
Those
said,
two guys together.
Cignetti said on 3rd down, they showed us a look. We called the timeout. On 4th down, if we saw the same look, which we thought we would, we were calling this.
Yep.
God, that play was sick. Anyway.
Did we like the Cuban McAfee talk in Pittsburghese pregame interview?
Didn't watch it.
I actually didn't see it. I saw you tweet about it.
It was cute.
Cute?
Yeah. It was cute.
Somebody did call to ask earlier, but they couldn't stay on hold. Do we know the exact amount that Cuban has given to that program? Do we know that?
I know he's not the only deep-pocketed person who's spent a lot of money on Indiana.
So the numbers that have been
he's
published...
the face of it, but I don't think he's close to the only one.
The numbers that have been published are not that much.
That's right. He's like
it's
kind
only
of
a couple $1 million, but I have to believe it's more than that.
Well, Pony, they have a ton of rich people. I know he's very rich. He's wealthy. What did Shaq once say? I'm rich. The guy who signs my checks is wealthy or whatever. But, like, I think he's done a pretty phenomenal job of putting himself front of the line there. Look at me. I'm Mr. Indiana football. We know he likes to insert himself in any team he owns or has any kind of allegiance to like that.
Mark Cuban and Curt Cignetti are also card-carrying members of the I Dye My Hair Club.
Yes.
Which you could also put Pomp in. Ryan Day at Ohio State has an unbelievable dye job on his
hair
beard.
is like jet black.
Dan Zangrilli.
You're calling Zangrilli out on the air today to say he dyes his hair?
It was like a black cat when he walked into the event last week with us. Was it not? Why are you guys saying cheese? Anybody disagree with me on that?
The lighting might have made it look darker. You said that, and I looked. I said, yeah, I could maybe see it, but I didn't think it looked like a black cat.
I mean, not even a stray gray hair. So how is a man in his 40s does not have a single gray hair?
Some people's hair doesn't go gray in their 40s.
But
are you going to color your hair?
No.
Got any gray showing up on those temples yet?
I got gray everywhere on my beard, sides of my head.
No one knows if I have gray hair, Don, and they never will.
Anyways.
You like that mystery, Mulsey?
We have a debrief here to get to.
Yeah, this is as long as my hair gets, and on camera, you can't even tell that there is hair.
The debrief, January 20, 2026. We'll talk about somebody who has gray hair. The Buccaneers have hired Danny Smith, the beloved Steelers special teams coach. I'm going to make people mad here.
I think I'm going to agree with you, but please go ahead.
I think this is going to be a clean sweep, and I am just praying you're going to say what I think you're going to say.
Guys, it's not that big of a loss.
Agreed.
We all love Danny Smith because he's a lovable figure who hops around on the sideline. He fist pumps. He chews like 8 sticks of bubble gum at a time. how great did he really make the Steelers special
When was their
teams?
last kick return touchdown?
He has a great kicker. They haven't had a kick return touchdown since before they last won a playoff game.
2017. Juju.
Yeah, he's one of the great characters in football. He's like the guy from the Browns. Remember the offensive line coach?
Yes.
Every time he said
belly was jiggling.
his belly would go up and
Hard
down.
Knocks.
Like, I like ball guys like that, football guys. But am I over here saying that the Steelers took a step backwards because their special teams coach
They would
left?
occasionally
No, I'm
they
not.
would occasionally have a very clever fake punt drawn up. Think about, and I know this
They've had a couple of blocked punts in the last couple of years. They didn't have one this year.
No, but they had like Minka block that extra point in Cincy a couple of years ago where it was more the Cincy long snapper was hurt, and they've taken advantage of stuff like that, okay? But
they had the play in Washington where Pierre dropped the ball.
That's what I was talking about, like a fake punt that was drawn up really well that they didn't execute. Think about this, though. Like, they haven't had a kick return touchdown in almost a decade. I can't remember the last time they had a punt return touchdown either.
Calvin
Austin actually had one last
wait.
season.
That's right. That's right.
That's right. They're few and far
between. Very few and far
between.
between.
How about Rosie Nix's fake punt where he signaled first down?
Yep.
He was only about 3 yards
Yeah,
shy.
that was a gem. That's actually an underrated all-time funny moment. It's just
that was so bad.
Also, think about punting, right?
Oh,
for a
it's such
team
a
that
big
loves,
game,
for a
too.
team whose head coach loves defense and field position. And I understand they stuck by Presley Harvin. He had some horrible stuff go on, the death of his father and all that. They have cycled through a bunch of punters too. They haven't been able, and you would think some of that is Danny Smith's purview.
No,
I know
he's
there have
got
been
Chris
injuries.
Boswell has been a great kicker, so does he get credit for that?
Fine, yes. I mean, a kicker is just like, can you get the operation right, and is the guy going to make the kicks? Like, I would think punting is a little bit, it's still mostly on the punter. Do you have, like, good punt coverage? Are your gunners good? Etc. You lost a character. You did not lose. Who's the best special teams coach of all time?
Do we think it's John Harbaugh?
No, absolutely not.
No.
He didn't do it long enough.
No, I mean, there's got to be somebody that's like seen. Who was the guy who was running the Bills special teams when Tasker was running wild, like Hulkamania?
Oh, it's a good question, actually.
Or like, here's another one.
I know Bobby April was the Steelers special teams coach during that era.
I remember old Bobby April.
How about Bisaccia?
Rich.
I'm going to just ask AI.
Stepped in as the Raiders
Well,
coach.
I know that special teams coaches,
special teams
when
coach of all
when there
time.
are interim coaching openings, I know special teams coaches are often like
that Taub guy in Kansas City gets love all the time, who's been with Andy Reid for like 100 years.
Wasn't Prefer the special teams coordinator for the Browns when they came in here and won the playoff
And now
game?
he's Pitt's special teams coach.
That's correct. No, I know that when there's an interim opening, they often give it to the special teams coach just because they figure that guy like involves himself with a ton of the players and like whatever.
Dave Taub, according to AI, considered the best of all time.
Who was when Matthew Slater, who was on the Patriots for 16 years, man. When he was on their team and he was doing his thing as like a special teams ace, I'm like looking just like randomly 2015, like who would have been Joe Judge? There's big Joey Judge sniffing around. He was actually their special teams coordinator for 5 years in a row, from 15 all the way through 19 at the end of the Belichick tenure. And then that guy got the Giants head coaching job. My God.
Yeah.
You lost a character. You lost a tether.
I'm fine. I will say, though.
Of all, by the way, of all of Tomlin's coaches, because there were a lot of critiques of their coaching staff under Mike, Danny Smith did not like distinguish himself in any spectacular way, and yet everyone loved him. He got completely like exception to the rule.
I would say, though, that with Chris Shula and Shieldhouse, they better bring in better special teams coaches than they have with the Rams, because the Rams special teams blows. I know they
almost cost them the Carolina
Mervis
game.
Make that kick at the end of the Bears game, but their special teams has been a disaster all year.
Isn't it Mevis?
Mevis. I said
Mevis and Butthead.
What they call him, the thick kick.
He wears number 92, which is a delight.
He wears 92 because he could be confused for a defensive tackle.
Harrison Mevis.
All right, that was a Donnie Football Debrief. Coming up next, we've been discussing the Steelers' coaching search all day. Mike McCarthy's prospects of getting the job. It's excited some. It's really ticked off others, like Mulsey, who said it would be an F hire and a disaster. If you want to put your 2 cents in, you can at 412-928-9370. Plus, we have what Adam Schefter just said about the Steelers' coaching search. Who's up for the job? When will they make a decision? All those things next, because we have the list of candidates who will get an in-person interview that we'll share with you. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off January with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive. Only $299 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Black and gold fans at Schley.company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to get stronger just around the corner, so you can give everything you've got. Whether you want to crush a few reps before class with our expanded strength equipment or sweat it out on your way home